Andy, come on, let's go.
Wait a minute. What's going on here?
It's the Amos and Andy Show. Yes, welcome to the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Cecil B. DeMille, brought to you by the makers of Rinso. The annual masquerade at the lodge last week was such a success financially that the boys decided to follow it up with a beauty contest under the sponsorship of the lodge. Amos, Andy, the Kingfish, and Fred Gwindell are in Andy's office discussing it now.
Yeah, Fred, we're going to hold a big beauty contest with the lodge in back of it.
Yeah, and as the contest manager, I can say that we're going to make a lot of money on it, too.
Well, now, that sounds good, but ain't it a little soon after the masquerade?
Look, at the masquerade last week, we done took in $125, and that shows that the members has got a lot of money.
Yeah, after all, Fred, the time to milk a cow is when she got milk, you know.
You see, the way we're going to work this beauty contest is to have the gals pay an entry fee of $2 and then send in photographs of themselves. Andy and Mr. Van Porter is going to be the judges.
Yeah, that's right. I already got a lot of the pictures here.
Say, Andy, how did they happen to pick you for one of the judges?
Well, what's wrong with that? For 30 years, women's has been my specialty.
Oh, yeah, Fred. When we was using Andy, we using skilled labor.
Is you got the rules of the contest worked out yet?
Andy, you said you was going to work out a set of rules.
Yeah, well, I finished them up this morning.
Good.
Yeah, I got them right here. I'll read them to you.
Yeah.
Rules of beauty contest. Rule 1, you gotta be a woman. Rule 2, you gotta be a woman with $2.
Oh, yeah, that's the entry fee.
Yeah. Rule 3, you gotta weigh less than 184 pounds and be under 38 years old.
Less than 184 and under 38?
Yeah, that's to keep out Madam Queen and the Kingfisher's wife.
Yeah, you know we got to draw the line someplace.
Has you fellas decided on a prize for the winner yet?
Oh, sure. We're going to give her a beautiful silver loving cup with her name inscribed on it.
Yeah, we got it over at Honest Joe's pawn shop. We got it second-handed. It had a little scribing already on it there.
Yeah, but we is adding something to it and kind of fixing it up.
Yeah, how'd that work out? How's it going to read again, Andy?
Yeah, I got it written down right here. Here it is. Oh, yeah. Harlem Beauty Queen of 1944 and Pocket Billiard Champion of Jersey City 1912.
Come in, Mr. Wisden. Come in. What can I do for you?
Well, Kingfish, my daughter Thelma's entered in this beauty contest you're running here, and I'd like to make sure she wins it.
Well, now, look, Mr. Wisden, whoever's the most beautiful gal is going to be the winner. That's all there is to it.
Well, I'll lay my cards on the table, Kingfish. Andy Brown's going to be one of the judges, ain't he?
That's right.
You is a good friend of his. He could swing this whole contest. The Kingfish, if my daughter wins, I'll give $50. 25 for you and 25 for Andy Brown.
Mr. Washington, is I to understand that you was trying to bribe us? I want you to know here and now that this contest is on the level, and the thought of bribery is repulsive to me.
Well, if you ain't interested, I guess I'll be running along.
Well, now, wait a minute. Don't go. Come here. Wait just a minute, here. Now, just cause I is against bribery ain't no reason we can't sit down and just kind of talk.
Well, what's there to talk about?
Well, I was just wondering here that if your daughter was to win the contest without no bribery involved, would you still be willing to hand out $50 as kind of a token of your joy and happiness?
Well, look, if my daughter wins the contest, I'll pay you $50.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to up your joy and happiness to 75, would you there?
No, $50 is my top.
Yeah, well, I just asking you there. Tell me, what kind of looking gal is your daughter?
Has you ever seen my wife?
Oh, sure, yeah. Seen her many times.
Well, they say that Thelma's the spitting image of her mother.
I see your problem there, yeah. Trying to bring in a long shot, huh?
Well, put it any way you want, but Thelma's in this thing, and her mother told me to see that she wins it.
Well, now listen. Everybody got the same chance to win. And if Thelma wins it, it ain't going to be because of the $50 we is getting, because bribery is out. Oh, by the way, how soon after the contest does we get the 50?
I tell you, Amos, I'm getting dizzy looking at the pictures of all these gals in the contest. Tell me this, is they pretty or is I getting old?
Well, there's some pretty gals here. Now, look at this picture here. Now, there's a prettier gal as you ever want to see, Andy.
Oh, yeah, Bernice Fletcher, huh? Now, there's something else. I happen to know that gal, and she ain't got no long eyelashes like that. They is the fake kind that you paste on. You get 'em over at Barton's drugstore.
Yeah, well, she got nice long hair, though, ain't she?
Oh, listen, she ain't got no long hair like that neither. You get that at Barton's drugstore, too.
Yeah, well, she'll make her look pretty, all right.
Yeah, but the only thing is, when it comes to voting, it's a question whether to vote for the gal or the drugstore.
Yeah, look at this next one here. I don't think she gonna win.
Yeah, let's see who she is. Oh, yeah, that's George Washington's daughter, Thelma. Amos, I wonder if somebody sent this picture in as a joke.
Well, I guess every woman thinks she's pretty in her own mind, Andy.
Yeah, well, she got a looking glass, ain't she? I sure pity the fellow that marries her. With him, every night is going to be Halloween.
Yeah, well, now, let's see what's next here.
Yeah.
Well, hello there, boys. How is it?
Hello, Kingfish.
Hiya, Kingfish.
Say, Amos, I don't like to be unpolite, but I'd like to talk to Andy confidential under his hat, if you don't mind. It's reporting.
Oh, that's all right. I got to go anyway. Well, so long, fella.
So long, son.
Goodbye, Amos.
What you want to see me about, Kingfish?
Brother Andy, look here. I just been approached by a man that's got a daughter in the contest. Now, he is willing to give me and you $25 apiece if his daughter win the contest. Now, he's...
Wait a minute. This contest is on the level. There ain't going to be no bribery stuff.
What you talking about? Of course there ain't gonna be no bribery, Andy. We ain't supposed to be influenced one way or the other by his money. But just in case his daughter do win, we gets it just as a token of his joy and happiness.
Oh, well, that's different. Say, what's the daughter's name, anyway?
Thelma Washington.
Oh, her. Well, it looked like her papa's going to save some money.
Is you got her picture there?
Right here. Here she is, right here, see?
Uh-oh. The end of the trail.
Kingfish, ain't there no other papas that might want to give a $50 token of their joy and happiness?
Now, wait a minute, Anna. Let's not be hasty about this. You know there's different types of beauty.
Yeah, well, she is definitely a different type, all right. Look at the bumps on her nose.
Oh, now look, Anna, like I say, there's different types of beauty. After all, take the Rocky Mountains. They got bumps on them, but they're beautiful just the same, you know.
Yeah, I know, but the Rocky Mountains ain't got ears like that.
Yeah, it is pretty big, ain't it? But on the other hand, Andy, look at them eyes there. Oh, yeah. They got the same look in them that a papa had when he said he's going to give us $25 apiece if she won.
Oh, yeah. You know, when you get right down to it, she is the most beautiful gal I done ever see.
You know, I tell you what to do, Andy. Being that Henry Van Porter is the other judge, why don't you send all these pictures over to him? Then we'll drop over to see him a little later in the afternoon.
Yeah, we got to make sure that when Henry sees the picture of Thelma, he don't make the same mistake that we made when we first looked at it.
Well, Henry, do you understand the proposition?
Yes, Mr. Snow. In other words, if your daughter Henrietta wins the beauty contest, you will take out a $10,000 life insurance policy with me.
That's right.
Yes, well, I think I understand. And I might add that your daughter has a very good chance of winning the contest.
Okay, we'll see how it goes.
By the way, Mr. Snow, when will you take out this policy?
The day after the contest.
I get it. Goodbye, Mr. Snow. Henrietta Snow. Let me look through this stack of pictures here. Come in.
Hi, Henry. Hi.
Well, hello there, Henry. How is
Hello, boys. Sit down. I'm glad you dropped in. There's something that just come up that I want to speak to you about.
Yeah, something we want to speak to you about, too.
Yeah, you know, Henry, about this contest, there's a lot of different ways to judge beauty.
Yes, I agrees with that.
Tell me, Henry, is you ever seen the Rocky Mountains?
Well, I seen pictures of them.
Yeah, and even more beautiful if they had ears. You got them pictures I sent up here, didn't you, Henry?
Yes, and so far, the most beautiful girl in the contest is unquestionably Henrietta Snow.
Oh, now, wait a minute. What does she look like?
Well, let me look through these pictures here. We'll soon find out.
Yeah, well, when you come to the picture of Thelma Washington, haul that out, too. Wait a minute. There's Thelma Washington's picture right there.
Yeah, now, as you look at this picture of Thelma, Henry, just kind of look at a little of her face at a time. In other words, I don't want you to sour yourself on it before you sort of get the hang of it. You see what I'm saying?
Here it is right here, Henry.
Oh, my goodness. Is you gentlemen serious?
I told you to look at it slow, Henry, and not bite off more than you could chew.
Yeah, Henry, this gal's beauty is a different kind of beauty.
Well, as a judge in this contest, I can tell you right now that I will never vote for Miss Washington. Up till now, it looks like Miss Snow is obviously the winner.
Henry, now don't jump to no conclusions.
My vote is going to Thelma Washington.
Gentlemen, it looks like we is in a deadlock.
Well, no amount of argument has succeeded in breaking the deadlock between the two judges of the beauty contest, Andy and Henry Van Porter. With the big affair at which the winner will be announced only 2 days off, the situation is a bit confused. Andy, Amos, the Kingfish, and Henry Van Porter are in the office discussing it now.
You know, I've been thinking the thing over, fellas, and really, I think the only way to solve the thing is to get a third judge to pick the winner.
Amos, that ain't a bad idea. Now, in thinking of people that would make a good judge, I got somebody that people believe in, that's sound as the rock of Gibraltar, a man that's full of integrity, a man that's fair and square from the word go.
Who is it?
Who is it? Ha, ha, ha. It's me.
Not on your life, Kingfish. I will not stand for it.
Well, I had a thought about who the third judge could be. You might think it's kind of reaching for the moon, but there's a chance.
What is that, Amos?
Well, it just so happened that Ruby's got a friend by the name of Amelia that cooks for Mr. Cecil B. DeMille, the big Hollywood and moving picture director, and he happens to be in New York for a while.
Oh, yeah. I was here to him.
Yeah, didn't he direct that big picture, Reap Gone with the Wild Wind and all that stuff there?
Anyway, his cook is coming up to our house tonight, and I was thinking that we might speak to her and see if she would ask Mr. DeMille if he would be kind enough to be one of our judges.
Yes, the name DeMille in connection with our beauty contest would certainly lend class.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it would help the ticket sale, which ain't been too promising.
Tell you what you do, Amos. That's a good idea. Have your wife's friend, Amelia, speak to Mr. DeMille and see if she can arrange an appointment for me and Andy. We'll go up to see him and explain the whole thing to him, say, tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, good morning, Mr. DeMille.
Good morning, Hardwick.
By the way, Mr. DeMille, I've been over the mail. There's nothing of any importance.
Now, that's fortunate because I've got a script to read.
Oh, I did get a telephone call from Gary Cooper. He wants to know the release dates on his picture, The Story of Dr. Wassel.
I'll tell Gary it'll be early in June. And Hardwick, call off all appointments for today.
Yes, Mr. DeMille. Oh, there's just one appointment.
Hardwick, please. I don't want to be interrupted today.
It's just that the cook wants to see you.
The cook? Good Lord, why have you kept her waiting? Is she complaining or anything?
Oh, apparently not. She didn't say what it was.
Well, give her a raise anyway.
But, Mr. DeMille, that's the third raise you've given her this week.
Yes. Do you think it's enough?
Yes, I rather think so. You know, Mr. DeMille, I haven't gotten a raise in over a year.
Can you cook?
I'll bring her in. Oh, Amelia, Mr. DeMille will see you now.
Right in this way, gentlemen. Mr. DeMille, these are the gentlemen I spoke to you about at breakfast this morning.
Huh? Oh, yes. I had forgotten for a moment.
This is Mr. George Kingfish Stevens, and this is Mr. Brown.
Hello, Mr. DeMille.
Yes, how is you? Just in from Hollywood, huh?
Oh, I've been here for a little while.
Yeah. Tell me, how is everything back in the Cinnamon City?
Yes, orchards to your last picture and all that stuff.
Well, thank you. I understand you boys are running a beauty contest, and you want me to be one of the judges.
Yeah, sir, that's right.
Well, I appreciate the honor, but I'm just so busy that I don't think I'll quite have time for it.
Why, it would be nice if you'd do it, Mr. DeMille.
Oh. Well, I'd be happy to. I'd be happy.
Well, now, as long as that's settled, I'll get back to the kitchen, and you gentlemen can talk everything over.
Thank you very much, Amelia.
Yeah.
Now, just what is it that's expected of me in this contest?
Well, sir, you see, you would be one of the three judges, Mr. DeMille.
Yeah, so you see, we are going to work the thing on a point system in judging the different gals' pictures.
Well, that's certainly a fair enough way.
Yeah, so now we start off by giving 5 points for beauty. And then we give 5 points for personality in the face.
Yeah, I see.
Then we give 25 points for the novelty of the face, you see. You know, if it's out of the general run, if it's different. And then we give 50 points for vigor and 75 points for ruggedness.
Perhaps I misunderstand. Is this going to be a beauty contest or something on the order of the Golden Gloves?
No, this is going to be a beauty contest, all right. It's just that we is approaching the thing from a new angle.
Well, it's certainly broad in its scope. Any contest with a scoring system such as this could be won by either Hedy Lamarr or Boris Karloff.
Yeah, well, now, here's the pictures of the gals that's going to be in the contest up to now, Mr. DeMille.
Thank you. I'd like to look at them.
You wear glasses, don't you, Mr. DeMille? You want me to get them for you?
No, I don't think I need them.
Now, this picture on top here is the gal that we favors. This is Miss Thelma Washington.
Oh, yes. Perhaps I'd better have my glasses. You know, eyes play funny tricks sometimes when you don't have your glasses on.
Oh, yeah. Here you is. Here's your glasses, Mr. DeMille.
Thank you. Now let me look at this picture again. No, it wasn't my eyes.
Yeah, so I wouldn't use no snap judgment on Thelma Washington here, Mr. DeMille. Beauty all depends on how you look at it.
Well, let me look at some of these other pictures you have here. Say, this one's very attractive. What's her name?
Henrietta Snow. Well, matter of fact, that's the gal that the other judge, Mr. Van Porter, is kind of leaning to.
Well, with only 5 points for beauty, she may be severely handicapped.
Yeah.
She seems to lack the novelty and ruggedness of Thelma Washington.
Yeah.
She certainly is pretty, though.
Yeah, she's fairly pretty, all right, but in sort of an out-of-date way, you see. Now, look at them dimples there. Why, Dimples went out with button shoes.
Yeah, that's right. They did.
Well, as I understand it, Mr. Van Porter believes that a beautiful girl ought to be beautiful.
Yeah, crazy man.
Mr. Brown, on the other hand, seems to favor the type of face that requires a lot of explaining.
Yeah, well, anyway, that's the whole situation, Mr. DeMille. It looked like Henry Van Porter is going to vote for Miss Snow, and Mr. Brown here is in Thelma Washington's corner. Now, use your own conscience, but kind of use these two votes to guide it. And then the night after tomorrow, you gets up on the platform at the Lodge Hall, and your vote is the one that counts. You announces the winner from the platform.
Oh, yes, sir. And your cook, Amelia, will show you where the Lodge Hall is.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, Mr. DeMille, I think you ought to know that Thelma Washington's papa is a very generous man, and if his daughter should win, there might be a 5 spot in it for you.
Well, it was sure nice of you to come up to our lodge tonight, Mr. DeMille, and meet our committee and do this for us.
Oh, that's all right. I'm very happy to do it.
Yes, sure was lucky that we knowed Amelia so she could ask you about it.
Well, there's very little I wouldn't do for Amelia. Oh, Hardwick.
Yes, Mr. DeMille.
Remind me to give Amelia another raise when we get home.
Yes.
Well, there is Mr. DeMille. It won't be long now. Matter of fact, they're going out on the stairs now and start to make your introduction speech. Then you gets up there and announces who the winner is.
And I present the cup.
Yes. By the way, one thing. Pardon me, Amos.
Yeah.
You know, Mr. DeMille.
I know. Thelma Washington.
Yes. Don't forget about the 5 spot. I'll get on out on the stage now and start introducing you.
Oh, boy, there sure is a lot of excitement around here tonight, Mr. Mill.
Yes. This is a big night for everybody.
Oh, Mr. DeMille. I've been looking all over for you.
How are you, Mr. Van Porter?
Pardon me, Amos. Mr. DeMille, there's just one thing. I'm in the insurance business.
Yes, I know. Henrietta Snow.
Yes. And remember that...
Excuse me, Mr. DeMille. Would you please come out on the platform now?
Yes, coming out.
Well, good luck to you, Mr. DeMille.
And so it gives me great pleasure and pride to welcome our extinguished guest, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Mr. DeMille, as final judge in the contest, will announce the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Thank you. I know you're not here to listen to any speeches. You all want to know who is the winner of this contest. So I'll get right to the point. After judging carefully all the contestants, I found it very difficult to make a decision because there are so many whose beauty certainly entitles them to a prize. However, I'm only allowed to choose one. Therefore, I hereby award the title of Harlem's Beauty Queen to Miss Mildred Forrest.
Who is she? I can't understand how in the world could he have picked her?
Gentlemen, you could have knocked me over with a feather.
Oh, wait a minute. Here come Mr. DeMille now. I think he's through signing them order giraffes over there.
Yeah. I can't understand it, Kingfish. Mildred Forrest. She's even worse looking than Thelma.
Henrietta Snow ought to have been the winner.
Oh, what you talking about, Henry? Thelma Washington ought to got the thing.
Wait a minute. Mr. DeMille, excuse me, sir. Can we see you over here, please, sir?
What is it, boys?
Yes, Mr. DeMille, we is shocked by your decision. That's what we is.
Yes, I don't understand it at all.
Tell me this. How'd you happen to pick Mildred Forrest, Mr. DeMille?
It's this way, boys. You other two judges had your reasons for picking Henrietta Snow and Thelma Washington. You, Mr. Van Porter, I know that selling insurance is uppermost in your mind. And you, Mr. Brown, I guess the almighty dollar is every bit as important to you. Well, I had a reason for voting the way I did. You know, there's one thing in this world which a person cherishes and wants to keep. A thing which today we value even more than money, and which we'll do anything to protect. It was for such a reason that I voted for Mildred Forrest.
Yeah, well, what is the reason, Mr. DeMille?
She happens to be the daughter of my cook.
Be sure to tune in next Friday night at this same time for another half hour of fun with Amos and Andy, when Andy has to hide from a 6'4" sailor for 30 days. Our thanks to Cecil B. DeMille for appearing with us tonight. His latest production, the Paramount picture, The Story of Dr. Wassel, will have its Hollywood premiere early in June. And here's a tip. Listen for Betty Grable, Dick Powell, and Carmen Miranda, a great combination, all together in next Monday night's Lux Radio Theater presentation, Springtime in the Rockies, with Cecil B. DeMille, of course. That's Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. See your local paper for time and station. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I say goodnight, just one more thing. This is no time to relax about saving fats. Now they're more urgently needed than ever for the precious sulfate drugs that will save lives, for ammunition that will bring us to victory sooner. Every drop, no matter how dark, is needed. You'll get paid, and you'll get 2 red points for every pound you turn in. Thank you, and good night.
Andy, come on, let's get going.
Wait a minute, Amos. What's going on here?
It's the Amos and Andy Show. Well, our story opens with Andy in high spirits. He has just met a new girl, a beautiful creature named Mabel Green, and he's passing through all the old familiar symptoms of falling in love. We find him now sitting in his office telling Lightning all about her.
Tell me, Miss Andy, how'd you happen to meet this gal, Mabel Green?
Well, Lightning, it happened just like it happens in the movies. We was both sitting at the soda fountain down at the drugstore.
Oh, you was, huh?
Yeah, she was having a ham sandwich and I was having a chocolate soda. When all of a sudden she looked at me, and with big dreamy eyes and a shy little voice, she say to me, she say, "Pass the mustard." I tell you, Lightning, I done passed mustard to lots of gals, but this is the first time my heart went with it.
Oh, you went right on talking to her then, huh?
Oh, no, I didn't want to act like I was fresh. I waited till I see her pay her check, and then I got the soda clerk to introduce her. Oh, I tell you, Lightning, me meeting her was the work of fate.
Fate and the mustard, yeah.
Yeah, well, this Mabel has sure got everything, though. She ain't only beautiful, she's refined. You ought to see her after she finished that sandwich. The way she held that toothpick with her little finger up in the air. Oh, boy, she got class all right.
Well, it sure sounds like you're crazy about this Mabel Green, Miss Andy.
Yeah, this is the real thing, Lightning, the real thing.
Andy, I gotta see you here. I gotta talk fast.
What's the matter, Amos? Somebody after you?
Lightning, get outside. I want to lock this door, and if anybody come around, say that ain't nobody in here.
Hi,
Andy, help me push this desk up against the door.
Oh, wait a minute, Amos. This is silly, putting the desk up against the door. Who is it that's after you?
He ain't after me. He's after you, and he's going to knock your block off.
Well, hurry up with that desk. What you doing?
Yeah, that does it there.
Lightning, if anybody tries to get in here, fight like a tiger.
Yeah, like a tiger.
Yeah, well... Amos, who is it that's after me?
Well, now, here's the story, Andy. I picked up a fare in my taxi cab about an hour ago. He was a big, tough-looking sailor.
Oh, me.
Now, I drove him to the pool hall, and he handed me a $20 bill. Well, I went into the pool hall with him to get changed. Yeah. And while I was waiting for it, this sailor went up to Joe and started talking.
Excuse me, mister. Well, I'm looking for a fellow named Harold Adams. They tell me he hangs around here.
Yeah, that's him over there, sailor. He's shooting now.
Thanks. I got a little business with him. Pardon me, gents.
Tell you what I'm going to do, Sam. I'm going to play the 9-ball in the side pocket. Watch this, man. It's going to be good.
Say, fella, your name Harold Adams?
That's what the dames call me around town, sailor.
Do you know a girl by the name of Mabel Green?
Hear that, Sam? He's asking me, does I know Mabel Green? Sure I know Mabel. I'm giving her a lot of my time these days. Any objections?
Could be.
She's a cute gal, all right, but she's too highfalutin. I'll change that, though, before I'm through.
Mister, you's through right now.
Wait a minute, somebody put him off that stuff.
Somebody call an ambulance. That Hal Adams is really hurt.
Yeah, and another thing. When this bum Harold Adams comes to, if he ever does, tell him if he ever hangs around Mabel Green again, I'm going to come back and finish the job.
I'll tell him, mister, I'll tell him. But I sure don't think it's necessary. That's about as complete a job as I'd ever seen.
Yeah, and there's just one more little job I gotta attend to. You know where I can find a fellow named Andrew Brown? I gotta find him, too, and I'd like to find him today.
Well, that's the whole story, Andy, so that's why I rushed right over here to tell you about it.
Lightning.
Yeah, sir.
Fight like two tigers.
Yeah, sir. Two tigers.
Oh, me. I didn't know that Mabel Green had a steady fella. Tell me, Amos, you were exaggerating about Harold Adams a little bit, ain't you? He wasn't hurt awful bad, was he?
Well, I don't know all the details, Andy. I left after the ambulances drove away.
Yeah, but, did you say ambulances? Was there two of them?
Yeah, you see, when the first ambulance got there and they took a look at Harold, the driver done fainted.
Oh, man. Why did that gal ask me to pass the mustard? Amos, I gotta hide for a couple of days till this thing blows over.
Well, you has got to hide longer than that, Andy. I heard the big sailor say that his ship ain't leaving for 30 days. You see, he just got in this morning.
Yeah, well, listen, Amos, I think I'll go over and see the Kingfish. When it come to ducking people, he got more experience than anybody got. Look, Amos, would you do me a favor and see what else you can find out about the sailor and Harold Adams? Then you can call me over to Kingfish's house.
Okay, Andy. How long you gonna be there?
30 days, if I can work it.
So, Kingfish, that's why Mr. Andy went over to your house looking for you.
Yeah, well, if you don't find me at home, you most likely come over to the lodge hall here. You say, Lightning, the main thing that Andy's interested in is hiding from the sailor, huh?
That's right. He said he'd give anything if he could get out of this some way.
You did, huh? Hiding. Lightning, why don't you come in?
Hello, is you the Kingfish?
Yeah, sit down, Andy, and take off them whiskers.
What is you talking about?
And take off the voice, too. And Lightning, get on out of here, will you?
Yeah, sir.
Now, I can't give you much time, Andy, because I was up to my neck in the business that I just organized.
Yeah, well, Kingfish, I is in trouble. You gotta help me. I just gotta find some place to hide.
Now, there's a funny coincidence. Just when I got this new business, you come and speak to me about hiding.
Well, what business is it, Kingfish?
And I was proud to announce that I is the president and general manager of the American Fugitive and Hiding Company. That's what it is.
Did you say hiding company?
That's right, with offices and secret hideouts all over the world. That's me, yeah.
Well, listen, Kingfish, all I know is you gotta hide me in a hurry. I is in an awful jam. A big sailor's after me. What can you do for me?
Well, now, let me get out my rate book here. This is it. Let me see here now. Here it is, right at the top of the page. Hiding from a sailor, $10.
You mean you're going to charge me $10 for this?
Yeah, well, hiding from a sailor runs into money, Andy. There's got to be a sailor, huh?
Oh, listen. Look, Kingfish, I'll pay you the $10. If that sailor catches me, he'll tear me to pieces. I'll pay you anything.
And I think I know just the place I can put you where the sailor will never be able to find you.
Oh, that's great. Is it really safe?
Safest place in the world. You get your own room and the food is great.
Oh, yeah, that sounds good, all right. Wait a minute, though, Kingfish. I can't afford no place like that.
Well, now, that's the beauty part of it, Andy. The place is free of charge.
Oh, Kingfish, it sounds almost too good to be true. Where's the place? How do I get there?
Well, the patrol wagon is as good a way as any.
Oh, the city jail, huh? Kingfish, is you kidding?
Andy, you come to me for advice, and I give it to you.
Yeah, well, I ain't gonna pay $10 for no advice like that. Anybody... Well, you can't talk me into going to jail. Oh, me, I hope that ain't the sailor.
Who is it?
Miss Andy, Amos done called on the outside phone and give me a message for you.
Well, what is it, Lightning? What is it?
It's about Harold Adams.
Oh, yeah. How is he? Is he out of bed yet?
Yeah, sir, he's out of bed. They got him in an oxygen tent now.
Oh. Kingfish, here's the tent. What is the quickest way to get in jail?
So you see, Gabby, being as I was advising Andy in this thing here, the first advice I done give him was to come over here and check with you on what he can do to get in jail for 30 days.
Yeah, so the sailor can't get me, Gabby. I'd like to get something in solitary refinement if I could.
Well, that's very unusual, very unusual. All my clients pay me to keep them out of jail, I ain't never tried to get nobody in.
Gabby, I know you don't try to get your clients in jail, but just the same, most of them winds up there, don't they?
Well, come to think of it, I has had a measure of success in that department.
Yeah, well, Gabby, in your professional capacity as my legal advisor, what would you say would be the quickest way to get in jail?
Well, I know it's 5, 6 things right here that might do the trick, but the best one is this thing right here. You goes into a lunchroom and eat all you can without paying for it.
Yeah, now that sounds good.
In the law books, it's called eating your way into jail. Now, what you do is go into a lunchroom. You call over the waiter, order everything on the bill of fare, everything they got. Then you eat it. Eat everything. Shrimp, salad, crab, meat, cucumbers, 2, 3 kinds of soup, double thick steaks. Eat as many as you can. Double thick steaks, apple pie, cherry pie with ice cream all over it, and then top it off with a great big piece of cheese. Only one trouble is one thing might go wrong. Just one thing. Instead of going to jail, you might go to the hospital.
Kingfish, I've been thinking over this lunchroom thing that Gabby told us about. I don't like the whole business.
Yeah, I agrees with Andy, Kingfish. Listen, Andy, I don't want to see you get beat up by the sailor no more than nobody else, but I don't think you ought to go to jail. That would be against the law.
Yeah.
Oh, don't be silly, Amos. Now, look, Andy, once you get in the city jail, you're not only going to be safe, but you're going to be comfortable, too.
Comfortable in the city jail?
Why, certainly. Why, among the bums and hoodlums, our jail is known as the showplace of the East Coast.
Well, Andy, the only thing for you to do is to hide someplace quick, because I know that sailor's looking for you. In the meantime, I tell you what, I'll go out and scout around and see if he went to your room or your office.
Yeah, do that, Amos. And in case you run into that sailor, tell him that you don't know where I is, and that I'm going to be there for a long time.
All right, Andy. So long.
So long.
Now, look here, Andy. Now, don't get cold feet on this lunchroom idea. What you need most is safety, and my professional advice to you is to go to jail and get it.
I don't like the whole idea, Kingfish. Eating a lot of steaks and not paying for them.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Of all the ways to get in jail, Andy, that is not only the most honorable, but by far the most nourishing.
No, Kingfish. I is against that lunchroom idea.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. By the way, I just talked to Henry Van Porter on the phone, and he is carrying life insurance on this fellow Harold Adams.
Oh, what'd he say about him?
Henry seen him. He said, without knowing the facts of what happened, it looked like the boy got hit by a train.
Kingfish, where is the nearest lunchroom?
Well, Andy's one purpose is to get arrested and be put in jail for 30 days. From reports Andy has gotten, the sailor is looking everywhere for him. At the moment, Andy and the Kingfish are sitting in a restaurant, having just finished one of the biggest meals the boys have ever consumed.
Well, Andy, how about another steak?
No, Kingfish, please, no. I already had 6 steaks. I tell you, Kingfish, when they take me to jail, instead of putting me in a cell, they ought to hang me in the icebox. You know that?
Well, look, Andy, here come the waiter now with a check. Now, remember, all you got to do is to have him call the manager over and then refuse to pay the thing, refuse to wash dishes, anything else. Yeah. I'll be running along. Look like you're all set.
Yeah, well, so long, Kingfish.
So long, Andy. When the patrol wagon takes you away, I'll be out in front waving to you.
Okay.
Here's your check, sir.
Oh, yeah. Say, call the manager here, will you?
Yes, sir. There is over there. Oh, Mr. Bernard.
$16.95. Boy, that ought to do it.
Yes, what is it, waiter?
This gentleman here want to see you.
Yes, Miss Manager. My name is Andrew Brown. I got something to tell you.
Pardon me, but ain't you a member of the Mystic Knights of the Sea?
Yeah, that's right. Look, you ain't going to like this, but I'm telling you right now.
My name is Bernard, and by the way, I'm coming up for membership in that lodge. I certainly would appreciate it if you put in a good word for me with the brothers.
Yeah. Well, now about this check
the
here.
Check? Oh, Mr. Brown, forget it. I'm tearing that up right now. This check is on the house.
Look, Kingfish, we got to be walking on the street right out in the open this way. That sailor might be right around here someplace anytime.
Well, now, don't worry, Andy. We're just going up to the corner here.
Yeah, well, I hope this thing you got in mind now is going to work out better than that lunchroom idea worked.
Oh, I guarantee it, Andy. This one is pulling the fire alarm box when there ain't no fire.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a show thing. Huh?
It can't miss. The smartest brains in the country gets in jail this way.
The only thing is you sure I can get 30 days for doing that? Pulling a fire alarm box don't sound too reporting to me.
Reporting? Why, Andy, does you realize what happened when somebody turned in a false alarm? Them firemen start into action, start sliding down that brass pole, skinning up the shins, piling on top of each other. Oh, it's a mess around the firehouse. Oh, Andy, when you turn in a false alarm, you doing plenty of damage.
I guess that's right, yeah.
Yeah, well, now, here it is, Andy, here it is, right there on the lamppost. Now, go to work on it, son, and I'll be a witness when the cop comes and start asking you questions.
Yeah, how do I do this now? Oh, yeah, here, see on
the directions right there.
Yeah, on the box here. To send fire alarm, lift guard, then pull handle.
Yeah, now a bell goes off in the box, but don't let it scare you.
Yeah, well, here goes.
Yeah, there she goes, Andy. You was halfway to the station house right now.
Yeah, good luck to me, good luck to me.
Yeah, I'll bring you some hot soup and chicken down to jail tomorrow and next day. You'll be hungry by then.
Yeah, thank you, Kingfish.
Yeah, I might even bring you down a calendar, kind of help pass the time away there.
Yeah, that's a good idea, yeah.
Look, Andy, look. Here come the policeman running down the street now.
Yeah.
Here he comes.
Yeah, well, goodbye, Kingfish.
Yeah, so long, Andy. I got some pull down there at the jail, and after you get settled, I'll try to get you moved over to the left wing. That's the sunny side.
Yeah, thank you, Kingfish. Thank you again. Here comes the cop now.
Who pulled that fire alarm?
I done it, officer. I done it.
Yeah, sir, that's right, officer. He done it. That man right there done it. I seen him do it myself.
So you did it, huh? Good work, fella.
Officer, did you say good work?
Yes. Here come the fire engines. Look at that building smoke over there. Well, they might be able to save it, thanks to you.
Oh, there you is, Miss Andy. I've been looking all over for you.
Yeah, well, what you want?
I'll say, Miss Andy, now what you doing painting on the wall of the public library?
Look, Lightning, I ain't got no time to talk to you. I'm busy here defacing public property.
I said, well, what I want to tell you was that I see the sailor that was looking for you. He was over at your office, and he done went up to your room, and I thought that I ought to come right over here and tell you.
Oh, you're closing in on me, huh? Oh, me. He's big, ain't he, Lightning?
Yeah, sir. When I first looked at him, I thought he had boxing gloves on his hands.
Yeah. Well, did he?
No, just hands. He sure is big, though. He got knuckles that look like walnuts.
Where's that Kingfish?
There he is, Miss Andy, coming around the corner there now.
Yeah, well, get out of here, Lightning. I got to do some more painting here.
There he is, officer. There he is, officer. Right there. Defacing public property in broad daylight.
Hey, you. What do you think you're doing painting on the public library?
Oh, how you do, officer? I just playing a friendly game of tic-tac-toe here with myself.
Oh, you are now, are you?
Yes, sir. And I done already won 2 games. That's me right there, the X's. The O's ain't won a game yet.
Well, you can just come right along with me. From now on, you'll be playing your tic-tac-toe in the city jail.
Oh, thank you, officer, thank you. I sure appreciate this.
Andrew Brown, you are accused of willfully defacing public property. Have you anything to say in defense of yourself?
Yes, sir. I plead guilty.
You plead guilty?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I has done broke the law by defacing public property, and I has ready to pay the penalty. I done something that I oughta ain't done, and I knows it. Defacing property is a bad thing. Now, I don't blame the policeman one bit for arresting me. He was 100% right, and I was 100% wrong. So whatever you decide to do, Your Honor, it's all right with me.
Never in all my years on the bench have I heard a more honest, more sincere confession. Andrew Brown, you have committed a misdemeanor, but your statement proves that at heart you're an honest, law-abiding citizen. Andrew Brown, I'm going to be lenient with you.
Oh, please, Your Honor.
I'm going to sentence you to 30 days in the city jail.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
But I'm going to suspend the sentence.
Boys, I am just about at the end of my rope.
Yeah, well, I told you that getting arrested idea was no good, Andy.
Yeah, Andy, it looked like they got you at the jail's pegged as an undesirable character.
Yeah, sure is.
Look, Andy, I don't know if you was doing the right thing or not. You can't run away from nobody day after day, no matter how hard you try to do it. You know, I've been thinking the thing over, and it seemed to me that the thing you ought to do is to see this sailor and then explain to him that you didn't mean to go out with his gal.
Yeah, you're right, Amos. That's exactly right. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Yeah, well, if that's what you want to do, Andy, I'll be happy to get you an oxygen tent wholesale.
Listen, Kingfish, I is through running and hiding. You hear that? Is I a man or a mouse?
I don't know.
I'm going to face this sailor once and for all. I'm going to go...
Miss Andy, the sailor's coming in the front entrance of the lodge hall, and he's coming back here.
Well, it looks like this is it, fellas.
Andy, the thing for you to do is to... Kingfish, where's Andy?
Under the desk. When an emergency comes up, that boy is really fast. Stay under that desk, son.
There he comes.
Hello, gent. I'm looking for a certain fella.
I think I'll get on out of here.
I don't know who you looking for, mister, but I can tell you this much, he ain't here.
Who are you?
Who is I? Who, me? Well, I is George Stevens, the Kingfish of the Lodge, the Mr. Knights of the Sea.
I'm looking for Andrew Brown.
Andrew Brown, huh? You know that name sounds familiar.
Yeah, I heard he was your best friend.
Yeah, well, then maybe that's why it sounds so familiar to me.
Mister, I happen to know this fella, Andrew Brown, and he is a nice fella when you get to know him. He wouldn't do nothing wrong.
Where can I find this fella, Brown? I want to see him and see him in a hurry.
Well, now, there's a funny thing. He just left here a few minutes ago. He going down to Texas, and he ain't never coming back. He going into the lasso business down there, something like that. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, listen here. Hey, wait a minute. Who's that under the desk there?
I don't see nothing.
What you mean you don't see nothing? There's a man there, ain't it?
Oh, under the desk. Oh, yeah. Well, that's my secretary. You see, we a little cramped for room here, and he do all his work down there.
Hey, you. What's your name?
Who, me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Don't tell him, Andy.
Andy, huh? Andy Brown, in other words.
Oh, me.
Well, you done it, Kingfish.
I thought you said he was on his way to Texas.
Yeah, he going the wrong direction, ain't he? Good thing we caught him there, yeah.
I've been looking all over for you, Brown.
Yes, I know, mister, but I can explain everything. Honest, I can.
Yeah, there's nothing to explain.
Oh, me, I sure wish you would consider everything careful before you do nothing about your girl.
Look, Brown, I happen to be Mabel Green's brother. Mabel told me that you was the only fellow that took her out while I was gone that acted like a gentleman.
Mister, you mean you didn't come here to beat me up?
Beat you up? I come here to thank you.
Oh, you don't mind if I sit down, do you?
Oh, go ahead and unlax, Andy.
You know, Mabel's very fond of you, Brown, and her happiness means a lot to me.
Yes, sir.
When I was on the high seas, I like to know that she's keeping good company while I was away.
Yeah, well, I likes her a lot, and I wants to give her all my time, if it's all right with you.
I'll say it's all right with me. By the way, I know it costs money to go out, so I want you to take this $20 for you to spend on yourself and Mabel. Buying theater tickets and stuff like that.
Oh, I couldn't take that money. I just couldn't.
Oh, all right.
Well, as long as you put it that way,
Oh, Andy, isn't it beautiful? I could sit here in the park with you forever.
Yeah, Mabel, I is lucky I ain't sitting someplace else. You know, it's nice to have a sweet gal like you.
Oh, and darling, I'm lucky I've got you, too.
And, baby, for the next couple of weeks, I'm going to show you the time of your life. We is going to the movies and the shows and the nightclubs. Oh, I tell you, honey, we is really going to town.
Oh, Andy, that sounds wonderful. But can we afford to go to all those places?
Oh, sure, yeah. Why, I has done already bought the tickets for 3 shows.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, I bought them in advance. Oh, I tell you, honey, these next few weeks, they're going to be the happiest weeks of my life.
Oh, Andy, Andy. I'll always remember this day and this bench here in the park.
Yeah. Darling, let's call this our bench.
Oh, Andy, you're so romantic.
Yeah. Look, honey, I know what I'm going to do. Look here. Now watch this. See there?
Oh.
Years from now, when we come back here, we'll always know this bench.
Oh, Andy, that's such a sweet sentiment.
Yeah. Now there you is. Look at that. Ain't that pretty, honey?
Hey, you. What are you doing there?
Nothing, officer.
Oh, it's you, huh? Defacing public property again.
What you mean?
Cutting hearts in a park bench and violating your parole, too. Come along with me. You'll get 30 days this time.
Be sure to listen for the Amos and Andy Show next Friday night at this same time, when Amos and Andy will have as their guest the Academy Award winner, Mr. Paul Lucas. It's certain to be a half hour of great entertainment. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I say goodnight, just one more thing. Friends, the fact that cooking fats and more meats are ration-free now doesn't mean that you should slow up in saving used fats. The need is as urgent as ever, and now that it's so much easier for you to save them, you should be taking to your meat dealer an even greater amount than you used to save. That used fat is needed in the production of vital war materials and for life-saving medicines for the men in the services. And you'll still get 2 extra ration points and 4 cents for every pound of used fats you turn in. So let's really try. At least double the amount you used to save. Thank you, and good night.
Andy, come on, let's go.
Wait a minute, Amos. What's going on here?
It's the Amos and Andy Show. Yes, welcome to the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the Motion Picture Academy Award winner, Mr. Paul Lucas. And now, to our stars and their show. Here are Amos and Andy and their guest for tonight, Mr. Paul Lucas. Last night, the monthly meeting of the Women's Auxiliary was held at the Lodge Hall. The married men took advantage of the evening off and went to the neighborhood movie theater, where they saw 4 full-length features and selected shorts. Andy went with the boys, and at the moment they're all in the office discussing the show.
Well, considering everything, it was a pretty good show last night for 20 cents.
Yeah, when you get 4 feature pictures for that money, that's a bargain. Yeah, they was all good, too.
Yeah, but I can't figure out these moving picture companies, though. Now, take that one picture there. They started it off in Technicolor and ended it up regular.
Oh, what you talking about, Andy? You fell asleep there for an hour and a half, and you see the beginning of one picture and the end of another one.
Oh, that was it, huh? I thought that story was a little jumpy. I couldn't figure out why this Russian soldier bails out of an airplane with a parachute, and later on he turns out to be Andy Hardy.
I remember, Miss Andy, when you used to sleep all day in the picture show.
Quiet, Lightning, quiet. You know, there was another picture they had there that I didn't understand. That spy story. And I was awake during the whole thing, too.
Oh, didn't understand it, huh?
No.
You know, Andy, whether you was awake or asleep, the results seemed to be the same.
Yeah, well, what was it that bothered you about the spy story, Andy?
Well, in the first place, it just wasn't natural to have an enemy spy living right here in New York.
Oh, look, Andy, that could happen. I read in the paper only the other day that they caught an enemy spy over in Brooklyn. His next-door neighbor got suspicious of him, reported it to the FBI. They investigated the thing, and they found out the man really was a spy, and they arrested him. The fella that reported him got a big reward for it, too.
Reward in money, huh?
Talking about spies, you know, I took that job down at the hotel, and I was just thinking, there's a fella living down there that could be a spy. I know he ain't using his right name, at least he don't answer to it.
Well, that don't mean nothing, Lightning. I used to call on a gal, and her papa was a truck driver. I told him my name was Frank Smith. That didn't mean I was a spy, though, did it?
No, sir.
It's just that I didn't want to get kicked down the steps under my own name.
This fella at the hotel calls himself Gordon. He even talks like a spy to me. Mr. Gordon has got some kind of accent in the middle of his voice, and he don't talk good English.
Well, that don't prove nothing neither, Lightning. After all, when it comes to using the United States language in good grammars, why, it ain't everybody that speak good English like we done do.
Yeah, that's right. And when we do's it, we speaks it fluently, too.
Hey, look, fellas, Lightning might be wrong about this whole thing, but at the same time, he might have something there. I don't know.
Yeah, he might at that, you know it. And with a chance of a reward, say, we don't want to let no spies slip through our fingers here. Say, what kind of work do you do at the hotel, Lightning?
Vacuuming and emptying waste baskets and stuff like that. They told me that I was supposed to do everything that's too heavy for a maid to do, but not heavy enough to hire a man for.
Look here, Lightning, listen. The idea done hit me in the head here. When you go up there this afternoon to work around, keep your eyes open and see what you can find out.
Yeah, and look here. When you was vacuuming around there, and this is reporting, Lightning, now listen. When you was vacuuming, work as close to the man as you can so that you don't miss a word he say.
Yes, I'll do that.
And there's an old detective trick that you can use with that vacuuming, too. In case you sees any suspicious papers around there when the man is in the room, all you got to do is kind of sweep them up in the vacuum, and when you gets out in the hall, you empties the bag, and there they is.
Yeah, Lightning, that's right. You might even put the vacuum on the dresser and suck up anything that's laying around there, too.
Well, Paul Lucas, I finally found you.
Come in, Richard. So Warner Brothers have transferred you to their New York office, huh?
That's right. They made me the Eastern representative. Say, Paul, what's the idea of all this secrecy?
You mean registering in this hotel under the name of Gordon?
Yeah.
No, it's just because my doctor wants me to take complete rest, and so for a few days I'm hiding out here.
Well, tell me, Paul, have you read over the script of your next picture?
Yes, I have, Richard, and to be perfectly frank, I'm not too happy with it.
Hmm?
For one thing, it's a Nazi picture, and I would like a different type of part. Then on top of that, it's the kind of story that would have some comedy in it, but there is none.
What, have you spoken to Jack Warner about all this, Paul?
No, but I have a call in for Hollywood now. I expect to talk to him around 5 o'clock.
I'm sure he'll straighten everything out. Oh, say, before I forget it, my little niece wants an autographed picture of you. I dug up this old one. Would you mind signing this?
Oh, yes, this one in this Nazi uniform.
Yeah.
Just lay it on the desk there. I'll sign it before you go, Richard. I don't have a pen right here. Oh, come in.
Hello, Mr. Gordon.
Not again, please. You have vacuumed the room 5 times today.
Yeah, so, well, I'm just trying to keep the floor from getting dirtied up with suspicious papers. Here's some stuff that I got in the last load. You can have it back. It don't prove nothing.
Thank you. You know, Richard, this hotel has the most amazing type of service I've ever known. They not only sweep your place 5 times a day, but whatever they sweep up, they bring back.
Yes, I can see that.
Now, look here, young fellow.
Yeah.
This time, would you do me the favor of starting in the bedroom? You haven't been in there for a half an hour, and it must be filthy.
Yeah, so I'll start vacuuming in the bedroom, Mr. Gordon.
Richard, I have never known such service in my life. The carpets in this hotel can't last a week.
Well, I shouldn't imagine the guest would last that long.
Now, Richard, to go back to my attitude about my career, I feel very strongly about this Nazi business.
Well, I can understand why you're concerned, but I think you're wrong.
Possibly, Richard, yes, but don't you see how it might affect my future? Of course, I realize that the Nazi angle has a tremendous following.
Certainly, that's why there's a lot of money in it.
Well, that's true, but suppose we look at it another way.
How's that?
Offhand, I would say that the thing to consider is the question of a young man turned that off.
Yeah, sir.
And I would appreciate it very much if you would take the vacuum cleaner out from between my legs.
Yeah, sir.
I thought I asked you to start in the bedroom.
Yeah, sir. I sure finished quick, didn't I?
Richard, suppose we go in the other room.
Yeah, that's all right with me.
Me too.
No, you stay here. Come, Richard, this matter is very important to me. We can talk about it inside.
Well, it's worth trying.
Now, you remember when I was making confessions of a Nazi spy?
I remember very well.
Oh, Richard, don't look now, but I think we are being followed. What can I do? Oh, I have it. Let's go in here. This will be our sanctuary. Now, as I was saying, Richard, the important thing in this question is that... Oh, shut that off!
Yeah, sir.
Since when do you vacuum a tile floor?
So you really think the man is a spy, huh, Lightning?
Yeah, sir. I heard him and another man talking about Nazis and all that stuff. He was even talking about one time when he had to confess because he was a Nazi spy.
Yeah, well, fellows, I think we got something here.
I said, well, this ought to prove it. Look here. Here's a picture of him that I done picked up off his desk.
Oh, yeah. And in a Nazi uniform. Look at there. Fellows, that settles it.
You know, Andy, there'd be a big reward for capturing a big spy like this. Yeah, but we really got to get the goods on him.
Yeah, well, how you going to do that?
And I got an idea. Listen, Andy, if we could get up there and talk to this guy and tell him that we is spies too, he might open up and tell us everything.
Yeah, you got something there.
And that's what we're going to do. Look here. We're going up to see Mr. Gordon. And remember, we is two of the most desperate spies in the country.
Hello? Jack Warner? Oh, yes, put him on, please. Hello. Hello, Jack. Yes, I am going under the name of Gordon. What? Well, the picture script is all right, Jack, but for one thing, I think that it needs a big comedy situation in the middle someplace. That's right, exactly. Yes. Well, the other thing that bothers me is that I'm not too keen about playing the part of a Nazi. You have me cast there as a saboteur, blowing up bridges and doing many things which... Oh, hold it a minute, Jack. There is somebody knocking. Always when I'm talking long distance.
Miss Gordon, we'd like to speak to you.
Oh, yes, private if we can.
Well, come in. I have an important telephone call in the other room. Excuse me, please. Sit down.
Oh, yeah. Keep your ears open, Andy. Yeah.
Hello, Jack. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Yes, as I was saying, I don't like the idea of blowing up bridges.
Andy, there's our man.
Yes, I know, Jack, but all of this blowing up bridges and dynamiting railroads and general destruction of property, all of this may hurt my popularity.
Yeah, he's right. That ain't exactly the way to make friends.
Yeah, the boy ain't no sissy, is he?
Well, now that sounds a little better, Jack. What? Ah, yes. I'll speak to you again in a day or two. Well, you are the boss. All right, Jack. Goodbye now.
Now, don't forget, Andy, we got to act like spies.
Yeah.
All right, now, boys, what can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Gordon, let me introduce myself. My name is Mr. X47.
I'm happy to know you.
And my friend here is Mr. X94. He got in later than I did.
Glad to know you, Mr. Pardon me, I didn't get your number.
Number? I don't know what you mean.
Oh, you can trust us, Mr. Gordon.
Yeah, now, look here. We is all in this spy thing together. Great business, ain't it?
I don't think I quite understand.
Now, look here. We'll give it to you straight from the shoulder. You is a spy, and we is spies.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but don't worry, Mr. Gordon. We ain't going to try to cut you out or nothing. There's enough work here for everybody.
On this blowing up bridges and all that stuff, we was even thinking of merging with you.
Merging?
Yeah, we could pool our dynamite and really do something worthwhile, I figure.
Yeah, do that sound interesting to you?
You are thoroughly convinced I'm a spy?
Oh, we'll take your word for it. A spy with an honest face like you ain't gonna lie.
Now, this merger you were talking about, have you some plans?
Oh, yeah, sir. We got some plans all worked out. And if you ain't doing nothing tonight, well, we'd like to have you join us.
Yeah, and bring your boss along, too.
You mean you are really planning some of the spy work tonight?
Oh, sure. We is busy with it every night. We ain't never got a minute to ourselves.
Mr. Gordon, if we told you just half of what we done in this spy business, make your eyes pop out.
I see. Well, it might be a good idea for us to get together at that. And as you suggest, I'll bring the boss. Yeah. Where do we meet?
Well, now, I'll tell you a good place. Under the wharf at 38th Street and the river. We'll start from there. We'll blow up docks, dynamite railroads, burn warehouses, wreck factories, or we'll really make a night of it.
Shall we make it about 10 o'clock tonight?
Let's make it 8. My wife don't like me to stay out late.
Well, since Andy and the Kingfish are convinced that Paul Lucas is a spy, they're setting a trap for him. And Lucas, being a little suspicious of the boys' activities, is doing a little trap setting himself. We find him now at FBI headquarters talking to Chief Murdoch.
Chief Murdoch, it is quite possible that I'm unnecessarily alarmed about this situation.
Not at all, Mr. Lucas, not at all. Our business is to track down every suspicious incident, whether it might turn out to be a wild goose chase or not.
Having spoken to these men, frankly, it hardly seems possible that they are capable of doing these things which they claim to have done.
Well, you never can tell. They've got some funny ducks doing that kind of work.
And the reason I came here was that if they are really spies, I never would have forgiven myself.
Of course not. I'll tell you what we'll do, Mr. Lucas. You meet these fellows by the wharf at the appointed time. I'll have one of my men go along with you, a fellow by the name of Carter. He knows exactly what to do in handling these cases.
I'll do just as you say.
Well, from what you tell me, fellas, it sure sounds like this man Gordon ain't up to no good.
Oh, there ain't no two ways about it. He's a big spy, all right.
Oh, that's right. Why, this fella might be Matter Harry himself.
Yeah, well, what is you figuring on doing about it? Is you going to tell the police now?
No, not yet, we ain't. If they gets in on it too soon, we're going to have to split the reward. Listen, we has done set a trap already, and we're leaving right now to meet the spies. We're going to get the police in later.
Well, I got to admit, this is a great thing that you're doing here, fella.
Oh, I can't wait. Come on, Kingfish.
It sure take a lot of courage.
Let's get going.
And a lot of bravery, too.
We is on our way.
Of course, you're liable to get shot.
Hold it. Right.
Wait a minute. Now, look, Andy, don't get cold feet now. If there was any danger in this thing, I wouldn't be in it myself.
Yeah, but instead of meeting them under that wharf, though, why couldn't we meet them in front of the police station?
Andy, ain't you ashamed of yourself? Suppose Paul Revere done talk that way you talking now.
Yeah, well, was he tracking down spies?
Oh, certainly. Don't you remember that famous poem, Hardly a Man is Now Alive Who Don't Remember Paul Revere Tracking Down Spies? Oh, that was a great verse.
Say, how is you fellas going to work this whole thing anyway?
Well, we got it all figured out, Amos. We meets them down at the wharf where it's dark. Then we finds out where they is going to blow up something, and we goes along with them.
Yeah, but one thing. I stops. And I plays like I'm going to call up my girl.
Yeah, that's right. That's what you do.
And then I calls the police, tells them all about it, tips them off so they can meet us there, and we're going to catch them in the act.
Yeah, well, fellas, I tell you what, thinking this thing over and everything, well, you sure doing a patriotic thing here, all right, and I just want to say good luck to both of you.
Come on, Andy. If this thing is a success, we is liable to get the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Yeah, and if something blows up under us, we're liable to get the Flying Cross, too. Kingfish, listen, I don't know whether we ought to come down here or not. Sure is spooky down here under this wharf.
Yeah, well, I've been in better places. Ain't no doubt about that.
Yeah. Oh, man, I don't see no sign of him yet.
Oh, he'll be here, and like you say, he'll bring the boss, too. And you sure don't look much like a spy with them white tennis shoes on.
Yeah, well, in case I got to do any running, I wants my feet to take hold. Say, Kingfish, how long has we been here?
What does you mean, how long we've been here? Maybe 15 seconds?
Yeah, well, you think there's any point in waiting any longer?
Andy, will you please calm down?
Hello. Hello there.
Wait a minute, here they come. How is you? This is X47 and X94. Advance and give the password, which is dynamite makes right.
Dynamite makes right.
Okay, friend, proceed down here.
Well, we meet again.
Yeah, it's nice to see you. Pardon the tennis shoes I got on. I just come off the courts.
I would like you to meet our boss here, Mr. Carter.
How is you, old boy?
Yeah, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance.
Boys, it's a pleasure to meet you. Did you bring some dynamite with you?
Well, with us? You see...
funny thing, just at the last minute we discovered we was clean out of dynamite, and just our luck, all the stores was closed. Yeah.
I think Carter here has enough for our needs.
Why, yeah, sure. There's enough here in this package to blow up the whole town.
Well, yeah, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Where are you going to do this job so we can get over there?
Well, boys, I think we'll start work right here, huh? We blow this wharf and the warehouse goes right with it.
Wait a minute, though, Mister. I thought we was just meeting here.
Well, this is a good place to start. Don't you think so, Gordon?
Yeah.
This place is on the list, too, ain't it, Gordon?
Yeah.
You're with us on this, ain't you, X47?
Yeah, sure.
Why don't we leave here and blow up something someplace else?
Yeah, someplace near a telephone.
This is no time to argue. Come on, no time to argue. Carter, the dynamite.
Okay, I'll unwrap it here. I think there's 24 sticks here.
That's good. That makes 6 apiece.
6 apiece? Kingfish, I got to make a telephone call.
Yeah, come on, I'll show you where the nearest phone is. Come on.
Stop. No one leaves here until the job is done.
Here, buddy. Here's 6 sticks for you.
Yeah, sir, yeah.
Be careful, Andy. Where's that cigar stump you had?
I swallowed it.
Give the other man his 6 sticks and let's get to work.
Well, I don't want to take none of that.
Here, take him.
Yeah, sir, yeah.
Somebody take this dynamite I got, will you? I can't hold it no longer.
Now, careful, do not drop that.
Oh, me, Kingfish, I wish I was back in Harlem.
If you drop that dynamite, you're liable to be in Harlem, Brooklyn, and the Bronx all at the same time. Hold on.
Mister, could we leave here so I could talk to my gal?
Yes, I'd like to talk to his gal, too, mister.
Yeah. Here, mister, take this stuff. It wouldn't be fair for us to use your dynamite no way.
See you again sometime, Spies, old boy.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
All right, Mr. Lucas, all right. I think I've heard enough. These guys are phonies.
Well, wait a minute, Mr. Gordon.
My name is not Gordon. My name is Paul Lucas.
Paul Lucas?
And this gentleman here happens to be an FBI man.
I don't know what you men are up to, but we'll certainly find out down at headquarters.
Well, now, wait just a minute, mister. Well, look here, mister. I tell you the truth now. We just thought this man here was a spy, and we was trying to trap him by saying that we were spies ourselves.
Yeah, sir, that's right, mister. Honest. The only thing I ever blowed up in my whole life was a balloon.
Well, we'll get to the bottom of this. I can promise you that.
Oh, well, please, mister, you can't take us down to headquarters.
Well, didn't you say you were espionage agents?
Yeah, sir, we is that all right, but I declare we ain't spies.
Yes, Jack, yes. That's the whole story. It all happened since I last talked with you on the phone. I think it's very funny. Of course. Oh, yes. From overhearing the conversation with you on the phone and seeing the picture of me in the Nazi uniform, they decided I was an enemy spy, and then they went through all this trouble to trap me. What? Oh, that's a good idea. Yes, I'd be glad to do it. What's that? Oh, the 2 men. They released them immediately. Yes, I'll go up and see them, Jack. Yes. Well, the whole thing just proves once again that truth is stranger than fiction.
Oh, I tell you, Kingfish, I was still nervous about that whole spy thing.
Yeah, it turned out to be a mess, didn't it? When we planned the thing and worked it all out, I thought we was on the right track there.
Well, it ain't no harm done as long as you didn't get in no serious trouble.
Yeah, well, it's just that we... wait a minute. Come in.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Oh, hello, Mr. Lucas.
Dynamite makes right. May I come in?
Yeah, sir. Sit down, Mr. Lucas. Here, take this chair right here.
Yeah. Thank you. And, my friend from the hotel. How are you?
I'm pretty good, thank you, sir.
Now, the reason I'm here, gentlemen...
Well, now, wait just a minute, Mr. Lucas. Now, look here. Now, I'm going to tell you, before you say anything, I just want you to know right now that all that spy stuff wasn't our fault. Lightning here is the man that started the whole thing, planned it all out, or he's the one, he ain't got no sense. He's the one that he done cost us a lot of money in his life. I tell you, he ain't no good. Lightning is the one that's responsible.
Yeah.
But Kingfish...
Quiet, Lightning. Let somebody else talk, will you? That's right, what the Kingfish say, Mr. Lucas. The whole thing was Lightning's idea.
Well, then, Lightning, I have something to say to you.
Yeah, sir.
Now, this whole spy idea is going to be used in my next picture. And in appreciation for your efforts, my studio would like to present you with this $100 bill.
What? For Lightning?
$100 bill just for what I done.
That's right. And I personally will give you another $50, too.
What's that for?
If you promise never to vacuum my room again.
Next Friday evening at this same time, there will be another Amos and Andy show. At that time, Andy gets in a jam that could happen to you. Did you ever get suspicious when somebody gave you something? Well, tune in next Friday night. Our thanks to Mr. Paul Lucas for appearing with us tonight. He is currently starred in the Warner Brothers picture Uncertain Glory. The Amos and Andy show is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I say goodnight, one more reminder. It's so much easier for you ladies to save used fats now, what with rationing off so many things. You ought to be doubling and tripling the amount you turn in. It's more urgently needed than ever for precious medicines and supplies. And you'll get 4 cents and 2 red points for every pound you turn in. Thank you, and good night.
The Amos and Andy program has been delayed a few minutes in order to bring you the latest news from the NBC newsroom in New York. Here is Don Hollenbeck.
Allied armies in Normandy pushed closer tonight to their immediate objectives, the port of Cherbourg and the railway town of Caen, 10 miles inland. An American flying wedge of parachute troops and infantrymen has cut the main line of German communications to Cherbourg by capturing the town of Saint-Mère-Église, 19 miles away, and sweeping on across the main peninsular railway and the highway that runs parallel to it. Communique number 8 tonight says again, satisfactory progress. And here's a summary of the situation as Supreme Headquarters sees it. Heavy fighting in all areas, particularly around Caen, where the Germans are making a frantic effort to stop the advance of the British and Canadians. Both sides are using more and more armor. So far, the Germans haven't been able to match ours. A good many of the German strong points that had to be bypassed have now been eliminated. Weather is still foul, but supplies are getting through to the beachheads, although air activity has been cut to a minimum. Tonight's communique tells of a sea battle off Brittany before dawn today. 8 Allied destroyers, none of them American, blew up a German destroyer, ran another aground, and damaged 2 more off Ussant Island, due west of Brest. An American-led destroyer force intercepted a force of heavily armed German torpedo boats and drove them off the beachhead area in the Seine Bay, around the islands of Saint-Marcouf. Generals George Marshall and H.H. Arnold and Admiral Ernest King, our top commanders of land, sea, and air, have arrived in London to meet with the Allied High Command. Some of the problems they have to consider are these. The Allied offensive is entering its most critical phase tonight, with little prospect that the danger will pass for at least 10 days more. The biggest ally the Germans have had so far is the weather. It has delayed the unloading of our supplies, and the beachhead just doesn't get along without supplies. We're getting stuff ashore despite this break. When the weather does turn fine, everybody will breathe easier, except the Germans. Our air punch, too, depends on weather. The Allies need this great striking power to keep German reserves out of the battle. Days of idleness for this air punch mean just that many more German reserves for the ground forces to handle. But one great advantage the Allies possess is initiative. Our commanders know where we're going, and the Germans don't. They must scatter their defense, and Rommel cannot be at all certain that this Normandy landing is the real Allied blow. With control of the seas, the Allies can go anywhere they wish. Now some invasion impressions from various observers at the front. One of the biggest groups of American casualties and German prisoners of war came into a British port early Saturday invasion time. Many of those injured were airborne troops with broken legs. Most of the prisoners are described as a sorry-looking lot. The Berlin radio tonight says Marshal Rommel looks as if he has been losing sleep. Well, that's one German report. It's a pleasure to believe. And in case the German people are wondering why Goebbels hasn't done a little article on the invasion, the Berlin radio explains today that Goebbels' paper Das Reich had gone to press just too early for the big doings, so he got scooped. And finally, one lonely Japanese has showed up on the German side in Normandy, not as a soldier, just as a ditch digger. Americans who put him in the prisoner cage with some of the master race said he looked so sorry. Now a roundup of news on the other fronts today. The Japanese fleet, which has been so coy, has been leading with its chin. Tonight, General MacArthur's headquarters announces the sinking of 4 Japanese destroyers off the western coast of New Guinea by Mitchell bombers. A day or two, Liberators damaged a heavy cruiser. Shortly before that, another destroyer had been sunk. General progress is reported on the Asian mainland, except at Changsha, where the showdown battle is developing. More good news from the western oceans. A joint Anglo-American statement tonight says Allied shipping losses during May in the Atlantic were the lowest by far of any month of the war. For every United Nations ship sunk, several German submarines are being sent to the bottom, Allied troops still have it all their own way in Italy. The whole front is now in motion, with gains up to 55 miles north of Rome. Announced today are the capture of the important towns of Viterbo and Tarquinia. Premier Bonomi, 71-year-old successor to the edged-out Badoglio, says he'll have a cabinet formed by tomorrow.
This special news report by Don Hollenbeck came to you from the NBC newsroom in New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Andy, will you please come on?
Wait a minute, Amos. What's going on here?
It's the Amos and Andy Show. Well, things are normal this week with Amos and Andy, which means that Andy's in trouble again. This time the trouble is in the form of some bills which he has neglected to pay. As we look in on him now, we find Andy sitting in his office talking to Fred Gwindell.
Just look at these bills all over the desk here, Fred. I wish I could think of some way to keep them from coming in here all the time. They bothers the life out of me.
Well, Brother Andy, you could get a job, you know, and pay for them.
Oh, well, they don't bother me that much.
Tell me this, Andy, who's pounding at you now?
Well, there's one firm that's really closing in on me. Let me show you a series of 3 letters I got from them.
Yeah, I'd like to hear them. Read them there.
Now, here's the first one. My dear Mr. Brown, it was with great pleasure that we received your order, and we trust that this will be the beginning of a long and happy association.
Sounds good.
Undoubtedly, due to an oversight, you have neglected to remit the $7 due us.
Sounds bad.
We hope to receive your check at your earliest convenience. You see there, Fred, they hung themselves right there when they say my earliest convenience. So happens that my earliest convenience is late this year.
Yeah, well, now, that don't sound like such a bad letter, though, Andy.
Yeah, well, let me read you the next one that I got 10 days later.
Oh.
It starts off here, Mr. Brown. Now, you see there, Fred, they left off to my dear.
Yeah.
As far as they is concerned, the honeymoon is over.
Yeah, they getting right down to business there already.
Yeah, they say here, we are at a loss to understand your failure to remit the $7 you owe us. We trust that you will send this to us without further delay. You notice, Fred, they didn't say a word in there about our happy association. Then they go on to say here, we must insist that you send us your check by return mail so as not to impair our cordial relations. Now they're dragging my relations in it. My relations ain't got no more money than I have.
Yeah, well, I guess they don't care who pays the money as long as they gets paid.
Yeah, well, here's the last one I got. This is where our romance finally busted up good. Starts off here, Dear Sir, unless we receive the $7 you owe us within the next 24 hours, our lawyers will take the necessary legal steps. And there you is. That's the whole picture. From love to jail in 3 letters. I tell you, Fred, I done lost all confidence in humanity. You know that?
Yeah, well, I see what you mean, Andy. But you didn't tell me this. What is the $7 for the days after? What did you buy?
I didn't buy nothing.
No.
The Comfy Collar Shirt Company done sent me some shirts free of charge, and now they're trying to make me pay for them.
Free of charge?
Yeah.
I never heard of nobody sending out shirts without charging for them, though.
Well, that's the imprint they give you from their advertisement that I got in the mail. But here it is, right here. You can see for yourself.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. Let me see here. Say, your name has been given to us as a prominent businessman, one who appreciates fine merchandise. Will you allow us to send you 4 shirts which you may examine free of charge? These shirts are the best $1.75 value to be found anywhere today. However, if by any chance you do not like them, you may return them to us within 5 days. Well, Andy, that's what you ought to done. You ought to sent the shirts back.
They said to return them if I didn't like them, but I liked them.
Yeah, well, I grant you that, Andy. The ad is a little confusing, but no matter how you read it, you still got to pay them for the shirts or send them the shirts back, one of the two.
You know, Fred, you was beginning to sound like you was on their side. I ain't got no money and the shirts is gone.
Well, can't you get them back, Andy?
No, I can't get them back, and I'll tell you why.
Why?
The day that the shirts was delivered, it was Amos's birthday.
Yeah.
I was sitting here in the office when Amos walked in. I done clean forgot about Amos's birthday, and I didn't get him no present, and there was nothing I could do but give him the shirts.
Yeah, well, Amos is a pretty good friend of yours. Why don't you try to get him to give you the shirts back again?
Yeah, I guess that's the only thing to do to stay out of trouble. I'm going to call him on the phone.
Is that you, Amos?
Yes, honey.
Oh, I'm so glad you got home. Andy called a little while ago.
Oh, what do you want, honey?
He asked me about those 4 shirts that he gave you for your birthday about 2 months ago. He wanted them back.
Wanted them back?
That's right. He said he's been thinking it over, and he doesn't think those shirts are right for you. You know, that green polka dot one and the pink one and the other 2. He says he wants to get those back and get you 4 new ones sometime.
Yeah, well, what did you tell him, honey?
I was so embarrassed I didn't know what to tell him for a second. I finally said they were all in the laundry and wouldn't be back for a couple of weeks. You remember, Amos, you gave all those shirts to Ralph Jenkins.
Yeah, that's right. I remember we discussed the whole thing, too. The shirts was too big for me, and we said that it wasn't right with the clothes shortage to leave them shirts laying in the drawer, that we ought to give them to somebody that really needed them.
Yes, and I didn't want to tell Andy about it because I didn't want to hurt his feelings after he'd done all that shopping.
Yeah, well, we just got to stick to that story and tell him that they is in the laundry and they won't be back for a long time.
And so, Kingfish, in a nutshell, there's the mess I is in. I can't get the shirts back in time.
Yeah, I see what you mean there, Brother Andy, but how does this concern me?
Well, I want you to help me, Kingfish, because I know you is like a eel when it comes to squirming out of things like this.
Well, thank you, Andy. Yeah, I've done some high-class wiggling in my day.
You see, Kingfish, right now it's a race between the 4 shirts, the $7, and the lawyers. And so far, the lawyers is way ahead.
Tell me this, Andy. Suppose I does help you wiggle out of this mess. What is in it for me?
Well, of course, I ain't got no money right now. But...
Well, in that case, you've come to the wrong man. I'm strictly a cash wiggler.
Say, Kingfish, something just recurred to me.
Mm-hmm.
I is holding the IOU of yours in the amount of $3.
Yeah, well, it got to be running along now, Andy.
Wait a minute. Come back here. Wait a minute. Hold on.
What's the matter?
Besides that, it also just recurred to me that there's a law that say that nobody can't give credit for more than 60 days. And your 60 days was up 90 days ago.
Mm-hmm, yeah, and you got yourself a wiggler.
Now you're talking.
Mm-hmm.
Now, which is the best and cheapest way to get me out of this mess?
Well, now, offhand, I would say if there was some way of getting them shirts back, that would be the best.
Oh, no, not a chance. Like I told you, Amos done sent them 4 shirts to the laundry, and they ain't going to be back for 2 weeks.
Did you say 4 shirts?
Yeah, why?
Well, now, this may be just a coincidence. Maybe it don't mean nothing, but about a month ago, Amos gave 4 shirts to one of the Lodge brothers. A fellow by the name of Ralph Jenkins. Amos told Ralph that he didn't want the shirts.
Yeah, you know what kind of shirts they was?
Well, I seen him wear a couple of them. One of them was a pink one, I remember, and one was a green polka dot.
Oh, yeah. So that's what Amos done with the presents I give him, huh? Laundry. I can hardly wait for Amos' next birthday to come to don't give him nothing.
Yeah, well, now, this is the answer then to the whole thing, Andy. We'll get the shirts back from Jenkins, and we'll tell him that Amos ain't had no right to give them to him in the first place. And that if he'll keep his mouth shut about it, why, he ain't gonna get in no trouble.
Let's go, Kingfish. I just hope in the meantime that none of Jenkins' friends has had a birthday.
We left Andy and the Kingfish on their way to get back the shirts which Amos had given away to Ralph Jenkins. As we picked them up now, we discovered that the task of retrieving the shirts was not as difficult as the boys had imagined.
Kingfish, I never thought we'd get these shirts back from Ralph Jenkins as easy as this.
Yeah, lucky thing his door was open, Andy.
Going in his laundry bag and taking the shirts out, that wasn't stealing, was it, Kingfish?
Oh, of course not, Andy. We just repossessing property that didn't belong to the fellow we was taking it from in the first place. That's all right.
Yeah, well, that's all right then.
Yeah, well, now, Andy, now that you got the shirts, we better take them right down to the Comfy Collar Shirt Company and return them. Then you will square.
Yeah, well, look, the advertisement is right on my desk over there.
Yeah.
Get the address off it, will you, Kingfish?
Yeah, the address here is way downtown. Say, this really was an offer they made you, wasn't it? $1.75 value. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Didn't you read this?
Read what?
It say here, in the event that you decide not to keep these shirts, you may return them to us, providing they has not been worn.
Oh, me. You know, Kingfish, that Comfy Collar Shirt Company is out to get me.
Yeah, well, these shirts has all been wore, all right? And when that Ralph Jenkins wears shirts, he really wears them. You lucky, though, Andy. We got him away from him before the summer sets in. In the summertime, he wears his shirts on both sides.
Only in the summer, huh?
Yeah. Oh, in the winter, when he turns the shirts on the other side, he claims the buttons is chilly.
Yeah, well, I don't know what we're going to do now, Kingfish. They ain't going to take these shirts back.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. Who is this coming in here?
How do you do, gentlemen? My name is Jack Stanley. I'm looking for a Mr. Andrew Brown.
Well, I is Andrew Brown.
Well, I'm from the Comfy Collar Shirt Company.
Andrew Brown ain't in.
I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Brown. I have some great news for you. These Comfy Collar shirts that you ordered are the finest shirt value in this country today.
Yeah, but
Now, I'm the customer contact man, and it's my job to go out and straighten out little difficulties such as you've been having here with these 4 shirts before the lawyers step into the picture. Now, I can tell you, Mr. Brown, from our short acquaintance here with you, that it's not a question of money.
Money? Of course not. Where is I?
I see. Well, now, let me make a guess, Mr. Brown. You're not married. Or, are you?
Wait a minute now. You guessing both ways.
Well, now, offhand, I'd say you're a single man.
Yeah, well, what about it?
What about it? Why, Mr. Brown, have you ever thought of the beauties of matrimony? A little house in the country, a little wife to welcome you home at the end of a strenuous day, a delicious dinner on the table, and after that the laughter and the gaiety of little children in the living room. Your children. These are the beauties of matrimony. This is every man's dream. And do you know how you can make that dream come true?
How?
By wearing a comfy collar shirt.
Boy, that must be some shirt.
Sounds strange, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the greatest $1.75 value I don't ever heard of.
Well, sure, it's happened to thousands of other men, Mr. Brown, and it can happen to you, too. Now, take my own case, for instance. 6 years ago, I was a forgotten man. I was shunned by the opposite sex. My life was a lonely one. For months, the only companionship I had was the echo of my own thoughts. I was being dragged down by the chains of loneliness. And why? Why? All because of a crumpled collar.
Yeah. Well, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Mr. Brown, haven't you noticed a tendency on the part of the feminine sex to avoid you?
Well, no, I wouldn't say so, other than the fact that I can't get no dates.
Yeah, and the only reason he can't is that the gals won't go out with him. Wouldn't help him none if he was wearing a horse collar, I can tell you that.
Well, so 6 years ago, I was in the same spot until a friend, and only now do I realize what a real friend he was, told me about a comfy collar shirt. I bought a comfy collar shirt, and hardly had I gotten it on when my whole life took a different course. It became a series of parties, invitations, dates. My telephone was ringing night and day. And that could happen to you, Mr. Brown.
Well, that couldn't happen to Mr. Brown.
And why not?
His telephone done been disconnected.
No. What I'm trying to say, gentlemen, is that it's due to the comfy collar shirt that I was able to meet and marry the little wife who's waiting for me at home right now.
Pardon me, Mr. Stanley, but that don't look like a comfy collar shirt that you was wearing there now.
No, this isn't a comfy collar shirt. You see, my wife is a bad cook, and I'm trying to get rid of her. Well, Mr. Brown, have you made your decision? Are you going to send us the $7 or return the shirts, or what?
Well, tell me this, miss. If I decide to return the shirts, is they got to be like new?
Absolutely, they can't be worn.
Yeah, well, then I don't know what I'm going to do.
Well, now, let me warn you. Your decision must come by tomorrow morning, or the lawyers will come by tomorrow afternoon.
I was afraid of that.
And in leaving, let me say, if you take my advice, you'll pay for the shirts. If you don't, you're going to cause yourself a lot of trouble. Now, I hope you do the smart thing, Mr. Brown. Good day.
Kingfish, my only chance to make is to make them shirts look like they ain't been wore. You know that? And that's what I'm going to do.
Now, wait a minute. How can you unwear a shirt?
We're going to wash them, Kingfish.
Now, nothing doing, and I ain't got time right now. I'm busy.
Oh, it'll be a cinch. Lightning has got an old 5-gallon ice cream freezer down in the cellar that they use once in a while for washing clothes in. We can wash the shirts in that.
In an ice cream freezer?
That's right. It's one of them things that you can turn by hand. Come on, Kingfish, let's go over there.
And you ain't got a bigger apron than this for me, is you?
Yeah, you're getting splashed up there a little, huh? Lightning, hold it for a second.
Aye, sir.
Lightning, can you really get clothes clean in this ice cream freezer?
Yes, sir, Miss Ann. It makes good ice cream, too.
You mean you still use it for ice cream? It don't seem like a good idea to use it for both.
Well, it don't work bad, Miss Ann. The only trouble is sometimes the sheets and pillowcases come out strawberry.
Take the lid off, Lightning.
Yeah. Oh, look at them shirts in there now. They're coming along fine.
Oh, I see it is. Say, I was just thinking, before we finish it up here, though, we ought to put some starch in there. I know you're supposed to do that.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder how much we ought to put in there.
Well, that's easy to figure. We got 4 shirts in there, so we put in 4 boxes of starch.
Yeah, that's right. That ought to be enough. We don't want to put too much in there.
No. Sure, after all, when we take the shirts back, they got to look like new.
You got all the starch there, Lightning?
Yes, sir. Here it is.
Well, dump it all into thing.
Yeah, pour it in there, Lightning.
Oh, boy, don't they look pretty in there?
Yeah, look just like a frozen custard with polka dots in there.
Okay, Lightning, start turning again. Stand back, men.
Say, I wonder if we didn't put too much starch in these shirts, Andy.
Well, this is the last one. Now there's all iron.
Yeah, help me fold the sleeve back on this one, will you? Catch hold of the cuff there and push.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Now, come on, push. Push harder, a little more. Okay, that's got it.
Too much starch in there, all right. Careful now, Lightning. Don't drop them shirts. They're liable to crack off on you. Just stand them up in the corner. Say, look here. Don't you think they're going to notice this scorch we got on the front of this shirt here?
Oh, no, the starch will cover that up. We'll sprinkle some on there.
Well, as soon as Lightning come back with the wrapping paper, we'll wrap them up and take them back to the company.
Yeah, now, I was really surprised that these shirts come out as good as it did after taking the beating it did in the ice cream freezer.
Wait a minute, Kingfish. Wait a minute. Let's look at these shirts. What is the use of kidding ourselves? There ain't a chance in the world the company taking these shirts back. A 2-year-old child could see that they've been wore and done over.
You know, and I was just thinking, Amos is the cause of a lot of this trouble. If he didn't like the shirts in the first place, he ain't had no business giving them away. He ought to give them back to you. And then you could have took them back to the company unwore. You wouldn't have been in no trouble then. Instead of that, he gave them to Ralph Jenkins. He wore them, and now it's a mess.
Yeah, that was a mean trick, Amos, all right, giving away a birthday present. He is what you call the Indian receiver.
And if I was you, I would take these shirts back to the company and throw the whole blame on Amos.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going down there right now and start throwing.
Well, Anna, do you feel unlaxed since you took them shirts back to the company yesterday?
Yeah, I done told the president all about how we had to wash him in Lightning's ice cream freezer. Of course, he didn't believe me, but I told him it was an ice cream freezer, all right.
Yeah.
But I told him if there's any blame, it's all on account of Amos Jones.
Yeah, well, like I told you, Amos... wait a minute. Here come Amos now.
Yeah.
Well, hello there, boys. How is you?
What do you want, Amos?
Listen, Andy, there's something that's been bothering me for a couple of days that's kind of been on my mind. It's about them shirts.
Well, now, look, Amos, I knows all about it, and what's done is done, so just let's forget it. I give them shirts to you as a present. So them shirts and whatever happens with them shirts is your business.
Yeah, Andy is right, Amos. Right is right.
Yeah, I know, fellas, but I just wanted to tell you...
Well, here's your old customer contact man back again.
Oh, how is you, Mr. Contact?
I'm looking for a man by the name of Amos Jones. I thought you could tell me where to find him.
Yeah, he's sitting right there. That's him.
Well, what you want to see me about, mister?
Oh, Mr. Jones. I'm from the Comfy Collar Shirt Company, and now our president, Mr. Marshall, has asked me to see you.
Yeah, he's the one to see, all right.
Seems to me that you had something to do with 4 of our shirts that were washed in an ice cream freezer.
Yeah, he's your man, all right.
Wait a minute, mister. I don't...
Now, we've investigated this whole thing.
Look, mister, this is all a mystery to me.
No mystery to us, Mr. Jones. Our sales department is going to embody this in our new selling campaign because any shirt that can stand up in an ice cream freezer and come out undamaged is the nation's #1 shirt.
I still don't see...
Now, Mr. Jones, you have given us a marvelous selling point and an appreciation. We are happy to present you with this check for $50 and 4 new shirts.
Well...
Say, what's the matter with Mr. Brown there? His eyes are closed.
Yeah, he always closes them when he faints.
Be sure to tune in again next Friday night at the same time when Amos and Andy will present their closing show before leaving the air for the summer. Andy will become the owner of a used car. Don't miss it. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us, bidding all of you good night.
Andy, will you please come on?
Wait a minute, Amos. What's going on here?
It's the Amos and Andy Show. Yes, welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. Brought to you by the makers of Rinso, the soap that gets clothes Rinso White. And now to our stars, Amos and Andy. Andrew H. Brown has received many threatening letters and telephone calls during his life regarding the bills he owes around town. But today, for the first time, the head of the credit department of one of Harlem's outstanding stores is calling on Mr. Brown in person, and it looks like the gentleman means business. We find Andy sheepishly sitting at his desk as the credit manager, standing on the opposite side, tells him the facts in no uncertain terms.
Now, Brown, I'm going to tell you this straight from the shoulder, and I'm not pulling any punches.
Oh, yes.
During the past year, I have written you exactly 22 letters without the courtesy of a single reply.
I haste to write.
You do? Not only that, I have called you repeatedly, time after time, telling you that your bills must be paid, that they were 2 years past due.
Time sure flies, don't it?
Never mind that. We want our money, and we want it today.
Today?
Brown, we've come to the end of our rope. I want this account settled, and I want it settled now. From what I can understand about your credit in this community, there is no term in any credit book that can describe it. Now, I don't know what the other merchants of this community are going to do, but I can tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to demand here and now that this delinquent account be settled today.
Well, today I was a little delinky with myself.
All right, then, Brown. I want you to return the radio that you bought from us. Where is it?
Well, to tell you the truth, mister, I owed another bill, and I done sold the radio set so I could pay the other bill.
You sold our merchandise to pay another bill?
Yes, sir. You see, I owed the other bill for 3 years.
I've heard enough. I've heard enough. Now you've done something that the law can get its teeth into. For that, you can go to jail. And, Brown, I'm going to have you put there. In other words, you are going away. If that bill is not paid in cash by 3 o'clock tomorrow, I'm going to have you put in jail. And I can do it. Goodbye.
3 o'clock tomorrow. Oh, me. Why did I sell that radio set? This summer in jail. This is serious. Oh.
Well, hello there, Andy, old pal. How is you?
Hi, Kingfish.
Just happened to be passing. Thought I'd drop in. The spirit of summer is in my veins. And, of course, that brings up the subject of vacations. And, of course, my first thoughts is of you.
Yeah.
Andy, you done thought anything about going away anytime soon?
Yeah, I is.
Yes, away from the humdrum of what we has been doing.
It's away, all right. Maybe I'll humdrum on something else while I was there.
Yes, it's nice, ain't it, Andy, even to think about it.
Well...
A place that is restful, quiet, to give you a chance to be alone with your thoughts.
You're getting closer and closer.
A place that makes you feel that you was away from the outside world. A little secluded spot where people can't get to you. You ain't bothered by the telephone. Oh, summer, beautiful time of the year, ain't it, son?
Yeah, pretty all right.
Yeah, when do you think you'd like to go?
3 o'clock tomorrow.
That's pretty quick, ain't it?
Too quick. But when you gotta go, it ain't nothing you can do about it, you know.
Yeah. Well, count on me, Andy. I kind of like it myself. Where's we going?
Jail.
Yeah, that would be... what is that again you say there, Andy?
Kingfish, a man was in here 3 minutes ago. He stood right up in front of me and shook his finger in my face and told me if I didn't pay my bill by 3 o'clock tomorrow, he's going to put me in jail.
Oh, what did you buy?
A radio set 2 years ago.
Send it back.
I sold it.
They got you.
Tell me this. How can I raise $25 by tomorrow at 3 o'clock?
You know, I saw I come in here to see you. This is spoiling my vacation.
Oh, wait a minute. How can I raise it, Kingfish? I gotta.
Well, now, wait a minute, you. I got a great idea for you. Collect from the people that owes you money.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You owe me $7.
Well, maybe we better not jump at the first idea that hits us here. Let's put it this way. Who owes you $25 even?
25? Lewis Jackson has owed me $25 for a long time. Mm-hmm. But he's broker than I is. No, Kingfish, something tells me that starting tomorrow at 3 o'clock, I is in.
Say, wait a minute, Anna. Lewis Jackson. I just hear that he is being drafted in the Army. Why don't you go over to see him? Maybe he'd be willing to pay his debts.
Yeah, that's right. You might have got something there, Kingfish. I'll go over to see him right now.
Well, come in, Amos.
How are you, Kingfish? Hello, Miss Van Porter.
Charming to see you.
Yeah, where's Andy?
Well, me and Henry have been sitting here in his office. He's out trying to collect some money from Lewis Jackson.
Oh, Andy collecting money? That's the first time he's been on that side of the ledger, ain't it?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry I missed him. Guess I'll be running along.
Yes, me too.
Well, I'll walk down the street with you boys. Guess I'll lock his front door.
Well, if you see Andy, why...
Say, wait a minute.
What is it?
Say, ain't that Andy in that busted-down automobile that's driving up here?
Yes, that's him, all right.
Where in the world did he get that broke-down automobile at? Why don't you do something about it, Andy?
Say, Andy, what you sitting in that broken-down thing? Why don't you turn the motor off?
I did.
Funny thing how the body keeps rattling after the motor's turned off, ain't it?
Yes, there's no such thing as a car having convulsions, is there?
No. Let me get out of this thing here.
Yeah, where'd you get it at, Andy?
Lewis Jackson owed me $25, and he didn't have no money, so he gave me the car as part payment.
Oh, only part payment?
Yeah, when he gets out the Army, he's going to pay me the other $20.
Well, Andy, I think you made a good deal there. Is you going to keep the car?
No, Henry, I'm thinking on selling it. I need some money pretty fast.
Andy, why don't you run the car over to Bob's used car lot? He might take it off your hands right now.
Wait a minute, Andy. If Bob buys the car, that means he's going to make a profit. Now, we can sell it and make a profit ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, y'all can do it any way you want. Well, I got to be going. So long, fella.
I'll walk with you, Amos. So long, boy.
So long.
You know, Kingfish, I might as well take Amos's advice and try to sell the car to a used car dealer.
Yeah, there you go, taking Amos's advice again.
Well, he's my friend, ain't he?
Yeah, that's the trouble with you, Andy. You've been taking Amos's advice too long. And as your true friend, I'm going to tell you something. All these years, you has been victimized by Amos.
I is?
Oh, I tell you, Andy, Amos has done deliberately give you bad advice and brung you to the gutter where you is laying now.
How you figure that?
Yeah, well, look at the life Amos leads. Working all the time and making you look bad because you ain't working.
Yeah.
And always lending you money to give you the inferiority complex.
Yeah, that's humiliating, all right, ain't it?
Yeah. All Amos thinks about life is getting up early, going to work, getting to bed at night, and saving his money. And always advising you to do the same thing.
Yeah, that's what he tell me, all right.
Sure, Amos is in a rut and he's trying to drag you in there with him. He's supposed to be your pal. Huh. He got his furniture paid for, owns his own taxi cab. Look, you never see him spending no time at nights hanging around the pool room with you, do you?
No, he's been pretty cool to me, all right.
Yeah, now he wants you to sell your car to Bob's used car lot. Call that friendship?
No. And to think I trusted that bum Amos.
Yeah, and you facing jail at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Now, I tell you what we're going to do. There's an empty lot down on the corner. We is going to run this automobile down there, put it on the lot. Then we're going to get a big sign painted. And starting as of tomorrow morning, we is in the used car business. Well, Andy, today we is all set. Look at that big sign up there. Brown and Stevens, used cars that is different.
Yeah, the thing I was afraid of is that our car is too different. Say, Kingfish, don't you think we ought to clean up all this junk and all these tin cans off the lot here?
And all them tin cans make the car look more attractive. That's what they call showcasing the merchandise. That's what they do there.
3 o'clock going to be here before I know it.
Yeah, well, don't... Oh, wait a minute. Look, here come a customer.
Yeah, he's looking at the car all right, too.
Yeah, now don't act too anxious. Here, take one of these toothpicks and stick it in your mouth. You look like you has got money and just ate.
Yeah. Good morning, mister. That's a real automobile you're looking at there.
Oh, it is?
Oh, yes, sir. Just look at it all you want. You can kick them tin cans out of the way as you walk around there.
Tell me, miss, does this thing still run?
Oh, mister, you was looking at a car that still runs after you shut it off.
Yeah, and it's had good care. We know the owners. It was owned by 2 old ladies, and all they ever used it for was to go shopping.
They must have done most of the shopping in the Rocky Mountains.
Nice car, all right.
How much you want for it?
Well, $250.
$250?
Well, that's just our asking price. We would sell it for $25.
Yeah, if you buy it before 3 o'clock.
Yeah. Too much money, boys. You see, the only reason I'm interested in the car is because I was in the junk business.
Well, wait a minute, Mister. If you in the junk business, what is you waiting for? Look at that car and tell me where you can find a better pile of junk than that.
And guaranteed, too.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you $6, including all the tin cans you got here on the lot.
$6?
Why, that's ridiculous. The tin cans alone is worth $6.
That's what I figured. And I ain't charging you nothing to take the car off the lot.
Nothing doing, mister.
All right, boys, but you're turning down a good offer.
No, let him go.
Yeah. Oh, me. Kingfish, I gotta get $25 by 3 o'clock this afternoon, you know that?
Well, now, don't get undiscouraged, Andy. There's always hope till they closes the cell door on you. Yeah, see what happened, Andy, when you take advice from a fellow like Amos?
Amos?
Sure, it was his idea to sell the car in the first place. That's why we was in the used car business.
Yeah, that guy Amos done really dragging me down in a rut good this time, ain't he?
Yeah, sure is. Say, wait a minute. Who is this driving on the lot?
Hey, boys. Is this a used car lot or a parking lot?
What is you interested in?
I want to park my car.
It's a parking lot. All day parking, mister, 50 cents.
Oh, fine, thank you. I'll lock it up and leave it right here.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, here's your money.
I'll take it.
I'll be back in a couple of hours.
Thank you, mister. Well, Andy, we done at least made $50 on the lot.
Yeah, but that ain't gonna do me no good.
Yeah, well, you can buy a good lunch with it, so that at least you can go to jail on a full stomach.
Boy, I wish this was the car we were selling. That's a revertible roadster, ain't it?
Yeah, sure is a beauty. Look at them white wall tires. The paint ain't got a scratch on it. And a red canvas top. Boy, that really class, ain't it?
Yeah, man, if I had that car...
Hello, Miss Annie. Hello, Kingfish.
Yeah.
Well, Lightning...
It's about time you got here.
Yes, you wanted me to watch the lot while y'all went to lunch, didn't you?
Yeah, we'll be back, Lightning. See if you can sell the car in the meantime.
How much I suppose to ask for it?
$250. And settle for $25 if you got it.
Yeah, the main thing is to get a $25 deposit from whoever buys it, and we'll close the deal after lunch, either here or at the office.
Yeah, and don't go falling asleep around here either.
I ain't no chance of that, 'cause there ain't no place to lay down, and I get restless when I sleep standing up.
Come on, Kingfish. Come on, let's go.
So long, Lightning.
So long. Sure is a pretty car. White wall tires, new paint, and a red canvas top. Won't take long to sell that.
Well, the Kingfish and Andy left Lightning in charge of their used car lot while they went to lunch. We pick up the boys now on their way back to the lot.
Instead of me walking back to the lot, I ought to go home and pack my toothbrush and start getting ready to go to jail, you know it? My freedom is about up.
Wait a minute. Here come Lightning. Look at him. He look excited.
Yeah. What's up, Lightning? What's up?
I done sold the car. A man done bought the car, and I say he got to make a deposit, and he say all right. And he say that he'll give me $25 now and the rest later. And I say that he got to come back to the office and see you to close the deal. And he say all right. And I say you'll be there pretty quick. And he say he'll be there too. And he say with the rest of the money. And I guess that's all they say.
Lightning, did you say he give you a $25 deposit?
Yes, sir. Here it is, $25.
Oh, Kingfish, this is great. You don't know how this makes me feel.
Yeah, I knowed we could do it, Andy. Lightning, you said $25 was a deposit. How much is the man going to give us for the car altogether?
Well, I told him the price was $250, and he said he'd pay it.
$250? I wonder if the man is an antique dealer.
And any man that's willing to spend $250 for that old busted-down wreck must be half crazy. And we has got to close this deal while the crazy half is still percolating.
Yeah, well, what must we do?
Well, let's get back to the office right away so we won't miss the man.
Wait a minute. Lightning, look here. This is reporting. Take this $25 down to the Globe Department Store to the credit department. Give it to the manager and get me a receipt.
Yeah, sir. I'll whiz right over there. So long.
So long.
Come on, Andy, to the office. Now, look, ain't you glad you didn't take Amos's advice about selling the automobile to Bob's used car lot?
You said it. That Amos not only dragged me in the gutter, but he's trying to keep me there. I sure feel better, Kingfish, now that we is going to sell this automobile.
Yeah, it's a great thing, Andy.
Oh, I'll say it is. It done kept me out of jail. I was going there at 3 o'clock today.
Say, wait a minute. Look, Andy, here come our man now. I hope that's him.
Yeah, he's coming in here, too.
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen. My name's Evans.
Well,
I put a deposit on a car this morning, and now I brought the rest of the money.
Oh, how you do, Mr. Evans? Also, my name is Stevens. This is Mr. Brown. Sit down and unlax your brain.
Well, here's your $225. And, gentlemen, frankly, I've been all over town looking at used cars, and yours is the best one I've seen. Sure is a fine-looking automobile.
Oh, you made a great buy there, all right.
Kingfish, don't put it in your pocket. Leave the money on the desk, will you?
Well, will you make out the bill of sale so I can get going?
Bill of what?
Bill of sale.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Now, making out a bill of sale here. How we do that?
Wait a minute, Anna. Don't talk ignorant in front of the gentleman. Course, Mister, we make lots of bills of sales in our business, but sometimes we're so busy we forget how we do it.
Well, just give a description of the car.
Yeah, description of the car is good.
Yeah, now, what could we say about that car?
Just put down convertible coupe, white wall tires, red canvas top.
Oh, yeah, well, you can say whatever you want, but let's get back to the description of the car here.
Yeah, let's stick to the thing we're talking about here.
Yeah. Now, we'll sit down here, say, Andy, let's see, what must we say?
Oh, just describe the car I bought. Convertible coupe, white wall tires, red canvas top.
I heard it again.
Me too. Kingfish.
Yeah, Andy.
You know what?
And let's not have that thought even enter our minds.
It just couldn't be.
Andy, your ear's working all right today, ain't it?
Something's wrong with him now, though.
Mine, too.
Say, what's going on here?
Mister, could I ask you just one little question?
Why, sure.
Listen good now, Kingfish.
Mister, the car that you think you was bought, by any chance, well, think good now, mister. Do it have a red canvas top?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Oh, me.
Well, I was back, Miss Andy. Here's your receipt from the Globe Department Store.
Yeah, fine job you has done, Lightning. You has done sold a man the wrong automobile.
Sure now.
Mr. Evans, it so happens that the car with the red top ain't ours. Would you be interested in buying that other fine, beautiful car that was standing on the lot?
You mean that old broken-down wreck?
Yeah, so that's it.
I demand my money back.
Here you is. Here you is, mister. $225.
Well, where's the $25 I give you for deposit?
Well, listen, mister, we just ain't got it. I had to pay a bill.
Pay a bill with my money?
That's it.
All right, Brown, all right. I'm going down to the police station and swear out a warrant. And I'm coming back here with a policeman, and if you don't have that money by 4 o'clock, I'm going to have you arrested.
Oh, me. 4 o'clock.
Well, then, at least we done shoved up your arrest from 3 to 4.
Kingfish, what time is it?
2 minutes to 4, Brother Andy. But don't worry, I'll see that all your mail is forwarded to you down at the jail. By the way, what is the zone number down there?
Oh, how'd I ever get into a mess like this?
Well, it's all Amos's fault, giving you that advice about selling the car. Oh, I tell you, Andy, that Amos is out for no good.
Yeah, I guess I got him to thank for all of this. I promise you, I ain't speaking to him no more.
Now you're getting some sense. Shake hands on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know Amos ain't... hey, look who's coming.
Well, hello there, Kingfish.
Hello, Amos.
Hi, Andy.
Kingfish, tell this person that I ain't in no mood to be bothered with fair weather friends.
Oh, Andy, I don't know what you're talking about. I heard you was in trouble, and I just...
Uh-oh.
There he is, officer. Do your duty.
Which one is Andrew Brown?
That's him right there, officer. I'm George Stevens. I don't even know what this is all about.
Come on, Brown. You're under arrest.
Well, officer, is you got to put them handcuffs on me. It's embarrassing on the street. Can't you just kind of take me by the coat collar and the seat of the pants?
Wait a minute, Officer Pleaser. That's why I'm here. Listen, Andy. Lightning told me the mess you was in about the money. And maybe we can settle this. Andy, I tell you what, I'll buy you a car for $25 right now, and then you can pay it to this gentleman here, if that's all right with you, mister.
I don't care who gives it to me as long as I get my money.
Yeah, sir. Well, then here you is, $25.
Kingfish, I ain't speaking to Amos. Will you thank him for me?
So you see, Ruby, I took the $25 out of our savings account, and I bought the car from Andy just when they was about to arrest him. You didn't mind, did you, honey?
Of course not, Amos. After all, Andy's your friend, and you couldn't let him go to jail.
Well, anyway, I took the car over to Bob's used car lot, where I told Andy to take it in the first place, and Bob gave me $75 for it. Yeah, he said the way the market is now, he can paint it up and put some glass in the windows and make a little profit on it.
Oh, then you made $50 on it, didn't you, Amos?
Yeah, but I took the $50 and I put it in the bank in Andy's name without telling him about it, and I ain't go tell him about it now neither. You know, he's always getting in jams, honey, and the next time when he needs it, that money is going to come in pretty handy.
That's a mighty fine thing you did, honey.
Oh, I tell you, Ruby, I feel that Andy is my best friend, and I know he feels the same way about me.
Come in, Kingfish.
Well, hello there, Andy.
I was just sitting here thinking what a wonderful thing that was that Amos done for me yesterday. He kept me out of jail. He's my best friend. I might start speaking to him again, you know it?
Well, brace yourself, Brother Andy. I got a piece of news that's going to reverse your feelings. I was passing by Bob's used car lot just now, and I see a used car in there that you got from Lewis Jackson. And I went in, and it's the same car, all shined up, with a $125 price tag on it.
$125?
That's right. I went in and I spoke to Bob, and he said that Amos Jones done sold him the car for $75. So you see there, Andy, your true friend Amos done made $50 out of your trouble, just like stealing it out of your pocket.
How do you like that? Amos cheating me. Kingfish, I'm telling you, it takes time to find out who your true friends really is.
Now here are Amos and Andy with a personal message.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen?
Hello, folks.
Tonight closes our season, and before leaving the air for the summer months, we just wanted to say a few things to our friends who may be listening. We hope that we have had some share in introducing many of you to Rinso, and if we have, then I am sure you must agree with everything Harlow Wilcox has said about this great product.
We have heard personally how Rinso has helped a lot of our listeners make their wash day a whole lot easier. And if any of you haven't tried Rinso, we hope you'll do so before we return in the fall.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, during our absence from the radio and continuing until we return on September the 22nd, our spot on this hour on Friday night over these same stations will continue to be sponsored by Rinso, who will bring you a great radio series entitled Boston Blackie.
The star of this show, based on the picture series called Boston Blackie, well, here he is, Mr. Chester Morris.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Morris here plays the part of Blackie, who is always getting in and out of scrapes, one jump ahead of the police.
Wait a minute. He's getting away now. Yeah, let's listen.
You shouldn't have done that, Blackie. You shouldn't have hit the officer.
You sure would have disappointed me if you hadn't said that. Now, listen. I'm going out the window and down the fire escape. As soon as I get moving, you scream for Faraday. Tell him what happened, that I socked Monahan and put the handcuffs on you. Here, I better do that now. Faraday's got the key. He'll open them later. There. Now, remember, you finally work this handkerchief from around your mouth and scream. You got that?
Yes. Blackie, please remember that getting back that diamond means my marriage and my whole life's happiness.
Okay. Well, I'm off. But to tell you the truth, Miss Morey, one thing is awfully funny to me. If I get back the diamond, you get married. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if instead of Boston Blackie, from now on I'm known as Chicago Cupid.
Well, folks, that's the way it'll be going this summer in the Boston Blackie series, starting next Friday night at the same time. Still sponsored by Rinso.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it comes time to say goodbye until we return to the air in the fall.
We want to thank you listeners for your loyalty in making the Amos and Andy program possible.
We also want to thank our writers, our producers, our orchestra, its conductor, the engineers, sound effect, and the very capable actors and actresses who have assisted us for the past year.
We are now starting to prepare our shows for the fall season, and we will look forward to being with you again September the 22nd. We hope you will be listening then.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest for tonight, Mr. John Charles Thomas. Yes, they're here again, folks. The boys we've all been waiting for, Amos and Andy. Radio wouldn't be radio without them. So isn't it grand to say welcome back, Amos and Andy? And now to our stars and their show. Here are Amos and Andy and their guest for tonight, Mr. John Charles Thomas. Well, there's always something of importance happening in Harlem. At the moment, it seems to be the singing contest, which was sponsored by the Wilson Foundation of Music to discover and develop unknown musical talent. Well, last night, Madam Queen won this contest. Now it's the following morning, and in his office, Andy is discussing the whole concert with Lightnin and Amos.
Well, that certainly was a good singing contest they had last night, Andy.
Yeah, Amos, but you know, I done had a headache all night long after listening to them gals blast away at them songs for 3 hours.
Yeah, the fella sure do take a beating, all right. Did you hear Mrs. Van Porter sing that thing? I think they called it Brahms' Lullaby.
Yeah, I hear it.
Is little baby supposed to sleep to that kind of music?
Well, I guess they can if Brahms could. Personal, I think it'd be better for waking them up.
Well, Madam Queen certainly was great, though, wasn't she?
Yeah, but she was the only good one. I tell you, when some of them gals sing, it's even dangerous sitting in that audience. Did you see what happened when that gal last night got up there and cut loose?
What happened, Miss Andy? I left after the intermission.
Well, this gal was blasting away at Roses of Picardy. She finally come to the last note. She takes a deep breath and plants both feet solid. She lets go with this note, and her bridge done flew out and bit a guy in the third row.
Well, like I say, though, there wasn't any of them there that could hold a candle to Madam Queen.
Yeah, well, I gotta admit, she got a wonderful voice.
And with the first prize she won, her voice might even be better.
What was the prize, Miss Amos?
Well, the Wilson Foundation of Music awarded her 6 free lessons from Mr. John Charles Thomas.
That's good, all right. This Thomas is a singing teacher or something, ain't he?
Oh, Andy, everybody knows John Charles Thomas.
Yeah, well, you know, Amos, come in, Kingfish.
Well, hello there, boys. I wonder if you two fellas would mind if I talk to Andy private, confidential, and under his hat. Besides, I don't want nobody to hear it.
Well, all right, Kingfish. We'll be running along.
Yeah, sir. We'll see you later, Miss Andy.
Okay, fellas.
Brother Andrew, I don't know whether you knows it or not, but last night in the community of Harlem was born one of the greatest female singing voices of the century.
You mean Madam Queen, huh? Yeah, she was good, all right.
And I've been thinking the thing over, and being that both me and you is great music lovers...
Oh, we is?
Oh, sure. I feel it is our duty to give that voice to the world.
Yeah, well, it's all right with me. I ain't gonna hog the thing.
And it's up to me and you to go to Madam Queen and get her to sign us up as her managers. Now, that way we can arrange recitals for her, concert tours, and everything else. Mm-hmm. And all we're going to get out of it is a measly 30% of the box office receipts.
I thought we was doing this because we was music lovers.
Well, we is. But there ain't a music lover in town that makes less than 30%. That's the standard rate for music lovers. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
That's the spirit. Put it there, Andy. Now, look here. I'll go back to my office and draw up a contract, and tonight, me and you will go over to see Madam Queen. See you later, brother music lover.
Madam Queen, what we is telling you here is the truth, and with me and the Kingfish handling you, we'll have you giving concerts in some of the biggest cities in the country.
Yeah.
The chances is we'll have the first concert in Pittsburgh.
Oh, it sounds almost too good to be true. Boys, I'll do it.
Oh, great, Madam Queen. Now, look here. If you just sign the contract here, Madam Queen, that's put it right there. You know, just say that we is handling you and all that stuff.
Well, I got a pen right here. This is all right with me. Now, Madam Queen. There you is.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, everything is set then. Tell me, Madam Queen, how was your first lesson with Mr. Thomas?
Oh, fine. He worked with me for about an hour and a half.
Yeah, let's hear some of the stuff that he done learn you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm supposed to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Do, 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 do.
Yeah, that's pretty all right. What else he learn you?
Well, I'm supposed to do this. Do, 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 do.
Personally, Madam Queen, I think that sounds great. The only thing is I don't know how Pittsburgh's going to feel about it.
Yeah. 3 hours of that kind of stuff could get awful monotonous.
Tell me this. When is your next lesson with Mr. Thomas?
Oh, tomorrow morning, 11.
11, huh? I just wanted to know. I tell you, Madam Queen, we'll get busy on this stuff here, and you don't have nothing to worry about.
All right, boys, and thanks for everything.
You're welcome.
Well, goodbye, Madam Queen.
Goodbye.
And we got to go down and see this, what's his name, John Charles Thomason, and we got to see him the first thing in the morning. If we ain't careful, he gonna mess up her voice.
Yeah, them is pretty dull songs he's learning her.
It ain't only that, but the way he coaching her there, having to go from the lowest note to the highest note all of a sudden. You know, the human voice is just like a machine, like an automobile. Got to be took care of.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he keep making her do that high-low stuff. She liable to burn out a barren there.
Yeah, we don't want her to strain her voice.
Oh, I tell you, Andy, if Mr. Thomas don't see eye to eye with us on this thing, I'll take Madam Queen to the finest singing teacher in town. I'll take her right to Cab Calloway.
I is getting jumpy sitting here waiting for Mr. Thomas Kingfish. You think he gonna see us soon?
Yeah, well, now, listen here. I tell you what you got to do, Andy. You can't look nervous. Now, look here. Remember, we got to make an imprint on him. Make him think that we is high-class music experts so that he'll respect what we going to tell him. Yeah, we got to look and act the part of music lovers.
Yeah, I noticed you was wearing your glasses with the black ribbon hanging down there.
Oh, yeah. I got a pane of glass missing from this one side here. Do it show?
A little, yeah.
Shows, huh?
Yeah, sure. If he say anything about it, though, just tell him that one eye needs a glass in front of it and the other eye has got to get the breeze.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't think that...
Mr. Thomas will see you now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank
right
you.
This way, please.
Yeah, sir.
Oh, come in, boys.
How you do, Mr. Thomas? Mr. Thomas, my name is Stevens, and this is Mr. Brown.
Yeah, sir. You is no doubt done heard of us. We is in the music-loving business.
Well, I'm very happy to meet both of you.
Thank you, sir. Well, Mr. Thomas, we is interested in the career of Madam Queen.
Mm-hmm. She's a very talented artist.
Yeah, sir, and I guess that you can tell by now that me and Mr. Brown knows our music. We done heard what you done learned Madam Queen in the first lesson, and to be perfectly frank with you, Mr. Thomas, we don't think you was learning it right.
Well, boys, the reason I gave her those exercises is because I found that her chest tones suffered from faulty diaphragmatic breathing. And instead of attacking a vibrato with brilliance, she had a tendency to modulate into the change of phrasing which caused her diction to become labial rather than enunciatory or forensic.
Well, now let's get back to Madam Queen singing here.
Yeah. Let's stick to the subject, Mr. Thomas.
Well, as I'm trying to point out, instead of attacking an arpeggio with brilliance and intonation, she would lapse into a glissando, which, of course, would lead to her failure to recognize the necessary crescendo for a coda.
Andy, let's sit down till this thing blows over, will you?
Yeah. Miss Thomas, how long has you been in this country?
I'm simply trying to explain the reason for instructing Madam Queen the way I did.
Well, to come straight to the point, me and Mr. Brown don't approve of the way you're doing it.
Oh, you don't, eh?
No.
Well, frankly, I think that... I don't think either one of you knows enough about music to criticize my methods.
Yeah, that's why you're wrong, Mr. Thomas. It so happens that me and Mr. Brown is both musical geniuses. We has done played with Philadelphia harmonica orchestras all over the country.
Oh, really? Now, just what instruments do you gentlemen play?
Well, tell him what instrument you play there, Andy.
Who, me?
Yes, is it the piano? There's one in the other room, and I'd like very much to hear you play it.
No, sir. No, I don't play the piano, no.
The violin?
You got one in the other room?
Yes, I have a violin.
I don't play it.
Well, then tell me, Mr. Brown, what is your instrument?
The cymbals. If you got a pair of them in the other room, I'd be glad to play something for you.
Oh, the cymbals, eh?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I haven't a pair of cymbals. Too bad, too, because there's nothing that thrills me more than a good cymbal solo.
Yeah, the beautiful instrument, all right. Dangerous one, though. You might get your nose caught in there, you know.
Do you still play the cymbals professionally, Mr. Brown?
No, sir. I just sit up in my room and bang away for my own amazement.
Yeah. You know, I was just thinking here, and maybe we better let Mr. Thomas work it the way he thinks best.
Yeah, them is my sentiments, too.
All right, Mr. Thomas. From now on, then...
Pardon, Mr. Thomas, but Madam Queen is here for her singing instruction.
Oh, sure in.
Hey, wait a minute. We don't want her to know we come up here. Is there any other way out of here?
Yes, you can go out the side door over there.
All right, so we see you again, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, so long, Mr. Thomas.
Oh, say, bring your cymbals up here someday and we'll have a duet. I play the bass drum.
Right this way, Madam Queen.
Yes, come in, won't you?
Good morning, Mr. Thomas.
Good morning. Do you remember yesterday I told you I might have some good news for you?
Yes, I do.
I didn't want to mention anything about it till I was sure, but now I'm sure. the patrons of the Wilson Foundation are sponsoring a concert to be given at Carnegie Hall to be called Stars of Tomorrow. And we've decided that we would like to have you appear in that concert.
Oh, Mr. Thomas, this is the most wonderful thing that's ever happened to me.
We also plan to take the whole thing on a concert tour to the big cities in the country. How does that sound?
Oh, Mr. Thomas, I'm so excited I don't know what to say.
You have no other commitment to stand in the way of your going on this concert tour, have you?
Not a thing, Mr. Thomas, not a thing.
Well, it's the following day. Andy and the Kingfish are going ahead with their plans for a world concert tour for Madam Queen. Of course, they know nothing of her late commitment with Mr. John Charles Thomas. And at the moment, we find Andy in his office optimistically telling Amos of their own plans.
So you and the Kingfish really going ahead with all these concerts for Madam Queen?
Yeah, Amos, the thing is building like a snowball. We is taking her on a world tour.
Yeah, what is the first stop?
Brooklyn. Then we gets on the subway and we goes due west to Jersey City. We're going to play in a car barn over there.
Oh, Andy.
Listen, Amos, this thing is going to be the biggest success that me and the Kingfish has ever had. And the fortune it's going to make for us ain't going to be nothing compared to what it's going to do for Madam Queen's career. Oh, I tell you, Amos...
Andy, I'm glad you're here. Something awful done happened.
What is it, Kingfish?
Yeah, what's wrong?
I just met Fred Gwendell on the street. He done talked to Madam Queen, and she told him that she done agreed to go on a concert tour for Mr. John Charles Thomas.
She going on a concert tour for Mr. Thomas? He can't do that to us. We got her under contract.
You said it, and we ain't gonna let him get away with it.
Yeah.
Now, wait a minute, fella.
Wait a minute, nothing. I got a copy of the contract with me, and Andy, me and you is going down to see Mr. Thomas right now.
Yeah, let's get going. He ain't gonna ruin Madam Queen's career when she already done signed up to let us do it.
Do, 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 me, da, do, da. On the road to Mandalay, where the flying fishes
Pardon me for interrupting
play.
your practicing, Mr. Thomas.
What is it, Smith?
I've got very good news for you. The Wilson Foundation called and said your Stars of Tomorrow concert at Carnegie Hall is sold out. And they're very happy that you got this Madam Queen to appear as one of your artists.
That is good news, Smith. Ha, ha! Very good news. It makes me very happy. I am pleased at what you say. The best news I've had today. When the doors at Carnegie open up, they'll be sold out, so they say.
Pardon me again, Mr. Thomas.
That's quite all right, Smith. What is it you want?
Well, there are two men who insist upon seeing you, sir. And
Mr. Thomas, we got to see you right away.
How do you do, boys? How do you do, boys? Make yourselves at home on the range. Won't you sit down while the antelope plays?
Miss Thomas, we is here on unpleasant business.
Pull up a seat. Take the weight off your feet.
I didn't know it was going to be this unpleasant.
Gentlemen, what is your business today?
Mr. Thomas, if you just stop singing there a second, we done hear that you were taking Madam Queen on a concert tour, and we don't believe you can do it.
And when I told them she's going on a tour, they didn't believe me.
No, sir, we don't believe you. We don't believe you. We don't believe you can do it, and we'll sue you for it.
What?
That's right. We're going to sue you. It so happened that we got a contract to take Madam Queen out on a concert tour ourselves, and you ain't going to chisel us out of it.
Well, this is news. You say you have a contract with her?
Yeah, that's right. Here it is right here. Go ahead and read it yourself. It's legal, got the seal and wax on and everything. Read it out loud.
Now, let me look at this.
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Be it known to everybody, also to whom it may concern, and especially to anybody trying to chisel in, that I, Madam Queen, the party of the first part, and us, Andrew H. Brown and George Kingfish Stevens, parties of the second part, and hereafter known as the great music lovers, do hereby agree, ipso facto.
Just right in there, yeah.
That Madam Queen appoint the music lovers as her only managers and agents to handle her career for a measly 30%.
Yeah, give it a cut rate there, yeah.
If by any chance there is any loopholes in this contract, the music lovers done reserve the right to plug them up within 10 years.
So that's it, Mr. Thomas. Now, let's see your contract.
Well, I'm frank to say that I haven't a contract with Madam Queen.
Well, in that case, Mr. Thomas, you was in the well-known position of being over the barrel behind the 8-ball in the side pocket. Besides that, you ain't got a chance.
Well, I personally don't think this contract would hold up in court. But as long as she signed it, I guess that's what she wants to do. And I have no wish to stand in her way.
Yeah, well, now you was being smart about it, Mr. Thomas.
Of course, it's a great disappointment for me. I had counted on Madam Queen being on my concert tour. It would have meant a lot to her and a lot to me, too, but what must be, must be.
Well, that's how it goes, Mr. Thomas. Well, we be running along. You can go on with your practicing now, there.
Yeah, so long, Mr. Thomas.
So long.
On the road to Mandalay, I no longer feel so gay. I just took a terrible shellacking, the worst in many a day. On the road
Look, Amos, it ain't no use to argue. When we showed the contract to Mr. Thomas, even he admitted it was good.
Yeah, well, I ain't arguing about the contract, Andy. It's just if Madam Queen sings at Carnegie Hall for Mr. Thomas and then go on a tour for him, and with his coaching and everything, she gonna be much better off than if you managed her. Yeah, you might hurt her more than you help her.
Oh, what you talking about, Amos?
Yeah, we know what we're doing. Now, you just take it easy. You see, Amos, we already got everything lined up, ain't we, Andy?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I got even the songs lined up that she gonna sing on the first concert. Hey, listen to this, Andy. You ain't heard it neither, is you?
No, what is the lineup?
Now, I figured on having her open with Beethoven's Fifth Symphony.
Yeah, well, that sounds good. Everybody knows that anyway.
The only thing is, fellas, symphonies don't have no words to them.
Don't, huh? Well, we'll have her to hum the first number, yeah. Anyway, after she comes out with that, then she comes out and she smacks him with the Flight of the Bumblebee.
Is that one got words, or has she got a buzzer?
Oh, look, fella. Quiet, Amos.
Yeah, keep still.
Then we got a short intermission when we sells Cracker Jack, soft drinks, postcards, and all them. After that, Madam Queen come out in the semi-wind up with Indian Love Call, and then for the main event, she ups and slaps him with the waters of Minnesota. All we got. Tell me this, how do it sound, Andy?
Well, tell you the truth, Kingfish, I don't exactly know.
Yeah, tell you the truth, Andy, I don't know myself.
You see, fellas, it even sounds silly to you. Now, there's a couple of things we all know. Madam Queen has got a good voice, and if she went with Mr. John Charles Thomas, why, she might have a big future ahead of her. You fellas really wouldn't want to spoil that future, would you?
What you think, Kingfish?
I think thinking just what you thinking.
Then must we do it?
Yeah.
Oh, fellas, I know you'll do the right thing and tear up that contract. Now Madam Queen can go into Carnegie Hall.
Yeah. Only one thing I was a little sad about in giving this whole music thing up. I was kind of getting to like being a music lover.
Yes, and I was getting to like being part of the music world, too. Well, maybe there's still room for us to get in it somewhere.
Yeah, I sure wish we could stay close to music some way.
Me too, Brother Andrew. For the rest of my life, the nearer the music I is, the happier I'd be. Carnegie Hall. How wonderful. Can't we figure out something?
Ladies and gentlemen, as a finale to our Stars of Tomorrow concert, here in Carnegie Hall, we are asking our featured artist, Madam Queen, to oblige us with a very short encore of the number you just enjoyed so much.
Lindy Lou, Lindy Lou, oh God, I'd lay right down and die if I could sing like that bird sings to you, my little Lindy Lou, my Lindy
Ladies and gentlemen, we've brought you here at Carnegie Hall tonight many new artists whom we feel have the touch of greatness. It is the hope of the Wilson Foundation that you will be able to enjoy them for many, many years to come. Thank you for your support.
Well, Jerry, I thought it was really a wonderful concert. I'm certainly glad you got those tickets.
Me too. They certainly had a big crowd here.
Yeah.
Come on, let's hurry up the aisle and get out before the rush.
Okay. Say, that last singer, that Madam Queen, she was terrific, wasn't she?
Yeah, she'll go places all right.
You bet. Say, how about having a bite to eat, huh?
It's a good idea. I just want to go in the men's lounge here and wash up.
Righto, I'll wait here.
Towel, sir?
And here's a clean comb for you, sir.
You know, Kingfish, it's great to be a part of the music world.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at this same time, when Amos and Andy will have as their guest Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. Our thanks to John Charles Thomas for appearing with us tonight. Mr. Thomas is the star of the Westinghouse Sunday program and appears with Amos and Andy through the courtesy of the Westinghouse Company. The Amos and Andy show is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox, bidding you all a very pleasant good night. And when you get Rinso tomorrow, buy some Lifebuoy, too. Use Lifebuoy in your daily bath or shower. You'll love that rich, purifying lather. You know, of 7 leading brands, Lifebuoy gives you the most soap for your money. And besides, it's the only soap specially made to stop B.O.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Rinso White.
Andy, wake up. Come on, Andy.
What's the matter, Amos? What's going on here?
It's the Amos and Andy Show. Yes, the makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest for tonight, whom you have seen in The Mask of Demetrius, the celebrated star, Sidney Greenstreet. And now to our stars and their show. Here are Amos and Andy and their guest for tonight, Sidney Greenstreet. If it weren't for the fact that so many events of worldwide importance were being featured in the newspapers these days, all New York's latest editions would probably carry headlines such as this: George Kingfish Stevens goes to work. Yes, the Kingfish has gotten a job as doorman at one of the big downtown hotels. And at the moment, he's down there talking to the desk clerk.
You want to see me, Mr. Morton?
Yes, Stevens. You probably know we're short a bellhop.
Yeah.
Now, you being the doorman here, I was wondering if you might have a friend or know somebody who might want the job.
Bellhop, huh? Well, I don't know nobody offhand, Mr. Morton.
Well, we really need somebody awfully bad.
Sorry I can't help you.
Well, if you get me somebody, I'll give you a $5 bonus.
I know just the man.
Well, good.
Of course, this fella never carried no baggage before. He never lifted nothing heavier than a pool cue.
Well, then you think he'd be willing to take this job as a bellhop?
Well, I'm going to have to think of something else to call the job. If I was to ask him cold turkey if he wanted a job as a bellhop, I think he'd say no. What I'm going to have to do is put a little dressing on the turkey. I tell you, Brother Andy, I just got wind of this job by accident, but when I heard what a reporting job it was, the first person that come to my mind was you.
Yeah, take brains, huh?
That's right. Take a man with brains and intelligence.
Yeah, well, that certainly narrows it right down to me, don't it? What is the job, Kingfish?
House detective at a hotel downtown where I works.
Yeah, say, that's a reporting job, all right. And I as the detective type, too.
Oh, certainly, Andy. You was perfect for the job. I know when it comes to sneaking along them hotel hallways, those flat feet of yours is going along as quiet as a pair of skiers.
Yeah. I'll take the job.
Oh, good. Glad to have you with us, Andy. And, by the way, Andy, one little thing that I forgot to mention to you.
Yeah, what's that?
On this job, you ain't going to be dressed like no ordinary house detective so that everybody going to recognize you.
Oh, I ain't?
Oh, no, you going to be Secret Service.
Yeah. You mean I going to be disguised?
Yeah, you going to be disguised as a bellhop.
Yeah, but I was really a house detective, though.
Oh, certainly, yeah. And you know, Andy, to make the disguise even better, we're going to have you carrying suitcases and ice water and trunks all over the hotel, just so ain't nobody going to even suspect you being a house detective.
We ain't carrying this disguise too far, is we?
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, in that case, you think maybe I ought to scout around and get a mustache or whiskers or something like that to disguise me even more?
No, Andy, you don't need it. You is going to have all the disguise you can carry.
Okay, Kingfish, I'll be there.
Come on, Amos, pull your cab up here. Come on. Got a passenger for you from the hotel, Amos. He'll be down in a couple of minutes. Oh, thank you, Kingfish. Say, that was a good suggestion of yours, keeping my taxi cab in front of the hotel here. You sure been throwing me a lot of business. Yeah, say, Amos, look at Andy coming out the entrance over there with them two suitcases. Yeah, they sure working him on this job, ain't they? Them suitcases look more like trunks to me. Yeah, well, I got to get on in the lobby and see if anything's going on. How are you there, Andy? There's Amos there with the cab right there.
Yeah, right. Hello, Amos. Hello. Oh, me. Let me put these suitcases on the sidewalk here. They is tearing my arms out.
They sure keeping you busy in that bellhop job, ain't they, Andy?
You really think I was a bellhop here, don't you, Amos?
Yeah, sure look that way to me.
Boy, what a disguise.
You talk like you ain't, Andy. What else is you supposed to be doing?
Well, I can't tell you, Amos, but I can tease you If I stay on this job, I'm going to be famous.
Oh, speaking of famous, this hotel got a little famous today, too.
What you mean?
Well, you remember that big $150,000 bank robbery that happened the other day? It was in all the papers.
Yeah, I done read about it.
Yeah, well, it seemed that this morning one of the bills turned up here at this hotel desk. The bank had the serial number, you know.
Oh, turned up here, huh?
Yeah, so they know that one of the guests at the hotel here must be the crook.
It does, huh? Well, look like I'm finally going to get into action here and do what I'm supposed to be doing. Keyholes, here I come.
Hey, Brown.
Excuse me, Amos. The desk clerk wants to see me.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Coming right over, Mr. Borton, coming over. I want to get right on the job here, and you can tell the newspapers that I'll crack this case within 24 hours.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Here, take these newspapers up to Mr. Sidney Greenstreet in room 576. Now get going.
But look, Mr. Greenstreet, how did I know the bank had the serial numbers on those bills?
Frederick, you stupid fool. Child would know better than to pass one of those bills.
Look, boss, I'm sorry. I made a mistake.
Well, make sure it's your last mistake, or I may have to dispense with your services in a manner which would pain both of us, you particularly.
Boss, don't look at me that way.
Keep your mouth shut and open the door.
Right.
You want the evening paper, sir?
Yes, thank you. Frederick, pay the man for the papers.
You know, I was just reading in the papers on the way up about them finding one of the stolen bills from the bank robbery right here in this hotel.
Oh, yes?
Yes, sir. And the elevator boy was telling me on the way up that the cops is in the hotel watching all the exits and they're searching all the rooms.
Hey, boss, I got an idea.
Frederick, silence.
I think the police is going to be a lot of help to me in cracking this case.
Did I understand you to say the police will be of help to you?
Yes, sir. You see, Mr. Greenstreet, I ain't really no bellhop. I happen to be the Secret Service house detective here.
Hey, boss, why don't you let me...
Frederick, go on, my man. You say you're a Secret Service house detective.
Yes, sir. Ain't nobody knows it, but there ain't nothing wrong in me telling you, 'cause I can see you as the honest type us pudgy peoples always is.
Well, I sincerely hope that nothing will happen to make you doubt my honesty. So you're the house detective. That must be difficult work.
Well, if you can lug suitcases, you was over the biggest hump.
Oh, I see. But I wonder if you could do a service for me. In about 5 minutes, I will have a package that I wish mailed. Would you come back then and attend to mailing it for me?
Yes, sir. I'll be back.
Hey, boss, we got to get out of here. What are you going to do, huh?
We're not getting out of here. But only our suspicion. We're getting the money out of here. Right under the very noses of the police.
You mean you're going to mail it?
Yes, wrap it at once. We're going to mail it special delivery to our downtown address.
Hey, Andy, where you going? You ain't off duty. You ain't supposed to leave the hotel.
Oh, hi, Kingfish. Hi. I got to mail this package for a man up on the 5th floor, but I'm going to be spending most of my time cracking the robbery case.
Yeah, well, I don't think you got the whole case on your shoulders, Andy. There's something like 12 detectives floating around here that'll give you a hand. Yeah, they ain't allowing no guests out of the hotel till the search is finished.
Well, between me and you, Kingfish, I ain't counting too much on their help.
Mm-hmm.
Them police detectives ain't smart as us house detectives.
Nah.
If they had the money right under their nose, they probably wouldn't know nothing about it.
Yeah, well, I think they ought to get the cook pretty soon, though. They know the money is in the hotel, and they know the cook ain't checked out.
Oh, sure. It's just a question of time before I closes in on them.
You know, just looking at that package there on the arm, I just thinking, if the cook had any brains, that would be a way to get the money out of the hotel without nobody knowing about it.
Yeah, that's right. Say, you give me a thought there, Kingfish. As soon as I get back from the post office, I'm going to have them check every package that goes out of this hotel.
Yeah.
So long,
is still under the impression that he's a house detective, but he's had to spend so much time keeping up his disguise as a bellhop that he arrived at the post office with the fateful package, only to find that it was closed for the night. Well, Andy planned to take the package home with him and mail it the following morning. But in the course of his travels that evening, he and the package somehow became parted. And at the moment, he's retracing his steps trying to find it. He has just entered Gabby Gibson's office.
Oh, come in, Andy. Come right in. Glad to see you.
Say, Gabby, there was a package I was supposed to mail for some fella down at the hotel. Did I leave it here last night?
Oh, no, you didn't, Andy. No, you didn't. Lost the package, huh? Somebody else's property? As your lawyer, Andy, I got to tell you, that's a serious offense. Yes, indeed, serious offense.
That's an offense?
Oh, yes, indeed, Andy. Comes under antitrust law. The antitrust law. A man give you a package to mail and you lose it, so he can't trust you. That's antitrust law. Antitrust law.
Tis, huh?
Andy, as a lawyer, I tell you, you need a lawyer.
Yeah, well, I didn't have no idea I was in this deep. What must I do, Gabby?
Well, I'm going to build a defense for you, Andy. Going to build a defense. First thing you got to do is get a description of the package. Then we get witnesses to identify the package you never had, so they can go to court, swear you never had it. That's airtight. Then we get more witnesses. Swear that you wasn't at the scene of the crime. Swear that you was in Buffalo. Then we get Buffalo to identify you. That's even more airtight. Ain't no air getting this case at all. Then there's a clincher. When they punch holes in it, show that you wasn't in Buffalo. We brings in witness to prove that you was really in Chicago, and we works west from there.
Yeah, it sounds great, Gabby. Then what?
Then if you plead guilty, I can get you off with no more than 2 years.
You see, officer, the reason I come to the police station is because last night I drove this friend of mine, Andy Brown, from the hotel back up to Harlem.
You mean the hotel where we traced the money?
Yes, sir, that's it. And when Andy got in the cab, I noticed that he threw the package in the back of the cab. And then he done forgot to take it out when I dropped him off.
And this is the package he left in the cab?
Yes, sir. Yes, it must have been bouncing around in the back of there because when I found it, the corner of the package was busted open and I could see there was a lot of money in it. And the address was all chewed off of it from getting knocked around in the cab, you see.
Well, you did right in bringing it to the police station.
Yes, I tried looking around for Andy Brown, but when I couldn't find him right away, I kind of got scared, mister, with all this money, so that's why I brought it here.
You're sure this Andy Brown didn't know what he was mailing?
No, sir. I give you my word of honor, mister. He wouldn't do nothing like that.
Mm-hmm. You seem to be a good friend of Brown's.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, I've known him for a long time, mister. I've known him for years and years. He's my best friend I got.
Well, tell me, do you know where Brown lives?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, that's fine. I don't want you to go near him. You stay here with us because we want to...
Well, Mr. Greenstreet, I was down to the post office, and they said nothing doing.
You mean there was no record of a special delivery package having been mailed last night?
Nah. And they said even if it was mailed regular, we should have got it in this morning's mail.
In other words, the package was never mailed. Frederick, what was the name of the lodge hall that fool mentioned?
The Mystic Knights of the Sea.
Kingfish.
Brother Andy, glad I found you at the lodge here. Did you see the newspaper? Has you read the big news?
No. What is it?
It's about the robbery. They know who done it.
Oh, we caught him, huh? I told you I was a great house detective. How'd I catch him?
Yeah, well, he ain't caught yet, Andy, but they know who he is.
Yeah, well, that sure I'm making headway. Who is he?
The fellow that was in room 576 at the hotel, a man by the name of Sidney Greenstreet.
Yeah, well, Mr. Greenstreet, is you sure?
That's right, Andy.
Well, I finally closed in on him.
Listen, hear what it say in the newspaper here. Now listen to this.
Yeah.
Say, a new clue has definitely been established that the man who robbed the bank of $150,000 is a Sidney Greenstreet. It has also been revealed that an employee of the hotel had unwittingly carried the money out.
Carried it out, huh? I'd sure like to get my hands on the ignorant bum that done that.
Well, Brother Andy, just grab yourself by the coat collar and the seat of your pants and you got him. That's what.
What? You mean that package that I have? That was the money? Oh, me.
Yeah, but get a load of what the paper say about the fellow Green Street. Now, listen to this.
Yeah.
They say here, Green Street, on the basis of his record, is no ordinary lawbreaker. He is a psychopathic criminal who robs and even kills for the mere thrill of it.
Do that mean he like to kill people?
And he kills people the same way you eat ice cream.
You mean with a spoon?
No, Andy. Tell me, where's the package now? That's what we got to find out. Now, don't let's talk. Let's get the package. That's what I want to
Well,
ask.
I don't know, Kingfish. I don't know. I was too late to mail it, and I forgot it someplace. I don't know where it is.
Oh, that's bad. The man gonna be after you, Andy, and hanging around this lodge hall here ain't gonna be safe for you. Look here, you better call up somebody and see if you can't get a place to stay for the next couple of days. In the meantime, I'll go down in the basement and see if I can find an iron pipe or something to protect yourself with. At least you can go down slugging.
Yeah, okay, Kingfish. Hurry back. Hurry back.
Hiya, Gabby. Excuse me, I'm in a hurry.
Oh, hi, Kingfish. Oh, hello, Andy. I got your case all set. Yes, indeed, it's all set.
Yeah, say, Gabby, you know what was in that package? $150,000 in stolen money.
Withdrawals from the case.
Oh, me. I gotta find a place to hide. Oh, psychopathic criminal. Oh, the Kingfish say he killed for the thrill of it. Kill like I eat ice cream. Oh, me.
Hello?
Lightning, this is Andy. Can I hide out in your cellar for a few days?
Well, the only thing, Miss Annie, the pipes down there done busted this morning, and the cellar got a few feet of water in it. If you can sleep floating, it's all right with me.
Well, look, Lightning, I just want to get hid for a couple of days. Hold it, Lightning.
Hang up that phone, Brown.
Who, me? Goodbye, Lightning.
Frederick, come in and close the door. Mr. Brown and I wish privacy.
Okay, boss.
And now, Mr. Brown, may I ask where the package is? I failed to receive it in the morning mail.
Oh, well, you see, the post office is closed, Mr. Greenstreet, but I gonna mail it the first thing today, though, or in the near future, at the latest.
I'll save you that trouble. Where is the package?
The package? You mean the same package we was talking about?
You heard him. Where's the package?
Well, it's in my room at the boarding house. Yes, that's where it is. I'll go get it for you.
Frederick will get it. What's your address?
Let me see. What is that? I know the first two numbers is the size of my shoes. That's 12. Oh, I can't seem to remember.
Would you like Frederick to help you remember it?
128 West 125th Street.
Frederick, get the package and bring it back here with all possible haste.
Okay, Mr. Greenstreet.
Brown, do you mind if I sit down?
No, sir. No, here, let me hang up your hat and gun.
I'll keep my gun, thank you. I see you have the newspaper there, Brown. By now, I'm sure you know what was in that package and who I really am.
Yes, a nice write-up they give you there.
Brown, where are you going? Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Brown, you're acting very strangely. Are you frightened?
Who, me? A little.
When a man becomes entangled in my affairs as you have, he must either be of service to me or be eliminated quickly, finally. You must die.
Die? Who, me die? Oh, Mr. Greenstreet,
Brown,
please.
I detest whimpering. It only upsets me.
Yes, well, Mr. Greenstreet, you say something about me being service to you. Instead of doing what you're thinking of doing, why can't I join up with you?
You join up with me?
Yes, sir. You know, I was a robber and a killer myself, just like you is. Yes, sir. I is psychopathic and everything else. Yes.
Oh, you're a psychopathic case?
Oh, yes, sir. Why, I eat ice cream just for the thrill of it. Yes.
Brown, how could I ever depend upon your loyalty?
Oh, you could depend on me. Yes, sir, Mr. Greenstreet. If two killers like us can't treat each other, I don't know who can.
Ridiculous. I hope Frederick doesn't waste time getting that package.
Oh, yeah, that package. Mr. Greenstreet, in case he don't find that package in my room, I just remembered there have been a lot of robberies in my neighborhood. The money might have been stolen by some crook.
What's that you say?
Say, and I couldn't find no iron pipe, but I found a baseball bat. I didn't know you had company.
Mr. Brown, if this is a friend of yours, ask him to sit down.
Oh, yes, sir. Sit down, Kingfish.
Yeah, oh, that's all right. You see, Mr. Andy here expecting trouble from a man, a fellow by the name of Greenstreet. The fellow's a killer. Anyway, I got this baseball bat, so in case he meet up with Greenstreet, he can slug him with it, kind of pop him over the head, knock him cold.
Kingfish...
pardon me, mister, I didn't catch your name.
My name is Greenstreet.
Yeah, well, it's nice to know... I think I hear somebody call me in the hall. I'll be right back. See you boys later.
Sit down.
Oh, yes, sir. Sitting down.
Unfortunately, now you have become entangled in my affairs, too.
Oh, yes, sir. Glad to be of service to you, yes, sir.
I'm deeply moved by these kind offers I've been receiving in the last few minutes. By the way, Mr. Brown, you're suggesting joining my staff. I think this provides an excellent opportunity to test your dependability and loyalty.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes. I'll work with you.
I have 2 guns here, one of which you can feel in your back.
Oh, yeah.
This other one I wish you to take and dispose of your friend here in order that we may eliminate him as a possible source of trouble.
Oh, Mr. Greenstreet, you don't know what you're saying there. You asking the man to shoot me.
Brown, here's my gun. Now, do what you're told.
Well, look, Mr. Greenstreet, I don't mind shooting. No, sir, being a psychopathic and all that, there ain't nothing I'd rather do in my spare time or kill somebody, but this man here, well, that's my best friend. I'd sooner shoot myself than shoot him.
Yeah, that's right, and to do that.
Look, Mr. Greenstreet.
Brown, I'm waiting.
Yes,
And I might add that I am of an impatient nature.
Yeah, but Mr. Greenstreet, I ain't done nothing.
But you know too much, and you must be silenced. And I'm giving Brown this opportunity to show his unwavering loyalty.
Yeah, sir. Well, I can wave a little loyalty around myself, I can wave that stuff.
Indeed. Tell me, then, would you be willing to prove your loyalty by killing Brown here?
I'll be happy to do it, Mr. Greenstreet. Glad to do it, yeah.
Wait, let's go back to the old way here.
Gentlemen, please, no quibbling. That must be Frederick with the package. Brown, give me that gun.
Oh, yes, sir. Look, Mr. Greenstreet, in case Frederick ain't got the package like I told you.
Here's the package, boss. Well, unwrap it. It was in his room, all right.
It was?
Didn't you expect it to be?
Well,
where's the money?
Oh, ain't it in there?
There's nothing in it but strips of newspaper. Brown, my patience is at an end. I will give you exactly 5 seconds by my watch to tell me where the money is.
But, Mr. Greenstreet...
I said 5 seconds. You have 3 left.
Mr. Greenstreet, please.
Yeah, Mr. Greenstreet.
All right, hands up, everybody. Well, you got them both, huh?
Yeah, where did them shots come from? Where'd they come
from? They was supposed to shoot us.
Yeah. Lucky I posted that man at the window on the way in. Good work, Mike. Looks like you got Greenstreet in the arm.
Yes, sir. Poor shot, I would say. I see you've done a little better with Frederick.
Andy, you and the Kingfish already...
Amos, what is you doing here?
Yeah, Amos.
Yeah, you brung the police just in the nick of time,
Yeah,
Amos.
well, I found the package you left in the cab, and I took it to the police, and they planned the whole trap, Andy.
Yes, with your help, Jones. Well, Greenstreet, I guess this washes up both you and your pal here. Come on, let's get going.
Yeah, that's right. Get them killers out of here.
Yeah, get them out of here before I start slapping them around.
What was that?
Hold him, officer. Hold him, officer.
I see you're not as hospitable as you were, gentlemen. Officer, it might interest you to know that these 2 men have confessed to me that they're the worst psychopathic killers of all time.
Oh, well, wait a minute, officer. We was only kidding.
Yes, officer. We even hates ice cream.
Tell us the whole story, Andy. It seems very exciting.
Yeah, Henry. Well, Amos and the Kingfish ain't around the lodge hall here, is they?
No, sir. They ain't here, Mr.
Yeah, well, boys, I'm going to tell you how it happened. This Greenstreet and his pal come in, and they was both toting guns. Now, I was standing there with my bare hands.
Miss Andy, wasn't it Amos?
Quiet, Lightning, quiet. Anyway, with them 2 guns and me with my bare hands, I knowed they had a slight edge on me. Like a flying tiger, I left the floor. I slapped a half Nelson on Greenstreet and put the other half on Frederick.
But Miss Andy, I thought that
Look, Lightning, look, listen. All by myself, I was responsible for the whole thing.
Say, boys, did you see the latest newspaper? Green Street got a statement in here. He said that sooner or later he is going to kill the man who got him caught.
Boys, as I was saying, Amos done the whole thing.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when Amos and Andy will have as their guest Mr. Gregory Ratoff. Our thanks to Sidney Greenstreet for appearing with us tonight. Mr. Greenstreet is soon to be seen in the Warner Brothers production, The Conspirators. The Amos and Andy Show is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night to you for all of us. The Amos and Andy Show. Yes, the Amos and Andy Show, with their guest for tonight, that fabulous Hollywood character and movie producer, Mr. Gregory Ratoff. And now to our stars and their show. Here are Amos and Andy, and their guest for tonight, Gregory Ratoff. Is there anyone who at one time or another has not toyed with the idea of becoming an actor? Well, the urge seems to have hit Andy Brown, too. He's taken a correspondence school course in acting. And at the moment, he's in his office rehearsing a very dramatic scene as a French foreign legionnaire, with lightning assisting him.
Sergeant Pierre Jacques Renaud of the French Foreign Legion reporting. Sir, I regrets to state that the water supply is running low, and we is entirely surrounded by Arabs.
Sacre bleu, Sergeant Renaud. Does you mean we are facing A-N-N-I-H...
Wait, look, Lightning, look here. We is supposed to be in the desert fighting for our lives, so you makes it sound like a spelling bee.
But I can't read them French words, Miss Andy.
Listen, the word is annihilation. Now, let's go on. I say, our only chance, my Capitan, is to send somebody through their lines to bring help.
Well, hello there, boys. How is you?
Well, hello there, Andy.
Hi, fellas. Look, Lightning, I guess the rehearsal for my acting is done messed up on us here. Let's get together later.
All right, Miss Andy. I'll come back later. Say, Andy, what is this acting stuff you're doing here?
Well, fellas, I ain't told you this, but I just done finished a 10 weeks correspondence course in acting.
What happened? Sears Roebuck opened up a dramatic department?
No. I done took from the Universal Correspondence School. They got all kind of courses.
Oh, you took 10 lessons, huh?
Well, really 9. The third week, they done sent me a snare drum lesson by mistake. Coach, that might come in handy sometime.
Oh, yeah. There should be one in every home, yeah.
So you really gonna be an actor, huh, Andy?
Oh, yeah, I was all set. I done got my diploma here from the correspondence school. Now all I gotta do is wait for my first starring part. Then I'm gonna live in luxury.
Too bad it didn't print that diploma on a slice of bread so you'd have something to eat in the meantime. Yeah.
Well, I ain't worried. Look here, they done sent me this makeup kit, too. They do this with all their pupils. See there? It's got everything in there. Sideburns, whiskers, monocle, Sherlock Holmes hat and pipe for detective parts. A black patch where you're supposed to be a pirate?
Yeah, got everything in there, ain't there, Andy?
Oh, with an outfit like this, you can play any kind of part. I could put a monocle on one eye and the black patch on the other and play English pirate.
Yeah, that's right. You could put on the beard, too, and play an English pirate in the barbershop waiting for a shave. Yeah.
All right, Kingfish, go ahead and joke. Where's my diploma?
Yeah, what you going to do with that?
I'm going to take it right down to Fred Gwendale and have him publish it on the front page of his newspaper. Then I'm going to sit back and wait for the big offers to come rolling in. Tell me, Fred, you really think this ad is better than publishing my diploma on the front page?
Oh, there ain't no two ways about it, Andy. An ad in the theatrical paper they call Variety is the only way to work it.
Yeah, and you think I ought to start off by playing butler and chauffeur types?
Oh, yeah, I'd play them types to start with.
Yeah, well, how is that ad going to read again, Fred?
Well, now, see here, available. Experienced actor to play butler types and chauffeur types. Also excellent at character parts. Then you just put down your name and telephone number in the ad.
Yeah, do Cary Grant work it this way, too?
Well, he must do, Andy. He keep busy. I tell you what, I'll slap the ad in Variety, and the ad will run you $12.80.
$12.80, huh? Well, I got to do one or two things.
What's that, Andy?
I either got to give up my acting career or my gold watch.
Well, now, look here. Let's look at that ad again here. Now, maybe we can slice it down a little, cut out some stuff. Let me see here. Now, look here. You don't have to say actor to play butler types. If you got the ad in Variety, they knows you as an actor.
Yeah, you don't need the word types in there, neither. Oh, there's a lot of words in there we can cut out. Now, let's see what we can cut out.
Good morning, Mr. Ratoff. Here's the mail. Are you ready to get down to business?
Right, Miss Smith. Hang out the sign. Genius at work.
Let me read you this ad in Variety. Available, experienced butler chauffeur, excellent character. Call Andrew Brown, Lehigh, 41097.
Are you kidding? A butler is available? And in Variety?
Well, I know it's unusual, but the ad's right here.
Well, let's get in touch with him at once. For 6 weeks, I've been buttling for myself, and confidentially, I am rotten.
Shall I get this man Brown on the phone, Mr. Ratoff?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'll call him now.
Why a man should advertise in Variety for a job as a butler, I don't know. Let me have the phone. I'll speak to him in person.
Hello?
This is Gregory Ratoff. Are you amazed?
Who is this?
Gregory Ratoff. G-R... Miss Smith, write down my name here so I can spell it for you.
Wait a minute. Is you Gregory Ratoff, the big moving picture producer?
Correct. I want to speak to the man who put the ad in Variety, this fella Andrew Brown.
Oh, yeah. He told me about putting the ad in there. This is his office, but he ain't here right now. What does you want to speak to him about?
Well, I've got a job for him. Besides allowing him to work for me, I will even pay him his salary.
You got a job for him?
That's right. Are you a friend of his?
Yeah, my name is George Kingfish Stevens. I'm Mr. Brown's agent. Yeah, sir, that's who he is. I handle all his business.
Miss Smith, how do you like that? Even butlers have agents these days. All right, Stevens, bring Brown up this afternoon.
Yeah, sir, I'll have him there, Mr. Ratoff. Where are you staying?
At the Hotel Chandler on 46th Street. You can't miss the place. It's got a banner hanging outside saying, New York welcomes Gregory Ratoff.
Oh, yeah, that sure is a nice tribute to you, all right.
Yeah, it would have been nicer if New York had paid half of the expense.
Oh, come in, Brother Andy, come in.
Yeah, any calls for me while I was gone, Kingfish?
Sit down, Brother Andy, I want to talk to you. You know, my conscience been hurting me. You know, I was making fun of your acting yesterday, but there's one thing I can do to square things with you. And that's to become your agent and make you the greatest moving picture star of all time.
Well, wait a minute. Is I got to have an agent?
Oh, certainly. You can't go into a man and tell him how good you is yourself.
That ain't never bothered me so far. But you really think I was a good actor, huh, Kingfish?
Oh, sure. You don't think I'd doing it for that little 25% commission I'd getting out of your salary if I didn't think that?
Yeah, well, I guess I do need an agent, all right. Okay, Kingfish, you was my agent.
Okay, and I done already gone into action. You know that ad you put in Variety?
Yeah, any calls yet?
Yeah, got a call from Mr. Gregory Radoff. Now, he seed your ad in the paper, and he called up to say that he didn't need nobody. But I convinced him that he did.
You say he called up to say he didn't need nobody?
Oh, that's right.
I wonder if he'd do that with all the ads he sees.
Well, the point is, Andy, that I done convinced him that he do need somebody. So, Andy, me and you is going up there this afternoon.
Oh, boy, this is great news. Where's my makeup kit? Hollywood, I hear you calling.
Mr. Ratoff will see you now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Radoff, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to my talented client here, Mr. Andrew H. Brown. Let's give the boy a nice little hand, Mr. Radoff.
Thank you. Glad to know you, Mr. Radoff.
You know, Miss Smith, this is the first time I ever saw a butler bring his own master of ceremonies.
Oh, you got a job for him as a butler, huh? Well, he'll be good, all right. He's been to correspondence school and everything, you know.
Oh, yes, sir. And if you needs a butler to play a snare drum, I can do that, too.
Yeah, that's the only kind of a butler I'd have. And now you're going to work for me. Tell me this. Have you ever worked for a genius before?
No, sir.
Well, you're going to work for one now. How I envy you.
Now, as Mr. Brown's agent, I want to talk to you about the salary, Mr. Radoff.
I'll arrange that with Brown here. Now, perhaps I better tell you what this job will require of you. You will have to press my clothes, shine my shoes, and do general butler's work. Does it appeal to you?
Well, it's all right for a starter. Of course, it ain't going to make me famous overnight.
Now about the salary, Mr. Radoff.
Well, Brown, your first duty will be to show your agent to the door. And when you come back, bring me a glass of milk from the kitchen. Right away, quick.
Yes, sir, yes.
Andy, it looked like you're all set.
Yeah, he gave me the job right off, didn't he? Oh, I guess he could see that I was a natural actor.
Oh, sure.
I wonder why he wanted me to bring him the milk and press his clothes and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, I guess he is rehearsing you for a butler part in the pictures, you see.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's it.
Yeah, but don't just do the plain butler stuff now. Show him all the other different types of acting that you do. You know them other types.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, where's my makeup kit?
Yeah, here, right here.
I'll slap on these side whiskers right now. I'll stick them on here, look.
Yeah, well, congratulations and so long, Andy. Good luck to you.
Yeah.
Brown, are you going to take all day?
Yes, sir, coming. Just a second. Okay, I was coming. Did you ring for me, your lordship?
Yes, I... Wait a minute, Brown. Let me look at you.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter? Is your face unraveling?
No, my lordship. These are side whiskers.
And gray ones, too. Above the ears, you're 40. And below the ears, you're 60.
Quite so, my lordship, and all that stuff.
Now listen. Take off those whiskers and stop calling me lordship. Royalty I am not. You will find out I am just a plain, simple, modest peasant with unlimited brains and ability.
Yes, sir, Mr. Peasant.
And don't call me that either. Just get me my milk. I must have my vitamins.
You must have your what?
Vitamins. V-I-T-A, we. Get me that milk.
Yes, sir, get it right away.
A fine butler I have hired.
Oh, I don't think he's so bad. He's just probably doing his best to please you. He may think you've had an English butler, so he's trying to give you what you're used to.
I am not interested in having anybody around that speaks with an Oxford accent. If a person is in America, he shouldn't speak with any accent at all. And Miss Smith, I'm taking $5 out of your salary for what you're thinking.
But, Mr. Ratoff...
Pardon me, Mr. Ratoff. The milk is ready. Shall I show it in?
Now, look, Brown, when you... Wait a minute. What's that black patch over you've got in your eye?
15 men's on a dead man's chest. Yo-ho, and a bottle of milk. Heave-ho, Captain Kidd. Shiver me timbers.
What I'd give to be back in Petrograd.
Tell me, Mr. Radoff, how you think I acted?
To tell you the truth, Brown, I think you've been acting like a first-class moron.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Andy, you could have knocked me over with a feather when I heard that Gregory Radoff was going to take you on as an actor.
Oh, yeah, Amos. I can't wait till I get out to Hollywood and become a star. It's sure going to be a thrill to see my name up in footlights.
Footlights is them things down on the stage.
Oh.
I guess you don't know the lingo of the theater yet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you'll catch on, though. The place where you see your name up is in the headlights. Tell me this, what kind of a picture story did they give you, Andy?
Well, up to now, the plot ain't too clear, but seems to me it's going to be pretty much of a story about housework.
Yeah, well, that certainly sounds unusual. Who is in the picture with you, Andy?
Well, I don't know exactly. So far, I've been playing opposite mostly shoes and pants. It ain't very interesting.
Oh, Andy, don't look at it that way. I tell you what, if you get real good at it, there's a chance you might even win the Academy Award for the Outstanding Performance of the Year with a shoe brush.
Yeah, I never thunk of that.
And how much is Mr. Radoff paying you? Oh, yes, you know, how much is we getting, Andy?
$20 a week.
25% of 20. Andy, is you serious? $20 a week for a big movie star? Oh, that's the craziest thing I'd ever heard of. As your agent, I'm going right up there and see that man now.
You think you can get me more?
Why, certainly. For a man that's going to win the Academy Award, it's going to be $30 a week or nothing.
Before we hear part two of Amos and Andy, our intermission orchestra, directed by Raymond Scott, take their chairs and prepare to deliver one of the fine arrangements that have made their leader justly famous. Downbeat, Mr. Scott.
now let's rejoin Amos and Andy and their guest, Gregory Ratoff. Well, Andy is working for Gregory Ratoff, all right. But unfortunately, neither Andy nor his agent, the Kingfish, realized that Mr. Ratoff has hired him solely as a butler, not an actor. At the moment, Kingfish is with Gregory Ratoff, about to battle valiantly for a salary raise for his client.
Hello there, Mr. Ratoff.
Oh, it's you again, the agent. Well, you can leave right now. Your client isn't here. I sent him home early to give myself a rest.
Well, I ain't here to see him. I'm here to see you, Mr. Ratoff. On behalf of my client, Andrew H. Brown, and myself, who is beneficiary in the deal, I is hereby asking for a raise for my client.
What? You're asking for a raise? Now listen. When I first hired Brown as my butler, I didn't expect much of him, and I got it. Ever since then, I've been getting less. No wonder he has to advertise in the Variety instead of in the Help Wanted column like a regular butler.
Oh, wait a minute, though, Mr. Ratoff. I think I'm beginning to see something here. You think Mr. Brown is just a plain butler?
What else is he?
He's a plain butler. That's what he is.
Well, tell me, why does he do the way he does? Acting all over the place. And he puts on whiskers, a black patch over his eye. Last night, he's serving my borscht wearing a Sherlock Holmes cap and a pipe.
I tell you, Mr. Ratoff, frankly, the boy is a little cracked. You know, a little balmy at times. Nothing serious, though. Gentle as a lamb.
Cracked. Gentle as a lamb. Bah. All I know, he's a rotten butler. And you have the nerve to come and ask me for a raise.
I just figured on asking you to raise him up to, maybe $25.
What? $25? I'm going to raise him down to $15.
Yeah, well, that sounds like a fair compromise. It's a deal, it's a deal. $15 it is, Mr. Ratoff.
All right, I'm busy now. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you, sir. Goodbye. So, Andy really working as a butler. I can't let him know that or he'll quit the job and I lose my commission. I just gotta keep on letting him think that he got a job as an actor.
Here come the Kingfish now, Miss Andrew.
Yeah, I'm sure anxious to hear what happened.
Well, hi there, Leighton. Hello there, Andrew.
Hello, Kingfish. Did you get the raise?
Brother Andrew, I done better than that. I got your reduction.
Yeah, well, Kingfish, would you mind saying that over again kind of slow?
I say I got your reduction, Andrew.
A reduction?
Oh, that was right.
And you say that's better than a raise?
Right.
How did that hit you, Lightning?
Well, I don't know. I always thought that more was better than less. Because I ain't never went to college, though.
Now, look, Andrew, let me explain the thing to you. Has you got any idea of what the tax situation is these days?
Well, I hear they got taxes all right.
Oh, Brother Andrew, let me read you something I just got here in the mail. The latest tax law that was moved, seconded, and passed by the United States government down in Washington.
Yeah, what'd it say?
Yeah. Well, yes, it's right here. This is from a congressman. He wants to keep me abreast of time, you see. He say, the government hereby states that all people making more than $15 a week automatically goes into what is known as the extra double brutal tax class. And is therefore subject to having their salary whittled down to the bone.
Yeah, so that's bad, all right.
Yeah.
I'm happy to say that I got you down in the $15 bracket where you pay is nothing. Yeah, just wanted to drop in to tell you the news, Andy. Well, I'll be running along now.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Kingfish. I appreciate that.
Oh, that's all right. See you later, Brother Andy.
Yeah.
So long, Kingfish.
Well, Lightning, looks like I was really making progress here. I done jumped from $20 to $15 all within 2 days.
Yeah, so Mr. Ratoff sure must like you, all right.
You know, Lightning, I was just thinking here. Long as I is going good now, might be a good idea to show Mr. Ratoff what else I can do in the way of acting.
Yeah, Miss Anna, why don't you show him that Foreign Legion scene that we've been rehearsing so much together? That was good, all right.
Yeah, that ain't a bad idea, Lightning. Oh, boy, I was great on that French stuff. Yeah, the correspondence school say that's the best scene in the whole course. I hope there ain't no rule against winning 2 Academy Awards.
Mr. Ratoff, your butler, Brown, wants to see you.
I am busy.
Well, there's something a little strange. I think you'd better see him.
All right. Bring him in.
Mr. Ratoff will see you, Brown. Come in.
Well, Brown, what is it you want now?
My Capitan, I regrets to report that the water is running low and we is entirely surrounded by Arabs.
What? Arabs on 46th Street?
Yes, sir. And our only chance is to send somebody through their lines to bring help.
But Arabs?
I can only say this, my Capitan. As Sergeant Pierre Jacques Renault of the French Foreign Legion, I have swore to fight to the last, no matter how many Arabs there is.
French Foreign Legion. Oh. Miss Smith, would you step over here a minute, please?
Mr. Ratoff, remember his agent said he's a little cracked. We'd better humor him.
Well, that's what I was going to tell you.
Tell me, my Capitan, shall I order one of the men to get through the Arab lines?
Yes, we must send the man for help. Tell me, is Bo Jeff doing anything today?
Capitan, the men's on the parapets is giving their all, but they needs encouragement. Tell me, my Capitan, has you a message for the men?
Yes, Sergeant. Tell the men of the French Foreign Legion that Capitaine Ratov says, quote, "Hinky dinky parlez-vous," unquote.
I go, my Capitan. I shall tell them.
Wait, Sergeant, wait. Maybe it's better than I should go. I would like to peep over the walls and see these Arabs myself. Come, Miss Smith. You places with me as the only woman bugler in the Foreign Legion.
Aye, aye, sir.
As long as the tricolor of the Foreign...
Gentle as a lamb and nutty as a fruitcake. Give me that phone.
What are you going to do, Mr. Ratoff?
I'm going to have him put away before he gets too violent. You know what I think, Miss Smith? The fellow thinks he's an actor. To be an actor, it helps to be crazy, but not that crazy.
State Hospital.
Look, my name is Gregory Ratoff, but I'm not calling for myself.
What is it, Mr. Ratoff?
Well, I've got here in my employ a crazy butler. He thinks he's a screen actor, and I want you to put him away.
Well, where are you located, Mr. Ratoff?
The Hotel Chandler on 46th Street.
All right, we'll be right down for him. And until we get there, I'd suggest you play along with him and don't excite him.
Thank you. Goodbye. All right. Let's go back in, Miss Smith. I'll tell him I'm going to send him to a moving picture studio on a long-term commitment.
Hello?
Hello, Amos. This is Andy.
Andy, where has you been for the last 2 days? We've been looking all over for you. Is you in jail?
No, Amos. I was in the state asylum.
Andy, how did you ever get in there?
Well, it's a long story, Amos. I just want to tell you, though, that I was all right.
Well, now, look, Andy, there's nothing wrong with you. I'll get Henry Van Porter and Lightning and all of your friends, and we'll come over there and vouch for you and get you out of there.
Well, thanks, Amos, but don't come before Monday.
Why not, Andy?
Because Sunday night I was playing the leading role in the State Asylum Follies of 1944.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at the same time when Amos and Andy will have as their guest that master of the quiz, Phil Baker. Our thanks to Gregory Ratoff for appearing with us tonight. Mr. Ratoff has just completed the direction of the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production, Irish Eyes Are Smiling.
Listen, Andy, tonight Henry Van Porter is giving a party for ichthyologists. Do you know what that means?
Well, it must mean something, Amos. I'm going to get me a dictionary and see what Mr. Webster say about the thing.
Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show. Yes, the makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the star of Take It or Leave It, Phil Baker. Everybody in Harlem who is anybody has been invited to a party being given by Henry Van Porter in honor of Professor Newkirk, an eminent ichthyologist, and his daughter Amanda, who have just arrived from the South. Andy, Amos, and the Kingfish have all received invitations, and at the moment Andy is consulting a dictionary to find out just what an ichthyologist is.
Yeah, what do the dictionary say there, Andy, about ichthyologists?
Yeah, read it out loud, Andy.
Well, say he is a scientific student of fishes.
Oh, Andy, is you kidding?
No, that's what it is, fellas. I remember Henry telling me about this Professor Newkirk. His life's work is just studying fish. And he's the one that Henry's giving the party for, you know.
Well, he can count me out. I ain't going.
Why not, Andy?
Well, I just don't see where a fish peddler's got no place in society.
Oh, listen, fellas, this Professor Newkirk is a big scientist. They got a story in today's paper about him. Here it is right there. Here's the paper.
Well, I ain't going to no party give for him. Now, I know that.
All right, let's see the paper, Emma.
There he is. There's a picture of him.
Well, I ain't interested in nothing about a fish man.
Who is the good-looking gal in the picture there with him?
That's his daughter, Amanda.
Where?
Here.
What time is the party?
Yes, boys, I think this reception that we're given for Professor Newkirk will be one of the big social affairs of the season.
Yeah, and the professor sure got a pretty daughter, too. Tell me this, is there going to be a lot of other single men there, Henry?
Yes, Andy, I imagine you'll have quite a bit of competition for the young lady.
Oh, yeah, the wolves is going to be howling.
Yes, and I positively know that the one who will appeal to her most is the type of man that's got the same interests as her and her father.
Yeah, well, I got a tie pin with a fish on it. That might make a hit with her.
Yeah, Andy, and the fact that them feet of yours look like flounders, that might be a wedge for you, too, you know.
Well, one thing I'm sure of, it's going to be the man with intelligence in the upper brackets that's going to strike her fancy. Well, boys, I'll see you both at the party tomorrow night, then. I got a lot of things to do. So long, boys.
Yeah, so long, Henry, so long.
See you tomorrow night, Henry. Say, Kingfish, I was just thinking here, what is the best way to show this gal Amanda that I is intelligent?
Well, Andy, that ain't no easy question to answer. Be perfectly frank with you, if that gal is looking for intelligence, after she talked to you for 30 seconds, she's going to know that you ain't no Professor Weinstein.
Yeah. Well, I guess that I might have...
Oh, how's you there, fellas?
Yeah.
Say, I'm glad I found you here, Andy.
What's the matter, Amos?
I was just downtown in my taxi cab hauling a passenger, and when I got back up here in Harlem, I discovered that the man done left his briefcase in my taxi cab.
Well, why don't you take it back to him?
Yeah, well, it's just that I got another passenger in the cab now, and I can't do it. So, Andy, I was wondering if you would take it down in the subway for me. I sure would appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. I ain't got nothing to do.
Oh, thanks, Andy. I dropped the man off at a house, and here's the number of it. And if you look inside the briefcase, you might find the man's name in there somewhere. I got to run along now, so thanks again, Andy.
So long, son. Okay.
Nice-looking briefcase there. Yeah.
Sure is. Let's see who the fellow's name is that this belonged to. Here's some papers with a letter on it.
What's that?
Let's see what it say here. Mr. Phil Baker.
Phil Baker?
Yeah.
Say, he's the fellow on the radio that's got that Take It or Leave It program.
Yeah, that's right. Ain't he the fella that he asks you your name, and if you know the answer, he gives you $64?
Yeah. Say, look what the letter say here. Listen to this. Dear Mr. Baker, attached to this letter are the various questions and answers for your various categories for this Sunday's broadcast.
Categories? What'd that mean, Kingfish?
Well, that mean, well, look, Andy, a word don't always have to mean something, you know.
Well, why does they stick it in there?
Well, what it do, it kind of gives the sentence class and don't change the meaning of it, you see what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's a good thing, all right.
Oh, yeah, well, just let's read the sentence and leave the word category out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dear Mr. Baker, attached to this letter are the questions and answers for your various for this Sunday's broadcast. You see, it's just as good without the word in there.
Yeah, I like it even better.
Yeah, you got something there. You know, Andy, I bet a lot of the contestants would like to get a hold of these questions and answers for Sunday's broadcast. Yeah, look here. Number 1, music. With all the questions and answers about music. Look at that.
Sure is.
Number 2, flowers. And there's the questions and answers about them.
Mm-hmm.
And, hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter, Kingfish?
Brother Andy, the thing that is topmost in your mind right now is to get in good with this professor's daughter, ain't it?
That's right.
If I was able to guarantee you that I would make you the head man with this gal and make a little extra money on the side, would you be willing to split that money with me?
I'll say I would.
It's a deal, Brother Andy.
Yeah.
Look here at this next thing. Fish, F-I-S-H, with all the questions and answers, and that's what the professor studies.
Yeah, sure is.
Now look here. Before we take this stuff back to Mr. Phil Baker, let's copy down all the questions and answers about fish for this Sunday's broadcast. Then we get you on the program, and of course you know all the answers.
Oh, wait a minute now. Wait a minute, Kingfish. Ain't that cheating?
Cheating?
Yeah.
And we're only learning the answers to the questions, educating ourselves. Would you call going to Harvard for 4 years cheating?
Well, no.
Yeah, well, that's what we're doing, just like going to Harvard, only we're taking a shortcut, that's all.
Kingfish, I'll do it.
Right.
Yeah, here's the place right here, Kingfish.
Yeah, now remember, Andy, when we goes in, don't let Mr. Baker know that we knows who he is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we calls him Mr. Baker, then he'll know that we done open up the briefcase, and he'll figure that we might have done see the questions and answers, and that spoil everything.
Yeah.
I'll push the bell here.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We don't know that he's Phil Baker, and so when we find it out, we act surprised.
That's the idea.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Yeah.
What can I... Oh, my briefcase. Thank goodness.
Yes, here you is, mister.
Come in, fellas. Come in.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes.
Tell me, where'd you find it? I've been going crazy.
Well, you left it in a friend of ours' taxi cab, and he told us where he dropped you off, and we done brung it down here to you.
Yes, sir. And on top of that, we ain't got the faintest idea who you is.
That's right, mister.
And the reason we don't know who he is 'cause we ain't never looked in the briefcase.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, naturally, if we looked in the briefcase, we'd have known you was Phil Baker.
Oh, but you don't know who I am now.
Ain't got the faintest idea.
I know this is a very silly question, but not having looked in the briefcase, how did you know that my name would have been Phil Baker if you had looked in the briefcase?
Well, yeah, that is a silly question, all right.
Yeah, so let's skip that one, if you will, please.
Well, boys, since you don't know my name is Phil Baker, let me introduce myself. My name is Phil Baker.
Not Phil Baker.
I knew that would surprise you.
Oh, I tell you could have knocked us both over with a feather.
Me too.
Yeah.
Boys, since you were nice enough to return this briefcase to me, I'd like to do something for you. Now, let's see. How would $5 be?
Oh, no. We wouldn't accept no money, Mr. Baker. We just done it as a favor to you.
Yeah, I tell you, though, there is one thing you could do. You see, your program is our favorite, and if you could give us a couple of tickets to go see it while we show Priestley.
Why, certainly. I've got some right here. Here's 2 for you. How's that?
Oh, that's great, yeah. We'll be right down in the first row.
Yeah, and one other thing, Mr. Baker, just in case you're looking for a contestant on the night of the program, I'll let you in on a little something here. Mr. Brown here is a genius.
Oh, really? Well, it isn't often that I meet a genius.
Oh, yes. I guess there's only a few of us left.
Mr. Brown on my program, eh? Say, it might not be a bad idea to have another genius on the program.
Don't you think we get into the Van Porter reception too early? Here's the house right here.
Yeah, well, it might be a little early, but that's all right, Andy.
You know, I was so anxious to meet this Professor Newkirk's daughter, Amanda.
I know you is.
And when she find out that I is intelligent and knows all about fish, she gonna fall for me like a ton of brick.
Yeah, well, here we are, son. I'll ring the bell.
Yo, wait a minute. Here, let me put my eyeglasses on here.
Uh-huh.
See, I got the kind that sits on your nose with a black ribbon hanging down.
Say, Andy, what you doing wearing glasses?
Well, you ain't never seen a big scientist without glasses, is you?
They sure high class looking, all right. Ain't them the kind they call pince nez?
Yeah. Well, they is the best kind for men that studies fish. You can see through them, and they hold your nose at the same time.
Well, come in, gentlemen. Come in. Come in. Outside of the professor and his daughter, you was the first ones here.
Yeah, well, I'll go over and say hello to your wife, Henry.
All right, Amos. And Andy, I want you to meet the guests of honor.
Yeah, I sure like that.
Oh, Professor Newkirk, Amanda, I want you to meet a very dear friend of mine, Mr. Andrew H. Brown.
How do you do, Mr. Brown?
How do you do?
Oh, I was pleased to make both your acquaintances.
Well, you'll excuse me. I think there's somebody else at the door.
That's quite all right. Well, Professor Newkirk, it's a great pleasure to meet another ichthyorologist like I is.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Brown.
And it goes without saying that I was always happy to meet a ichthyorologist's daughter, too.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mr. Brown.
Yes, I always loved the study of fish. Truth of the thing is, I hangs around the fish market most of the time.
Most of the time?
Not on the hot days, of course. I got a big laboratory, too, you know. Thing holds 4 quarts. I got 2 goldfish in it.
Amazing. Amazing, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, I hate to tear myself away, but I think I'll walk out and get a breath of fresh air.
Certainly, Professor, certainly.
Well, Mr. Brown, as a noted ichthyologist, I guess you've made quite a few discoveries.
Well, there's one discovery I done made.
And what is that?
You is the prettiest gal I done ever see.
Why, Mr. Brown, well, science is certainly making remarkable progress.
Honey, getting down to brass tacks and forgetting to warm up, I want to say that I loves you with all my heart.
Oh, now, Mr. Brown, I can hardly believe that.
Oh, it's the truth. And I ain't never said that to no other professor's daughter in my whole life, neither.
Well, I think you're very nice, too.
Ah, that settled it. How about you having a date with me Sunday night as my guest?
Why, that sounds wonderful. Where will we go?
Well, you and your father just stay in your hotel and listen to me on the radio.
Oh, are you going to be on the radio?
Oh, sure, on the Take It or Leave It program with Phil Baker. And then, of course, after the program, why, I'll come up to your hotel and we'll all go out together. How did that sound?
Oh, it sounds very exciting. You're going on a quiz show. You know, Mr. Brown, there's nothing that I admire more than an alert, well-informed, intelligent man.
You know, honey, I has made the order for you.
Well, tonight Andy is going to attend the Phil Baker broadcast with a kingfish, while Professor Newkirk and his daughter Amanda listen in. After the little hint they drop, the boys feel certain Mr. Baker will call on Andy to act as one of the contestants. Right now, Andy and the kingfish are in the office, making sure that Andy will not only win the money, but also greatly impress the girl.
Now, Brother Andy, here is all the questions and answers that Mr. Baker going to ask you on his program tonight.
Yeah, I got to memorize them, ain't I?
Now, all you got to do is to memorize the answers in this one thing, ichthyology. That's the category number 3, you see. Forget about the rest of them.
Okay.
Now, take the first question. Here, you see, he usually starts off by asking a silly one. What fish, if it could make a sound, would go meow? Of course, the answer here is catfish. See that?
I wonder if I can remember that.
Yeah, well, you don't have to remember the whole thing. Just catfish is the answer to the first question.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, now on the second the one there, the answer is sardine. Now, just remember that. You don't have to know the question.
Yeah, the answer is the important thing, yeah. That's all I got to say up there, huh?
Yeah, well, of course, now, Mr. Baker might ask you a few personal questions, make jokes about them, you know, what your name is and where you live. He might even ask you what you do for a living.
You gonna make a joke about that?
Well, I don't know. That don't give much to get his teeth in to do it there. Anyway, Andy, you spend the rest of the afternoon now memorizing these answers. Then you and me will go down to the broadcasting studio about 9:30.
Yeah, and by then I'll know these answers better than my own name.
Now remember, Andy, right after the broadcast, you got to give me half of the $64 that you're going to win.
Oh, sure.
So as soon as you come off the stage, why, you have the $42 ready for me.
Yeah, I'm going to... Well, wait a minute. Is 42 half of 64?
Well, certainly it is, Andy.
Sure sounds like a big half, don't it?
Brother Andy, I wants to be fair about this thing. If you likes my half better, then you can take it and I'll take the other 42.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Kingfish, I'd rather do it that way.
All right, folks, we're going to be on the air in about 10 minutes, and we still need one more contestant. I'll draw another number. Here we are, number 12. Number 12.
Oh, that's me. That's me.
Why, number 12, step right up here, sir.
Yes,
Thank you.
I'll be glad to, Mr. Baker. Yes, sir. Yes.
Now, don't climb over the footlights. Just come up those steps on the side.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Kingfish, can I get my feet through here?
Yeah, take off your derby, too, Andy. And look here, remember, category number 3, the answer to the first question is catfish.
I know, Kingfish. I know.
Right up those steps there. That's right. Now, if you'll just sit over there with the other contestants.
Yes, sir.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I say, we'll be on the air in a few minutes.
Let me know when you're ready for me, Mr. Baker.
Oh, yes, I'll be sure and let you know. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be on the air in a few minutes, and we want to give all the people listening in a good show.
Mr. Baker, the $64 I'm going to win, you pay that in cash, don't you?
Say, take it easy there. You might not win it.
Oh, Mr. Baker, can I speak with you a minute over here, please?
Certainly, Charlie. Sit tight, folks. I'll be right back.
Say, Phil, the sponsor insists on changing the categories, inasmuch as the questions and answers were out of your hands for a while.
All right. I didn't think it made any difference, but if that's the way they want it, fine.
Well, here are the new questions and answers.
Well, how about changing the categories on the blackboard?
Well, I'm having the boy do that now before they take the blackboard out on the stage.
Well, I guess there's no harm in making the change. Certainly won't make any difference to anybody. Baker following through with Take It or Leave It, and here's our next contestant coming up to the microphone.
Oh, yes, sir, coming up, yes, sir, yes.
I hope you're not nervous.
No, sir, I'm just shaking because I was cold.
All right, let's get started. What is your name?
Catfish.
Your name is Catfish?
No, sir. My name is Andrew H. Brown.
All right, tell me, Mr. Brown, have you selected a category? Just look up there on the board, and you can pick any one you want.
Yeah, well, I don't have to look on the board. I take number 3.
Oh, zoology, huh?
Well, it ends with ology. I know that.
All right, I'll ask you the first question.
Catfish.
Wait a minute. I don't know whether it's too important, but I haven't asked you the question yet.
Well, regardless of the question, that's the answer.
Well, all right, you've got $1. And in case the sponsor is listening in, I'll pay this out of my own pocket. Would you like to try it for $2?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go for $2. What animal, now virtually extinct, used to roam the plains in the far west?
A sardine.
I hate to see you lose out in the contest so early. Is it possible that you're talking about a sardine on the order of a buffalo?
Yes, sir.
Sort of a water buffalo, huh?
Yes, sir.
That gives
right.
you $2. That's fine. Now, would you like to try it for $4?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, the third question. Tell me, do you know what an elephant is?
Yes, sir.
For not saying catfish, you get $4. Would you like to try for $8?
Well, could we skip the 8 and get right down to the 64?
Not so fast, my friend. Next question.
This is question number 4, ain't it?
Right. There's a well-known saying about the elephant that you must know. Can you tell me what it is the elephant never does?
Goes up the Columbia River to spawn.
Well, that's not exactly the answer I have down here. But who am I to say you aren't right? You've got $8. By the way, just for my own information, are all your answers going to be about fish?
Well, naturally, that's what category number 3 is all about, ain't it?
Oh, I think I'm beginning to see a light. Well, Mr. Brown, that brings up a question in my mind.
Well, if it's number 5, they breathe through their gills.
Let me see what question number 5 is. How do mother bears recognize their own cubs? And you say they breathe through their gills. The elephants and bears are certainly doing strange things this year, aren't they?
Yes, it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's apparent to everyone that these answers don't fit the questions like a glove. As a matter of fact, this is the first time in the history of Take It or Leave It that anyone has gone through this many questions without even getting on the subject.
Well, can I help it if you don't know the right questions?
Mr. Brown, it's obvious that your chief interest in life is fish.
Yes, sir.
And without going any further, I'm going to declare you a winner.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I hereby award you 64 cans of sardines.
Hello? Hello, Amanda. This is Andy. Yeah, did you hear the broadcast? Oh, you did, huh?
Hey, lay it on there, son. I can hear you now.
Yeah, well, what is that? Yeah, well, but Amanda, you can't do that. Well, I was figuring on me and you having a little sardine supper together. Well, yeah, but honey, I know, but...
Yeah, she done hung up on you, ain't she, son?
Yeah. Well, Amos, I guess I done missed again.
Yeah? Well, you know, what did she say to you, Andy?
Well, she says she never want to see me again.
Why?
Well, she done heard me on the radio and say that I is stupid and dumb. And by pretending that I was an expert on the science of fishes, she say I was even lying about that, too.
Well, Andy, that's what happens whenever you tries to pretend that you are somebody that you ain't.
Yeah, that's the reason for the whole mess, all right.
Andy, I has done told you all your life that you has got to cut out pretending. You has got to be yourself. No matter how humble a man is, you'll find that people will love you for just being yourself. That's all you got to do. And believe me, Andy, you'll do much better with everything in life.
Yeah, Amos, you're right.
Won't you shake hands with me on it, Andy? Why don't you start today? It ain't too late, Andy. You is a nice enough guy.
Yeah, Amos put it there.
Oh, that's the stuff.
You is right. I was crazy to think that I could make that gal believe that I was a big ichthyorologist. From now on, I ain't gonna make people believe nothing that I ain't and all that stuff. I ain't gonna... wait a minute. Who is this coming in?
Pardon me, but could either of you gentlemen tell me where the Harlem Art Gallery is?
Yeah, I know where it is. What you want to go there for, miss?
Well, I'm an art student, and they're having an exhibit of paintings up there.
There is, huh? Well, now, how about me walking up there with you? It just so happened that I is a great painter myself.
All right, here's Amos and Andy again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we just want to thank you for listening in, and we hope you enjoyed our show.
Thanks from me, too, folks.
Next week, we are going to have as our guest that fine actor of stage and screen, Mr. Raymond Massey. And, as usual, is going to be in trouble up to his neck.
I is? Oh, me.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Good night, folks.
Be sure and be with us next week at this same time, friends. Bill Baker appears through the courtesy of the Eversharp Company.
Say, Andy, this gal that's coming up here from the south, you say you ain't seen her since you was 17 years old?
That's right, Amos. She coming up to New York mostly to invest the money her father done left her.
Well, I sure hope she don't take no chances with it.
Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show. Yes, the makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Mr. Raymond Massey. Even as a youth, Andy must have left an indelible impression on the fair sex. A few days ago, he received a letter from a girl he knew when he was about 17 years old, in which she said she was planning a visit to New York and hoped to renew their old friendship. At the moment, Andy is in his office with Amos, and he's recalling old times.
Say, Andy, this gal, Muriel Davis, that's coming up here from her hometown here, when you expecting to hear?
Well, Amos, I ain't sure. She write me the exact date in a day or so.
So you won't know when she's arriving until you get another letter from her?
No.
Tell me, Andy, you remember what kind of a gal she is?
No, I don't remember her too good, Amos. Don't forget, I ain't seen her since I was 17.
Yeah.
And on top of that, in those days, I was always running around with about 30 gals at the same time.
30 gals. You must have been some guy, all right.
Oh, well, I was young then. Yeah. Now that I was older, settled down, and got growed-up ideas, I finds that 15 is plenty.
Yeah, I don't know how you get along with so few, lover.
Well, them was the good old days, though, when I was going around with Muriel. I remember I used to buy a bag of gumdrops and go over to her house, and we'd sit on the front porch.
Oh, romantic stuff, huh?
Yeah, then after a while, she'd go inside and turn off the porch light, and we'd be in the dark.
Then what?
I'd eat all the gumdrops. Oh, Amos, I tell you, them was the days.
Well, hello there, Amos. How's you,
hello,
hiya, Kingfish.
Say, Andy, I'd like to speak to you private, confidential, and under your hat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, well, another big business deal, I guess. Well, I'll be running along, fella.
Yeah, see you later, Amos.
Yeah, well, so long, folks.
So long. What's up, Kingfish?
Brother Andy, I got a big business deal I'm going to let you in on.
Yeah, well, count me in, Kingfish.
Look here, I know where I can sell a mess of furniture for $50.
I is right with you.
I know where I can buy the furniture for $25.
I is your man.
So all we got to do is to raise $25.
Count me out.
Yeah, well, we went through that deal in a hurry, didn't we? Yeah, tell you the truth, Andy, I didn't think it would work out myself. Forget about it.
Yeah, say, Kingfish, what time is it?
Yeah, it's about 4 o'clock p.m.
Say, I got to get home and get some sleep. I've been up since noon.
Yeah, all right, Andy, let's go. I'll walk with you. Come on.
Yeah. You know, Kingfish, I think that the best thing...
Joe! Hey, Joe!
Oh, Andy, that fella looking at us.
Hey, Joe, wait a second, will you?
Yeah, he making a mistake. He thinks one of us is somebody named Joe, I guess.
Yeah, what you want, buddy?
Oh, pardon me. I thought you was a pal of mine, a fella named Joe.
Who, me?
Yeah, you look exactly like him.
No, my name is Andrew H. Brown. There's my office right there.
Well, my mistake. Gosh, you a dead ringer for Joe. Sorry, boy.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right.
Yeah, another fella look like you, huh, Andy?
Yeah.
Look like nature done made the same mistake twice, don't it?
I tell you, Joe, this fella Andrew Brown that I running on the street looks exactly like you. You can't tell the difference.
Well, I've heard of people's having doubles. I never knowed I had one, though.
He even got a low voice like yours. Anyway, after he walked down the street, it hit me that we might have an angle there. You know, use him as a fall guy to take a rap for you or something.
This is getting interesting.
So what I done was I ducked in his office. The sap left the door open. Well, I start snooping around in there when the mailman shoves a letter under the slot.
Go on.
I opened the letter, and it's from a gal down south by the name of Muriel Davis that he ain't seen since he was 17. She coming up here to New York to invest some of the money her father done left her. I tell you, Joe, this is a perfect setup.
Getting better all the time. Keep talking, Frank.
Well, on top of everything else, she kind of sweet on this guy, Brown. So here's what I figured. She ain't seen him for over 20 years, so you could pass for this fella Brown. Go up and see her at the Harlem Plaza Hotel where she says she's stopping. Get lovey-dovey with her, grab the dough, we fades out, and Brown takes the rap.
Frank, I think you got something there. There ain't no chance of Brown coming up to work.
No, I got this letter she written right here with me. He ain't never gonna see it, so he won't even know she's in town.
Well, there's one other thing, too. The police is still on our trails for that grocery store job we pulled. Maybe we better lay low for a while.
Don't be crazy. This is a cinch, Joe.
Okay, Frank, I'll do it. Muriel, this is just like old days.
You know, Andy, this is the fourth date we've had since I've been up here in Harlem. And there's still something about you that's a little different from the old Andy I knew.
What's that, honey?
Well, your looks haven't changed much. Maybe it's your voice. I don't know what it is.
Well, a person bound to change a little after 20 years.
Anyway, Andy, I can't tell you how happy I am that we is going to be married.
Yeah. Me too. By the way, that stock I was going to buy for you, did you draw the money from the bank yet?
Yes, I got the $1,500 right here in my purse. There he is, darling.
Fine. I'll take it right along with me and invest it in that stock.
Well, you ain't going already, is your sweetheart?
Yeah, it's getting late, and I got an early appointment. I'll call you tomorrow.
Well, all right. But it's going to seem like a year till I see you again, darling.
Well, it's going to seem longer than that to me.
Here's your hat, Andy.
Thanks, honey.
Goodbye, dear.
So long.
That man's always whistling.
Well, Andy, how's everything getting along with you?
Oh, boy, everything is fine. I was just sitting here in the office thinking. This is the first time since I can remember that I ain't had no worries or troubles. Wait a minute. Hello?
Is this you, Andy?
Yeah, this is Andy. Who this?
Well, your voice sounds different, Andy. I guess we must have a bad connection. This is Muriel.
Hello. Muriel who?
Muriel who? Only the girl you engaged to.
Hold the phone a second, will you? Amos, you remember me getting engaged to any girl named Muriel?
Oh, no, Andy. What a man you is.
From now on, I'm going to keep a list of the gals I get engaged to.
Say, that gal that you got the letter from was named Muriel Davis. You wasn't engaged to her, was you?
Not that I knows of. If I was, it's sure been a long engagement, 20 years. Wait a minute. Hello, is this Muriel Davis by any chance?
Why, of course, Andy. I don't understand the way you was acting.
Well, when did you get in town?
Andy, is you out of your head? Tell me, did you buy that stock with that $1,500 I gave you last night?
$1,500? You ain't give me no money. I ain't seen you in 20 years.
Andy Brown, you ain't going to get away with this. I'm going to have you taken care of right away.
Are you Andrew H. Brown?
Yes, sir. Yeah, but I ain't done nothing, officer. Honest, I ain't.
You call making love to a girl and swindling her out of $1,500 nothing? You're under arrest.
Well, wait a minute. That gal is crazy, miss. I didn't take no $1,500 from her. Wait a minute, officer.
Save it. You'll have plenty of chance to talk at the trial. Let's go, Romeo.
Oh, come in, Kingfish. Come in.
How is you, boy?
All right.
We just sitting around here in the office recursing the trial.
Yeah, that sure was a rough day in court, wasn't it?
Yeah, the way the trial's going, fellas, things look bad for Andy, don't they?
Yes, that testimony of Muriel Davis's that the prosecutor done read in court certainly make it look like Andy been up there to see her, all right.
Yeah, well, I can't figure the whole thing out. Andy said that he ain't seen the gal in 20 years. And the prosecutor claims that just a couple of weeks ago, he was up to see her 4 nights in a row.
Yes, there seems to be a wide discrepancy there someplace.
Yeah, he claims that Andy proposed to her and then swindled out of $1,500.
Well, I personally believe Andy. Boy, the newspaper sure making a lot out of this case, though. As you've been reading it, they calls it the Whistling Swindle case.
Yeah, how come they call it that?
Well, it seems that when the case first broke, this Muriel Davis mentioned something to the newspaper men about Andy always whistling, I'll get by, when he was with her.
Oh, yes, I see. Tell me, how is Andy bearing up under all this? Is he worried?
I say a word. He's just like a halibut waiting for Friday to blow over.
Yes, well, that prosecutor is certainly making it tough for Andy. And they say he ain't lost a case in 10 years.
Yeah, well, we'll know the answer to everything in tomorrow's session in court, all right. The trial ought to end up by then.
Oh, yes. They'll have a verdict tomorrow sometime.
Tell me this, Kingfish. How do Andy's friends figure he's going to make out in the trial? As you talk to a lot of them?
Well, Amos, I'll tell you this much. The betting around the pool room is 10-1 that Andy ain't going to hear a wooden door slam for the next 5 years.
The verdict is expected. The court is being called to order as the judge raps for silence.
Could we have quiet, please? In the case of the People versus Andrew H. Brown, the prosecution will please continue. Are you ready, Mr. Massey?
Yes, Your Honor. Before recalling one of the defense's witnesses to the stand, I would like to review the evidence we have so far presented. As the court knows, Miss Muriel Davis was too ill to appear. Therefore, we introduced a photograph of the defendant, Andrew Brown, which Miss Davis, on her sick bed, positively identified as the man to whom she gave the $1,500. We also presented the testimony of 3 employees of the Harlem Plaza Hotel, who swore that the defendant is the man who, on 4 successive nights, called on Miss Davis in her hotel apartment. This scoundrel Brown...
Objection sustained. Will the clerk strike that last sentence from the record?
The last thing we presented was the written testimony of the victimized woman in the form of a deposition. In this, she vividly described the despicable methods employed by Andrew Brown in cold-bloodedly swindling her out of the $1,500. He made a promise of marriage which he never intended to keep. And now I would like to recall the defense's so-called character witness. Will Mr. George Kingfish Stevens take the stand?
Yeah, sir. Just wait till I slip on my shoes, if you will. I didn't know you were going to call on me again.
Will the witness please hurry?
Doing the best I can, Judge.
Does the witness appreciate that he's in contempt of court?
Yes, appreciate it very much. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Will you please take the stand?
Yes, we're coming right up.
Mr. Stevens, you will recall that you previously swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
That's right, yes.
Mr. Stevens, you told us earlier that in the many years you have known Andrew Brown, you've been in a great many business ventures together.
Sir. Me and Brown has done took a few flyers together, yes.
And he has always been honest in his business dealings?
Yes, sir. He absolutely honest.
Remember, Stevens, you're under oath?
In that case, you better cross out the word absolutely there.
In other words, you mean that Andrew Brown is the type of man who could make ardent love to a woman and at the same time swindle her out of $1,500.
No, sir. When that boy is making love, his mind ain't on swindling, no, sir.
Now, isn't it true that some 6 months ago you and the defendant issued and sold stock in a company called the Consolidated Universal Investment Trust?
Objection. Objection overruled. Answer the question, please.
Yeah. Well, we was in a deal, but only for a couple of days. It seemed like all of a sudden a man from the district attorney's office started buying the stock, and we closed up fast. Yeah, so right there.
Tell me, how much did you sell those shares for?
Well, now, as I recall it was 50 cents a share, 2 for 89. That was the price.
I wonder if Wall Street ever thought of doing it that way.
I don't know.
Tell me, what were the assets in back of this stock?
You want to know what the assets was? Don't nobody want to object to that question right there?
Oh, then there were no assets behind that stock.
Now, wait a minute, y'all, sir. We had assets. One of them was a big apartment house on Lenox Avenue.
Remember, you're supposed to tell the truth.
Well, it was more of a small apartment house.
The whole truth?
Forget about the apartment house.
All right. What were your assets then?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't remember them offhand, but they was listed in the books.
Oh, you kept books?
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah.
Are those books available?
Well, I tell you a funny thing about them books. Me and Brown was out on a fishing trip, and we had the books with us.
Remember, you're under oath.
Forget about the fishing trip.
What about the books?
What books?
I thought so.
Say, is there any chance in me taking a whack at this thing without being under oath, mister?
Gentlemen of the jury, intelligent men like you can see it's obvious. That company had no assets. And it's equally obvious that fake stock deals are not exactly unknown to Mr. Brown.
Oh, wait a minute, mister. I didn't say that. Now,
you said enough, Stevens. Come on, step down.
Yeah, sir. Getting down. I get down. Right.
Gentlemen of the jury, there goes your character witness. Now, the next witness I am going to call to the stand is the defendant, Andrew Brown. I intend to prove conclusively that proposing marriage and then extracting money from his victim is a common practice with this unprincipled scoundrel. Will Mr. Brown take the stand?
Yes, sir.
Right this way, Brown.
Excuse me just a second. Any of you gentlemen in the jury like to try a good cigar? Just happen to have 12 with me.
The defendant will take the stand.
Look, Your Honor, the fellow that took that money was supposed to whistle that song, I'll Get By All the Time. Your Honor, I can't even whistle.
Will you please confine yourself to answering the attorney's question? Will Mr. Massey please get on with the trial?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Brown, this letter here, will you look at it and tell me if you recognize it as your handwriting?
Yeah, I recognize it as my handwriting. Hey, wait a minute. Where'd you get this letter?
You wrote this letter not to the state's witness, Muriel Davis, but to another girl named Tootsie Madison. I will start from the beginning. Quote, "Dearest, darling, sweetest Tootsie."
Wait a minute. Your Honor, could I whisper something in your ear?
Well, this is highly irregular. What is it? If any of Mr. Brown's lady friends are in the courtroom, will they please leave? You may proceed, counsel.
Quote, "Dearest, darling, sweetest Tootsie, just a line to tell you that you is the only gal in the world for me."
You see what I mean, Your Honor?
I will continue reading. Quote, "Angel, darling, I admits that we hasn't knowed each other very long, but in just them 2 nights I was up at your house for supper, you done cooked your way right into my heart. Honey, that chicken casserole that you fixed was nothing short of true love with gravy on it."
Just a moment. Mr. Brown, may I whisper something in your ear?
Oh, yes, sir, Judge, yes, sir.
By any chance, if there's...
No, Your Honor. She got a job cooking for somebody already.
The state will proceed.
The letter continues, quote, "And so, darling, I is asking you to be my lovely, beautiful wife and go down life's highway together in high gear with the brakes off." Unquote. Gentlemen of the jury, did you hear that? Down life's highway together in high gear with the brakes off.
Your Honor, if it ain't too late, I don't recognize that handwriting.
I'm afraid it is a little late for that. Proceed.
Continuing, quote, "My only wish in life from now on is to love you, protect you, and take care of you financially for the rest of your days. I can hardly wait for your answer, sweetheart, so I enclose in an envelope addressed back to me. Give me your answer in the language of love. If it's yes, let me know by enclosing $3 in the envelope. If it's no, make it $1.50.
Oh, me.
Gentlemen of the jury, the purpose of reading this letter was to show you that here again the defendant made an attempt to get money out of an innocent girl on promise of marriage to her. True, the sum was much smaller, but the defendant's effort was no less reprehensible.
But wait a minute.
Gentlemen of the jury, look at him up there. An unscrupulous cad, a vulture who preys on helpless women.
Hey, just a minute, please.
The man is only a charlatan. He's a lower type of criminal and a sneak thief.
But honest, mister,
He's nothing but a low, cheap, contemptible crook.
Your Honor, is I allowed to sue the prosecutor?
You're out of order.
Yeah, I'll say I is.
All right, Brown, you may step down.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And so, gentlemen of the jury, I have proved beyond a shadow of doubt that Andrew H. Brown was the man who swindled Muriel Davis out of $1,500. I am acting not only as a servant of the state.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the defendant, Andrew H. Brown, guilty as charged.
O'Brien, put this prisoner in cell 24. The name is Andrew Brown.
Andrew Brown.
Yes,
sir. Begorry, is me eyes deceiving me?
What's the matter, O'Brien?
Well, this morning I locked up them two fellas, you know, Joe and Frank. They picked them up for that grocery store job they pulled a couple of months ago. And Brown here is a dead ringer for Joe. You can't tell them apart.
Well, put them away. I've got work to do.
All right. Come on, Brown.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They put you in a cell right across the way from this fella Joe and his pal Frank. And when you see Joe, you think you're looking at yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Here we are. In with you. There's Joe over there. You see, I wasn't kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. Say, buddy, you do look exactly like me, don't you?
Yeah. Funny, ain't it?
And wait a minute. Ain't you Frank, the fellow that was supposed to write that article about me?
Hiya, pal.
What did they bring you here for?
Oh, they got us in here on some grocery store rap, but we'll beat it.
Yeah. So funny how much me and your pal Joe look alike, ain't it? You know, they got me in here on the raps, too. They think I done swindled some gal, but I is innocent.
Yeah?
The only way I can figure it is that it must have been some other fella that she thunk was me. I is in a mess, all right.
Well, drop it. We ain't interested.
If I could only figure out how the whole thing happened. Oh, me. Well, I guess I might as well try to get some sleep on this cot here. Get the thing off my mind. Is you got a whistle, mister? I'm going to try to get some sleep.
Listen, Bud, you don't own the joint.
Well, it's just that I'm trying to... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You can whistle, mister. Yeah, go on whistling. Yeah, whistle, will you? Whistle. Whistle, you rotten bum.
As I was saying, Mr. Brown, Joe has confessed and is in jail. I'm sorry about the whole thing.
Yeah, yes, sir, Mr. Massey. Yes, sir, thank you. It sure was lucky that I recognized that song he was whistling.
Here's your $1,500, Miss Davis. We found it all on this fella, Joe.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Massey.
Mr. Brown, this whole thing ought to be a lesson even for you. That business of proposing to women and getting money from them is bad medicine.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Massey. Don't worry. Ain't nobody going to have no more trouble with me about women with money. No, sir. I is a reformed man.
I hope so. Good luck to both of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Come on, Muriel.
All right. Goodbye, Mr. Massey.
Goodbye, folks.
Well, that's that, Andy. Wait a minute. I'll put this money in my bag.
Yeah, tell me, you got the whole $1,500 there?
Yes. I guess it's all here.
Say, honey,
Yes.
how about me and you going down life's highway together in high gear with the brakes off?
Well, folks, we just want to thank you for being with us tonight.
Yeah, and we hope you enjoyed the show.
Say, Andy, I don't know whether I ought to tell you this or not, but on next week's program, you is going to meet 5 gals all within a couple of days.
5? Oh, boy, I can hardly wait.
You might even marry one of them.
Now you had to go and spoil everything.
Good night. Say, Andy, ain't you jealous of this fella Johnson that's seeing a lot of Madam Queen?
Oh, that fella Johnson and Madam Queen ain't nothing but a plutonic friendship.
Boy, you never worry about nothing, do you?
The makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show. Tonight it looks as though Andy is about to be shanghaied for a rough voyage on the sea of matrimony. And now let's look in on the indirect cause of it. The girl Andy has been engaged to these 14 years, Madam Queen. At the moment, she is the object of the greatest compliment a man can pay a woman, a proposal of marriage, but not from Andy.
So you see, Madam Queen, not only am I in love with you, but if you marry me, I can give you everything a fine woman like you deserves.
Well, David, there's nothing I'd like better than going back to Cleveland with you as Mrs. David Johnson, except that, well, David, I guess there's still Andy Brown.
But don't you realize, Madam Queen, that after 14 years, Andy Brown is never going to marry you?
Maybe I'm foolish, but in 14 years he ain't married nobody else. And I did promise him I'd wait until he made a success, and it's not fair to rush him.
Then according to that, if it wasn't for your promise to Andy Brown, you'd marry me, huh?
Yes, I'm sure I would. And David, aren't you listening?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I was just thinking about a way to make me the happiest man in the world. Well, Mr. Stevens, have I made myself clear?
Yes, Mr. Johnson. You was suggesting that I should bust up the engagement of Madam Queen and Andy Brown. The best, the truest, the most loyal friend I ever had for $100.
Well, I didn't know you felt that way.
You couldn't make it 125, could you?
125?
Yeah. After all, you was asking me to tamper with emotions. Yeah. There's love involved here, friendship, happiness, and unhappiness. That's 4 emotions. You asking me to sell out at the measly sum of $25 in emotion. That's what you're asking me.
Okay, very well. I'll pay the 125. But not 5 cents of it unless Madam Queen's on the train with me when I go back to Cleveland at the end of the week.
End of the week, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, there's only one way that's quick to disengage Andy from Madam Queen and That's to engage him to some other gal.
Yeah, that would do it all right. But how can you get him engaged that fast?
Oh, don't worry. Where Cupid is concerned, Andy Brown is the only man who runs to meet the arrow halfway. Well, there you is, Henry. That's the whole proposition in a nutshell.
In other words, I get half of the $125 if we can get the other boys to help us get Andy married.
Yeah, but we don't want the other boys to know what we do. Wait a minute. I think I hear him coming down the hall now. Wait a minute.
Hello, gentlemen.
Well, hello there, Henry. Hello, Kingfish.
Sit down, sit down.
Well, here we are. What did you want to see me about?
Yes, Brother Crawford. Go ahead, Kingfish. Tell them about it.
Fellas, the reason Henry and me has done asked you to get together with us is on account of our good friend Andy Brown.
Well, what is the problem?
Tell him, Kingfish.
Well, boys, I think it's up to us to see that Andy gets married.
Why? He's never done anything to us.
Well, now, Brother Crawford, where would you be if you wasn't happily married and had a loving wife to come home to every night? Oh, on second thought, maybe you better not answer that question right now. That's right.
Well, listen, fellas, I always felt that Andy ought to get married. I think it would do the boy a lot of good.
Yes, I seconds that motion very much. And I think we ought to take turns having Andy up to supper and have some charming lady there for him to meet.
I say, I am beginning to like this idea. Tomorrow night, I'll have him up to meet my sister-in-law who is living with us.
Just a minute now, just a minute. I'll have Andy up first. After all, I've got a sister-in-law I'd like to get rid of. I'd like him to meet too.
Well, I think that I spoke first, Mr. Van Porter, and I would like to have Andy up to my place.
Well?
Wait a minute now, boys. Listen. I has done seen both of your sister-in-laws, and frankly, I think you're getting off on the wrong foot here.
Yeah, I don't know if either one of them gals would exactly appeal to Andy. Well, he likes them good looking. Gentlemen, I will admit that my sister-in-law is not the showy type. But I know that she would make a wonderful wife. Your objections to her, I am sure, are based on your first impressions.
Yes, I only see her once.
I feel sure that after Andy has been around her a while, her face will lose much of its sting.
Now listen, boys, I tell you what we're going to...
Hello, gentlemen, hello. What y'all doing hanging around here at the lodge?
We just chewing the fat end, nothing important.
Yes, say, Andy, before I forget it, me and Mrs. Van Porter would like you to come up to supper tomorrow night.
And on Thursday night, Andy, Mrs. Crawford and I would like to have you come up for supper, too.
Has you fellas got something cooking?
What do you mean, Andy?
Well, it's just that I ain't been up to neither one of y'all's houses to supper in over a year. And now, within 1 minute, I gets invited to both of them. Kind of makes a fellow suspicious.
Well, of course, Andy, if you would rather not come, it's perfect.
Oh, no. After all, ain't no reason a man can't be suspicious and eat at the same time.
Henry, are you going to help me to set this dinner table or not?
Well, why can't your sister help you? After all, the whole thing is for her benefit.
She happens to be down at the store getting a red ribbon for her hair.
Well, at least that'll help cover up that bald spot she's got.
Now, listen here, Henry. I don't want you talking that way about my sister. Her hair's a little bit thin, but that's all. Now, you get out of that chair and help me. After all, I put on this supper mostly for that no-good local friend of yours, Andy.
Don't kid me, Clara Van Porter. You was doing it only to marry off that sister of yours.
Is that so? Why, the way you talk, a person would think that Rosemary was just standing around waiting for some man to marry her.
Well, I hope she ain't been standing, because it's been waiting for 19 years.
Let me tell you something, Henry Van Porter. I've heard just about enough from you.
Darling, what you doing with that vase there? Angel, honey, put that vase down. Sweetheart, darling, look out! Look out!
Well, Brother Andy, you sure is all dressed up there.
Yeah, I'm just about to leave for Henry Van Porter's house. You know, I'm going up there and have supper, meet some gal.
Yeah, well, always remember this, Brother Andy. The beauty of a gal is only skin deep. It's what's inside the gal, her soul, and her character that counts.
It is, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, just like a Christmas present. It don't matter if the thing is wrapped beautiful. It's the present on the inside that counts.
Yeah. Well, all I know is that some of these gals I've been meeting is wrapped pretty bad.
Just remember what I tell you, Andy. And, by the way, it's too bad that Henry Van Porter got in his invitation for supper tonight first. Me and Sapphire wanted you for supper tonight, too, Andy, old pal.
Well, that sure is nice of you, King.
Yeah, we can't wait to have you over. Yeah, there's nothing that gives me and Sapphire more pleasure than to have an old pal like you sitting at supper with us. Excuse me, Andy, while I answer the telephone. Hello?
Hello, Kingfish. This is Henry Van Porter. Tell Andy not to come tonight. I done had a slight accident.
What you mean, Henry?
Well, my darling wife let me have it on the head with a vase full of forget-me-nots.
Yeah. On the head, huh? Them forget-me-nots is treacherous things, all right. All right, I'll tell him, Henry. Goodbye.
What's the matter, Kingfish?
Brother Andrew, Henry Van Porter done had a slight accident, and he can't have you up for supper tonight.
Yeah, I hear you say something about his head. Did he have a fight with his wife?
Oh, no, Brother Andrew. Married people never fight. No. You see, what happened to Henry was just the result of too much affection. His wife started to pat him on the head and didn't remember that she had a vase of forget-me-nots in her hand. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I guess a fellow's lucky to have a wife, huh?
Oh, yeah, and that reminds me, I better be getting home to my sweet little wife, too.
Well, wait a minute, Kingfish.
What's the matter?
Well, now that I ain't going over to the Van Porters, ain't nothing to stop me from coming over to your house tonight for the supper that you couldn't wait to have me for.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that, Andy. Sapphire gonna be tickled pink, too, yeah. Oh, me.
You think you better call her up?
Oh, yeah, I better do that. Yeah, that's really going to be a nice surprise for Sapphire.
Yeah, she really is anxious to have me up, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Hello?
Sapphire, sugar pie, this is your ever-loving husband.
George, that don't sound like you.
Honey, I was here with Andy. Guess what I'm going to do, and in case it does, I want you to be calm now.
Come on and spill it, George. What you got to say?
This gonna make you as happy as it did me, honey. I'm bringing our good friend Andy home for supper.
George, you step in the house with that bum, and I'll throw both of you out.
You happy to hear it, Kingfish?
Oh, yeah, Andy, yeah. She can't wait to see you, yeah. Tell me, honey, what is we having for supper?
If you bring that loafer home, there won't be no supper for neither one of you.
Oh, he is, huh? Just a minute, honey. And it looked like you caught us on a bad night. We're having cornmeal mush with spoiled gravy on it. That's what we're having. Yeah, you wouldn't like that, would you?
I was crazy about it.
Oh, yes. Now, wait a minute. Hello, honey.
Listen, George, it's bad enough you're hanging around with that Andy without having him up here for supper.
Oh, yeah. Just a minute, honey. Andy, she done burnt the mush. That's what she done.
Yeah, well, I tell you.
Wait a minute. All right, precious. We'll have Andy some other night. Goodbye, honey. Andy, that's a real disappointment. But Sapphire said that she ain't gonna give you no little chintzy meal when you come up to our house. Oh, no, Andy. She too crazy about you for that. Well, boys, you know why we was gathered here. 3 days ago, we done decided that we was going to get Andy married.
Yes, and I think it's time we all reported on our progress.
Yeah, well, fellas, I ain't had much luck.
You ain't, huh, Amos?
No, I had Andy up to meet this gal, Mary Bowman, but he said that she was too heavy for him.
Oh, yeah, I talked to Andy. Andy said that she is the fattest gal he'd ever seen. He said that when she goes to answer the front door, part of her is still in the kitchen.
Well, tell us, Brother Crawford, what luck did you have?
Well, I've had no luck at all, because when Andy met my sister-in-law, she had one decided disadvantage.
What was that?
Her face was showing.
Well, it looked like we were getting no place fast, fella.
Did you ever get Andy up to your house, Kingfish?
Yeah, I finally had him up there for supper, but when he was sitting next to the gal at the table, he decided that she was too lowbrow for him.
Why? What did she do?
Oh, he didn't like the way that she put her mouth down on an even keel with the plate and banked the peas in off the meatballs. He
Well, there's nothing more that I can do about the thing.
Yeah, but Amos.
I am going to run along, boys, and leave you. Goodbye.
Just a minute now.
Well, I'll go along with you, Brother Crawford. So long, fella.
So long, boy.
Kingfish, I hate to admit this, but we has done flopped in our efforts to get Andy married.
Wait a minute. Excuse me, Henry. George Kingfish Stevens talking. Oh, hello, Miss Johnson. Well, I know you're leaving for Cleveland tomorrow night. Well, now, just calm yourself. Oh, yeah, we getting results. What results? Yeah, we done got Andy married this afternoon.
Yes, well,
to a woman, too. Yeah, I know you'd be happy to hear it, Miss Johnson. Oh, don't mention it. Oh, you will? All right, sir. Goodbye. Well, there you is, Henry. Everything is straightened out with Johnson. Oh, the man is really happy.
Yes, I'm sure he must be happy.
Very happy.
But what are you going to do if him and Madam Queen want to meet Andy's bride? What about that?
Oh, please, Henry, one thing at a time.
And now, back to Amos and Andy. Well, since Kingfish told David Johnson that Andy is now a married man, Johnson, delighted, has come to thank the boys for what they've done. We find them in Kingfish's office now.
Well, boys, so Andy Brown's actually married. I can't tell you how grateful I am.
Oh, yeah. Andy's married, all right, Miss Johnson. Happy as a log, ain't he, Henry?
Oh, yes. There's just a couple of lovebirds.
Yeah, they sure is, Miss Johnson.
Well, marriage is a wonderful thing, boys. And I expect my forthcoming marriage to Madam Queen to be an ideal one. Well, now, about the money.
Oh, yeah, the money slipped my mind completely, yeah.
Yes, we've been swept away by how noble this great thing is that we has done.
Yeah, clean forgot about the money. Clean forgot.
Yes,
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Miss Johnson. Remind us of it.
Well, yes. I was just going to say that there's just one more thing for you to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Madam Queen still has to be told that her engagement to Andy Brown's been broken.
Well, we was kind of expecting you to take care of that.
Oh, no. See, since I was responsible for getting him married, it would be better if I stayed completely in the background. And if you want your money tonight, you'll get started over there right now.
Feats, you hear the gentlemen. Don't stand still.
Well, Madam Queen, as the Kingfish just told you, that's the story.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe Andy would get married without telling me. Boys, where is he now? I got to see Andy.
Oh, you got to see him. Well, I don't think it'd do no good. You see, Andy won't admit to nobody that he's married to this other gal. They're keeping it a secret, ain't they, Henry?
Oh, they is?
Certainly they is. Yeah, explain it to Madam Queen.
Oh, yes. Well, it seems that the new Mrs. Brown's papa don't approve of Andy, and the happy couple is keeping it secret like those three monkeys. Don't hear nothing, don't say nothing, don't know nothing.
Yeah, that's right, and there's the monkey on the end, you see.
But I've got to see Andy. It's just that I got to know for sure. I got to know.
Yeah, well, I tell you, Madam Queen, I don't know where the happy bridegroom is at the minute. He may be sitting on his hope chest, counting his trousseau, or even unpacking his nuptials. I don't know what to do.
Well, if Andy can't face me himself, then I'm going to see his bride. I'm not leaving for Cleveland unless I've seen one of them.
If you can't see Andy, then you got to see his bride. Well, I tell you what, Madam Queen, you be over at my office at 5 o'clock, and we'll have one or the other of them there.
Kingfish, why did you say that to Madam Queen? Andy ain't going to say he's married, and we certainly can't show her his wife.
That's where you're wrong, Henry, because we is going to send Andy on an errand that will keep him away from my office for the rest of the afternoon.
Yes, and then what?
Then I goes over to Shorty's barber shop, the one next to Andy's office, and see that if he know any manicurists that used to work for him that we can introduce as Andy's new wife. Well, Shorty, the best barber in town. Glad I found you here alone.
Yeah, well, I'll be doggone. That's my old friend, the Kingfish.
Yeah, well, what you gonna do, Shorty? What is you doing there? Getting ready to shave yourself?
No, not me, Kingfish. No, I wouldn't take a chance on myself. No.
Look, Shorty, our eyes on the spot here. You has had a lot of good-looking manicurists working for you here in the past, ain't you?
Oh, yeah, Kingfish. I had a lot of good-looking ones. There must have been 6 good-looking... well, there was one that was fat.
Yeah, well, I tell you what I want to do, Shorty. If you can get a hold of this gal, I'll pay her $3 to be Andy Brown's wife.
Yeah, well, I think I could...
Let me explain the thing to you, Shorty. You see, me and Henry Van Porter is doing a noble thing, and part of it is to give Madam Queen the imprint that Andy Brown is married. So we want this manicurist to play the part of Andy Brown's wife for just 1 hour.
Yeah, it's $3 to be a wife. That's Andy need a brother.
No, Shorty, no. We is only in the wife market at the moment.
I'm sorry to hear that, Kingfish. I sure could use the money.
Now, look here. This manicurist, you said it was fair. Does you know where you can get in touch with her from it?
Oh, yeah. I'll call her up right now.
Oh, good. You know her phone number?
Oh, sure. It's Lehigh 47... No, Plaza 3... Academy... Rhineland... she ain't got no phone.
Well, now, look here, Shorty. If she ain't got no phone, how is you going to get her, Shorty?
Well, I'll go out and get her right now. You see, I'll get my coat and I'll just grab a taxi, a subway, and I'll get her. She lives upstairs.
Well, now that you is here, miss, you understand what you're supposed to do?
Why, certainly. I'm to say that I'm Mrs. Andrew Brown. But before that other woman gets here, I'd like to have my $3. And I'd like to know what my husband's supposed to look like.
Yeah, well, we got the $3, and Henry, show the young lady that picture we got of Andy.
Oh, yes. Here you is, miss.
Oh, well, that'll have to be $5.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Why, he's a mess. Look at his big ears.
Hey, wait a minute. Them is his flat feet. You got the picture upside down.
Kingfish, here comes Madam Queen.
Well. Come in, Madam Queen, and meet the happiest girl in the world and his wife, Mrs. Brown.
How do you do, Madam Queen?
That is the truth, all right. You and Andy did get married?
Oh, yes, it's true, Madam Queen.
Yeah, well, there you is, Madam Queen. Now, don't you think you better get on home, start packing for your trip to Cleveland with David Johnson?
Yes, Kingfish, that's just what I'm going to do. Well, Mrs. Brown, I wish you both all the happiness in the world.
Kingfish, I was back.
What you doing back so soon?
Well, Amos done driven me both ways in his cab. Oh, hello there, Madam Queen. Hello, Henry.
Ain't you going to at least say hello to Mrs. Brown?
Brown, huh? Small world, ain't it?
Madam Queen, you done steal enough. Now, why don't you let Henry take you home? Go on, Henry, take her home.
Wait a minute now, fellas. Wait, don't rush her, because if Madam Queen ain't busy tonight, why, I'd like to take her out stepping.
What? What a very idea. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Andy Brown. Married to this girl only one day and asking another woman to go out with you.
What is that? Married? Who's married?
So long, folks.
You stay here, Kingfish. I want to ask you one question, Andy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Andy, are you or ain't you married to this girl here?
Married? Why, I just met her this second.
George Kingfish Stevens?
Oh, that's my full name, yeah.
So this is one of your tricks again. I don't know what's behind it, but I'm not going to Cleveland tonight. Goodbye.
Now, just a minute, Madam Queen. Hold on there. We can explain the...
Listen, Kingfish, will you please explain to me what this is all about?
Yeah, and I will explain everything to you. And not only that, Andy, I was also going to explain to you what you has got to do if you cares anything about this gal, Madam Queen. Now, you has got to go over to Madam Queen's beauty shop and explain to her that you is no good and that you is a bum.
Kingfish, I think that was a great idea of yours, telling Andy that the noble thing for him to do was not to stand in the way of Madam Queen marrying a successful man like David Johnson.
Yeah, Henry, I tell you what, I thought the whole thing over. We tried to do everything we could, and the only thing we could do was to get Andy to do it. Mm-hmm. And when Andy convinces Madam Queen what a bum he really is, that ought to turn the trick.
Yes, that sure ought to do it. I wish the boy would get back, though. You know, he's been over there for her now for more than an hour.
Yeah, well, when a man's a bigger bum as Andy is, an hour don't even scratch the surface, you know.
Yes, it's quite... Wait a minute. Here's the boy now.
Yeah, well...
Hello there, fellas. Hello there.
Andy, my boy, glad to see you back here. You know, we've been waiting, just sitting here. Tell me this, how did you do?
Oh, say, I done told her what you told me to, fellas.
Oh, that's great, Andy, and I tell you what, you done the right thing.
Yeah, I done convinced her that I is a bum.
Oh, that's great, Andy, great. I want to thank you for that. You convinced Madam Queen that she ought to marry Johnson, didn't you?
Oh, sure. That's exactly what I done.
And you really done what we call the noble thing.
Yeah, well, I really done told her what a no-good fella I is. And that I ain't never going to make no success. So she say, all right, she'll marry David Johnson.
Oh, Andy, put it there, will you? Just shake hands on that thing. Andy, that was great. She going to marry Johnson. Yeah. Andy, that's certainly great. When is he getting married?
Well, I don't exactly know. You see, she made one little condition.
What's the condition, Andy?
Before she married David Johnson, she given me another 5 years to make a success.
Well, folks, thank you for listening tonight.
Yes, sir, and we hope you'll be with us next Friday night at this same hour. By the way, what's happening next week, Amos?
Well, I think the Kingfisher's wife is going out of town and leaving the Kingfish alone in the big city.
Knowing the Kingfish like I do, the little woman is making a big mistake.
And Andy, ain't nobody ever been into trouble that the Kingfish is going to get in. Good night, folks.
So long, everybody.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday night at this same time when the makers of Rinso again present the Amos and Andy Show. This program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night to you for all of us.
Hey, Andy, did you hear that the Kingfisher's wife is going to Philadelphia for the weekend?
Yeah, I heard something about it.
Yeah, and she leaving the Kingfish all alone in the big city.
Well, all I can say is the big city better look out, because that Kingfish...
The makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show. Philadelphia is a wonderful city to most people, but not to George Kingfish Stevens. His wife's relatives live there. And as we join Kingfish and Sapphire now, they are at Pennsylvania Station, where Sapphire is about to board a Philadelphia train for a 3-day family reunion to celebrate her Aunt Emma's wedding anniversary. The Kingfish has come down to see her off.
George, I'm going to feel embarrassed at this family reunion without my husband along. Won't you change your mind?
Now, look, Sapphire, we done already been over all of that. I admit that relatives has got a right to be repulsive. But with you relatives, I'm going to tell you that privilege is being taken for a beating.
Now, wait a minute, George. There's nothing wrong with my relatives.
Oh, no, there's nothing wrong with your relatives. Take your Aunt Emma, for instance. Now, there is a nice, friendly type. She got all of the personality of an ingrowing toenail.
George, you stop insulting my relatives. What about your own?
Yeah, at least my relatives don't force themselves on you.
Oh, they don't, huh?
No.
Well, what about them 2 nieces of yours who wanted to come up from Georgia to visit us this week? And that reminds me, did you telegraph them that I'd be away and not to come?
Yeah, of course I sent them the telegram. I sent it last night and told Mary and Jane not to come up to New York.
Well, I'm certainly glad.
Yeah, well...
Attention, please. Philadelphia Limited, leaving on track 12, gate now open.
Yeah, well, that's you, Sapphire. Better get going, honey.
Yes, George. And by the way, do you have enough money?
No, I ain't, honey.
Well, that's good. Then you won't get into no trouble. Goodbye, George. I'll see you Monday.
Sapphire, honey, oh, me. Alone in New York for 3 days, and all I got is 48 cents. Oh, well, better get moving. Ain't gonna make no money down here at the depot. Oh.
Maybe this man can help us, Sadie.
Yes. Excuse me, mister. Can you tell us where the Traveler's Aid Society is located?
Traveler's Aid, let me see now.
Well, you see, we just arrived in New York, and we thought they might help us to find a place to stay up in Harlem for a few days.
You don't happen to know somebody who would have a vacant room, do you? We only need it till Sunday night.
Sorry, the only vacant room I know is at my place, and of course that is out of the question.
Please, miss, if you got a vacant room, won't you let us have it?
Sorry, it's absolutely impossible to rent you my place.
We'll pay you $5.
Here's the key to my front door.
But what about you? Where you gonna stay?
Oh, don't worry about me. I got a friend that I can talk into letting me stay with him. Come on, girls, I'll show you the way. Now, Brother Andy, we are supposed to be friends, and so far, we ain't been making the most of it.
We ain't, huh?
No. You know, we ought to get together, and we ought to know each other better. We ought to be visiting with each other.
Yeah, well, you was here visiting with me now, and we're still friends, ain't we?
Wait a minute, though, Andy. The kind of visiting I'm talking about ain't just the sitting kind of visiting. It's the sleeping kind. Yeah, Andy, old pal, how about me and you having a pajama party? Just a deal.
Oh, sure. That's all right. With Sapphire away for the weekend, I'd be glad to come over to your house and sleep with you.
Now, hold on, Andy. What I had in mind was sleeping at your place. See?
Oh, no, you don't, Kingfish. When you sleep with me, you twist and turn. Your feet end up where your head ought to be. Not only that, I remember the last time you stayed with me. You dreamed you was riding a bicycle and you pedaled all night.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong? You was using my ears for the pedal. Oh, no, Kingfish, there ain't a chance of you staying at my place.
Well, Anna, look like I better tell you the truth, son. Look here, I done rented our apartment to a couple of gals till Sunday night for $5, and I gotta stay at your place. And I tell you the truth, I'll give you $2.50.
Where's our pajamas? Wait a minute. Hello, Amos.
Hello. Well, hello there, fellas. How is you?
Hello there, Amos. Sit down, son.
I thought I'd find you here, Kingfish. This telegram just came for you over to Lodge. I thought I'd drop it by here.
Telegram, huh? I wonder who that could be from. Let me see here. From Sapphire.
What'd she say, Kingfish?
They say here, Aunt Emma has got flu. Returning tomorrow. Let you know later what train. Hey, wait a minute. Sapphire gonna come back tomorrow.
Yeah, what you gonna do?
Yeah, what's the trouble, Kingfish?
Well, it's a long story, Amos. Look, Ender, I gotta rush right over to the place and get them 2 gals out of there.
Well, I'm telling you now, Mr. Kingfish, we ain't gonna get out of here.
Yeah, well, I just done told you the jam that I was in. You gotta get out.
We ain't moving out for you or nobody else.
That's right. We ain't going no other place, 'cause we ain't got no other place to go, and you can't put us out.
What do you expect us to do? Sleep in the park?
Yeah, well, when you come to think of it, what's wrong with that? Out in the fresh air all night, see the beautiful sunrise, policemen patrolling up and down protecting you. Yeah, if I didn't have a lease on this house, I'd move out there myself. Yeah, I'd get out there. Yeah, can I help you girls pack up now?
Listen here, mister. We ain't leaving here for you or nobody else till Sunday, and that's final.
Oh, me. Who can I get to move out of their apartment and get them gals a place to sleep? Well, hello there, Shorty. Glad you ain't got nobody in the barber shop here today.
Hi, Kingfish. What's the matter? You sure do look worried.
Oh, I just done had an argument with 2 gals, Shorty. Yeah, I'm in plenty of trouble, and you is the man that can help me.
Yeah, well, I'll be glad to do. I'll do anything as your friend. You can count on. You don't have to. I ain't got a dime.
No, listen, it ain't got nothing to do with money, Shorty. You see, my wife done left town for the weekend. And I went ahead and I done rented our apartment to 2 gals while my wife was gone. Now, the only thing is, my wife coming back unexpectedly, and I can't get the gals out.
Yeah, well, nothing can happen. Everything's going to be all right. Yeah, there's no need to worry. You don't have to worry about you heading for the hospital.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to stay clear of at the minute, you see. I was just up to see these gals, and they won't budge from my place unless I get them some other place to stay. Now, how about you moving out of your place?
Yeah, no, nothing doing, Kingfish, nothing doing.
You mean that you ain't gonna give up your place to us?
Yeah, that's right, Kingfish. I just can't do it.
Yeah, well, how is I gonna get them gals out of my apartment if I can't find another place for them to live? That's what's got me.
Yeah. Well, tell me this. It ain't got nothing to do with the OPA, is it?
The OPA? Say, wait a minute, Shorty. You done give me an idea here. Say, tell me this. Just what does the OPA do? That's what I want to know.
Well, yeah, the OPA does, what the OPA does, you see, they take the house, I mean, they take, the rent, they figure the rent, you know, the house that you live in, you see. And what the OPA do is the house in 1942 is what they, you see what they do, what they do is nobody knows. Nobody knows. You see
Well, anyway, Shorty, look here. You done give me an angle that I needed. Now, look here. I know exactly what I'm going to do. This OPA thing is great. Say, tell me this. Do you know where I can find Andy Brown?
Andy Brown? Well, yeah, he was over the office. That is, I seen him at the pool at the law. I mean, he was. I ain't seen him for 3 days.
Kingfish, this is the craziest idea that you ever thunk up.
But, Andy, it's my only chance to get the gals out, and you got to do it for me.
Oh, listen, Kingfish, I can't go up to them gals and tell them that I is a official of the APO.
Andy, is OPA. Oh. Now, look, Andy, all you got to do is to be a cold-blooded guy with a glassy stare in your eyes.
Oh, you mean like the fellas behind the cigarette counters?
Oh, no, you don't have to be that cold, Andy. No. Yeah, but you got the idea.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether I ought to do it or not, Kingfish.
Oh, Andy, it's simple. Just do it the way the real OPA men's does it.
Well, what do they do?
Well, you just goes up to the house there. You is official, and you got an official notice in your pocket showing that the gals is evicted out now.
Oh, wait a minute. Where does I get that notice?
Well, now, let me see. We got to fix up one. We got to get something that's official looking.
Like what?
Well, say, wait a minute. I got it, Andy.
Yeah?
Look here. It just so happens that me and Sapphire's marriage license is here in my desk drawer. We'll change the words on that.
Yeah, but listen, don't you need your marriage license to show that you was married?
Son, I carry scars for that purpose.
I done rung the doorbell, Kingfish. Now, do you think these gals really gonna think that I is from the OPA?
Oh, sure, Andy.
We was pretty smart, all right, the way we changed your marriage certificate to look like a eviction notice.
Yeah, wait a minute. I hear him coming.
Yeah.
Oh, it's you again, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, it is. I'd like to present Mr. Andrew Brown here. Miss Brown happens to be the head of the OPA and vice president in charge of evictions for Harlem.
The OPA?
Yeah, if you don't mind, we'll just step inside, get your foot in the door there, and stick it in there.
Excuse me for protruding, but I didn't catch the name.
Well, I'm Sadie Gibson.
Yeah, well, sorry, that's going to be a little unpleasant, but let's get down to business here.
I suppose you're here to try and put Dorothy and me out of the apartment.
To tell you the truth, miss, it's all right with me personal to let it go, but Mr. Brown here insists on putting you out. He is the meanest, the cruelest man the OPA done ever had. Tuffy Brown, they called him.
What's the matter, Sadie? What's happening?
Oh, Mr. Stevens here again, Dorothy. This is Mr. Brown from the OPA, and he's going to put us out.
Yeah, well, go ahead, Tuffy. Say something cruel.
Hello, Dorothy.
Look here, Mr. Brown. We made a bargain and we paid our rent. Now, how can the OPA put us out?
Yeah, they can't do that to us.
Wait. Before Mr. Brown loses his temper here, I better read you this eviction notice. Give it to me, Miss Brown.
Yeah,
here you is.
Yeah, now see here. Listen to this carefully, girls. Be it known to the parties concerned that we is gathered here today to join in holy eviction from these premises. Sadie Gibson and Dorothy Hall, who is of legal age and who is united as roommates in the premises of George Kingfish Stevens, and by the power vested in the OPA, they says that the above gal swears to love, honor, and obey this notice, and as tenants is hereby pronounced null and void, unquote.
Well, Dorothy, I guess this means we got to get out.
Yeah, but where can we go? Where can we go?
How about going to the Orpheum Theater with me?
Yeah, with that triple feature bill they got over there, you can stay there till almost Sunday.
Well, the least you could do is give back our rent money.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, wait a minute, Andy, I done spent that. There ain't nothing in the OPA eviction notice about giving back money.
Now, hold on, Kingfish. How can you be so cruel and heartless with these two poor, homeless, beautiful little gals?
Oh, now, Andy.
Now, don't Andy me. As the head of the OPA, I hereby orders you to give back the money to these little gals. At least enough to pay our way to the Orpheum.
Oh, now, look here, Andy. We got to get them out of here. Now, let's not run this OPA thing into the ground.
I'll get it.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello, is this, wait a minute. Is this the Stevens residence?
The Stevens residence?
Well, wait a minute. Give me that phone. Wait a minute. Hand me that thing. Hello?
Hello, is that you, George?
Yeah, well, Sapphire, yeah, just thinking about you, honey.
Say, George, who was that gal that answered the phone?
The gal that answered the phone, the gal that answered the phone, that's one of my nieces from Georgia, honey. Yeah, one of my two nieces, that's exactly what it was. Seems they never got the telegram not to come.
Oh, your nieces. Well, as long as they're coming, I'm stuck with them. Tell them I'll be home in about 3 hours. I'm catching the noon train.
Yeah, well, I'll meet you at the Pennsylvania station, honey. Goodbye.
Sapphire, huh?
Yeah, Andy.
And now she thinks that these two gals is your nieces, huh?
Yeah, now look, say, gal, I suddenly got a brand new proposition for you. That was my wife on the phone, and she coming back from Philadelphia. Now, so you can stay here till Sunday if you just will pretend you was my two nieces,
Jane and Mary.
Now, wait a minute. Pretending we as your nieces is only going to get us into a family brawl.
You're right, Sadie. We'd be taking too big a chance. Come on, let's pack and get out of here.
Oh, now, hold on, gals. Look here, you gotta stay, please. Now, please, I gotta have 2 nieces.
The answer is still no. We as nieces.
Well, now, ain't I really in trouble? If Sapphire don't meet 2 nieces when she get back here, she really gonna be suspicious. Andy, you gotta help me.
Wait a minute, Kingfish. It was bad enough playing the head of the OPO, but I'm telling you right now, I ain't gonna play no nieces.
Leave it to George Kingfish Stevens never to give up without a struggle. Since he told his wife Sapphire that the girl who answered the phone was one of his 2 nieces from Georgia, he was faced with the problem of producing them if he expected Sapphire to swallow his story. And how did he do it? Well, he got his friend Andy to get 2 other girls up to the Stevens apartment to impersonate Jane and Mary, his nieces. And as we join him now, he is at Pennsylvania Station with Amos, awaiting the arrival of Sapphire from Philadelphia.
Say, look, Kingfish. I guess the people from Philadelphia train is coming up the ramp now.
Yeah, and I certainly hope that Sapphire believes this thing I done cooked up for her.
Yeah, well, I don't know, Kingfish. Personally, I think that you was doing the wrong thing trying to palm off some fake nieces on her.
Well, not if I can get away with it, I ain't, and I thinks I can. Just before we come down here, Amos, I phoned Andy, you see. He say he got 2 gals in the apartment. Now, I ain't seen them yet, but he say he got them all rehearsed and everything. The thing really look foolproof.
Yeah, but I bet you ain't gonna fool Sapphire none.
Quiet, Amos. Here come the battle axe now. Here we is, Sapphire, darling. Here we is.
Well, hello, George. Amos, it sure was nice of you to come down with your taxi cab.
Oh, glad to do it, Sapphire. Here, let me take your bag.
Yeah, do that, Amos. It's too heavy for Sapphire. Well, come on, honey. Let's get on home. My nieces is dying to meet you. They're wondering what you look like.
Well, I've been wondering what they look like, too. By the way, what do they look like, George?
What do they look like? You know, the usual things. Arms, legs, standard equipment, yeah.
Well, George, so these are your 2 nieces. Ain't you going to introduce me?
Oh, yeah, honey, introducing you right now. Now, this one right here is, this one.
Yeah, Sapphire, this one is Mary, and this one is Jane.
Hello, Sapphire.
Like I told you, in Amos's taxi on the way up here, the gals unexpectedly got called back to Georgia, so they better get going now, I think.
Yeah, come on, nieces, come on.
Oh, wait a minute. There's still time for us to get acquainted here a little before they catch the train. You know, girls, I was just thinking, for sisters, y'all don't look nothing alike.
Yeah, well, I can explain that to you. You see, not looking nothing alike kind of running the family. Yeah, even their father and mother don't look nothing alike. You know. Ain't that right, gal?
That's right, Sapphire.
Yeah. Just thinking, Anna, maybe we better get the 2 nieces started for the depot.
Oh, there's still plenty of time to visit with Mary and Jane. I got lots of things to ask them.
Yeah, well, before we get into that, I'm going to take my nieces into the kitchen and make them some lemonade.
Well, hurry back, because I'm just dying to talk to them.
Yes, I is too.
Wait, Dorothy. Before we ring Mr. Stevens' bell, let's get our story straight.
Listen, Sadie, I still think we's going to get into trouble coming back here to pretend that we is his nieces.
Well, he begged us so much after that phone call from his wife, we can't leave the poor man in a spot like this. Nothing will go wrong as long as we just remember that you is Mary and I is Jane.
All right, then ring the bell.
Okay. And don't forget to let Mr. Stevens do most of the talking. We'll just agree with everything he says.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Well, I guess you is our Aunt Sapphire. We is Mr. Stevens' 2 nieces.
Yeah, you know, the ones from Georgia.
Nieces from Georgia? Well,
Come on in, but I think this is going to be a big surprise for your Uncle George. Oh, George, forget that lemonade and come on in here. Right this way, girls, in the parlor here.
Coming in, Sapphire.
Uh-oh, where's my hat?
Did you want me, honey?
Yes. I wanted you to know that two more nieces has just arrived from Georgia.
Yeah, I's Jane.
And I's Mary.
And I is leaving.
Come back here, Andy. Now, George Kingfish Stevens.
Oh, that's my full name, honey. Full name, yeah.
Yes, look at here. We're going to have a showdown right now.
Well, now, look here, honey. I can explain everything.
You're going to have to. You two nieces in the kitchen. Come on in here.
Coming in, Sapphire. What is it, Aunt Sapphire?
Look here, George. How is it that after all these years you've been telling me you got two nieces, you all of a sudden comes up with four of them? And this better be good.
Well, now, tell you what. Now, listen, honey, baby. Let's go easy with this. Now, let's take the thing two nieces at a time. Now, take these two nieces here first. They is the daughters of my sister Genevieve, ain't you, gal?
That's right, Aunt Sapphire.
And what about the other two?
Yeah, well, I just come into them now. They is the daughter of my other sister that I ain't never told you about.
That's right, Aunt Sapphire.
What other sister, George? What's her name?
Yeah, her name. You know, I never could remember her name, and that's why I ain't never told you about her.
Is you gonna ask me to believe that?
Yeah, well, I ain't gonna ask you, but you could sort of volunteer to.
Yeah, well, now that everything is straightened out, I guess I'll run along.
Sit down, Andy.
Oh, yes, yeah, thank you.
And now, George, while you is still able to talk, I'd like to know how come your two sisters named their daughters here Mary and Jane?
Yeah, well, now, the reason for that was, say, by the way, gals, did your mothers ever mention why they name you both Mary and Jane?
No, Uncle George. Why?
Yeah, well, Sapphire, any more questions you want to ask the gals there?
Look, George, you ain't getting away with this. But last time
Yeah, I'll get it, honey.
No, you won't. Everybody stay where you is.
Yeah.
Well, what do you two want?
We's Uncle George's two nieces. Yeah, I's Mary and she's Jane.
Two more nieces, huh? All right, come on in and line up with the rest of them. Right in here, girls.
Oh, Andy, these is my real nieces.
Kind of crowding up on us, ain't they?
Yeah.
Well, George, now you has got yourself 6 nieces, all named Mary and Jane.
Honey, look like nieces got a run in my family, don't it?
Speaking of running, that give me an idea.
Wait a minute, Andy, wait a minute. Now, listen, honey, take it easy. Stay where you is, will you?
George, come out from behind them nieces.
Oh, sweetheart, honey, put down that desk lamp. Think what you might do with it.
All right, then, you nieces. Step out from in front of him.
Yes, Aunt Sapphire.
Sapphire, please, I'm begging you.
And now, Andy, what has you got to say?
Could you lend me $3 to take all these nieces to the Orpheum?
Now, here is something important. Be sure to be with us again next Friday night at this same time when Amos and Andy will have as their guests, listen closely, folks, the guests next week will be Jack Benny and Rochester. Yes, sir, both Benny and Rochester on the Amos and Andy show next Friday night. Oh, say, wait a minute, folks. Amos and Andy are in their office now. Let's open the door and see if we can get a line on anything.
You mean to say, Andy, that you and the Kingfish is going to open up an employment agency?
Certainly we is. All kinds of employment work. If a fella needs a new valet, we'll get him one. If a valet don't like his boss, we'll get him a new job. Oh, Amos, it's going to be great.
Well, folks, I guess we can just about figure out what's going to happen to Jack Benny and Rochester next week. Don't forget to listen in. program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I say goodnight to you, for all of us, here's an important reminder. The Japanese still control lands from which we used to import 1 billion pounds of fats a year. That simple fact should persuade you of the absolute necessity of saving every drop of used kitchen fat and turning it in to your butcher. He'll pay you for it and give you 2 red points for every pound you turn in. See what I mean? Rinso White, that's what I mean. Rinso gets clothes, Rinso White.
Say, Andy, where has you been for the last couple of days?
Oh, Amos, I tell you, the Kingfish and me has been up to our ears in work. We have just incorporated our new business.
Our new business?
That's right, son. Today is the grand opening of our employment agency. Oh, I'm telling you.
The makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guests for tonight, Jack Benny and Rochester. If you're ever in Montclair, New Jersey, and you hear a policeman's whistle that goes like this, it'll most likely belong to Officer William Howell. You've probably seen his picture in a Rinso ad. You see, Mrs. Howell whistles while she washes with Rinso, and Officer Howell has gotten used to hearing the Rinso whistle around the house. As he puts it,
well, you'll have to ask a missus if you want all the dope. All I know about Rinso is that it sure gets my shirts white.
Sure, that's because Rinso gets out more dirt. Try it yourself, ladies. And now, here are Amos and Andy and their guests, Jack Benny and Rochester. The best way to avoid having to take a job is to make sure that someone else gets it. And evidently, Andrew H. Brown and George Kingfish Stevens subscribe to this theory, because they have recently opened an employment agency. As we find them now, they're talking over the prospects of their latest enterprise.
Well, then, there you is. The papers is all drawn up for a new corporation. Now, the only thing left is to find a name for a business. And I think I already got that. Stevens and Company Employment Agency.
Now, hold on a minute, Kingfish, hold on. What is that Stevens and Company? I thought we were supposed to be 50-50 partners in this.
Yeah, well, I tell you, Andy, since the employment agency business was your idea, I figures to make you the most important partner. That's why I make you the company.
Company, huh? Did that make me the most important?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, but wait a minute, though. If I is only called company, how is people going to know which company I is?
Mm-hmm.
For example, how will they know I ain't the company at the end of Sears Roebuck and?
Why, Andy, they can't miss. After all, ain't you a big white-collar executive who... Say, wait a minute. Ain't that Amos in his taxi cab driving up and just stopped in front there?
Yeah, that's Amos, all right. Yeah, and here he come with some fancy-dressed fella I never did see before. Hello there, Amos. Hello.
Well, hiya there, fellas. Glad I found you, and I want to introduce you to a fella who just come to town, Brother Stevens and Brother Brown. Shake hands with Mr. Rochester. Glad to know you, gentlemen. Glad to know you. Fellas, I was just driving Mr. Rochester down to his boss's hotel, and I dropped by in here because he thinks maybe he'd like to join the lodge.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wants to join the lodge, huh? Yeah, well, Mr. Rochester, this is just the right time for joining, because the initiation fees has just been reduced for one day only to $3. You has got $3 with you, ain't you?
Well, to tell the truth, what I got happens to be just a little short of $3.
How short?
$3.
Well, you see, fellas, Rochester tells me the man he's working for is a little stingy.
Oh, little stingy? Why, my boss is the only man I know who laundries his pipe cleaners.
If you ain't happy with your boss, you were certainly looking at the right men to get you a better paying job. What kind of work do you do?
I'm called a valet. I do the laundry, the cleaning, the cooking. I mow the lawn, wash the dishes, drive the car, shine the shoes, press the clothes, and other various miscellaneous sundries.
You do all that and they still call you a valet?
Yeah, any resemblance between my title and the work I got to do is purely coincidental and backbreaking. And all that work for $10 a week, if he picks up my next auction.
Well, now, tell you what, you fill out this application blank here. Now, suppose we could get you a job with less work and more pay. Would you be interested?
There's no question about that, Brother Stevens. I'm so tired of having a job where the pay rattles that if you can get me one where the pay rustles, I'm your man.
I tell you, Rochester, I just won't stand for it anymore. Showing up 5 hours late. Always going to Harlem to shoot dice wearing my clothes. By the time I get them back, I'm standing up straight, but my pants are kneeling. Is that the way to act? Well, answer me. Well, go on. No, you can't. No wonder you have no answer. But I've got one. I'm firing you. And don't think I wouldn't just because you've been with me 8 years. That doesn't mean a... All right. Those tears aren't going to help you. This time you've gone too far. You're fired, I tell you. Fired. Good thing Rochester isn't here. He might have quit. But wait a minute. Why do I put up with Rochester? Why don't I really fire him? I'll do it. I'm going out and find an employment agency right now.
Well, here we is, Rochester. Thank you, Amos, for driving me all the way downtown to my boss's hotel.
I say, Rochester, the doorman's coming over here. He must be looking for you.
Yeah. You looking for me, doorman?
Yes, and your boss is looking for you. He's been looking for you for the last 5 hours.
Uh-oh. Where's my boss now?
I just saw him in the lobby.
Oh, that's all right, then. I'll go in through the side door and pick up his suit I left to be pressed.
Say, Rochester, I thought you said that you pressed all of your boss's suits yourself.
I do when he wears them, but when I wear them, I want them done right. Well, goodbye, Amos. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, so long, Rochester.
Hey, buddy, you don't have to pull out. You can pick up a fare right here at the hotel taxi stand.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Doman. Thanks very much. Thank you, sir.
Oh, taxi. Taxi
right here, sir. Where to, sir?
Say, do you happen to know of a good employment agency up in Harlem?
Yeah, sir. A couple of friends of mine runs one.
Hey, that's great. How much will you charge to drive me just a few little blocks like that?
Well, it ain't exactly a few little blocks from 48th Street up to 135th Street, mister. But the charges is just what it say on the meter there.
Oh, well, all right. But isn't it the same price for one passenger as it is for a cab full?
Oh, yes, sir. 1 of 5 make no difference in the rate, no, sir.
Well, in that case, listen, driver.
Yeah.
Or the best you can, yeah.
Yeah, sir. Anybody need a cab going to Harlem? Anybody going to 110th Street? This cab goes right by 96th Street, 72nd Street.
59th Street? Too bad it isn't raining.
Tells you, Henry, this employment agency is going to be the best venture we done ever ventured into.
Yeah, we ought to do big things with this new client, Rochester.
Oh, yeah, there's no question about that. Say, wait a minute. Look like somebody coming in here, Andy.
Excuse me, is this Stevens and Company?
Yes, sir. Come right in. You was talking to Stevens.
And company. Put our card in your pocket, mister.
Yes, I suppose you was in the market to engage some help.
Well, yes, I'm looking for a valet.
A valet? Why, if there's one thing this office has got, mister, it's a valet.
Yeah, that's the one thing, all right.
Well, that's very nice. How much does this man get?
Well, the man we has got in mind gets $12 and a half.
12 and a half? Isn't that a little over ceiling?
Well, of course you understand that is the full valeting price. That even includes buttoning up your vest for you.
Well, you see, fellas, I'm very warm-blooded. I never wear a vest.
Yeah, I don't, huh?
Never wear a vest. Well, that cuts down the work, all right. Guess it ought to cut down the price, too, huh, Kingfish?
Oh, yeah, with only the coat and pants, we can cut the price to 12 flat.
Well, to tell the truth, boys, I'm more than just warm-blooded. In fact, I'm inclined to be just a teensy bit hot-blooded. So half the year, I don't even wear a coat.
Yeah, well, with only the pants stuff on, I guess we can settle for $11.50.
Yeah, there's one good thing, Kingfish. He can't get any more hot-blooded than the coat and vest.
I guess he got to stop there all right.
Then it's settled. When can this man of yours start?
Yeah, well, we ain't exactly sure, but if you just write your name and phone number down on this application card here, why, we'll get in touch with you.
Yeah.
There you are. And I'll be expecting to hear from you.
Yes, sir, mister. Yes, sir. We is getting right on the ball.
Well, so long, boys. Don't let me down.
Oh, no, sir. Say, Andy, where's that card Rochester filled out? We has got to phone him and tell him that we got him a brand new job with a boss that's just the opposite of the chiseler that he been working for.
Well, I wonder what will happen when Andy and the Kingfish discover that they have sold Jack Benny his own valet, Rochester. We'll find out in a moment. But right now, since we've heard what Officer Howell, our friend from the Rinso ad, had to say on the subject of Rinso white shirts, I think we ought to hear the other half of the story, Mrs. Howell's version. She writes,
My husband can stop traffic with his whistle, but the wash I hang on my line stops traffic, too, because it's Rinso white. And it isn't only that Rinso gets my clothes so white, it's that it saves me so much time. With 3 children to look after and a house to take care of, using Rinso is like having a helper at every turn. And Rinso is so easy on my clothes. Those suds get my clothes clean as can be, but they're so easy on fabrics and safe for my washable colors. You bet I wouldn't use anything else.
Now, I guess you're not surprised that Mrs. Howell's favorite song goes like this.
Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, birdies sing it all day long. Your clothes are so white and color so bright, you sing as you work along. Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
And now back to Amos and Andy and their guests, Jack Benny and Rochester. Well, Andy and the Kingfish have certainly messed things up through their new employment agency. They've gotten Rochester to resign his job as Jack Benny's valet to take a brand new job as Jack Benny's valet. Of course, the boys don't realize the situation they've created, and we find them now elated over their great success.
Oh, I'm telling you, Andy, this employment agency is great. The very first day we open, we gets a high-priced valet a brand new job.
Yeah, at the rate we're going to need another filing cabinet for all the names of our new clients.
Yeah. Say, by the way, son, don't you think we ought to see if the filing system that we got is functioning?
Functioning? How are we going to do that, Kingfish?
Yeah, well, you is in charge of the employees.
Yeah.
And I takes care of the employers.
That's right.
So you take that employee's card that Rochester filled out, and I'll take that card we got from the man who's given him the job.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see how the information fits together.
Oh, yeah. Well, say here that he worked for Mr. Benny.
Then I looks at the card I got and finds out the name of the man he is going to work for from now on.
Well, what do it say on that card, Kingfish?
It say that, look like we must have got these cards mixed up here, must have got the employee card in the employer file there. Yeah, here, let's switch cards.
Okay.
You give me your card, and you take the one I got.
Yeah, that ought to fix it. Now, what do I look for?
Well, now, let's get a brand new attack on this whole problem here. Now, this time, you tells me the name of Rochester's new boss. You tell me that.
Yeah, well, from what it say on this card, Rochester's new boss is a man by the name of Benny. On the cards you got, Kingfish, who is the last man that he worked for?
According to this card, the name of the man is, let's switch cards again.
What's the matter now? What's the matter?
Well, I ain't sure, but it must be the duplicate filing system we got here. Now, there's only one thing to do. Now, let's turn the cards down on the desk here. Turn them down, face down.
Okay.
Now, clear your mind a minute now. Yeah. And let's start over.
Okay, I was ready here, Kingfish. But somehow I got a feeling about this.
So was I. A sneaking feeling. Benny ain't just no ordinary name, neither, you know.
No, I knows I done seen it somewhere before.
In two places, that's the trouble. Oh, well, there ain't no use postponing this, Andy. Now, look here. Just turn up one little piece of the corner of the card and look again. Now, take it easy and sneak up on it.
I sneaking. Kingfish.
Yeah.
I see it again.
Brother Ender, I was kind of hates to admit this, but I was afraid that without realizing it, we has just committed industrial bigamy.
Yeah, and since they made that a legal offense, we better get right over and see our lawyer, Gabby Gibson.
And now that we done told you the facts, Gabby, what we wants to know is we really in trouble or is we just in trouble?
Boys, you're in a mess. You're really in a mess. What you done is manslaughter. Yes, indeed, it's manslaughter.
Manslaughter? Oh, me. How you figure that, Gabby?
Well, you messed up the job of this man. When he find out, he's going to slaughter you. That's manslaughter if I ever had it.
Look, Gabby, you as attorney at law, now, can't you kind of peek around the corners of the law and see if you can't discover a couple of loopholes?
No, sir, don't think I can. Really don't think I can. No, sir.
Not even a little one that I could crawl through alone?
Now, wait a minute. Never mind the Kingfish. Find a size 42 loophole so I can squeeze through, too.
There's only one way out of this, You got to convince Mr. Bennett this man he hired is essential and is frozen in his old job and therefore is not available.
Now, wait a minute there now. What does this essential mean?
What's this Rochester do? What's his job?
He's a valet.
A valet, huh? Sorry, boys, sorry. Valet ain't essential. It ain't essential, though, indeed.
Now, hold on there, Gabby. Do you know what a valet do?
Of course I do. Valet dresses people, puts their clothes on.
Yeah, and that ain't essential?
Yeah, you just try going out in the street without your clothes on, you'll find out.
Well, boys, I see what you mean. I really see what you mean. But I doubt if the law covers that. I doubt it because of that.
Yeah, well, exactly what do the law cover? Because if you can tell us about it, I got an idea that we can use it to sort of convince Mr. Benny.
Now, I understand what you say, boys, but how is it the man was available this morning and he's frozen this afternoon? Now, answer me that.
Yeah, well, you see, Miss Benny, well, you know about Congress, don't you?
Congress?
Yeah, you know, they is down in Washington.
Oh. Then they haven't moved.
Moved? Kingfish, was they supposed to move?
Oh, no. They was lucky enough to get a lease renewed on their old players, yeah.
Now, listen, boys, this is all very interesting, but what has Congress got to do with my new valet not being available?
Well, Miss Benny, you know Congress. A couple of years ago, they made up a board down there to take care of jobs. It's called the NAOB.
Oh, the NAOB?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard of that particular board.
Oh, yeah. No, well, don't make no difference, because just this morning the NAOB decided to smack the public with a new ruling.
Yeah, that's right. We got it right here. We done copied it out of the book.
That's pretty fast. The ruling is made in Washington this morning, and you copied out of a book here in New York this afternoon. How come?
Priorities.
And is there any way I can arrange to read this ruling?
Oh,
myself?
yes, sir. Here you is, Miss Benny. Got it copied here, identical, verbatim, word for word, and besides that, we didn't change a thing. There.
Let me see here. A guaranteed copy of ruling number 0001. Quote, whereas and wherewithal, we is sitting on this bureau, with not much to do, we is unanimously decided to inaugurate a new ruling on balloting.
Now come the ruling part.
Naturally. Paragiraffe 1. This law, we is resolving, is meant for all employers looking to employ, hire, or engage valets, especially and to wit, employers whose last name just happen to begin with the letter B. Small world.
Well, that's only because they does everything in Washington alphabetical, Mr. B.
Well, I'm glad it's at least impersonal, not just aimed at me.
Oh, sure. Well, go ahead. Finish reading the thing.
Yes, I'd love to. Last and final paragiraffe. Any person who thinks this law is unconstitutional and wants to check up with the government, this person, hereafter referred to as the stool pigeon, has got to ask permission through this bureau, and the answer is no.
Yeah, them boys down there sure know how to plug up the loopholes, all right.
Yeah, I'm glad there's not much more here. Witness my hand and seal, signed... Hey, wait a minute. Whose signature is that at the bottom of this legal booby trap?
Oh, him. Why, he is the most important man in Washington. He signed all them big things. John Hancock.
Look, boys, forgetting everything else, what this boils down to is you can't produce the ballot you promised me, and I've already fired my old one. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Oh, don't worry about that. That's part of our business. If you just tell us the name of this man that used to work for you, why, we goes out and does our best to get him back for you.
Well, all right. But if you don't have him working for me by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you two are going to be in plenty of trouble. Or my name isn't Jack B.
Go on, Kingfish. Read Rochester the last part of the ruling. That's the most important part.
Elucidate, gentlemen, elucidate.
Yeah. Well, this is what it say here, Miss Rochester, quote, and this law is meant for all valets, especially and to wit all valets whose name just happen to begin with the letter R.
Yeah, so you see, Rochester, according to this new law, we just can't put you in the new job. But we is willing to humiliate ourselves in front of your old boss and get your job back for you.
You mean to say I got to go back to work for Mr. Benny?
Well, I guess you do.
Well, poverty, move over. Your wandering boy is home again.
Yeah, now, just put our card in your pocket here, Rochester, and as soon as this ruling thing blow over, we can get you a job that pays folding money.
It can't be too soon for me. I've been dreaming of a green Christmas.
Rochester. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss. I'm faced with a financial uncertain Christmas. A Christmas like I've always
Rochester, will you please stop that squawking? Do all those things I told you to. Because if you don't, as soon as a certain ruling is changed, I've got a card in my wallet of an employment agency that can get me a high-class ballot, just like that.
And I'm just waiting for another ruling to take a card of an employment agency out of my pocket that will trump your card.
Brother Andy, don't sit there like you was dying.
Oh, Kingfish, we done certainly messed up this employment agency business.
Yeah, now, wait a minute there. No use getting downhearted so soon. Don't give up, Andy. Andy, you was a big executive with a white-collar job.
Yeah, you're right. I is a big executive. And I'm going to keep that in my mind all the time, too. Big executives like me never give up.
See there, Andy? Maybe that's another client. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Come in. Well, Shorty the barber.
Hi, Kingfish. Hello, Andy.
Well, Shorty, hello. How's business at the barber shop?
Oh, it ain't so good. I've been losing money. I might go into bankruptcy. I just about busted, bro. I can't complain.
Yeah, well, that's fine, Shorty. Long as business is so good with you, maybe us executives can hire you some extra help.
Yeah, well, that's what I come in for. You see, I need a shoe shine boy.
Oh, yeah, well, here, I'll get an application blank right here. Now, Shorty, how much do you pay the shoe shine boy?
Oh, it's the best paying job in the world. He can save a lot of. He'll get rich quick. Well, he can make more than not enough to live on.
No, yeah, I see.
Yeah, but on top of the $10 I pay, the shoe shine boy, he might make another $10 in tips.
$10 in tips, huh?
Mm.
Shorty, I is glad that you come to big white-collar executives like us. We has got just demand for you.
We is?
Yeah. So long, Kingfish. I'm taking that job myself.
Amos and Andy will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, let me say that I'd be the last guy in the world to exaggerate. For instance, I wouldn't dream of telling you that when you use Rinso on your dishpan, your dishes march off the supper table, wash themselves, rinse themselves, and stack themselves neatly in the cupboard. But Soapy Rich Rinso will make dishwashing a lot easier than it is with bar soaps. You don't waste time trying to get suds. No, sir. Those Rich Rinso suds soak grease and crusted food particles loose in a jiffy. A swish of your dish mop, and everything is shiny bright and clean as a whistle. And Rinso's easy on your hands, doesn't get them rough and red. So tomorrow, get Rinso for dishes, for all the soap and water jobs around the house, and for a Monday wash that's Rinso White. And now, let's hear what Amos and Andy are talking about.
In other words, Andy, Rochester's going back to work for Mr. Benny, huh?
Yeah, too bad, too. I sure feel sorry for him.
Yeah, that must be a tough job, all right, working for Mr. Benny.
Rochester claims it's the only private home in America that's got a swing shift.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our thanks to Jack Benny and Rochester for being with us tonight. They have appeared through the courtesy of the American Tobacco Company, makers of Lucky Strike cigarettes. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night to you for all of us.
Why is Lifebuoy America's favorite bath soap? I'll tell you two big reasons. Lifebuoy in your daily bath gives all-over protection from BO. Yes, from head to toe, it stops BO. And Lifebuoy gives protection that lasts and lasts. So play safe. Make sure Lifebuoy's in your soap dish. It's the only soap especially made to stop
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Amos and Andy Show. If you believe that the age of miracles is past, well, you're in for a jolt. Andy has just told his friends, Amos, the Kingfish, and Van Porter, that he's finally decided after many bitter experiences that women no longer have a place in his life.
Now, wait a minute, Andy. Why has you got to say that you was all women's? Me and Henry are just heard about a swell gal, just the kind you've been looking for.
Yes, that's right, Andy. She'd make a wonderful wife for you.
Listen, fellas, let me tell you all something. I still likes gals, but I just don't want to marry none of them.
Oh, what you want to do is to kind of go out with them, but not marry them, huh?
That's right. After all, just 'cause a fella likes bread, he ain't got to buy no bakery.
Say, Andy, you got the wrong slant on the whole thing.
Listen, gentlemen, it ain't no use. I done closed my mind on the whole idea. I just ain't interested in marrying no women of the opposite sex.
Not even if they got a nice fat roll of money in the bank?
Not even if they got a, how fat and in what bank?
Yeah, well, they got it.
Yeah. Well, ain't no use closing my mind so tight I don't get no ventilation through it, I don't get.
Yeah, well, when anybody mentions money, that mind of yours, Andy, just flaps right open, you know it?
Well, listen, Andy, I has done clipped this item out of the morning's paper. Here, read it to him, Kingfish.
Yeah, I'd be glad to say here, Mrs. Minerva DeWitt, widow of the late Lucian DeWitt, wealthy real estate operator of Kansas City, Missouri, has arrived in New York for a short visit. Accompanying Mrs. DeWitt is her charming daughter, Loretta.
And there's a picture of them both right next to the article.
And look at there. What do you think of that young gal, Loretta?
Yeah, she's pretty all right, ain't she?
Yeah, let me see that. Oh, that's one of the best-looking gals I done ever see.
But, boy, look at that mama of hers. She's a mess, ain't she? With the shortage going on, it's a shame to waste film on a mug like that.
Well, I will say the mother might be a bit on the haggy side, all right.
Yeah, but this Loretta would make a wonderful wife for you, Andy.
Yeah. Wait a minute now. Why is you so anxious for me to get married?
Oh, well, tell you, Andy, you see, wait a minute. Say, Amos, I know that these little details that we're going to talk about is going to bore you, so I guess me and Henry might as well discuss them with Andy alone.
All right, Kingfish. Well, I got to go anyway. I'll see you boys later. So long.
Yeah, so long, Amos.
Well, Andy, to come straight to the point, me and the Kingfish would like to see you marry this gal, 'cause with her money, we might all go in some business together after the marriage has been consumed.
Yeah. You see, Andy, the reason that this Mrs. DeWitt brung Loretta to New York was to find a legible bachelor for her.
Yes, that's right, Andy. Mrs. Van Porter met the DeWitts through our numerous social contacts.
Yeah, well, marrying a good-looking gal with a lot of money is a big step in a man's life. I want to take some time and think it over mighty careful first. I done thought it over. Get the preacher.
Well, now, just a minute, Andy, just a minute. This is high society where you can't go pushing the bull by the horns. You get yourself dressed up, and I'll make a date for you to call on the DeWitts.
You better shave me extra close today, Shorty. I want to look good.
Okay, Andy. Once over heavy,
Yeah, that's right. Shorty, I was floating on air today. I got a big date coming up with a good-looking rich gal.
Yeah, that's bad, Andy. All gals is bad medicine. A man's better off without them gals. Gals is nothing but trouble. She got a friend?
I don't know. I don't know, I tell you. Hey, not too heavy with that razor, Shorty. Remember, my face is only skin deep.
Yeah, say, Andy, did you have a cut on your face before you come in here?
No.
Uh-oh. Getting back to this gal you're in love with, Andy.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hmm?
What's happening with my face here, Shorty? It's stinging.
Andy, did you ever cut your face about 4 or 5 years ago?
Well, yeah, sure.
Well, it's bleeding again.
Look, Shorty, look here.
Mhm.
If my face is cut, do something to fix it.
Yeah, I was trying now.
Well, what you looking for?
I was looking for my styptic pencil. I mean my styptic, styptic stencil, my slipsticks, first aid kit.
Well, get me a hot towel. I can't wait around here like that.
Hello there, Andy. I thought I'd find you here. Hi, Shorty.
Hello, Kingfish. Andy, there's something wrong with the gas heater that heats the water. I gotta go downstairs and fix it.
Yeah, well, hurry up.
Brother Andy, everything is all set. Henry done seed Mrs. DeWitt and made an appointment for you to call on them this afternoon.
Oh, boy, that's great.
Anyway, me and Henry has done figured out exactly what you got to do. Now, in the case of the DeWitts here, you has got to go after the mama first. In other words, you kind of got to act casual with Loretta till you get mama sold on you. You know, sort of smother the old hen with your best charm.
Yeah. With that face she got hanging out there, that ain't going to be easy.
Listen, Andy, half the job is already done. Henry told me Mrs. DeWitt, she done told her, too, that you is one of the most influential men in the financial circles here in town. And she thinks that you is loaded with money.
Yeah, well, I expect to be once the wedding is over.
Yeah, and to back up the story, while you was at their apartment talking to him, I'll call up and make believe that I is a stockbroker. I'll use the name Rothschild. That sounds kind of like money, you see.
Yeah.
Then you make it sound like big stuff from your end of the phone.
Yeah, okay. Hey, Shorty, when is I going to get that hot towel? Did you check the hot water heater?
Yeah, I just down there checking it. Andy, it's going to be a cold towel.
Oh, wait a minute. Why ain't the heater working?
Well, you know where the coils is. I mean, you know that little door that you do. You know the pilot light where you know where the water runs too slow. I mean, when you go, I didn't pay my gas bill.
Oh, Mr. Brown. After all Mr. Van Porter told us about you this morning, Mama and I are so glad you dropped in.
Yes, we are so glad you were able to tear yourself away from all your financial offices and drop in on Loretta and me like this.
Oh, well, getting away from the offices was nothing. But I kind of hated the bust appointment with my old pal Morgenthau.
Morgenthau? Do you know Mr. Morgenthau personally?
Oh, does I know J.P. Morgenthau? Why, me and Morgie is the best friends that you,
Loretta, darling, would you answer the phone like a good girl?
Certainly, Mama. Hello? Yes, Mr. Brown is here.
Oh, for me, huh? You mind asking who it is, honey? I mean, Loretta.
Who's calling him, please? It's a Mr. Rothschild, Mr. Brown.
Rothschild? Oh, yeah, one of my brokers. Hello? Oh, hello, broker. Yeah, how's things in the market today, old pal? Oh, it is, huh? You say amalgamated, consolidated is amalgamating, but consolidated, amalgamated. Well, I tell you, old man, better buy me 10,000 shares of the best preferred stock. Yeah, you know, the pink kind with gold on them. Well, if it'll help you any, make it 15,000. I got an inch or two of space in my vault that ain't filled up yet. Oh, glad to do it, old pal. Yeah, all right, Kingfish. I mean, what'd he say his name was?
Rothschild.
Oh, yeah. Goodbye, Mr. Rothschild. Silly. Not like me to forget names. Now, as I was saying, Mr. Rothschild, I mean, Miss DeWitt,
My, you bought 15,000 shares of stock.
Oh, it's nothing.
Well, Mr. Brown, Mom and I are invited out to dinner, so if you'll please excuse me, I have to start changing my clothes. But I do hope you'll drop in again sometime soon.
Yeah, well, I'm going to check with my social secretary when I get home, and See if I got tomorrow night open. Maybe you and me could put on the feed bag at some high-class joint.
Oh, Mr. Brown, Loretta and I would be delighted.
Oh, the two of you, huh? Well, I'll give you a buzz on the phone tomorrow and let you know what time I can call for you.
That will be perfectly charming. Shall we dress?
Dress? Yeah, you better. I think it'll attract less attention that way. Henry, you say you done spoke to Loretta and her mama since I was over there?
Yes, Andy, and I must say that she went over very big with him.
Yeah, you sure got over that feeling that you had yesterday that you was all through with women, didn't you, son?
Well, this Loretta is different, Amos. Now, there's a gal that's really got something.
Oh, she has, huh?
Yeah, and she ain't got it all in the bank, neither.
But now, Andy, the next thing for you to do is to send the gal a little gift as a token of your esteem.
Yeah, 'cause I sure steamed up about all right.
Well, now, look here. I has bought this bottle of perfume for you to send to her.
Oh, that's a good idea, all right. What kind of perfume did you get, Henry?
Well, I think you might be able to smell it through the package. It's called nasturtium.
Yeah, let me smell it, Henry.
It's made right out of the flowers, right from the flowers.
They must have used the roots and all.
Yeah, I never heard of the stuff myself.
Well, look, Andy, this perfume here has a very delicate scent. And the salesgirl told me it would also keep the flies away.
Oh, yeah. Well, why don't I just give a can of Flit then?
No, Andy. I'm sure that
hello, everybody.
Hello, Lightning. Hello. I'm so glad you dropped in. You want to make a dime?
Yeah, sir, Miss Andy. Is it going to be in cash?
Well, I'll give you a check like I done before.
Yeah, sir. This time, Miss Andy, could you date the check earlier than 1946?
Yeah, okay, Lightning, I'll do it. Here, take this package over to Miss DeWitt and give it to her with all my love and affection.
Yes, the address is right on the package.
Okay, I'll whiz right over there with it.
Yes? What is it?
What is your name, please?
I'm Mrs. DeWitt.
Yeah, Andy Brown done sent this package to you with all his love and affection.
To me? Why, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Loretta, did you hear that, honey?
What is it, Mama?
Oh, that darling boy, Andy. He sent me this gift by one of his butlers, and the butler said Andy sent it with all of his love and affection.
Oh, Mama, isn't that wonderful? That's why he talked to you yesterday and hardly spoke a word to me. He's after you.
Well, if he is, he's close to catching me. Because if he's coming here tonight with love in his heart, I'm meeting him with marriage in my eye.
So, the object of Andy's attentions has suddenly been changed, and all without his knowledge. What happens, we'll hear in just a moment. Well, just because Lightning delivered the perfume to Mrs. DeWitt instead of Miss DeWitt, it looks like Andy is unknowingly courting the wrong woman. At the moment, Andy is in his office with Kingfish and Van Porter giving him pointers on proposing.
Listen, fellas, my heart's going to tell me how to propose to Loretta. Even forgetting the money she got, I was crazy about her.
Oh, you really go for the girl, huh, Brother Andy?
Oh, yeah. She's with me night and day.
Mm-hmm.
I read the magazine, there's her face.
Mm-hmm.
I looks up at the ceiling. There's her face up there looking down at me. Why, even with lunch today, I see her face right there in a hamburger. I couldn't eat it.
You couldn't eat it, huh?
No. You couldn't pour no ketchup on a face like that.
Well, that's all right, Andy, but about now proposing, you gotta listen to what me and Henry say.
Yes, Andy, in the social circles where the DeWitts and my wife travels, it is not the custom to propose directly to the gal. Before you could speak to your loved one, you has got to ask the old lady.
In other words, I has got to tell her mama first that I want to ask Loretta to marry me, huh?
That, my boy, is the idea.
Oh, Mama, I'm so excited for you. Mr. Brown will be here any minute. Oh, Mama, do you really think he'll propose to you tonight?
Well, if he don't, it won't be because I didn't give him a chance. Oh, there's the doorbell now.
You'd better answer it, Mama. I'll go on up to my room so you and Mr. Brown can be alone.
All right, Loretta. Andy, why, you dear boy, come in. Come right in.
Oh, good evening there, Miss DeWitt. Nice to see you. Say, did that perfume come that I done sent over here?
Yes, and it was so sweet of you.
Yeah. Well, that stuff really going to come in handy next summer. I notice you ain't got no screens on the place. Where's that good-looking daughter of yours, Loretta?
Oh, well, Loretta figured that maybe you and me better be alone for a while. You know, just in case you got any personal things on your mind that you want to talk over with me.
Yeah. Well, I was glad we is alone. I was kind of thinking of having a little talk with you before we tells her.
Oh, Andy, you dear boy. Ask me anything you want.
Well, Miss DeWitt, I've been kind of thinking about the idea of one of them merger things between our two families.
Andy, nothing would make me happier than merging the DeWitts and the Andy Browns.
Oh, then you is willing, huh?
Andy, I was overjoyed. Say, would you think of taking Loretta along on the honeymoon?
Well, I kind of figured on it.
Loretta, honey, come here, will you, darling?
Yes, Mama. Oh, hello, Mr. Brown.
Hello.
Darling, Andy and me just had a heart-to-heart talk. And do you know what? Just as soon as we can get a marriage license, we're having a wedding in our family.
A wedding? Oh, Mama, that is wonderful news. And Mr. Brown, oh, I guess I really shouldn't call you Mr. Brown now, should I? Maybe I should call you Daddy.
Yeah. Or you might even call me, Poopsie.
Well, Andy, dear, I'll phone the papers now and have them publish an announcement right away.
Yeah, do that, and I'll rush right out and tell all my friends. Yeah, it's true, Gabby. The Kingfish here will tell you. Last night I done got myself engaged.
Oh, I sure am glad to hear it, Andy. Yes, indeed, I'm glad to hear it. Congratulations, son. Many happy returns.
Andy, I wishes you all kind of happiness. I'm not changing the subject, but has they said anything about putting their money in your name?
Well, no, I ain't brung that up yet.
Well, you ought to, Andy. You ought to. You ought to get a transfer of that money to your name right away. Get the money before you're married. Then she can never accuse you of marrying her for her money.
Yeah. Well, I ain't worried. This is a love match anyway. Wait a minute. I want to look in the morning paper. They're going to put an announcement in there of our engagement.
Yeah, here's the paper right here, Andy. Go ahead.
Well, it ain't on the front page.
No.
Let's get over to the engagement section.
Skip the livestock there. Get over there.
Here it is, right here. DeWitt Brown. Coming as a surprise to their many friends is the announced engagement of Mrs. Minerva DeWitt and Andrew H. Brown, who... Hey, wait a minute. Minerva, that's the old lady.
Uh-oh. That's the one you say look like a walrus.
Yeah, it must be a mistake, Andy.
Wait a minute. It ain't no mistake, Kingfish. And I know how the whole thing happened.
How it happened?
Listen, her mama thunk I was proposing to her. Oh, me, what a spot. Now I is engaged to that ugly old hag.
Well, then, at least there's a face that you can put ketchup on.
Listen, Gappy, as my lawyer, you got to get your head together and get me out of there.
You was in trouble, Andy. If you try to break the engagement now, she'll sue you for breach of promise.
Yeah, well, how is I going to get out of it?
Well, as your lawyer and looking at the case in the full light of the law, it's my firm belief, Andy, that you've got to get a writ of habeas corpus. Yes, indeed, a writ of habeas corpus.
Well, what's that going to do for me?
Well, that'll prove that she's the habeas corpus, and you can get rid of her. I'll go to work on it right away. Goodbye, boys.
No, me.
Oh, wait a minute, Andy. I got an idea. Listen, a woman of her social position would never marry you if she thought you was a lawbreaker. Now, Andy, why don't you go over to her house, have somebody play the part of a detective, and come in and arrest you for being a crook?
Yeah, I think you got something there. Kingfish, you can play the detective. She ain't never seen you.
Now, hold it. Now, wait a minute. No, just a second, Andy. I just thought of something, too. If I impersonate a detective, I'll have to get arrested myself. That's against the law, you know.
Well, now, listen, Kingfish. You done got me into this jam, and you got to help me get out of it.
Okay, Andy. But I wish I'd never thought of the whole idea.
Now, just before I ring the bell, Kingfish, you got everything straight?
Yeah, now, don't worry none, Andy. Now, listen, what I'll do, I'll give you time to get inside, you see, and then I'll bust in and put you under arrest for embezzlement.
Yeah, okay, and stop shaking.
All right.
Nobody gonna find out that you ain't a real detective.
All right, I'll pull myself together.
Yeah. All right, Kingfish, duck. I was ringing the bell.
Okay, Andy, I'll scram.
Yeah.
Oh, Andy, I didn't expect you so early.
Yeah, well, I just couldn't stay away. You see, wait a minute, there's a doorbell again. I'll go myself.
Oh, it's wonderful having a man around the house.
All right, Brown, don't reach for no gun. I got you covered.
Oh, caught. Caught at last. Oh, me. Why did I embezzle that money at the bank, forge them checks, rob the vault, kill the bank teller, and then jaywalk while I was making my escape?
What is all of this? Who is this man?
Madam, I happens to be Inspector Stevens of the FBI, and I was here to do my duty. Don't move, Brown, alias Lefty Louie, alias Gyp the Crook. Don't move or I'll shoot you with this gun.
Have you got a warrant for his arrest?
A warrant? Yeah, I got a warrant. Did have one here someplace. Yeah, Brown, hold this gun while I look through my pockets here.
Yeah, glad to. Want me to keep it pointed at myself?
Oh, yeah, if you don't mind.
Andy, I can't believe it. Tell me, did you really commit all these crimes?
Yes, sweetheart, I gotta admit it. But don't worry, honey. Andrew H. Brown can handle anything. All I ask you to do is to wait for me. I'll be back in 40 or 50 years. Kingfish, who is that standing in the doorway?
A cop.
All right, nobody move.
Officer, listen, I didn't mean nothing. Honest, I didn't. You see, the reason I'm playing a detective...
Keep your mouth shut, buddy. I'm not after you. I'm here to arrest this dame and the girl who's posing as her daughter.
What? You can't pin nothing on me. I ain't done nothing.
Oh, no?
No.
Well, try to convince a judge of that. For 3 weeks, the whole force has been hunting you two gals for posing as a wealthy DeWitt from Kansas City.
Well, Andy, I see by the papers that gal and a mother that was posing as the DeWitts has done been convicted.
Yeah, Amos, they is up at the penitentiary already.
Oh, the penitentiary, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, after that announcement, though, that they put in the paper, I was wondering, Andy, if a lot of people don't still think that you was engaged to one of them gals.
Oh, well, I'm taking care of the whole thing with another announcement in the newspaper. I got it all writ up here.
Oh, yes, huh? Let me hear it, Andy. What is it?
Says here, Andrew H. Brown regrets to announce that he has broke the engagement of himself and number 7462, mother of 7463.
Amos and Andy will be back in just a moment. And now, here are Amos and Andy again.
I tell you, Amos, I feels now more than ever that I done made up my mind to stay away from women.
Oh, Andy, them two gals almost got you in trouble, didn't they, son?
If they ever show their two faces around here again, I'm going to throw ketchup all over.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Say, Andy, did you hear that? Come on.
Did I hear what?
That whistle. That's the Rinso White whistle.
Oh, and Rinso means us.
That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso White, and Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the star of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's production Hold High the Torch, Frank Morgan. A lady I know always hides her Christmas gift for the children in the cupboard under the kitchen sink. She says that's one part of the house the whole family avoids. They're so afraid of having to help with the dishes. Well, if it's the same way in your house, ladies, you'd better switch to Rinso. Those 12 soapy rich suds are all the help you need. They really go to town on grease and crusted food particles. Send them scooting in practically no time. It's just as easy as humming a tune to get even the stubbornest pots and pans sparkling Rinso clean. And ladies, Rinso's easy on your hands, doesn't get them rough and red. So tomorrow, switch to soapy rich Rinso. And now, Amos and Andy and their guest, Frank Morgan. Well, a few weeks ago, crossed wires in the home of Mr. and Mrs. George Kingfish Stevens started a fire in the living room which destroyed or damaged most of the furniture. Luckily, the Kingfish had a fire insurance policy covering it all, and at the moment we find Henry Van Porter at the Stevens home with a check covering the loss.
Well, Kingfish, here's your check from our insurance company in the amount of $400. Now, I hope you realize the great value of having insurance.
Oh, thanks, Henry. $400, and all on account of having a short circuit in them wires. Great thing, them wires.
Well, that's what caused the conflagration, all right. The fire started here in the living room under the Davenport, didn't it?
Yeah, Henry. I was laying on the sofa, and before I knew it, it was burning all around me.
Yeah. Well, didn't you notice it with all that burning horsehair? It must have smelled awful.
Well, it did, Henry, but I thought it was my wife's sapphire cooking supper. You see, you know, when it comes to cooking, she ain't exactly no Oscar of the Ritz.
Yeah. Well, Kingfish, in going over the list of damaged furniture, one thing that puzzled us considerable at the insurance company office was how 2 bedroom chairs got in the living room in time to get burned.
Yeah, well, now, that's what I'm going to explain to you. I tell you, Henry, when I discovered that the place was on fire, my first thought was of the poor insurance company.
Mm-hmm.
I say to myself, how can I help the insurance company?
Then an idea hit me.
Yes, go on.
I runs into the bedroom and I grabs two of them beautiful chairs that I had in there, you see. And I start to carry them out by the way of the front door. And then I say to myself, I'll cut through the living room here, you see, make a shortcut.
Yes?
Suddenly I trips, and the chairs fly right out of my hands, right into the flames. I tell you, I could have sit down and cried.
Yes. Well, if you ever have another fire, Kingfish, we would appreciate it very much if you would forget the interest of the insurance company and let the flames get to the furniture by themselves.
Yeah, I do that. Now, look, Henry, all I was trying to do was just...
hello, Henry. I didn't know you was here.
Hello, Sapphire.
Come in, honey.
Yes, I just come by to give George the $400 check for the insurance claim.
Oh, wonderful. Well, George, now that we got this check, I want you to take it right down to the bank and deposit it. Because tomorrow I want you to go out and buy some new furniture.
Okay, honey, I'll deposit it. Oh, and look at all this beautiful money, $401 bills. Ain't that the most magnificent sight you done ever see?
Yeah, sure pretty all right. But don't you think you ought to deposit in the bank like Sapphire says instead of just cashing the check?
Oh, I'm going to deposit, but when you get $401 bills, you got to love them, have a little pleasure with them before you let them go, you know.
Well, come on. Sit up at the desk here where I can talk to you.
Well, hello there.
Hi, Amos. Hi.
Yeah, just dropping by. Kingfish, what is you doing laying on the floor there all covered up with dollar bills?
Yeah, ain't that the craziest thing you done ever seen, Amos?
Oh, look, fellas, everybody has their depressed desires. With me, it's always been to lay on the floor buried in money. Say, Andy, would you mind slapping a couple of more bills on my face? I think I'm beginning to show through there.
Yeah, your big feet is, too. I got $75 on them, and they still ain't covered.
Kingfish, if that's the insurance money that you and Sapphire is going to buy furniture with, you ought to put that in the bank.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm going to do, Amos. I just wanted to be close to this stuff for a couple of minutes. Boy, look at that picture on the bills there. Ain't that a great face? The father of our country.
Kingfish, why don't you pick that money up? Besides, you ain't counted it for at least 5 minutes now.
Yeah, maybe I better here. Let me stack it up here. Get it together and kind of pile it up here on the desk, yeah.
Yeah, well, fellas, I got to get back to my taxi. See you later, Andy. So long, millionaire.
Yeah, so long.
Oh, hello, Gabby.
Oh, hello, Amos. Glad to see you. Is you leaving?
Yeah, I'll be seeing you, Gabby. Come in.
Come in, Gabby. Come in.
Oh, well, Andy Kingfish. Glad to see you. Glad to see you.
Yeah. How is you, Gabby?
Oh, I just stopped in to say hello. Just want to say hello. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can I believe my eyes, or do I really see George Washington peeking at me from hundreds of different places?
Well, it ain't Patrick Henry.
Yeah, that's my insurance money, $400.
Oh, I see. 400. My.
Gabby, what did you do in putting your face down on the desk in that money?
Oh, it's so soft on my cheeks, so soft. Oh, that feels so good.
You know, between you and the Kingfish, you're going to rub all the ink off of them bills.
What you going to do with the money, Kingfish? What you going to do?
Well, I'm going to deposit it in the bank.
What a shame. Putting money in the bank is financial suicide. You can invest that money and double it overnight. By tomorrow morning, you would have $800 instead of $400. Then if you invest it overnight again, it would amount to $1,600. Then if you done it again, it would amount to it would amount to a large figure.
Overnight profit. Gabby, you done give me a thought there. Say, Andy, Sapphire don't need that money till tomorrow.
Yeah, and from what Gabby say there, the best time to invest money is at night.
That's right. Be sure you pick the right brokers. Otherwise they're liable to pick you. You get the wrong brokers, and you're up against what is known as the cash dividend.
How you figure cash dividend?
Well, you give them your cash, they divvy it up, and that's the end. That's cash dividend if I ever had it. So long, boys. Good luck to you.
Yeah, so long, Gabby.
Goodbye, Gabby. Say, Andy, look in the classified telephone book there under investment brokers and see what you can find.
Yeah, okay, Kingfish.
Yeah, get in there.
Oh, boy, you sure got a break getting all this money.
Yeah, I sure did, didn't I?
Yeah, let me see here now.
So what'd you see there?
Oh, here's one. Here's one right here. Morgan Investments. You know something? That must be the famous House of Morgan. Yeah, say Frank Morgan, President.
Yeah. Let me see that number, Andy. I'll call it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, Andy, if this investment thing work out like Gabby said it will, I'm going to take the money that I doubled overnight and go into the investment business myself. Yeah, I might take you in with me as a money stacker, to keep the money in a nice, neat pile,
Yeah. Oh, boy, I'd like that. I'll take that job.
Wait a minute.
Hello, Morgan Investment Company. Our motto is, what have you got to lose? Morgan speaking.
Is this Mr. Morgan himself?
Yes, well, are you an investor or investigator?
I was an investor.
Oh, you are? Well, this is Morgan himself. What can I do for you?
Miss Morgan, I've got $400 to invest, and I was interested in your overnight profit doubling department.
400? Oh, well, our department is interested in you, too.
I have heard good things about the House of Morgan, you see.
The House of Morgan. You think I'm... Oh, yes. Yes, speaking for the House of Morgan, I'll be personally delighted to take I'll take care of your $400. Oh, you come over to my place sometime at your convenience. No rush, say in about 6 minutes.
We'll make it as fast as we can.
Welcome to the House of Morgan. Sit down, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Brown, make yourself at home.
Thank you, Miss Morgan. Funny thing, this ain't exactly how I pictured a big investment broker's office was going to look.
Yeah, me neither. You know something, Kingfish? Judging from the furniture, my office could almost pass for the House of Morgan.
Well, now, you see, boys, this is a little unpretentious office where I started in business 40 years ago, and I've always kept it. Keeps me from getting a big head. And I've also found it an excellent place to get over one. But, Mr. Stevens, let's get down to the man of the money I'm going to invest for you. Now, the stock I've got in mind for you is Brazilian brass, selling at 20 1/4. It's a great buy, but you've got to move fast.
Brazilian brass?
Yes.
Don't seem like I ever heard of that.
What? You never heard of the brass mines of Brazil?
I ain't never heard of no brass mines no place.
You've never heard of brass mines? Never heard of brass mines? My good man, you believe me if I told you I saw these brass mines with my very own eyes.
I would believe you.
You would? Yeah. Oh, that's fine. I saw these mines under peculiar circumstances. When it first became known that pure, refined brass was being mined in a raw state, it immediately struck me as a great investment possibility. Rather than venture blindly into an unknown field, several other investment bankers and myself decided to take a trip to the Brazilian brass mines. After weeks and weeks of misery and hardship, our travels brought us to the headquarters of the Amazon.
The traveling was pretty tough, huh?
Well, it was until we got out of the United States. Having arrived at our ultimate destination, we lost no time fulfilling the purpose of our mission. And by the way, these mines were actually mountains of solid brass, honeycombed with funnels. What a picturesque, thrilling sight it was that first morning as the sun rose. Literally thousands of natives out there polishing the foothills.
Mr. Morgan, you mean to say there was a mountain there of solid brass?
Mountain? There's a mountain range stretching away as far as the eye can reach. A shimmering line of brass. Reminded me of a long brass rail. In fact, one evening, I'd had a sip too much of the native goat milk and tried to rest my foot on it.
Goat milk, huh?
Yes.
That investment sounds great all right, Mr. Morgan, but as long as I only invest in overnight, I'd kind of like to keep the money in this country, you see.
Yes, sir. I was crazy about brass dock, too, Mr. Morgan. Only thing is, we want to invest in something that ain't going to turn green on us.
Agree, yes, I see. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me call and get the latest quotation on Brazilian brass.
Yeah, phone them there and find
As I told you an hour ago, it was 20 1/4. I'd like to see you get in on this before it goes too high.
Yeah.
What's Brazilian brass?
When you hear the tone, the time will be 5:34 1/2.
Yes. Well, it's just as I told you. It's up to 34 1/2. And, incidentally, it's getting late.
34 1/2. You think it's going higher?
Every minute.
Here's my $400, Mr. Morgan. Get me as much of it as you can, and I'll see you tomorrow. Brother Andy, this is the smartest move I've ever made.
Well, Kingfish may think this is the smartest move he's ever made, but if we're not wrong, he's due for a surprise. We'll hear about it in just a moment. Meanwhile, ladies, how's your wash day disposition by the time supper rolls around? Anything like this?
Well, you'll just have to take pot luck, that's all. I've been rubbing and scrubbing until my back aches, and I'm too tired to fuss.
Well, you can't blame a lady for getting cross after a long, hard day over the wash tub. Seems like an awful waste of time and energy, though, when Rinso's no farther away than the grocery store. Those thick, peppy Rinso suds just soak your clothes clean. A few quick rubs on the badly soiled places, and your wash is clean as a whistle. You see, Rinso gets out more dirt, so washable colors come Rinso bright. Stay that way, too, through dozens of washings. And wait till you see your white clothes come out. Oh, I'll bet I'll have you whistling while you wash like this. Rinso White. So get Rinso tomorrow, won't you? And now, back to Amos and Andy and their guest, Frank Morgan. Well, the Kingfish has invested his $400 with Frank Morgan, who he thinks is a reputable investment counsel. As the Kingfish told Andy, he plans to take the profit from the deal and open up an investment business of his own, taking Andy in with him. It's the following morning, and Andy is already 2 hours deep in the investment business. He's just returned to the office and is talking to his new part-time secretary.
You know, Miss Blue, this investment business is going to make my office here the Wall Street of Harlem. Tell me this, was there any calls while I was out?
Yeah, sir, there was one, Mr. Brown. A man named Roberts called.
Oh, great, yeah. What do he want to invest in?
I don't know. All he said was that your laundry won't be ready for 4 weeks.
Maybe I better invest in some underwear and shirts myself. You know, this investment business is sure getting off to a slow start. But as soon as we get that money, things will sure start rolling around here.
Yes, I think money is certainly nice to have in a business.
Yeah, well, what I'm going to do is start lining up some investors. Miss Blue, take a letter to the Harlem Bank.
Yes, sir, Mr. Brown. I'll get my coat.
Wait a minute. No. I want to write it. Wait a minute. You can take a letter in shorthand, can't you?
Well, yeah. Yes, I can if you want me to, but I don't think it's always wise. There'll be a lot of people that can't read my shorthand.
But after you get it in shorthand, you could write it on the typewriter, couldn't you?
No, sir. You see, I was one of the people that can't read it.
All right. Forget the letters. One thing you can do around here, though, is answer the telephone. Being the big executive, I ain't supposed to answer the phone even when I is here. You has got to take all the calls and then find out whether I is in or not.
Yeah, sir, Mr. Brown.
And another thing, wait a minute. Hello?
Hello, Andy.
Hold it, Kingfish. Miss Blue, what did I just tell you? Take this call and find out if I is in, will you?
Yeah. Hello. Mr. Brownstein, Alka for speaking.
What's the matter? Did he faint?
I'll see if he's in.
Yeah, he must be on the floor there someplace. Look around there for him.
Is you in, Mr. Brown?
Is I in? Yeah, I guess so. This is a mess. Hello, Kingfish.
Hello, Anna. What's going on over there?
Oh, I just trying to get things organized here.
Yeah, well, try to hold yourself in a little, Andy. The way it looked to me, we is over-organized now.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Miss Blue, you go in the back office and practice up on your shorthand, will you?
Yeah, sir, Mr. Brown.
Hello. What's on your mind, Kingfish?
Say, Andy, can you meet me here at the Lodge Hall in about 10 minutes? It's time for us to go down and see this fella Morgan and get our money.
Oh, yeah. It ought to be up to around $800 now. $800 by now. I'll be there, Kingfish.
Okay, Andy. So long.
Oh, boy, this show is going to be a tough.
Hello, Andy. How is it?
Oh, hello there, Shorty. Where's you been for the last few days?
Well, you see, I had to go over to the. I took the train. I rode the bus to. When I got there, you see, I had to go to see. I ain't been nowhere.
For a second there, sounded like you was going on a world tour. Glad you dropped in, though, Shorty, because I got some good news.
Yeah, sir. Always glad to hear good news, Andy.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Kingfish done bought some Brazilian brass stock yesterday from a fellow by the name of Frank Morgan. Now, the man is doubling our money overnight, and we're going to pick up the profit this morning. And then me and the Kingfish is going in the investment business ourselves.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing for you to do, all right, yeah.
First thing we want to do is to take all the money that you has done earned and invest it for you. How much you got?
Well, in cash in the bank, I got in stocks, I got in bonds, I done saved. In real estate, I owned. I would get. I ain't got a dime.
Well, Shorty, get some money, will you? Get some money. Oh, say, I got to go over and meet the Kingfish and help him carry his money home. Hello, Amos. Hello there. Yeah.
Hi, Andy. Say, where you going?
Well, I is in a hurry, Amos. I got to be running along. I'll see you later.
Okay, son. Say, that boy really in a rush, ain't he, Shorty? Where's he going?
Well, the Kingfish and they're going to invest some money, and they say they're going to double it overnight, and they're going down now to get the money.
Oh, ain't they done learned yet that you can't double your money overnight? Guys, anybody that would tell them that must be out of the head or a crook, one of the two.
Well, then with the profits, they're going in the investments business, and Andy wanted to invest my life savings for me, but I fooled him. I threw him off the track. I told him I was broke.
Yeah, well, you done the smart thing, Shorty.
Yeah, I told him that, but I really got 89 cents.
Now, look here. I is going to find out about this deal from Andy's secretary, and if there's anything suspicious about it, I is going to the police. Shorty, did Andy tell you what his broker's name was?
Oh, yeah, he told me. He said his name was Frank Brass. I mean Brazilian Morgan. Brass. Brazilian. He didn't say.
Hello, ticket office. This is Frank Morgan. I called up earlier about a reservation to Chicago. When can I pick it up?
In about 3 months.
Well, that's fine. 3 months? Well, I've got to leave town tonight. I should be out of here now.
Is this trip really necessary?
Necessary? Really, brother? You have no idea. I don't want the police... now listen here, you young pipsqueak. Hello? Hung up on me. Maybe I'd better call the bus company and see if they can...
Hello, Mr. Morgan. Hello there.
Hello, Brown. Stevens. I was just thinking about you.
See, you got all your luggage here, Mr. Morgan, going out of town, huh?
Well, yes, I've got to get away for a while. It's a bad climate here. I've got to go to a colder place.
But it's winter. It ain't hot here now.
Well, I know, but it is for me.
Well, if you were in a hurry, we'll get right down to business, Miss Morgan. Now, we done come over here to see you about a thing. You see, you done had the money overnight, and we just dropped in for the $800.
Oh, yes, $800. Well, there's a little matter I want to explain to you about this Brazilian brass.
Yeah.
You see, your stock, being a Brazilian security, must be registered prior to resale on the foreign exchange. After which a certificate of beneficial interest is issued in your name and impounded through escrow as a first lien debenture with prorated accruals.
Yeah. Look like he got a hold of some more of that goat's milk to me. I don't know.
Yeah, we better come back later.
Look, Mr. Morgan, about the $800.
Yeah, now, it's very simple, boys. You see, there's also a proxy that's hypothecated upon the refunding equipment represented by the scrip dividends held in the voting trust and as non-negotiable fiduciaries.
Mr. Morgan, is you speaking Brazilian by any chance there to us?
You mean you didn't understand what I said?
Not a word.
Well, maybe I was speaking Brazilian. Yeah. Boys, I'm just trying to tell you that I can't give you your money back. Unfortunately, you're completely wiped out.
Yeah, but Mr. Morgan, now, wait just a minute, Mr. Morgan here. I gotta have this money. That's fire insurance money that my wife Sapphire gonna buy new furniture with. Claire it is, yeah, so she's waiting to buy it now. We done had a fire up at my place. I live on 135th Street, and she'd kill me if I don't bring that money back.
Yes, wives are always buying furniture. It's a pity they can't buy any stock. I'm sorry, Stevens. You're wiped out.
Oh, but wait a minute here.
Mr. Morgan?
Oh.
I figured I'd find you here.
Oh, hello, officer.
Well, luggage. Looks like I got here just in time.
You have? I mean, you did? Well, I'll be with you in a minute, officer. Stevens, hand me that direct phone to the stock exchange.
Oh, this one here, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Hello, what's Brazilian brass? Thank you, goodbye. Boys, your stock's made a wonderful recovery. I can give you back your money in a nice profit of $100.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, I'll count it out here. 100, 200, 300. By the way, officer, what can I do for you?
Would you like to buy a couple of tickets to the policeman's ball?
The policeman's ball. Well, guess what I saw? Well, never mind what I thought. I'd love to go. For a minute, I thought I might be tied up. Come back tomorrow, and I'll buy 12 tickets.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Yes. Well, boys, I've got to be going along.
Wait a minute, Mr. Morgan. You didn't finish counting out the money there.
Oh, well, now, let's not be too hasty. I have a sneaking feeling about that stock. You know, that market goes up and down pretty fast. Hand me the phone.
Yes, it is.
Hello, what's the latest quotation on Brazilian brass? Oh, thank you. Goodbye. Boys, it's moved down again. This time you're really wiped out.
Mr. Morgan, any chance of holding that thing steady till we get paid here?
Stevens, when you play the stock market, you've got to expect that.
Well, hello, Amos. Hello, what are you doing here?
Hello there, fellas. I hope we ain't too late.
Now, just a minute, my good man. That officer with you, is he here to sell tickets to the policeman's ball?
No, Morgan. I'm here on business.
Oh. Hand me the phone. No, wait a minute. That's not necessary. I'm beginning to know the trend of that stock. You've got a profit again. Here's your $500.
Amos, you great. Yeah, I'll go tell you something that you brung the policeman here just in the nick of time.
Sure.
Yeah, well, I certainly is glad I did, fella.
And as for you, Morgan, it looks like this is all straightened out, so I won't pull you in. But from now on, watch your step.
Oh, now, officer, you're talking to a reformed man. Please, officer, believe me. I couldn't do anything like that. Now, believe me, from now on, I'll never sell anything that I wouldn't sell to my own dear brother. By George, I wonder if my brother's got any money.
Now, look here, honey. Is you going to start all over again harping on me for investing that money instead of depositing in the bank?
Now, George, that was the stupidest thing I'd ever heard.
Yeah, but I done made a clean breast of it, and you got the $500 back instead of $4.
Yeah, but you ought to know when somebody's trying to put something over on you. You men never get through it.
Oh, honey, please. Now, you done busted a vase over my head when I told you about it this morning, and I done give you all the money. I done had my punishment, so let's forget it.
Well, I will this time.
Yeah, you say you done ordered the furniture already, huh? Or where'd you buy it?
Well, a furniture salesman just happened to drop by the house, and the way he described it, it sounded so good that I paid him in advance. And we ought to get it in about a week.
Yeah, what kind of furniture, and who is the man?
It's Brazilian furniture, and the man was named Frank Morgan.
Amos and Andy will be back in just a moment. Does it sometimes seem to you that the amount of wash in your laundry hamper is enough to clothe an army? Well, don't despair. It's easy to make a molehill out of a mountain of wash if you have Rinso on your side. Yes, Rinso's soapy-rich suds in your washer will get your clothes sparkling clean with as little as a 5-minute run for each load. So get Rinso tomorrow, sure. And soon you'll join our Wash Day chorus in singing...
Rinso, white, happy little wash day song. Rinso, white, dirty sing it all day long.
Your clothes are so white.
And the color so bright.
And the color as you work along.
Rinso, white.
Happy little wash day.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at the same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our thanks to Frank Morgan, who appeared through the courtesy of Maxwell House Coffee. For fun and frolic, tune in next Thursday evening to Maxwell House Coffee Time with Frank Morgan, Cass Daly, and Robert Young. This program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox saying goodnight to all of you from all of us, and reminding you that one of our greatest sources of commercial fats and oils is now in the hands of the Japanese. When our need for those products is greater than ever before, this important source of supply is cut off. And that is why every American housewife must save every drop of used fats and greases. Remember, your butcher will pay you 4 cents and 2 red ration points for every pound of used fats. So keep saving kitchen fats and turn them in to your butcher regularly.
Why is Lifebuoy America's favorite bath soap? I'll tell you 2 big reasons. Lifebuoy in your daily bath gives all-over protection from BO. Yes, from head to toe it stops BO. And Lifebuoy gives protection that lasts and lasts. So play safe. Make sure Lifebuoy's in your soap dish. It's the only soap especially made to stop... This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Andy, did you hear that? Come on, Andy.
Did I hear what?
That whistle. That's the Rinso White whistle.
Oh, and Rinso means us.
That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso White, and Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show. I've got a hunch that some wash days, a lot of you ladies look at your laundry hamper, and the clothes seem piled way up to here. And your spirits go like this. Because you don't see how you'll ever get it all done. Well, that's your cue to switch to Soapy Rich Rinso. With those peppy Rinso suds in your washer, it takes as little as a 5-minute run for each load to give you a wash that's really clean. You see, Rinso gets out more dirt. Washable colors come out Rinso bright, safely. Shirts and sheets and all your whitewash look gleaming Rinso white. Get Rinso, ladies, tomorrow, first thing. And now, our stars, Amos and Andy. Well, Andy Brown, that gay, romantic figure, has actually fallen in love with a girl he found listed in the Lonely Hearts catalog and has been pressing his courtship through the post office. As we find Andy now, he is telling Amos and the Kingfish all about Gardenia Smith, his mail-order fiancée, number 66 in the catalog.
Yeah, well, there's Gardenia's picture, fellas. Number 66 in the catalog. How'd she look to you?
Oh, yeah, you sure lucky, son. Oh, is she really a good-looking gal, Andy?
Yeah, and since we've been writing each other regular, this has developed into a real love match.
Oh, say, by the way, Andy, all they got in this catalog is pictures of the gals and their numbers. How'd you find out her name and address so you could write to her?
Well, when you finds the picture of the gal you wants in the catalog, you sends the club her number with $1. And they send you back a name and address.
Oh, that's a pretty good idea there, Brother Andy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's how it works, huh? But tell me this, Andy, you sound like you and this Gardenia Smith is practical married. Did you propose by mail, too?
Oh, sure. I read the proposal Tuesday and sent it to where she live in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And just this morning, I got a telegram saying she arrives in New York today and for me to meet her at the Harlem Plaza Hotel at 2 o'clock.
Oh, so you read her proposal and she's coming to New York.
Yeah.
Brother Andy, you really on the hook now.
Oh, Kingfish. Look at that picture.
Mm-hmm.
She looked like Lena Horne. Look at that beautiful face. Catalog or no catalog, that's a gal that any man would be... Wait a minute. Hello, Lightning, what you want?
Hello, gentlemen. I raced over here
What did I rush over here for? I know why. No, I don't either. It was something, or what was it?
Well, what's that in your hand?
This is a special letter for you, special delivery, Miss Andy. That's why I rush over here.
Special delivery letter. Here, let me see that.
Who is it from, son? Gardenia?
No, from the Lonely Hearts Club. Oh, boy, my alma mater. Yeah. Maybe they want a 50-cent bonus because I picked the best-looking gal in the catalog.
Yeah, must be report and read it, Andy. Go ahead.
Yeah. Dear sir, this is to inform you that due to a unfortunate error, instead of sending you the name and address of number 66, we sent you the address of Gardenia Smith, who was actual number 99 in the catalog, and wait a minute. That means I done pre-posed to number 99 instead of 66. Kingfish, give me that catalog.
Brother Andy, I was way ahead of you. I already got the catalog open to the picture of 99, the real Gardenia Smith. I was looking at it.
You is, huh?
What is the news, Kingfish?
Andy, prepare yourself for the worst.
Huh?
Well, why? Ain't number 99 as pretty as number 66?
Pretty... The best way to describe her is to say that she got a face that, on second thought, I ain't sure it is a face.
You ain't, huh?
No, but then again, it must be a face that's got ears on it. Let me see.
Well,
put it down on the desk there so we can all see it.
Yeah.
All right, Andy, gather your nerves, steel yourself, and if you got any rose-colored glasses handy, slip them on. Here's the picture.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, fellas. This is one proposal I ain't going through with. Give me that phone, and I'll call her.
Hold it, Andy. Hold it.
What's the matter, Kingfish?
Yeah, what's wrong?
This Gardenia Smith has got your proposal of marriage in writing. If you tries to break your engagement, she can slap you with an airtight breach of promise suit that'll have you paying off for the rest of your life.
He's right, Andy.
Yeah. There's only one thing for me to do. Get over to see my lawyer, Gabby Gibson. Come on, Kingfish.
Well, there you is, Gabby. Andy done told you all the facts in the case. Now, do you think there's any way that he can get out of marrying this Gardenia Smith?
Well, you got to see the gal personally. Yes, indeed. Got to explain the thing to her. Yes, indeed. That's the only thing to do. You got to face the gal. You got to face her. Now, let me see the picture. Oh, my, you can't face that.
Yeah, Gabby, you can see why I can't marry that gal. Is I really got a breach of promise suit on my hands if I don't?
Oh, this is more than just a breach of promise. Much more. Yes, indeed. This is contempt of court. That's what it is, contempt of court.
Contempt of court? How you figure that?
Well, any man that court a gal like that certainly got my contempt. That's contempt of court if I ever had it.
Look here, Gabby, couldn't you, as my lawyer, kind of find some way to keep me from marrying that hag?
Just a second. A thought just hit me. I think I got something. Yeah, I think I really got something. Yes, sir, there's one condition Annie can be in, so you don't have to marry that gal at all. Only one condition.
Oh, great, Gabby, great. What condition do I have to be in?
You has got to be, dead.
Dead? Kingfish, I'm telling you, Gabby is crazy. What good is it going to do me to say I is dead? Listen here now, I got a $50 Christmas club at the bank that I done paid half on.
Half, huh?
Yeah, and I gets it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I'll give you the whole $25 if you get me out of this mess.
Brother Andy, it's a deal. You have started my brains working. I got it.
Yeah, what is it?
Now look here, we'll say that you is dead. Now listen, if you is dead, then Gardenia Smith won't insist on marrying you.
Well, I don't know. Judging from her picture, I don't think she's that choosy.
Now look, Andy, look here. You write a suicide note saying that you has done throwed yourself in the Harlem River. Then I takes the note up to Gardenia and tells her that I is a detective from the suicide squad.
Well, what good is that going to do?
Well, as a detective, I can tell her that the police wants all the love letters you done writ her as evidence in the case. You see, that way I gets back the letters for you, and Gardenia Smith ain't got nothing left to hold you for on this breach of promise.
Kingfish, it might work. Go ahead.
So you see, Miss Smith, in a suicide case like this, us detectives always gets all the letters the victim has written to check the handwriting with a suicide note. Now, that's why I want the love letters Andy Brown writ to you.
Well, I'll get the letters for you, Detective Stevens, but I just can't believe he did away with himself. It was only 2 days ago that I got his proposal.
Oh, it's true all right, Miss Smith. I was right there when he drowned.
Oh.
Yeah, I even jumped in to save him, but before I could get to him, he went down for the 6th and last time. I remember that. Yeah.
You say he came up 6 times?
Yeah, sure he did, because I remember every time he would come up, he would yell, "Goodbye, cruel world. Boy, this water's cool." I remember that.
Oh, but I still can't believe it.
You can't, huh?
No, sir. Andy Brown dead.
Mm-hmm.
Why, he was to meet me here today at 2 o'clock. I had something important to tell him.
Lady, what is done, and Andrew H. Brown is done. Oh, I even has the suicide note right here that he writ as final proof.
Suicide note? Oh, can I see it?
Yeah, right here, it is right here. Look at it there. And to prove it's legal, just look at the heading on there. Say here, official suicide note. See that?
Yes.
Yeah, then he had a note to public to sign it and everything else there, yeah.
Oh, whatever made him do it?
Yeah, well, let me read you the note here. Say here, to whom it may concern, and especially my ever-loving Gardenia Smith, care the Harlem Plaza Hotel.
Oh.
Now, start out here, say, gentlemen and sweetheart. This is to inform you that I is about to end it all via the Harlem River.
Oh.
Therefore, Gardenia, don't expect me at your hotel at 2 o'clock.
Oh.
So goodbye, gentlemen, and farewell, Gardenia, my love.
Oh.
Then a sign here, Andrew H. Brown, and right below the signature there's 2 witnesses. He always done everything right, you see. He got 2 witnesses.
Yeah. Oh, if he had only waited to see me.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Yeah, well, but, Miss Smith, can I have those love letters that you was going to give me?
Well, I ain't got them here with me in New York. They're home in Pittsburgh.
Do you?
Yes, but I can telegram my mother right now to send them airmail.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they'll be here tomorrow, and you can pick them up then, Detective Stevens.
Tomorrow, huh?
Yeah.
I'll be back then. Goodbye, mister.
Oh, goodbye, Detective Stevens. Oh, how could Andy Brown do that to himself just when... Oh. Hello.
Hello. Is this Miss Gardenia Smith of Pittsburgh talking?
Yes, it is. Who's this?
Miss Smith, this is Frederick Montgomery Gwendell, reporter on the Harlem newspaper.
Uh-huh.
I hear the rumor that Andy Brown has proposed to you, and y'all are speaking on this nuptial stuff. I just want to get a little story for our society column.
For the society column? Then you don't know what happened to Andy?
Happened to Andy? What you mean? What you talking about, Miss Smith?
Poor Andy. Well, to start from the beginning, a detective was just here, and the most awful thing has happened. Andy Brown suddenly went
Andy, you gotta hand it to your old pal, the Kingfish. Gardenia Smith really did swallow that suicide story hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, well, from the look of her picture, her mouth is big enough to swallow the pole, too. Tell me this, Kingfish. Is she really as bad as she look in the catalog here?
Oh, to tell you the truth, Andy, she was even uglier.
Uglier? I didn't think that was possible.
I didn't either. But you know, in the picture over there, the one nice thing about her was her hair.
Yeah.
Well, when I told her that you done committed suicide, she fell back in the chair and all her hair slid over on one side.
You mean she wears a wig?
Well, if she don't, she got an awful slippery scalp.
Boy, I'm really lucky getting out of marrying her.
Oh, yeah.
And when you get them letters back from her tomorrow, I'll be in the clear.
Yeah.
And that'll be the end of that suicide stuff.
Oh, sure.
And then I'm going wait a minute. Here comes Lightning now.
Hello, Kingfish. Hello, Miss Andy.
Hello, Lightning.
What's on your mind?
Miss Andy, how do you feel?
I feel fine. Why?
I don't see how you can. You is dead.
What you mean I is dead?
Ain't you see the front page of the Harlem paper?
No.
Let me read it. Uh-oh. Andy, you was in trouble.
What'd it say?
The headlines say, Harlem grieves over suicide of Andrew H. Brown.
Oh, me.
Well, the Kingfish's idea for avoiding a breach of promise suit has certainly gotten Andy in a fine predicament. We'll learn what happens in just a moment. A lady I know told me why she started using Rinso. Seems she was listening to Amos and Andy one night.
So good sitting here listening to the radio after bending over that wash tub all day.
Ladies, why don't you take it easy on wash day?
Wouldn't I love to?
Try Rinso. Rinso's soapy rich suds soak clothes clean in as little as 10 minutes. A few light finger rubs on extra grimy places will do the trick.
Well, maybe for my heavy pieces.
Rinso's safe for washable colors, too. Leaves them bright and gay through wash after wash. And ladies, you can't beat a snowy Rinso white.
Well, I guess I'll give it a try.
And now you can hear her every wash day, whistling like this.
Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, birdies sing it all day long. Your clothes are so white and the color so bright, you'll sing as you work along. Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
And now back to the Amos and Andy Show. Well, it was quite a shock to Andy to discover from reading the newspaper that now not only Gardenia Smith, but all of Harlem believes he has committed suicide. And since a corpse isn't supposed to be sitting around his office smoking a big cigar, we find Andy now with the Kingfish hiding out in the basement of the lodge hall, reading the rest of the story announcing his suicide.
Yeah, listen to what I say here on the paper, Brother Andy.
Yeah, read it.
They say here, the suicide of Andrew Brown is a severe loss to the community of Harlem. Brown has always been regarded as one of its outstanding citizens. He was a tireless, energetic, hard-working, Hey, wait a minute. I wonder if there was another Andrew H. Brown that committed suicide yesterday.
What else did it say there?
Well, down here at the bottom of the write-up, let me see here, just right down here. Yeah, say here something about your East State and how much you left. Here it is.
How much do it say that I left?
They say here, the late Mr. Brown, high official and executive of many corporations, leaves an estate which is estimated will not be in excess of 20 cents.
Wait a minute. What is they talking about? I got twice that much.
Well, I'm going to tell you one thing, Anna. It's a lucky thing. Wait a minute, Anna. A thought just done smacked me in the head. You was in trouble.
What you mean? What's the matter?
The police. They going to see this newspaper just like we is. And when they read the suicide story, they going to start investigating.
Oh, yeah. Well, what must I do, Kingfish? What must I do?
Look, Andy, look here. Now, here is the facts as I see them. Yeah. You got to play dead till I get these letters back from Gardenia Smith. So you ain't going to have to marry her, you see? Now, after we get them back, we'll figure from that point.
Yeah, but what about the police?
Yeah, well, now look here. You got to stay out of the way of the police, and you got to stay out of the way of everybody else. I tell you what you got to do. You got to just hide, and you can't stay down here in the basement at the lodge neither, because the members comes down here for chairs and card tables.
Yeah, well, I know where I can hide, yeah.
Where?
The basement of Shorty's barber shop.
Ain't nobody gonna see you going over there, is there?
Oh, no. I can go through the alley down to Shorty's and get into his place through the back door.
Good.
Well, Shorty, here's your towels.
Yeah, I've been waiting for that laundry. I was almost out.
Yeah, well, barbershop use an awful lot of towels, you know. Hey, what's the matter, Shorty? You don't look good.
Well, I've been ailing for 2-3 days. Got swimming in the head, dizzy spell, kind of run down. Been to the doctor twice.
Well, you want to take care of yourself. Where's your dirty towels? I'll take them along.
Right there in that box there. I don't know what's the matter with me. And then this morning I was reading in the paper that that one of my best friends, Andy Brown, committed suicide.
Yeah, that's too bad. You know him well?
Oh, sure. Last night I give him a shave, a haircut, a singe, a manicure, and a face massage. Now he's dead. The best groomed body in the Harlem River. Sure did upset me all right. Everywhere I look now, I seem to see poor Andy standing there. I just can't get him out of my mind.
Well, I wouldn't work too hard if you feel better, Shorty. See you next week with your laundry.
All right, so goodbye. Well, I believe I'll close up the shop now and go on home. It's getting dark anyway. I don't feel so good in the head. Somebody at the back door.
Shorty, it's me.
But wait a minute. Don't, not only do I see him, but now I just hear them.
Shorty, do me a favor. I want to spend some time in your basement.
Now, wait a minute. Please don't do that to me. Why don't you go back in the river where you belong, Andy? You was there.
Listen, Shorty, listen. It's me. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing's the matter. Everything is okay. No trouble at all. I feel fine. Don't worry about me. I'm going to faint.
Shorty, everything is all right. I'm just dead for a couple of days.
Well, I'm sure glad to hear that.
Listen, Shorty, don't get nervous. I ain't committed no suicide. I just said I did so I wouldn't have to marry that scarecrow that I proposed to by mistake.
Oh, now I'm beginning to understand.
Yeah, well, listen, Shorty. I ain't got no time to explain no more to you, but I is alive. And I wants to hide in your basement till tomorrow. And I don't want you to tell nobody that I ain't dead.
Is you telling me the truth?
Look here, Shorty, look. Here is the catalog from the Lonely Hearts Club. Here's the picture of the gal that I done proposed to by mistake. Now, that's why I wants to hide. Take a look at her picture there. Look at that.
Let me see it. Oh, Annie, that ain't no reason for you to... she ain't such a bad... she's a pretty fair looking... she looks kind of good. She might have made a very good... I'd commit suicide, too.
You sent for me, Chief?
Yes, Davis. This story here in last night's Harlem paper about an Andrew Brown who was supposed to have committed suicide. Have we any report on this case?
Brown? Suicide?
Yeah.
No, Chief, we haven't.
That's what I thought. Fine thing when a newspaper gets a report on a suicide before the police. Davis, you go to the Harlem Plaza Hotel and check up with Miss Gardenia Smith, the girl Brown was supposed to have sent his suicide note to.
Gardenia Smith, huh?
Yeah.
Right, Chief. I'm on my way. And you say you never met this Andrew Brown in person, huh? You just corresponded with him.
That's right, Detective Davis. The last letter I had from him was a proposal of marriage. And I telegraphed him that I'd be in New York, and I wanted to see him because I...
Oh, someone at the door.
Excuse me.
Wait a minute. As a friend of yours, it may be embarrassing to find a detective here. I'll just wait in the other room.
Oh, thank you. Oh, hello, Detective Stevens.
Well, hello there, Miss Smith. Just come from the police station. The chief down at the police station asked me to come by here and pick up the love letter so we can close the case down at headquarters. They got you, didn't they?
Oh, yes, Mother sent them. Here they are.
Yeah, well, now that's fine. Thank you very, very, very much for these. I'll just slip them in my pocket here and...
Just a second there. Did I hear you say something about closing this case down at headquarters?
Miss Smith, who is this?
Oh, Detective Stevens. Don't you know each other? You should. You're both detectives. This is Detective Davis.
Is you a real detective?
Yes. Are you?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A real detective, all right. I got flat feet, magnifying glass, sneak around corners. Oh, a real man. Yes, sir. I got the stuff here.
Detective Stevens, eh?
Oh, yeah, sir, the Stevens.
I don't ever remember hearing of you. What's your precinct?
Precinct, 167th. Yeah, the good old 167th, as the boys say.
We only have 84 precincts.
84?
Yeah.
Did they cut out my precinct without letting me know about the thing?
Yeah, and they must have cut out about 80 others, too.
I tell you, Detective Davis, I feel lost. Here I is, a man without a precinct.
Is that as serious as it sounds, Detective Stevens?
Oh, it's the worst thing that could happen to a detective. Take away his gun, take away his badge, but never take away his precinct. Well, I got to be running along now, and I got to locate the precinct somewhere. You know, I look for the thing. Maybe they got it laying over there somewhere.
Now, just a minute, you. Miss Smith, whatever gave you the idea this man was a detective?
Oh, he said so when he brought up Andy Brown's suicide note.
Oh, he brought the suicide note up,
Yeah,
huh?
well, I tell you.
Stevens, you're coming down to headquarters with me.
But Detective Davis...
I think the chief might want to ask you a few questions.
Now listen to me, Stevens. Hold your head up. You still insist Brown is dead and he committed suicide?
Yeah, sir, mister. That is the truth. I declare it is. Won't you please turn them lights off my face, though? They're blinding my eyes. I can't stand them no more.
Keep at him, Chief. Keep at him. He'll crack. He knows more than he's telling.
According to Miss Smith, you were there when Brown jumped in the river.
Yeah, sir.
You're lying.
No, I ain't. Look, mister, you done had them lights shining in my face now for 4 hours. Can't you turn them off a while and give me a rest?
I'll keep those lights on you all day and all night until you talk.
Chief, this fella's been lying all the way. And there's only one reason for it.
And I think you're right. Stevens, I'm going to hold you for the murder of Andrew Brown.
The murder of... Wait a minute. You can't do that. I'll show you where he is, mister. I'll show you where he is.
Look, Kingfish, why did you have to go and tell the police I was in Shorty's barber shop?
Yeah, well, that was the only way out, Andy.
Yeah, well, that's a fine way out. Now he is both in jail here for tampering with the law.
Yeah, well, I had to do it, Andy. I had to do it. Yeah, I done the best I could. You see, they accused me of murdering you. Anyway, Andy, at least what I done for you is worth being in jail for. You got the letters back from Gardenia, and now she can't sue you for breach of promise.
Yeah, and you got my $25, too. Well, I guess all of this being in jail is worth it after all. Wait a minute. Who is this woman coming over to our cell here?
Where?
Right there.
Oh. That is Gardenia Smith in the flesh.
Yeah, there's sure plenty of it, too, ain't it?
Oh, you must be Andy Brown. I came all the way to New York to see you and tell you how much that sweet proposal of yours meant to me. And that...
Now, wait a minute, Gardenia.
Wait a minute. Don't worry, Andy. You got the letters.
Andy, please let me finish.
Oh, there's more, huh?
Yeah, you see, the reason I came to New York was to tell you in person that I've decided to marry my old boyfriend.
Amos and Andy will be back in just a moment. I have a new slant on an old verse, ladies. Listen. What a wonderful place the world would be if lollipops grew on every tree and the dishes would wash themselves. Well, of course, lollipops don't and the dishes won't. But the next best thing is Rinso. It's easy to do up a stack of dishes with soapy-rich Rinso suds to help you. Those suds chase dirt and grease in the wink of an eye. Get every pot and platter gleaming Rinso clean. And thick, peppy Rinso suds are safe as well as thorough. They don't get your hands rough and red. So, ladies, get Rinso tomorrow, first thing. Use it for dishwashing, house cleaning, and, of course, for a wash that's... And now, here are Amos and Andy.
Ladies and gentlemen, me and Andy would like to speak to you for just a minute about the 6 Wallow Drive.
Yes, folks. It's important to all of us that this drive be a success.
Getting down to facts, I think all of us here at home were a little over-optimistic this past summer and during the early fall when our armies were going through France and when we were taking one Jap island after another.
That's right. Our boys did a wonderful job then, just as they're doing now. But I think we can see pretty clearly that the war isn't over yet.
That is right. Those boys on the fighting fronts can't let up for 1 second, and neither can we.
No, that's right.
They can't fight Japs and Germans with their bare hands, and we've got to give them the best of equipment and plenty of it. And there's only one thing that will do it, and that is money.
So, folks, let's get in back of this 6 war loan with all we've got. Don't forget, our fellows in uniform is doing all the dirty work for us.
Yes, and the least we can do is to back them up. Remember, you are not giving away anything. You are merely loaning your money to Uncle Sam and receiving a very liberal return. Won't you please buy an extra war bond tomorrow? Thank you, and good night.
Good night, folks.
To be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of Rinso present the Amos and Andy Christmas Show. The boys' guests will be the Paul Taylor Chorus, who join in Amos and Andy's special presentation, which has become a Christmas tradition. This program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night to all of you from all of us.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Andy, did you hear that? Come on, will you?
Did I hear what?
That whistle. That's the Rinso White whistle.
And Rinso means us.
That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso White, and Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show with their guests for tonight, the Paul Taylor Chorus. Well, it's practically Christmas, and all through the house, the youngsters are helping with everything, even the dishes. But unfortunately for Mom, that state of affairs won't last very long. She'll soon be facing a sink piled high with Christmas dinner dishes and not a helping hand in sight. Of course, Mom knows she can depend on Rinso to make quick work of the biggest pile of dishes. Why, ladies, you just fill your dishpan full of those soapy-rich Rinso suds and watch the heavy grease and sticky food particles scoot. In next to no time, every dish is bright and shining. And ladies, Rinso's easy on your hands, too. So don't take chances. Use Rinso. And now, here are Amos and Andy and their guests, the Paul Taylor Chorus. It's the Saturday before Christmas. The morning crowds are milling about Lenox Avenue in Harlem doing their last-minute shopping. Andy is out with Amos's little girl, Arbadella, on their annual Christmas tour of the department store windows. Right now, they're looking at a little doll in one of the windows.
Yeah, that sure is a pretty doll, Arbadella.
Yes, that's the one I wrote and asked Santa Claus to bring me. But Daddy said I wrote the letter too late. You see, I only wrote it 2 days ago.
Yeah, well, that ain't giving Santa Claus much time. You got to write him before that.
Isn't she pretty, though, Uncle Andy?
Yeah.
Daddy said Santa Claus would bring her to me next Christmas.
Oh, sure. You see, that'll give him more time.
We're having a good time today, ain't we, Uncle Andy? I like being out with you.
Yeah, and I like being out with you, too, Arbadella. But I guess we better be getting on home now.
Do you think Mommy and Daddy will be home yet?
Oh, yeah. They say they'd be home at 12.
Uncle Andy, let me just look at the doll once more.
Oh, sure, honey.
She's beautiful. She's a talking doll, too.
Yeah, there's the best ones, all right.
That sure is a pretty dress she's got on. But when Santa Claus brings her to me next year, I'm going to make her a lot more pretty dresses. Pink ones. I can hardly wait till next Christmas.
Miss Andy, you sure got a lot of Christmas presents there.
Yeah, Lightning, I wants to get them all wrapped up now, too, so I ain't got to do it this afternoon or tonight.
Yeah, well, what is that one you got there, perfume?
Yeah, for one of my girlfriends. You know, Sadie Blake.
Yeah. She like that sweet-smelling stuff, all right, don't she?
Yeah. Well, she oughta. This is genuine imported French perfume.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. They done left a price on there. 25 cents. Is you got a pencil, Lightning?
Yeah, sir, but I ain't got no rubber on the end of it.
Well, I don't care about no rubber. I just wants to put 2 in front of that and make it 2 1/4. You see, Lightning, if Sadie don't like the perfume, she'll be crazy about the price.
Yeah, well, what you got in this package here, Miss Andy?
Oh, them are some handkerchiefs that I'm going to give that other gal friend of mine, Evelyn Bennett.
But wait a minute, Miss Andy. These has got a C broidered up in the corner.
Yeah, well, last year I was going to give them to that gal Carmen that I was going with, but we done busted up 2 days before Christmas.
Yeah, well, with the letter C on there, I don't see how you can give them to Evelyn Bennett.
Yeah, well, I thought of that. So for the last 3 weeks, I've been calling her Cookie.
Yeah, look here come the Kingfish and Henry Van Porter.
Yeah, come in, fellas, come in.
Well, hello there, Lightning. Hello, Andy. Merry Christmas, fellas. Noel, and all that stuff.
Yes, a charming Yuletide. A charming Yuletide to you, gentlemen. A charming Yuletide.
Yeah, charming Yuletide to you, too, Henry.
Yeah, well, I see you wrapping all your Christmas presents here, Andy. Any time that you want me to turn my back and not look, just say the word.
Well, listen, I ain't bought you a present, Kingfish.
Oh, you ain't got around to that yet, huh? Well, don't worry about it, Brother Andy. You got time. You know, my wife and me were talking about the same thing just this morning. She said to me, George, do you think that any of your friends is going to give you that bathrobe they got in the corner window at the Globe Department store? I said, honey, you mean the blue one with the red sash around it that I'm crazy about? She said, yeah, you know, it's marked $3.95. I said, yeah, honey, that's the one, size 40. Funny thing, I mean, my wife talk back and forth like that, ain't it? You know,
Yes, well, you could use a new bathrobe, Kingfish. That one you had on yesterday certainly was a mess.
Yeah, and by the way, Andy, I just thought of something. How big is that door at your boarding house?
Door? Why?
Well, I'm coming up to see you tomorrow morning with a pretty big package for you. If I can't get it in there, though, I can always take the door off the hinges, can't we?
Yeah. Say, this is kind of embarrassing, because I is broke and can't afford to buy nothing for you.
Nothing at all?
That's right. Say, what time you expect to be up there with that big package?
Well, on second thought, it might not be as early as I expected, you know.
Well, I'll be there all morning.
Yeah, well, don't wait for me, though, Andy. See, I got a lot of packages to deliver. Might not get around to you till February or March. I don't know what this thing is.
Yeah, well, I knowed it was something like that.
Miss Andy, I've been trying to wrap some of these packages here for you. This is a hard one, all right.
Well, what in the world is that?
Oh, that's a little toy automobile I done bought for Amos Jr. You wind it up and it scoots around the floor, backs up, and does everything. I'll show you here.
Yeah, let's see that there.
Now watch this.
Go ahead.
Look at it go.
Say, that is the cutest thing I done ever seen.
Yeah, see the way that thing went around there? Look at that.
Well, look at this, will you? It's even got a license number on it.
Yeah, let me have it, Henry. I want to see if I can shoot it around the floor again here.
Well, I can wind it myself, Kingfish.
Well, let me do it, Henry. I asked for it.
Yes, but I picked it up first.
Well, now, don't break it, fellas.
Well, Andy, can't I be the one to work it?
Kingfish, I'm going to work it. Now, let's not be childish about this.
All right. But I'm next on the thing.
Well, I'm going to put it back in the box now before it gets broke. And I got a lot of things to do around here, too. You children better run along home now.
By the way, Andy, you coming over to the gatherings at Lodge Hall this afternoon, ain't you?
Oh, yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah, you know, all the boys are getting together. Christmas spirit, refreshment, slapping everybody on the back and all that stuff, you know.
Yes, the whole gang is going to be there. I'll see you there, Andy.
Okay. So long, fellas.
Yeah, well, so long. Merry Christmas.
Goodbye, boys. Goodbye.
Well, I was wrapping this package of colored crayons that you bought for $1, Miss Andy.
Yeah, go ahead, wrap that.
Yeah, must I rub out the 10 cents or must I just put a $1 in front of it?
Oh, rub it out. This ain't much of a gift to give a kid, is it?
And those, well, it ain't bad, Miss Andy.
Yeah, but she might not even like crayons.
Well, she might and she might not. After all, you don't know what Miss Amos's daughter likes.
Well, the funny part of it is, Lightning, I do know what she likes.
Well, even if you do, that don't make no difference because you was broke. You ain't got enough money to buy nothing more.
Yeah, that's what's troubling me. I is broke. Say, Lightning, what time is it?
It's nearly 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Say, I'm going to leave. I'll see you later.
Did you want to see me?
Yes, I guess so. Is you the gentleman that do the hiring here for the store?
That's right. My name is Simmons.
Yeah, well, I was wondering if you need any extra sales help for the last-minute rush this afternoon. I would work hard.
Well, we did need extra help up until yesterday, but I think we can get through the rest of the day with the salespeople we have.
Oh. Well, thank you just the same, mister.
Wait, just a minute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Maybe you can do it.
What's that?
Well, one of our Santa Claus's helpers was called home. You see, his wife was taken ill suddenly, and we could use somebody to take his place. You think you could do it?
Be Santa Claus's helper?
That's right.
Yeah, well, I ain't never done that before. Well, sure, I can do it.
Fine. Now, if you'll come down to the 4th floor, I'll give you your Santa Claus suit and tell you just what you're supposed to do.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Brown, that Santa Claus suit seems to fit you as well as the man who worked here before.
Yeah. Help me button the thing up, will you, Mr. Simmons? A little snug right here.
Yes, as I see. Well, you've got that pillar in there just right.
That ain't no pillar, that's me.
Well, I think you better hurry and finish putting on your costume, Mr. Brown. I want you to get out in the toy department with the children.
Yeah, well, I guess the next thing you do is to get these boots on here. I'll sit down here and try to get in them. I'll pull them on here. Uh-oh. Mrs. Simmons, has you got any of that sliding powder by any chance?
Why? What's the matter?
The dogs is too big for the house. Wait a minute. I got one in. Now, here goes the other one. There he is. Feet, you was wrapped up plenty tight today.
Well, that's fine. Now just put on these whiskers and this hat, and you're all set.
Yes, okay. Now, what must I do, Mrs. Simmons, when I gets out there?
Well, Santa Claus's chair is right over at the far end of the toy department. Now, I want you to listen to the little children while they tell you what they would like for Christmas. And then assure them that Santa Claus will get their message.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And the idea is that Santa Claus would have a pretty tough time of it handling everything himself if he didn't have you helpers. I think you understand what I mean.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, I understand all right. Yes.
And if you run into any difficulties of any sort, just call the floor walker.
All right, Sonny, you was next. Come right up here now and sit on Santa Claus's lap. That's the boy. Now, tell Santa Claus, what you want for Christmas?
I want a G-Man badge and a gun.
A G-Man badge and a gun. Yeah, well, what's your name, Sonny?
Oliver Griffith.
Oliver Griffith? Well, is you done been a good boy all year, Oliver?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I could have seen that without even asking you. You was a nice little fella. I bet you drinks up all your milk at every meal, don't you?
No, I don't.
You don't?
No.
Well, you drinks part of it, though, don't you?
I don't drink none of it.
None of it, huh?
No.
Oh, floor walker, can you come over here?
If Santa Claus bring me the G-Man badge and the gun, I'll drink my milk.
Oh, yeah, well, never mind, floor walker. Oh, that's a good little boy, Oliver. Now, you just hang up your stocking and everything gonna be all right.
Oh, thank you, Santa Claus. Come on, Oliver.
Am I next?
Yeah, you is next. My, what a nice little girl. Sit right here on my knee. Now, tell me, what is your name?
Henrietta Lewis.
That's a pretty name, too. And that's a pretty little dress you got on there.
My mama made it for me. See the ribbon?
Yeah, that's good, all right. Henrietta, you was one of the sweetest little girls I done ever seen. Now, tell me, what do you want for Christmas?
A football.
Football.
Yes, and a 2 chest and a drum.
2 chests. Well, what do a little girl like you want with them things?
Oh, I don't want them for myself.
Oh, well, who does you want them for?
My little brother.
Your brother?
Yes, you see, he's sick in bed, and he couldn't come down here, and I don't want you to forget him.
Oh, well, that sure is sweet of you, Henrietta. And I can tell you right now that Santa Claus is going to take care of him.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, Santa Claus.
Merry Christmas, honey.
Hey, quit shoving. I'm next.
No fighting there now, boys. No fighting. Take it easy.
I tried to push in ahead of me. I'm next, ain't I, Santa Claus?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Sonny. What's your name?
Percy Carter.
Percy, huh? What you want for Christmas?
I want a machine gun. Do I get it?
I'll see what I can do about it and all that stuff.
I want a wallet, too, with a picture of Humphrey Bogart in it.
Yeah, well, I'll work on that, too. Who's next?
Wait a minute, Santa Claus. I ain't through yet. I want to ask you something.
Yeah, well, what is it, Percy?
Last year, I asked you for a pair of skates, and I didn't get them. What goes?
Well, you got a lot of other stuff, though, didn't you?
Yeah. I got a necktie, some socks, and a couple of handkerchiefs. But who wants that stuff?
Well, better luck this year. All right, who's next?
Wait a minute. I got more stuff to ask you.
Oh.
In that workshop up north where Santa Claus makes all his toys?
Yeah.
What kind of country is that?
Country? Well, it's just, it's nothing but ice and snow and ice, all stuff like that.
No trees or nothing?
No, just ice and snow.
Then where does Santa Claus get the apples and oranges he puts in the stockings every Christmas?
Old floor walker.
Forget it.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, son. Who's next?
I am, Santa Claus.
Step right up, Sonny.
Yes, sir.
And what's your name?
Jimmy Watson.
And what is
a baseball glove, a punching bag, a watercolor set, a ring toss, a fountain pen, a Mickey Mouse wristwatch, a cowboy suit, a telegraph set, a bicycle bell, a flashlight, and a baby sister.
Is that all you want?
That's all I can think of right now.
Well, you look a little worn out, Mr. Brown.
Oh, yes, sir. I is a little tired. I ain't never talked to so many kids in all my life. But you know something? They is really cute, though, you know it?
Well, you did very well. All the children seemed very happy, and the parents were just standing there beaming.
Yes, I see that. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we certainly appreciated having you here this afternoon.
Yes, sir. Well, tell you the truth, I enjoyed it, too. And, of course, you know I done it for a special reason.
Yes, and here it is, Mr. Brown. I had the stock boy take it out of the window. The talking doll.
Well, Andy has been well rewarded in his effort to get a Christmas present for Amos's little girl. We'll hear more about it in just a moment. You know, Christmas wouldn't be Christmas without holly wreaths and Christmas trees and little dinner table scenes like this one.
Oh, boy! Turkey! Oh, I want the drumstick.
Oh, Tommy, you're going to upset the gravy bowl and... Oh, Tommy, you've got gravy all over your shirt.
Well, Tommy's shirt will be a real contribution to the family wash this time, to say nothing of the tablecloth. But does that bother his mother?
Well, Tommy's shirt is certainly not very pretty. But with Rinso in the wash tub, it will come out like magic.
Yes, you see, ladies, Rinso soaks clothes clean in as little as 10 minutes. Just a few quick finger rubs wherever the dirt's a little stubborn, and rinse. All your washable colors come spotlessly, Rinso bright, safely, even after dozens of washings. And, of course, Rinso gets your whitewash Rinso white, because those peppy, rich suds get out more dirt. So make every wash day a Rinso wash day, and you'll whistle while you work. And now, back to the Amos and Andy Show and their guests,
The Paul Taylor Chorus. Well, it's Christmas Eve. Andy has just arrived at Amos's with an arm full of packages.
Well, come in, son. Come in. You look like Santa Claus there with all that stuff.
Yeah, how is you, boy? How is you? Say, that tree looks good.
Yeah, pretty, ain't it, Andy?
Sure is. Wait a minute. Let me lay these packages down here on the sofa.
Yeah, tell me this. You making the rounds now, huh?
Oh, yeah, making the rounds, spreading good cheer and all that stuff, yeah. Boy, that is a pretty tree. You got a lot of lights on there, too.
Yeah, we've been saving them for 2-3 years. You know, they're pretty hard to get now.
Oh, sure, I know.
We just decorated that tonight. Yeah, Reuben and Mama is going out to take a few things to some poor people they heard about here in town. They'll be gone for about an hour.
Oh, yeah, I see.
I say, Andy, why wasn't you over with all the fellas at the lodge hall yesterday?
Who, me? I must have clean forgot about that. Well, Amos, I'll leave these packages right here.
All of them?
Oh, sure. Here's one for Ruby, and here's one for Mama, here's one for you, and there's a little toy automobile for your baby.
Oh, gee, Andy.
And here's a package for Arbadella. And listen, Amos.
What's that?
Be sure and tell her that this one is from Santa Claus.
Oh, gee, that's a nice-looking package there for her, all right.
Oh, just a little something I picked up, nothing.
Oh, gee, you certainly is a Santa Claus this year, and I ain't never seen a Santa Claus like this.
Yeah, well, don't forget, I seen a lot of stuff over at my place from your house.
Yeah, well, like I told you, Andy, it ain't much, but we wanted you to know that we love you and we're thinking about you.
Oh, well, Amos, I feel better this year than I ever felt. By the way, when are you going to open up your packages?
Oh, the kids get up early, and we all get up and start early Christmas morning. And now, don't forget, too, you promised us this morning that you'd be here for Christmas dinner.
Oh, yeah, I sure will. That's nice of you, too, because the other two I was figuring on going to didn't work out so good.
Oh, it didn't, huh?
No.
Yeah, well, we want you here, Andy, so you count on it.
Yeah, well, that's swell. Well, I got to get going, son. I got to run around, drop in on 2-3 people, say hello to them.
Yeah, well, okay, son, and I'll see you tomorrow. And thanks a lot for the present. The show was nice of you, Andy.
Oh, nothing at all. And say Merry Christmas to Ruby and her mama for me and the kids.
Yes, I will, Andy. I'm going on back with Arbadella now.
Yeah, well, so long, Amos.
So long, Andy, so long. Bring forth the royal diadem and crown him Lord. Well, honey, you was all in bed, ain't you?
Daddy, can I turn on the little radio for a minute before I go to sleep?
Yeah, well, just for a minute or two, I'll snap it on for you. There you are. Now we let it warm up a few seconds. We don't want to wake up baby.
Oh, music never wakes him up, Daddy.
Yeah, well, now, let me straighten your covers out a little, honey. Tell me this, as you said your prayers?
Mommy heard my prayers before she went out, Daddy.
Yeah, well, that's good.
The Paul Taylor Chorus continues with the Lord's Prayer.
Well, now, get under the covers.
Daddy, could you get some Christmas music on the radio?
Why, darling, this is the very best Christmas music you could get. They're going to sing the Lord's Prayer.
I've been saying the Lord's Prayer with Mommy. She's been teaching it to me.
Yeah, I know she is.
What does the Lord's Prayer mean, Daddy?
Well, it means an awful lot, and with the world like it is today, it seems to have a bigger meaning than ever before.
But what does the Lord's Prayer mean, Daddy?
The Lord's Prayer? Well, darling, I'll explain it to you.
Well, will you, Daddy?
Yeah, now, you lay down there, that's right, and listen. Now, the first line of the Lord's Prayer is this. Our Father, which art in heaven. That means Father of all that is good, where no wrong can ever dwell. Then it says, hallowed will be thy name. That means, darling, that we should love and respect all that is good. And then it says, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. That means, darling, as we clean our hearts of all hate and selfishness and fill our hearts with love, the good, the true, and the beautiful, then this earth where we are now will be just like heaven.
That would be wonderful, Daddy.
Then it says after that, give us this day our daily bread. Now that means, honey, to feed our hearts and minds with kindness, love, and courage, which will make us strong for our daily task. Then after that, the next line of the Lord's Prayer is this, honey. And forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Do you remember the golden rule?
Yes, sir.
Well, that means that we must keep the golden rule and do unto others as we would want others to do unto us.
Oh.
And then it says after that, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Now that means, my darling, to ask God to help us do and see and think right, so that we will neither be led or tempted by anything in the world that could be bad. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. That means, my darling, that all the world and everything is in it belongs to God's kingdom. Everything. Your mommy, your daddy, your little brother, your grandma, you and everybody. And as we know that and act as if we do know it, my darling, that is the real spirit of Christmas.
That's good, Daddy.
Well, now, I guess we ought to cut off the radio and let you go to sleep.
Good night, Daddy.
Good night, sweetheart.
Daddy, will you leave the radio on while I go to sleep?
All right, I'll leave it on and you can listen to some Christmas music. sleep. Merry Christmas, my darling.
Amos and Andy.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen?
Hello, folks.
On behalf of the makers of Rinso and everybody here, we want to sincerely wish you a very happy Christmas.
We know that to many of you, it won't really seem like Christmas this year with your loved ones so far away. But there are many things to be grateful for.
And we hope and pray that a year from now, we will all be able to celebrate a Christmas when there is really peace on earth.
Good night, folks.
Merry Christmas.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at the same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our thanks to the Paul Taylor Chorus for joining Amos and Andy in their Christmas presentation tonight. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night to all of you from all of us.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Andy, did you hear that? Come on.
Did I hear what?
That whistle. That's the Rinso White whistle.
Oh, yeah, and Rinso means us.
That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso White, and Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show. Just about this time every year, I try to remember the New Year's resolutions I made last January. And if I can remember 1 out of 10, I feel like I'm doing fine. Of course, there are some resolutions you just can't help but keep. For instance, if you ladies resolve to use Rinso for clothes washing in 1945, come 1946, I'm sure you'll still be using Rinso. Because those soapy-rich suds make wash day easy. As little as a short 10-minute soak, plus a few quick finger rubs on extra soil places, gives you a wash that's spotless all over. All your lovely washable colors come Rinso bright, safely, through wash after wash. And you'll hang out a white wash that's Rinso White. So don't forget, get Rinso. And now, our stars, Amos and Andy. Well, it's almost New Year's Eve, and the big event in Harlem is the New Year's Eve party to be given by the socially exclusive Charles Jackson family. At the moment, we find Andrew H. Brown in his office, telling his secretary, Miss Blue, why he knows he will be the only one among his friends to be invited to this smart affair.
You know, Miss Blue, it's a shame that I ain't going to spend New Year's Eve with my friends this year. But I is the high society type, and Charles Jackson's only wants them kind of peoples at the party, you know.
Mr. Brown, is the Charles Jacksons really society people?
Oh, sure, they is ritzy, all right. You know, they is the only family in Harlem that's got a cook and an upstairs maid.
Upstairs maid?
Yeah. Of course, I guess the downstairs must get pretty dirty, huh?
It must be almost wonderful to be invited to a real society party and get a beautiful engraved invitation.
Invitation, yeah. Well, tell you the truth, that's what I'm waiting for. Mine ain't come yet.
Well, if you ain't got your invitation yet, how you know you is invited?
Oh, I'll be invited, don't worry. You see, I done took the Jackson's daughter, Camellia, out a couple times, and they got to invite their daughter's boyfriend, you know.
That's right, I guess.
Oh, sure. I showed her a swell time on 2 different nights. Why, the last time I took her out, my bill come to over $6.
It did?
Yeah. I wonder how much hers come to.
Well, Mr. Brown, you mean to say you didn't pay her bill, too?
Well, being a rich gal, she says something about a Dutch treat. You know, she likes me all right. By the way, when is the morning mail due? Maybe my graved invitation will be in that.
The morning mail come 2 hours ago. There was nothing in it but a bill from your tailor for turning the lapels around on your suit. We only get one more mail before New Year's, and that ought to be here in a little while.
Yeah, well, that's the mail that the invite will be in, all right. No question about that. I showed that. Wait a minute. Here come Amos.
Well, I'm going in the back office and finish my work.
Yeah, okay.
Well, how is it there, son?
Hello, Amos. Hello.
Yeah, well, then I just stopped in to find out what you're doing New Year's Eve. I thought maybe you'd like to go with me and Ruby over
Now, wait a minute, Amos. Wait a minute.
Huh?
I is sorry that I ain't spending New Year's Eve with none of my old friends this year.
Oh.
This will be the first time I ever missed a New Year's Eve with you. But, Amos, I is going to a very exclusive party. Only the very high society types like me is going.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're going to a high-class party. And me and Ruby figured that maybe you was invited to the same place we was, so we could all go together.
Well, look, Amos, I is sorry, but let's face the thing.
Yeah.
You was a good enough guy, but we just don't revolve around in the same social circles, that's all.
Yeah.
By the way, where's you invited to?
Oh, I don't guess it'll be very exciting. Me and Ruby is going to a little get-together over at the Charles Jackson.
Yeah, well, it's too bad that we can't... where'd you say?
The Charles Jackson.
But that's where I was going. Is you sure you was invited?
Well, I guess so, Andy. They sent us an invitation.
Yeah, well, I guess they invited you because they want you because you was a friend of mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, they figure I wanted that way, yeah. You know, doing me a favor.
Oh, yeah.
You say you got your invitation already?
Oh, yeah, I got it right here in my pocket. Here it is, engraved and everything.
Yeah, pretty, ain't it? Excuse me, Emma, excuse me.
What do you see outside?
Oh, yeah, I thought I seen the mailman across the street, but tain't him. Well, Amos, I guess I'll see you at the Jackson party then. Right now, I got to get over to Shorty's barber shop and start getting fixed up for the affair. Hey, wait a minute, Shorty. What is that stuff you putting on my hair?
Oh, they're just stuff that it's a special hair oil. I mean, it's got olive oil. It's a pomade that you put. It's imported hair gel that you make. Just plain lard.
Lard on my hair?
Yeah.
How much is that costing me?
15 cents and 2 red points.
2 red points. Listen, Shorty, after this, please keep my scalp vegetarian, will you? Say, by the way, Shorty, I want to tell you that this is a nice, smooth shave you done give me.
Yeah, so thank you, Andy. Here, I'll hold up this looking glass so you can see how your hair looks in the back.
Yeah, look nice and smooth. Yeah, that's the best. Hey, wait a minute, Shorty. Wait a minute. The way you got that looking glass held up there, I was looking at the back of your head.
You will?
Yeah.
How do it look back there?
Well, never mind how you look. The important thing is how I look. I was going to the richest New Year's Eve party in town. Real society stuff.
Oh, you will?
Yeah.
That's nice, all right.
Yeah, I ain't got my invitation yet, but I know I was going to get it. Too bad, too, that my friends can't be invited to a high-class party like this one.
Yeah, it's bad, all that. You know something? I sure sorry we can't be together New Year's Eve, Andy.
Yeah, me too, Shorty. But that's how it goes when you was a high society type like I is. By the way, where's you invited to go New Year's Eve?
Oh, I ain't going no place special. I thought I'd stay at home. I'll be by myself. I'll just take it easy and rest. I'm going to the Charles Jackson party.
was the last mail here, and my invite didn't come. Oh, me. This is going to be some New Year's Eve for me, all right. Well...
Hello there, Miss Andy.
Oh, hello, Lightning. Hello.
So what's the matter, Miss Andy? How come you look so down in the dumps?
Oh, Lightning, I is regusted. I takes Camellia Jackson out and shows her big time, and then her mama don't send me no invite to their New Year's Eve party.
Maybe the Jacksons don't approve of you for that daughter.
Oh, you're crazy. Certainly they approve of me. Outside of the fact that I ain't got a job and ain't got no money in the bank, I is the most legible bachelor in town.
Well, some parents is very stuck up that way. They don't want to see their daughter starve.
Yeah, you're right, Lightning. They must be peculiar people.
I wouldn't feel too bad about it, though, Miss Andy. The Jacksons is very exclusive, and a lot of people wasn't invited, I guess.
Yeah, you're right. Besides, old pal, now me and you can spend New Year's Eve together.
Yeah, so we could, except for one thing.
Yeah, what's that?
Me and my wife was invited to the Charles Jackson party.
Yeah. Well, so long, Lightning. I'm going over to see the Kingfish. Look like he's the only one left that I can spend New Year's Eve with. Kingfish, you too?
Yeah, you see, and being one of the reporting citizens of Harlem, it was natural that Jackson sent me the invitation. Yeah, but tell you what, son, you come over and hang around the open window at the Jacksons, and maybe I can toss out a hunk of turkey or something like that to you, you know.
Now, wait a minute, just a minute. I got pride like anybody else. I ain't hanging around no window where I wasn't invited, waiting for somebody to toss me out a hunk of turkey like a dog. Could you make it white meat?
Well, you know, and after the way you took this Camellia Jackson note, I thought sure you'd be invited.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It just go to show you that where human nature is concerned, you can't trust human nature where it's concerned.
Yeah, I ain't quite figured that out, but I think you got something there, all right. You know, that Camellia done give you a raw deal.
Yeah, and I is mad.
Oh, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
The thing that really hurts me is that I done opened my big mouth to everybody telling them that I was the only one that was going to be invited, and now I is the only one that ain't.
Now, look, Ann, look here. Why don't you just forget it and take out some other gal and celebrate New Year's Eve that way?
Oh, I can't do that. I was broke. That's why I was so happy that I could be with Camellia at her house and not have New Year's cost me nothing. I wish there was some way that I could think of so I could be invited to that party.
And wait a minute.
What's the matter? You think of something?
Listen, phone Camellia. Tell her you was coming over to ask her something.
Mm-hmm.
Then when you get there, act like you don't know there's giving a New Year's Eve party and invite her out to all the swell nightclubs in town for a big evening.
Well, now, what good is that going to do?
Well, you see, Andy, when she hears you was inviting her to all these places, she going to feel mighty ashamed of herself for not inviting you to the party.
Yeah, that's right. She will, won't she?
Yeah, that's the point, Andy. Now, look here. Then after that, what else can she do but invite you to her party right then and there? Oh, I tell you, son, it can't miss. That is called the art of hinting.
Kingfish, I think you're right. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Oh, Camellia, dear.
What is it, Mama?
Oh, Camellia, a terrible thing has happened, and I feel just awful about it.
Why? What happened?
Why, I just went over the invitation list again, and of all people, I forgot to send one to your boyfriend, Andy Brown.
Oh, don't worry about it, Mama. Andy phoned, and he'll be here any minute. I can ask him then.
Oh, that's fine. I'm suddenly glad I discovered it before it was too late.
Oh, that must be Andy now, Mama. I'll let him in.
Well, say hello to him for me, Camellia. I still have so much to do before the party.
All right, Mama. Hello, Andy. Come in.
Hello, Camellia.
Gee, it's good to see you, Andy.
Look, Camellia, I come over to ask you something.
I got something to ask you, too.
Yeah, well, I'll ask you mine now. Listen, Camellia, how about going out with me New Year's Eve to about 3 of the biggest nightclubs in Harlem? We'll really have a big time.
Oh, Andy, I'd love to.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry you can't on account of you got it. What'd you say?
I said
I'd love to. You know, I was just about to ask you to come to the party my folks are giving. But what's an old party at home compared to the New Year's Eve you've got planned?
Yeah, but, Camellia, don't you think on second thought there, your folks might not like you not being at your own party?
Oh, no, they won't mind.
Oh, well, I couldn't do that. No. I'll cancel my reservations at the nightclubs, and I'll come to your party.
Andy, don't be silly. It's all settled. Now, I'm going to you on your New Year's Eve.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm certainly glad there's a new year coming. It's got to have less trouble for me to get into than this one did.
Well, the Kingfisher's brilliant idea has hardly gone according to plan, and it looks like Andy has dug his own grave. We'll see if he can get out of it in just a moment. Say, folks, remember the visitor I had last New Year's?
Yes, of course they remember. Nobody can forget me.
Yeah, that's right. He said, hey, wait a minute. Who are you?
You know who I am. I am Father Time. I'm on my way out. But not until I check up on you, Wilcox. Remember that woman in Peoria, Illinois?
You mean the one who used to run her washer for nearly an hour at a time? Well, look, Spirit, I told her about Rinso. Now she knows it takes as little as a 5-minute run per load to get clothes Rinso white. Don't haunt me, Spirit, please.
Well, what about that woman over in Asheville, North Carolina? The one who used to wear herself out scrubbing every wash day.
Scrub. I told her about Rinso, too. Now she lets Rinso's soapy rich suds soak her clothes clean.
Good, Wilcox, good. Just one more little matter. Did you ever speak to that lady in St. Louis, Missouri?
About doing the dishes with Rinso, you mean? Oh, sure. She's been using Rinso. She says dishwashing is a snap.
Fine. Keep up the good work, Wilcox. You'll be hearing from me next year.
Friends, help me to have a good report next time, will you? Get Rinso. And now, back to the Amos and Andy Show. Well, now it looks like Andy is definitely going to spend New Year's Eve alone. By taking the Kingfisher's advice, he's gotten himself hooked up for an expensive evening, making the rounds of the best Harlem nightclubs. Andy is broke, and right now he's telling Amos his troubles.
Well, that's the story, Amos, and I ain't got the money to take it to a picture show, much less to 3 big nightclubs.
Yeah, well, I tell you one thing, Andy. Where you is concerned, there certainly ain't no trouble shortage.
Yeah.
What is you going to tell Camellia Jackson now?
I done already told her.
What?
I phoned her a little while ago that I was called out of town on business. Oh, Amos, a fine New Year's Eve I'm going to have. Now, wait a minute. Here comes Fred Wendell.
Well, hello there, boys. Happy New Year to both of you.
Yeah, same to you, Fred.
Andy, the reason I dropped in was to ask you to do a little favor for me.
Now, wait a minute. I ain't in no mood to do nobody no favor. I is in a mess, and I don't see nobody trying to help me out.
But, Andy, look here. I done been invited to the Jackson party, and since I hear that you ain't going, I want you to do me a favor so I can go.
Oh, yeah. You wants me to do you a favor so you can go. Everybody goes there but me. Well, I ain't going to do you no favor.
Yeah, well, since you ain't going to the party, Andy, at least you can listen to what Fred got to say.
Look, fellas, look. I got enough trouble without listening to either one of you. Now, will you all get out of here and let me alone, both of you? I ain't doing no favors for nobody.
Well, Andy, if that's the way you feel about it, all right, so long.
Wait a minute. I'll go with you, Fred. I got to drive by and pick up the woman that's going to stay with our children so Ruben and me can go to the party tonight. Well, so long, Andy. Sorry you feel like you do, but so long.
They're sorry that I feel like I do. They all gets invited to the party. But I is alone. And it's almost New Year's Eve, too.
Hello there, Andy.
Well, Reverend Johnson, come in.
Yeah, thank you. Didn't see you at church this morning, Andy.
Yeah, well, I've been pretty busy today, Reverend Johnson. I'll be there next week, though.
Yes, I can understand about people being busy. Yes, a lot of our friends are busy preparing for the new year.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's right. That's exactly what I was busy doing. Yes, sir.
You know, Andy, preparing for the new year in the right way is just as important as coming to church. Maybe in some cases even more important.
It is, huh?
Yes, you see, Andy, to most people, the new year is a symbol of hope and promise for something better. It's the opportunity to erase the mistakes of the past, to make new friendships and to strengthen the old ones. But deeper than that, Andy, the hour of 12, that line between the old year and the new, is actually a horizon beyond which all hope for a better world.
Yeah, you're right. Yes, sir. We're all hoping to find a better world, all right.
But that's a mistake, Andy. Finding implies luck, chance. We don't find a better world. We make a better world.
We do? How do we make it?
Why, by doing things for other people. You see, when you do things for other people, Andy, they love you for it. And when there's love, there can't be greed. And when there's no greed, there's no hate. And where there's no hate, there can be no such thing as war. And that, Andy, is a better world.
Reverend Johnson, you mean that if I do another fella a favor, someday it'll come back to me? Is that what you mean?
1,000-fold. Remember these words, my son. Cast thy bread upon the waters.
Cast thy bread. Say, Reverend, I just remember a favor I refused to do for a friend. I'm going out and do it right now, you know it?
I'm glad, Andy. By doing this favor, you'll make this a better world.
Yes, sir. You can count on me. But don't expect too much of a change the first day. Fred, in other words, when you was over there and asked me to do a favor for you, you know, I was a little short with you there. My mind was on something else, and I think that I give you kind of a short answer.
Well, Andy, sure was nice of you to come over here and tell me all that. In other words, you mean that you will do me the favor?
Oh, sure I will, sure. Like Reverend Johnson say, cast a few crumbs of bread on the waters and you get back loaves of bread. Now, what do you want me to do for you, Fred?
Well, now, look here, Andy. Here's what I want you to do, and I sure will appreciate it, too.
Yeah.
You know, I am doing a lot of jobs over at the newspaper there, and one of my jobs is the society reporter.
Yeah, I know that.
And I got some work to do tonight. But if you could do it for me, you see, that would make it so I could go to the Jackson party.
Oh, sure, Fred. I'd be glad to do it for you. What do you want me to do?
Well, now, look here. Here's exactly what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm supposed to make the rounds of the best Harlem nightclubs and get the names of the prominent guests spending New Year's Eve at these clubs, you see.
I makes the rounds of the best Harlem nightclubs, you say?
Yeah, that's right, Anna. That's exactly right. And the head waiter in each one of them will give you a list of all the guests there, you see. Now, here's a press pass that will admit you and one friend to all of them. And by the way, Anna, you being a representative of the press, the management of each nightclub will give you all your refreshments and food free of charge. That's what it do.
Boy, that Reverend Johnson really knows his stuff, don't he? This is great. I'll call comedian and tell her I was back in town. That bread I cast on the water this time is coming back in the shape of a wedding cake. Reverend Johnson, I was on my way over to pick up my gal, Camellia, but I just dropped in to tell you how much I appreciate your advice you gave me, you know, about helping others and getting repaid for it.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way, Andy.
Oh, yeah. From now on, I was a firm believer in that helping and getting repaid stuff. I never seen nothing work so fast.
Andy, I wonder if you'd do a favor for me right now.
Well, I got a handful of bread. Where do you want me to throw it?
Well, there's a young couple, a soldier and his girl. Well, they're waiting in the chapel for me to marry them. I was on my way out to find a witness, but now that you're here...
Oh, sure. I'll be glad to be a witness at the wedding, sure.
Well, thank you, Andy. Yeah, here's a young couple now. Sally, Jimmy, come over here, will you? I'd like for you to meet Andrew Brown.
How you do, Mr. Brown? Yeah, I do. Congratulations. I suppose now the two of you is getting married. You're going out and have a swell time celebrating New Year's Eve and your wedding both.
Well, we'd sure like to, but I'm afraid we can't do much celebrating. Getting married is taking about all the money we've got.
You mean you two young people aren't going to celebrate your wedding? And on New Year's Eve, too?
Well, you see, Reverend, the reason we are getting married so unexpectedly like this is because Jimmy's going overseas any day now. And we just got enough money left for me to get back home.
Oh, well, that's a shame. You could afford to go out somewhere, though, could you?
Well, I don't know, Andy. It's pretty expensive going out on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, that is right. The cafes is charging. Say, wait a minute. I got an idea. Why couldn't I give the soldier and his gal here the press pass that, I wonder if I was overdoing this catching the bread stuff.
Andy, what are you thinking about?
Well, I was just thinking that I could give the bride and the groom, yeah, that'd help make a better world. Yeah. Look here, Jimmy. You and Sally is going to have a wonderful New Year's celebration for your wedding. Now, listen. Here's a press pass. Both of you go to the best places in Harlem, and it won't cost you a single cent because you get it all. Child, this is great. Back home, 4 walls, by myself. Had to go get soft-hearted and give that press pass away to them kids. I could be dancing with Camellia right now at some nightclub. This ain't a mess. I wish everybody'd let me alone. Come in.
Well, hello there, Andy.
Oh, Amos, what you doing here? I thought you and Ruby was at the Charles Jackson party.
Well, we couldn't go, Andy. The woman that was supposed to stay with the children couldn't come, so me and Ruby stayed home, and then Reverend Johnson dropped by, and he told us what you'd done and how you'd be all alone tonight.
Yeah, I guess I was a sucker, spoiling my New Year's Eve for a couple of strange kids. Reverend Johnson told me to cast my bread on the water and it'd come back to me. I was unhappy, Amos.
Unhappy? Why, Andy, what you done tonight ought to make you the happiest and proudest man I know. You see, Andy...
Wait a minute. Wait till I answer the phone out in the hall here. Wait a minute.
Yeah, well, take your time, Andy. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hello?
Andy, this is Fred Gwendell again.
Oh, listen, Fred, I couldn't go to the nightclubs for you, but I got a friend of mine that's going, and he'll get you all of the names.
Oh, that's great, Andy, because I was going to ask you to change your plans for me anyway.
What do you mean?
You know, over at the newspaper, I take care of the theatrical news, too, you know.
Yeah.
Well, a girl that just got to town, and she's been invited to a big private party tonight, and I was wondering if you would go with her. You go right to the party, you'll have a swell time.
Well, who is the gal?
Hold your hat, Andy. It's Lena Horne.
Lena Horne? She is the best-looking gal in the country.
Yeah, well, now, look here. Put on your best clothes. I'll meet you in front of your house with an automobile, and I'll take you over and introduce you.
Okay, see you in 10 minutes. So long. Amos, that Reverend Johnson is as right as 2 rabbits.
Oh, what happened? What happened?
I done cast some crumbs of bread on the water, and somebody done sent me a bakery.
And now, here are Amos and Andy again.
How do you do, folks?
Hello, everybody.
Well, Father Time is about to chop off another year. And before the year passes, we want to again tell you folks how much we really appreciate your friendship and loyalty, which you have shown us in the past.
Yes, we are very grateful for the way you have listened to our program each week. Also for your very nice letters. And we are very grateful for the fact that so many of our friends have tried Rinso through hearing Harlow Wilcox tell about it.
Yes, we feel particularly proud of that because we know you have found Rinso to be a great help to you.
We're going to try to merit your continued friendship during the coming year by giving you the very best shows that we can possibly give.
And now, from our hearts, we wish you a very happy New Year, hoping that 1945 will bring victory and happiness.
That goes for me, too, folks. Good night, and Happy New Year.
Rinso White Whistle.
Yeah, and Rinso means us.
That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso White, and Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Victor Moore. If you were to visit the DeWent household out in Kansas City, Missouri, just at the end of a working day, you'd probably walk in on a scene like this.
Charles, Mother's home.
You see, Mrs. DeWent wrote us.
The Rinso whistle is our way of telling the children we're home from work.
And, of course, that isn't all the Rinso whistle means to the DeWent family. With two active youngsters, Charles and Elise, Mrs. DeWent finds Rinso a mighty important item. On wash day, Rinso saves plenty of time and work. And in the dishpan, Rinso's soapy-rich suds chase grease and clinging food particles in a flash. Try Rinso yourself, won't you? Tomorrow. And now, our stars, Amos and Andy, and their guest, Victor Moore. True love has finally come to Andy Brown. It has come in the shape of Yvonne Jefferson, and truly a lovely shape. Tonight, Andy is on his way to the Harlem branch of the Honesty Insurance Company, where Yvonne is employed, to surprise her when she gets through work. Amos is driving Andy over in the taxicab.
Yeah, Amos, Yvonne is sure gonna be surprised when I calls for her. She don't expect me.
Oh, yeah, it's 8 o'clock. You sure she gonna be there at this time of night, Andy?
Oh, yeah, she's a hard-working gal. She get overtime by working late, you know.
Oh, I see. You really crazy about this gal, ain't you, Andy?
Oh, I'll say I is. Where can you find a gal that's as sweet as she is? Charming, cultured, and make overtime. Tell you the truth, I was going to ask her to marry me.
You mean you really going to take the plunge, Andy?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, here's the building here, Andy. Honesty Insurance Company.
Yeah, come on, Amos, come on.
Yeah, I don't see no lights in none of the offices.
Yeah, well, she work in the room in the back.
Oh, you going to the back door, huh?
No, there ain't no back door. I'm going up the alley and stick my head in the window and surprise her.
Oh.
Only you better come along and boost me up, because it's a high window.
Okay, son. Say, that's a high-class looking box of candy you got there on your arm.
Yeah, well, I had this good-looking box, and I done filled it up with dime store candy. And then I put a ribbon around it.
Yeah, well, ain't she gonna know it's dime store candy even though you got it in that fancy box there?
Oh, no. The only way she could tell is by eating it, but I has done writ $2.50 on the bottom of the box.
Oh, yeah.
So you see, her eyes will pop out at the price before her tongue can pop out at the candy. Wait a minute. There's the window there. Now, boost me up on this ash can so I can see what...
All right, get a hold in now. Hold on. There we go.
Oh, me. I wonder how Romeo ever got up on that balcony. Wait a minute now. Yeah, that's okay, Amos. That's okay.
Is you all right now?
Shh. I can see her. She's there by herself. And she's gonna... Uh-oh. This ain't good. I don't believe it. I see it with my own eyes, and I still don't believe it. Amos, get me down.
Yeah, come on. What's the matter, Andy?
Nothing at all. Come on.
Well, where's we going? Ain't you gonna surprise Andy?
She done beat me to it, Amos. She done surprised me.
Well, hello there, Andy. You see the morning's newspaper yet?
Hello, Kingfish. I ain't no mood for papers.
Yeah, see here in the headlines, say Honesty Insurance Company robbed of $796. Ain't that the place your girlfriend works, that Yvonne Jefferson?
Yeah, she worked there.
Mm-hmm.
Kingfish, you think the police is going to catch the one that done it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a sure thing, Andy. The police do everything scientific these days.
They do?
Oh, yeah. I seen a moving picture once where the only clue was a piece of hair. They analyzed the hair and they found some special kind of tonic on it. Then they analyzed the tonic and found out what drugstore it bought at. Then they analyzed the druggist. Oh, I tell you, from one piece of hair, you ain't never seen so much arresting in all your life.
The whole thing ought to be a good lesson to criminals.
Yeah, what's the lesson?
Always wear a hat when you go on a job. You know the...
Yeah, listen, Kingfish, here comes Amos. I wonder if I could be alone with him. I want to speak to him about something confidential.
Oh, sure thing, Andy. Well, hello there, Kingfish. How are you, Andy?
Hello.
Well, how are you, Amos? Just leaving here. Well, good luck to you. See you boys later. So long.
Amos, did you see the paper?
You mean about the Honesty Insurance Company robbery? Yeah, I did, Andy.
Amos, I'm going crazy here. I got to talk to you. Listen, when I looked in that window last night, I see Yvonne take some money out of the safe and put it in her pocketbook. Amos, what must I do?
Well, Andy, you has just got to tell the police, huh?
Yeah, but how can I do that? I was in love with Yvonne.
Andy, if she took that money, then you was in love with the wrong gal.
Oh, no. Not if she's got $796 on her.
Well, now, look. Now, let's face the thing here. You done see something and you want to know what you must do about it. Now, I done told you what you must do. And I feel this way about it, Andy. It is your duty to report to the police what you done see. No matter who you see do it, that's your duty, son.
Yeah, I was afraid you was going to say that. I guess you're right, though, Amos. I got to tell him. Oh, me. Poor little Yvonne.
Yeah?
Yesterday, we was two little lovebirds. Now she's going to be a jailbird, and I'm going to be a stool pigeon.
Well, Brother Andy, I see that your gal has done been arrested.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, according to the newspaper here, what would they say there? Say something about that she's been indicted, I believe, and they done let out on bail, ain't they?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it seems that some cousin of hers put up the bail for, according to the newspaper article.
Yeah, listen, Kingfish, you knows about the law. Tell me this, if a party of the first part tell the police, which is the party of the second part, what he seen the party of the third part do I have to appear in court against her as the party of the fourth part?
That's some party you got there, son. Let me think here now. You know, that comes under the America's Habeas Witness law. Yeah, that's what it does, all that versus vice stuff. I remember that law, yeah. Now, wait a minute, let me think here. I know of a case just like that. The case of the state of Ohio versus my brother-in-law. Now, let me see, how did that go? They wanted him to appear as a witness, and he didn't want it. He flatly refused because he knew that they couldn't do nothing about it.
Yeah, well, what happened?
I don't know. I'm going to ask him as soon as he get out of jail. I do that. Now, listen here, Andy. Here's what you better... wait a minute. Who is this coming in here?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Hello. My name is Victor Moore. Is there a Mr. Andrew Brown around?
Well, what you want to see him about, mister?
Yeah, I'm going to beat it, Andy. I'll see you later.
Okay, Kingfish, okay.
Aha.
Huh?
He called you Andy. Then you are Mr. Brown. I know it.
Well, so what? I knowed it before you did.
Well, would it be all right if I sat down?
Sure. Go ahead. Sit down. In connection with what can I do something for you about?
Well, it's just a little matter of, I don't know quite how to put it, but I just have to offer you this summons.
Well, thanks just the same, but excuse me for protruding, but, did you say... Is it too late to say that I ain't Andrew Brown?
Well, here's the summons.
Well, I ain't gonna accept it.
Oh, please.
No.
Pretty please?
No, sir. I ain't accepting no summonses.
Well, I tried to ask you nicely, but it looks like I'll have to get tough.
Well, it ain't gonna do you no good. Go ahead, get tough.
All right. Now listen, bud. Either you take this summons or I'll shove it down your throat. If you don't object.
I'm telling you once more, you was wasting your time.
But I'm supposed to serve you with this summons, and if I don't, it puts me in an awful bad light.
Well, the light is better outside anyway. Goodbye.
I wish you'd take it.
You know, I always thought that they sent out great, big, strong, husky, tough guys to serve summonses. But instead of that, they send you.
Oh, don't you know there's a war on?
Listen, Mr. Moore, I'm going to put my cards on the table. The reason I ain't going to accept this summonses from you is because if I do, that means that I got to go to court and testify against the woman I love.
Yes, well, if you don't accept it, it means that I'll most likely get fired. I'll be a failure, and my wife will leave me, and she'll leave me all alone and never come back to me.
Well, gee, Mr. Moore, I didn't know. Gosh, I wouldn't want your wife to leave you.
But you know, it might not be a bad idea at that.
Oh, no, sir. I wouldn't want your wife to leave you. I'll tell you what, give me the summonses.
No, I don't think I could do that, because then you'd have to go to court and your girl would go to jail. I'll just tear it up.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. I ain't gonna have your wife leave you. Give me that summons.
No, I won't give it to you. I won't send the girl to the penitentiary. I'll starve first.
Is you gonna give me that paper, or is I gonna have to take it away from you?
You're not man enough to take it away from me. If I don't want to serve a summons, a mule couldn't pull it away from me.
Oh, is that so? I couldn't I? Give me that. Come on, give me that. Give me it.
I will not. I won't give it to you.
Give me that.
No, you let me keep it. Oh, you shouldn't have taken it.
Listen, mister, let me tell you something. You is too soft-hearted. Take my advice and get out of this summonses business. You don't belong in it.
Oh, is that so? I've been serving him for 40 years, and I never saw this method fail yet. So long, sucker.
Gabby.
Oh, come on in, Eddie. How's you?
All right. Say, listen, you've been reading about my gal that done got arrested, ain't you?
Oh, yes, indeed. Been reading all about it.
Yeah, well, you as a lawyer, do you think they're going to send her to jail?
Well, I don't say it is, Andy, but if I was her, I wouldn't buy no spring outfit.
Yeah, well, you see, I was in a funny spot, Gabby, and I'd sure like to know what to do about this trial. You see, on one hand, I got to go to court and testify against Yvonne. And on the other hand, I don't want to see her get convicted. What must I do, Gabby?
Well, as I see it, Andy, it's a clear-cut case of homicide.
Homicide?
Yeah. You got to go home and figure out whose side you're on. That's homicide if I ever heard it.
Look, Gabby, I was wondering if you got any kind of ideas on what kind of defense she can put up in court for taking the money out of the safe.
Wait a second, Andy. I got it. I know just defense she ought to put up. Just what she must tell the jury.
Yeah? What must she tell them?
Tell them she thought it was Confederate money and she was taking it home as a souvenir.
Gabby's legal advice isn't much help to Andy in his dilemma. We'll learn what he does about it in just a moment. When you've two active youngsters and a husband who's a garage mechanic, you've a full-time job just keeping the family fed and in clean clothes. But Mrs. DeWent of Kansas City, Missouri does that and more. She holds a regular job in a war industry besides. You can see that efficiency methods are a must with Mrs. DeWent. No wonder she wrote us.
I've used Rinso for my family wash and kitchen use for over 12 years.
And you can bet your best bonnet that Rinso's been a big helping hand to Mrs. DeWent. Why, with Rinso's soapy rich suds on the job, it takes as little as a 10-minute soaking to get clothes dazzling clean. Then a few quick finger rubs on extra grimy places, and they're ready to rinse. Yes, Mrs. DeWent's got plenty of reason to be proud of the wash she hangs out. Every piece. Yes, Rinso White. And washable colors fresh and bright, safely, after dozens of washings. You see, Rinso's soapy rich suds get out more dirt, from whites and colors. You better get Rinso next wash day. And now, back to Amos and Andy. Today is the first day of the trial of Yvonne Jefferson. The Kingfish and Henry Van Porter are in the hall outside the courtroom waiting for court to be convened.
Well, Kingfish, are you all set for the big trial?
Yes, Henry. It ought to start any second. That courtroom sure is crowded in there.
Yes, it is. I hope we get seats.
Yeah, well, I is all set. You see, I got my wife inside holding 2 seats down in front. She kind of spread herself out, reserving both places.
Yes, well, your wife can do that.
Ain't it the truth? Wait a minute here. Your wife ain't no demitassel herself, you know.
Well, now, listen here, Kingfish.
Say, fellas, you ain't seen Andy, has you?
No, Amos, I ain't seen him for 5 days. What you so excited about?
Yes, what's the matter?
Well, nobody's seen him for 5 days. The trial has started already, and he ain't here yet.
Will you please clear the hall? Those of you who are going into the courtroom better get in there. Trial's been on for 5 minutes.
Oh, well, that must mean that Andy has done arrived. Come on, fellas.
Yes, come on.
And I say to you, members of the jury, this is a clear-cut case of grand larceny. And there's no testimony the defense can present which will refute this. I would like to call the first witness to the stand, George Stevens, Kingfish of the Mystic Knights of the Sea.
Oh, yeah, sir, coming right up. Got you just in time. Yeah, sir, coming right here, yeah.
Mr. Stevens, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you?
I do. I showed you. Got my integrity right here with me, yeah, sir. I do, yeah.
Sit down, Stevens.
Thank you, sir, thank you.
Now then, what can you tell the court in regard to the character of the defendant?
You mean the gal that stole the money from...
Objection!
Sustained. Thank you, Your Honor, thank you.
The witness will confine himself to answering the questions put to him.
Yeah, sir. Put that question again, please, Mr. Prosecutor.
Prosecutor!
Yeah, sir.
The question, Stevens, has to do with the character of Yvonne Jefferson.
Yeah.
What do you know about her?
Well, mister, if I can't say something good about a person, I never say nothing. So in her case, I shuts up, you see. On the other hand, I has knowed her for a while, and frankly, I wouldn't trust her with a hot stove on a dark night.
Objection!
Okay, a coal stove on a dark night.
Objection!
Sustained. You may step down, Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, well, I've done the best I could. Now, give me another crack at it. I might do better here.
Step down, Stevens.
Yeah, so get him down, get him down, get him down.
Will Andrew H. Brown please take the stand?
The court will be cleared if order is not maintained. Swear the witness in.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you?
So help me.
Brown, how long have you known the defendant?
Who, me? We is old friends. We practically growed up together lately.
How long have you known her?
4 weeks. We growed up fast.
Did you see the defendant at approximately 8 o'clock on the evening of December 21st, 1944 at the Honesty Insurance Company?
Well, me and Amos was...
Answer yes or no.
Can I have a glass of water?
Clerk, pour the witness a glass of water.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. Boy, was I thirsty.
Brown, tell the court in your own words just what transpired on the evening of December 21st at the Honesty Insurance Company.
Yeah, so, well, I had a box of candy for her, so I went around in the back of the insurance company to surprise her through the window. I climbed up on the ash can and I looked in.
And when you got up on the ash can, Brown, could you see the defendant through the window?
Oh, yeah, sir.
Tell the court exactly what you saw.
Well, when I looked through the window, I see can I have another glass of water?
Order in this court. Order.
Here's your water, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, thank you.
The court would appreciate it if the witness would take a long drink so we won't be bothered in the near future.
Yeah, sir, yeah.
All right, now, Brown. Tell us what you saw.
Where was I?
On top of the ash can. What'd you see?
Well, I saw...
Excuse me for a moment. Can the defense ask the witness one question?
Well, this is highly irregular, but if the prosecution has no objection, the court has none.
No objection. You may answer the question, Brown.
Judge, if I object here, would you sustain it?
No!
Okay.
Defense attorney may ask the question.
Mr. Brown, when you looked through that window from the top of the ash can, is it not true that you saw your wife in that room?
Yeah, sir, that's true.
It's true? Do you mean to tell the court that you did not see the defendant, Yvonne Jefferson?
Yes, sir, I seed her, too. I seed them both at the same time because they're both the same people. Me and her got married this morning.
What do you...
If the court please, the defense moves to strike out the testimony of this witness, Andrew Brown, on the grounds that a man is disqualified by law from testifying for or against his wife.
Yes, that is the law. The witness will step down, and the court reporter will strike out his testimony, and the jury is instructed to disregard what he has said. You're excused, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, do that mean I ain't got to tell nobody about me seeing her steal the money?
Say, Shorty, has you seen Andy?
Andy, why can't you find him?
No, ain't nobody seen him since he left the courtroom yesterday. Not even his wife. And being that your barber shop is right next to his office, I figure you might have seen him go in there.
Well, Andy was in here a little while ago and he said goodbye to me.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah.
Say, Shorty, did he tell you where he was going?
Yeah, he said he was catching a train to San Francisco. He was going to take a Pullman to New Hampshire. He had other birds going to Louisiana. He was catching the sleeper to Chicago. No reservations.
Well, now, Shorty, pull yourself together. Now, listen, was he really going away?
Yeah, I remember now. He told me he was catching a boat.
Catching a boat, huh? That must mean that he's down at one of the docks.
Yeah, so that's where he leaves for most of the time.
Yeah, look here. I was going to get Amos and go down there right now. I wonder how far he figuring on going. Did he have much stuff with him, Shorty?
Yeah, he was carrying everything he owned. He had one of them big suitcases, two of them big traveling bags. He had like a big steamer trunk. He had two big wardrobes, just a shoebox.
Amos, now, I done looked all around. This is the only dock where the boat is leaving today. Now, Andy must be around here someplace.
Yeah, this boat here goes through the Panama Canal, somebody told me. I just wish I knew why Andy was going away alone. There's something awful wrong about this whole thing, Kingfish.
Yeah, he done got married to that gal to save her, and he ain't seen her since yesterday in the courtroom. You know, if he is running away from something, it looked like a... Wait a minute. Look, Amos, look.
Where? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's Andy over there now at the ticket window. Come on, Kingfish.
Yeah, that's him. Come on, let's get over there. Come on. Say, Andy. Andy, hey, Andy.
Amos, hey, Kingfish, what is you doing down here?
Oh, nothing, Andy. Nothing. We just trying to walk around. We ain't trying to mess in your business, nothing. We just wanted to say goodbye.
Well, goodbye. I was off to the South Seas. And Amos, I want to tell you something. You has been a good friend. I'm going to send you a coconut.
Brother Andy, I just come down to say goodbye to you, too, you know.
Yeah, well, goodbye to you, too.
Say, Andy, just while we're standing here, just tell us nothing about the wedding. You know, when one of my friends usually gets married, why, I like to hear all about it, how it worked out and everything. You know, tell us about it.
Yeah, tell us about it, Andy. You got time before your boat goes.
Well, it was just a simple ceremony.
They're the best kind. Simple ceremonies for simple people. Yeah, they're good, all right.
Well, we went to this justice of the peace, and he stood in front of us. And Yvonne was on one side of me, and the justice's wife was on the other side, and behind me was Yvonne's cousin with the gun, and there was some organ music.
Wait a minute. What did you say about a fellow with a gun, Andy?
Did I say that? Oh, me, I ain't had no business saying that.
Come on now, Andy, talk. Now, come on, talk.
Yeah, Andy, you was forced into that marriage. Ain't that right? Now, tell the truth, Andy. Wasn't you forced into that?
Amos, please. Their cousins say if I said anything, they'd find me floating down the river. And you know I can't float a stroke.
Yeah, well, we ain't gonna let them get away with nothing like that. Now, is we, Kingfish?
No, sir, we ain't. Come on, Andy. We is going to get this marriage null and voided and canceled on top of that.
Therefore, in view of the fact that said Andrew Brown was forced into this marriage under the threat of bodily harm, I do hereby declare said marriage annulled.
Who gets the custody of the $796?
And now that you can legally testify again, Brown, will you please tell us what you saw from the top of the ice can?
Yes, sir. But first, can I have a glass of water?
Defendant Yvonne Jefferson, having been found guilty, is hereby remanded to the custody of the sheriff and ordered held for sentence. Court adjourned.
Well, Andy, put it there, son. Put it there. I guess that is over now.
Yeah, thank goodness that's over. As you showed, they done caught that cousin fella that was the best man at my wedding.
Oh, yeah, he is in jail all right, Andy. Only he wasn't no cousin of Yvonne's. He was her real sweetheart.
He was?
Yeah.
Well, Amos, that Spurns has done taught me one thing. No more women.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that.
Oh, boy, I is off of women for life.
That's the stuff.
They is poison. So help me, if I ever look at another woman again, if I ever look at
what is you staring at, Andy?
There goes the sweetest looking gal I done ever seen. So long, Amos. I'll see you later.
Oh, wow!
Amos and Andy will be back in just a moment. Ladies, get a box of Rinso tomorrow first thing. Try it on the dishes. You'll whiz through the job in next to no time. And Rinso's safe suds are kind to your hands. Don't get them red and rough. And next wash day, try Rinso in your tub or washer. You'll soon be whistling while you wash.
Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, birdies sing it all day long. Your clothes are so white and the color so bright, you'll sing as you work along. Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
And now Amos and Andy have a few words of vital importance for all of us.
Friends, careless talk can lengthen this war.
Our government has definite proof that Germany is desperate for any scrap of information that may be able to postpone an Allied victory.
So remember, if you hear it from someone, don't repeat it. If you see it yourself, don't repeat it. But if you've read it in the newspapers, magazines, or heard it on the radio, then you are free to talk. Good night, folks.
To be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our thanks to Victor Moore, who will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Ziegfeld Follies. This program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox saying goodnight to all of you from all of us and reminding you that the used fats you ladies turn in to help to supply the vital medicine so badly needed by our fighting men. Don't stop saving used fats. Turn in every pound to your butcher regularly. He'll give you 4 cents and 2 red points for every pound you turn in. You know, ladies, now that so many meats are back on the ration list, those extra red points are going to come in mighty handy. So don't forget, turn in every pound of used fats promptly.
Why is Lifebuoy America's favorite bath soap? I'll tell you 2 big reasons. Lifebuoy in your daily bath gives all-over protection from BO. Yes, from head to toe it stops BO. And Lifebuoy gives protection that lasts and lasts. So play safe. Make sure Lifebuoy's in your soap dish. It's the only soap especially made to stop National Broadcasting Company.
Say, Andy, did you hear that? Come on.
Did I hear what?
That whistle. That's the Rinso White whistle.
And Rinso means us.
That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso White, and Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show.
begin right, you'll end right. Take wash day, for instance. If you begin it right by whistling while you wash, you'll end it right with a wash that's snowy, Rinso White. You see, Rinso's soapy-rich suds get out more dirt, so you just pop your clothes into those swell suds and let them soak for as little as 10 minutes. Then a few light rubs on the stubborn places and rinse. The result? A wash that's really clean. Washable colors gay and Rinso bright. Safely after dozens of washings. And what a whitewash Rinso turns out. Sheets and shirts and table linens, dazzling Rinso white. So, ladies, make next wash day a Rinso wash day. And whistle while you wash. And now, our stars, Amos and Andy. Well, after waiting 2 years for the second payment on the Kingfish's personal desk at the Lodge Hall, the finance company gave up hope and took back the desk. That's why we now find the Kingfish in a second-hand furniture store about to buy a desk he can afford. At the moment, he's being convinced by the salesman that a rickety old desk he's looking at is a genuine antique.
Now, look here, Mr. Miller. I ain't complaining because the desk is all bruised up and ready to fall apart, but ain't you got none without them little holes in it?
Oh, those little holes. Well, those are wormholes. That proves it's a genuine antique.
Is a genuine antique because it got wormholes?
Well, naturally. Of course, there are imitation antiques with man-made wormholes, but those are less expensive.
Less expensive? You mean the men's work cheaper than the worm?
No, what I meant to say was the wormhole stamped this as being an authentic antique. As a matter of fact, this desk actually belonged to George Washington.
Oh, George Washington, huh? Yeah, this must be the one he throwed across the Potomac. You want $6 for the thing, huh?
Stevens, how can you quibble about $6? Remember, this is the desk that the father of our country actually wrote letters on.
Yeah, from the looks of the thing, I guess he wrote him with his little hatchet there, too, didn't he? Tell you what, Miss Muller, I'll take it. I'll give you $4 now, and you send the desk over to my office at the Lodge Hall, and I'll raise the other $2 before 6 o'clock.
All right, Stevens, it's a deal.
Amos, I can't tell you how sweet it was of you to come over and bring us this anniversary present.
Oh, that's all right, Sapphire. You and the Kingfish is two of our closest friends. Tell me, what did the Kingfish give you for your anniversary?
I wished you hadn't asked me that, Amos. George walked out of the house this morning, and he not only didn't give me a remembrance, he didn't even mention our anniversary. I feel terrible.
Well, now, look, Sapphire, maybe he did that on purpose, so he could kind of surprise you tonight with a present.
No, Amos. He just forgot about it. It's because it don't mean nothing to him no more. Amos, the love has went out of our marriage.
Oh, don't say that, Sapphire. The Kingfish still loves you. I know he does.
Well, not like he used to, Amos. I just took out some old love letters that he wrote me 20 years ago, just before our marriage. Here, read this one. It's short, but it certainly is beautiful. It comes with some flowers.
To the most wonderful woman who ever drew the breath of life, I love you with all my heart, George. Yes, Sapphire, that's really beautiful, all right.
Yes, ain't it? I was looking over these other 4 letters, too. They're all just the same, sweet and affectionate. Oh, Amos, why can't George be sweet like that again?
Yeah, well, what we got to do is kind of remind him, say, wait a minute, I got an idea. I tell you what I'll do, Sapphire. I'll take these 5 letters, and I'll slip them into Kingfish's desk at the office, and when he finds them, it's going to remind him of the way he used to feel about you, see? Sapphire, I know this is going to work.
Well, look at that, Anna. They must have delivered my new desk while we was out to lunch.
That's a new desk?
Yeah.
Well, if that was a new desk when you bought it, we must have took longer to eat lunch than we thunk. Look at all them holes. Look at them holes in there. What is them?
Oh, them is wormholes, Anna. Yeah, that proves the thing was owned by George Washington. Yeah, there used to be worms in that desk.
Yeah, that's a fine thing for a fellow to keep in the desk. Boy, this thing sure is busted down. Look at this drawer here. What are these papers doing in here?
They look like old letters.
Yeah, let me see them there, Andy. Yeah, 5 of them.
That's right.
Yeah, one say, to the most wonderful woman who ever drew the breath of life, I love you with all my heart. Signed, George. Say, Andy, this letter signed George.
Signed George, huh? Well, what about it? George is the common name. Even you has got it.
Say, Andy, don't you understand? This desk belonged to George Washington. And if these letters are signed George, then these letters must have been written by the father of our country.
Yeah, to the mama of our country.
Yeah. Oh, say, Andy, this is the greatest thing that's ever done happened to me.
Yeah, it's good, all right, but...
Listen, Andy, don't you understand? If these is George Washington's letters, they is worth a fortune. Oh, people collect this kind of stuff, and they pay anything for them. Maybe even $10,000.
$10,000. Well, this has certainly been our lucky day, ain't it? Partner, dear?
Yeah, well, Andy, there was a word you done used there that kind of grated up against me there, you know it? The word partner. Now, that word only is used when there's 2 or more peoples in a deal. And there's just one peoples in this deal, now it's both of them. That's what it is.
Now, just a second, King.
Now, just a second, nothing. Them letters is mine. That's my desk. Picked it out myself, and I bought it with my own money.
Yeah, that's right. You put up the capital, and I has done put up the labor.
What labor?
I was the one that opened the drawer.
Nothing doing, Andy. No partners.
But, Kingfish, I as your friend.
But I tell you, I ain't taking no partner in this deal.
But we has been partners in dozens of deals.
Sorry, son, the answer is definitely no.
I'll give you $12.
Here's your receipt. Now, look here. Now I can pay the rest that I owes on the desk with this money of yours.
Yeah, well, here's your money.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Lightning's out in the hall there. Call him there, will you, Andy?
Okay. Hey, Lightning.
You want me, Miss Andy?
Yeah, you ain't busy, is you?
Well, I just been sweeping up the hall again.
Yeah, well, the Kingfish want to see you in here.
Brother Kingfish, I ain't got much time. What I got to do is go to my memory course at night school.
Well, I don't care nothing about that, Lightning. Now, look, Lightning, this is reporting. I want you to take this $2 over to Miller's second-hand furniture store and pay it to him for me. Now, whatever you do, Lightning, get this in your head.
Yeah, sir.
I want you to get a receipt.
Okay, Kingfish.
Yeah, that's right. That receipt is reporting, Lightning. You see, we done kind of struck it big here. We got some letters that George Washington done read.
Did you say George Washington done read them?
Yeah, that's right, Lightning. He wrote them over 100 years ago down in Virginia. And today, just come into our hands.
The mail sure is slow, ain't it?
Listen, Lightning, they didn't come in the mail.
You say they didn't come by the mail?
No. We done found them in this genuine George Washington desk that the Kingfish bought at Miller's. These letters might be worth $10,000.
Yeah, and that's why you pay us. When you pay us the money now, give the man $2, you got to be sure and get a receipt proving that the desk is mine. Now, get going.
Okay, Brother Kingfish. I'll whiz over there.
All right now, Kingfish. Where do we take these letters and get the money for them?
Well, now, look here. I was just thinking here, and I've been thinking of something that hit me in the head here, right smack in my brain.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, look here. We might take them down to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., District of Columbia. Take them right down there because they collect all that historic stuff.
Yeah, but do you think they're going to be crazy enough to pay $10,000 for 5 old letters?
Oh, sure. They ain't so smart about the things they buy. Oh, they buy his old broken-down spinning wheel. Yeah, they even bought the first plane the Wright brothers ever built. And that was a bad thing to buy.
Was, huh?
Yeah, since they bought it, ain't nobody down there ever see them fly it. I don't know what they want with the thing.
Well, then that might be the... Wait a minute.
Good morning, boys. Good morning. Glad to see you.
Yeah, come in, Gabby.
Yeah, how is you, Gabby?
I just met Lightning. Just met him out in the hall. He told me all about the Washington letters. All about them letters. Valuable property. Yes, indeed, valuable property. Let me see a couple of them.
Valuable property, huh? Here you is, Gabby. Look at them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 He sure was crazy about Martha, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, he was fixing it all right.
These is old letters, all right. Must have been written with a quill.
A quill?
Oh, yeah, and that's where they used to do it in the old days. They used to write with the tail feathers of a chicken.
They did, huh? Didn't the chicken get in the way?
Oh, Andy. They plucked out the feathers first.
Oh, they pulled the... Oh, I see.
Now, look here, Gabby. Me and Andy is figuring on getting $10,000 for these letters.
$10,000? Oh, goodness, that's a lot of money. Yes, indeed, a lot of money.
Yeah, and when we gets it, we each going to take our share and put it right smack in the bank, too.
Is that what you're going to do? Is that what you're going to do with $10,000? In financial circles, that's what you call sinking fund.
Sinking fund? How you figure?
Well, if you start sinking that money in the bank, you ain't going to have much fun. That's sinking fun if I've had it.
Now, look here, Gabby. You might be able to help us on selling these letters. Now, we was figuring that we might take them down to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. Now, what you think?
Bad, very bad, Kingfish. You don't stand a chance there. No, indeed, not a chance. What you ought to do is take him to this fellow, Professor Pepperdine, I read about. Professor Pepperdine. He's a famous collector of everything of the colonial period. I can get his address for you.
Professor Pepperdine. Yeah, well, now, that sounds like a good idea. I'll go down there to see him.
Yeah, Kingfish, do that. Well, Gabby, I guess this whole thing make me and the Kingfish about the smartest men in Harlem, don't it?
Andy, I'd rather not answer that if you don't mind.
Why not?
That's like George Washington. I can't tell a lie neither.
Well, there's the $2 for the desk, Miss Miller.
Yes, thanks. And here's Stephen's receipt. Oh, say, before you go, would you mind telling me about those George Washington letters again?
Yeah, well, all I know is that the Kingfish found them letters in the desk he done bought from you, and they worth $10,000.
Yes, well, that's fine. Yes, thanks.
Yeah, so goodbye.
So that broken-down piece of junk really was a George Washington desk. Well, I'm going over and buy that back from Stevens before this day's over.
Come in, Amos, come in.
Well, hi there, Andy. Say, where's the Kingfish?
Oh, he gone down to see a fella by the name of Professor Pepperdine. He gonna sell him something.
Yeah.
I'm glad you dropped in, though, Amos. I got big news to tell you. Me and the Kingfish done discovered something.
Wait a minute. Oh, that Kingfish, Andy, he makes me mad. Somebody ought to give him a good talking to, you know it?
What's the matter?
Well, today is Sapphire's and his 20th wedding anniversary, and he done clean forgot about it. Sapphire's all broke up, she crying and everything else.
Oh, well, believe me, Amos, the Kingfish got a good excuse for having to slip his mind today.
Oh, no, he ain't neither. Now, tell you what. Me and Sapphire done figured out a way to kind of jog his memory and remind him of the way he used to feel about her. And we done it, you see, but he didn't pay no attention to it.
Didn't.
Well, I tell you what, you see, I put 5 old love letters that he wrote to her 20 years ago in that old desk that he bought for the office.
Yeah, well, the big news that I'm going Amos, did I hear you say something about putting 5 letters in the Kingfisher's desk?
Yeah, that's right, Andy, yeah. But it didn't do no good. Tell me, Andy, what was the big news that you was going to tell me?
It just got smaller. Oh, me. Why don't nothing ever work out right? It seemed like my castles always come crumbling down. Amos, would you mind leaving me alone? I got some heavy figuring to do.
Oh, sure, Andy. What is it you got to figure out?
How I was going to get $12 back.
But Professor Pepperdine, I can't understand it. Is you sure these letters wasn't written by George Washington?
Not only that, but the original contents of these letters weren't written more than 20 years ago.
No.
My advice to you, Stevens, is not to even attempt to sell them as George Washington letters, or you'll end up in jail.
Yeah, well, I sure like to get my hands on the big bum that writ these letters in the first place. Well, thanks anyway, Professor. So long.
Goodbye.
Well, there's only one thing to do. I got to get a hold of Andy and sell him my half of the partnership for another $12.
Andy and the Kingfish seem to have similar thoughts involving a sum of $12. We'll learn who comes out ahead in just a moment. Meantime, ladies, how many personalities do you have? Are you always gay and optimistic, or do you find yourself planning a meal this way?
We'll have fruit cup and chicken pie and candied sweet potatoes and broccoli.
And then suddenly your other self speaks up.
And that means casseroles to wash and saucepans and the big baking dish.
That's a grim prospect, isn't it? But ladies, you can squelch that melancholy other self. Put soapy rich Rinso suds to work on those dishes. Those thick, busy suds get rid of every bit of sticky food and grease in a jiffy. Crusted food particles scoot right off the scene. And before you know it, you'll have a pile of sparkling clean dishes. Everything from casseroles and baking dishes right down to cups and saucers. Clean and bright as a whistle. And when you use Rinso for all your soap and water jobs, your house will shine from cellar to attic. Say, Rinso's easy on your hands, too. So tomorrow, first thing, get Rinso. And now, back to Amos and Andy. Well, now that Professor Pepperdine has convinced the Kingfish that the letters he had were not written by George Washington, and now that Andy knows they actually are the Kingfish's old love letters, both partners are looking for each other in the hope of disposing of his interest in the partnership without tipping off the other. As we join them now, they're getting down to business in the Kingfish's office.
Andy, glad you dropped in because I just sitting here saying to myself, Andy Brown is the best friend I got, and I certainly loves him.
Yeah, well, I just come over here to tell you that I is crazy about you, too.
Now, look, Andy, I want to tell you about my love first, and I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt me.
All right, sorry.
Anyway, I keep saying to myself, Andy Brown is always doing things for me, lends me money when I want it, comforts me in my hour of needs.
Is that me?
Sure it's you, yeah. And then I ask myself this question. I say, George Stevens, when is you going to do something for Andy? When is you going to pay back that great friendship of this noble, generous, wonderful man?
Is that still me?
That's still you, yeah. And the answer come back to me, Andy. Here I got these George Washington letters. Why don't I give them to Andy? I say to myself. Yeah, let him make the $10,000. Of course, Andy, just so I don't embarrass you too much by doing such a great favor for you, I'll let you pay me a measly $12 for my half interest.
Yeah. Tell me this, Kingfish. Is you all through with the love stuff now?
Yeah, I think I done covered everything there.
Yeah, 'cause I come over to tell you about how crazy I is about you.
Me?
Yeah. Tell you the truth, I is willing to sell you back my half of the letters for $12 and let you keep the $10,000.
Sorry, Andy, I love you too much.
Not as much as I does you.
Much more, Brother Andy. The love I got for you is greater than all the famous loves in history. Romeo and Juliet, Anthony and Cleopatra, Barnum and Bailey, and all them great people. I tell you, I got them all beat, Andy.
Yeah, well, the only thing is, Wait a minute.
Hello, gentlemen.
What you want, Lightning?
I give the furniture man the $2 you give me, Kingfish, and I come to give you the receipt.
Yeah, the receipt, huh? All right, okay, give it to me.
What's the matter, Lightning? You look like you're dreaming.
Yeah, but I know I had that receipt someplace. I just don't remember where I put it.
Lightning, you don't ever remember nothing.
Yeah, you ought to do something about that memory of yours, Lightning.
I is, Kingfish. Like I told you, I already done made plans. Starting tonight, I going to night school to take a memory course.
A memory course in night school, huh? Well, that's a good idea for you. You need it. You're going to start that tonight, huh?
Yes, sir. If I don't forget. Well, I guess I got to be going now.
Yeah, well, so long, Lightning.
So long, Lightning.
Now, look, Kingfish, about that $12.
Mm-hmm.
Hold it. Who is this coming in now?
Oh, it looked like Mr. Miller, the man that done sold me to death.
Oh, well, hello, Stevens. I'm glad I found you in.
Yeah, you got the $2 I sent you for the desk, didn't you?
Oh, yes. But I want to speak to you about that desk.
What about it?
Yeah, well, you see, there were some other people looking at the desk before you bought it. And when they found out that it was gone, being collectors of antiques and all that, they were very much upset. So I offered to come over and see if you wouldn't feel like selling it for a small profit.
Oh, well, I might be interested. How much you give me for it?
Well,
that ain't enough.
Yeah, double whatever you was thinking, and we'll take it.
I'll make it $50.
That's better. It's a deal. That first figure was way too low.
Well, okay, boys. Here's your money, and I'll send my truck over to pick up the desk.
Oh, okay, Mr. Miller. Thank you.
Yes, so long, boy.
So long. Yeah, goodbye. Oh, boy, that fella sure wanted that desk bad, didn't he? Yeah. Andy, look here. Here's the money. Here's $25 for you, and never say that I wasn't a good partner to you.
Oh, that's great. Thanks a lot, Kingfish. And another thing I was thinking of here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's forget about them George Washington letters. Maybe they're right to try and sell them.
Yeah.
I know I don't want nobody going around trying to sell my letters after I was gone.
Yeah, well, I agree with you, Andy. Now, let's forget about them. Anyway, I got another deal that I can go into right now, and I got $25 capital to go into deal with. I'm going to check on the thing right now. I'll see you later. Hello, Shorty. How is it?
Oh, how is it, Kingfish?
Give me a shave, will you, Shorty? I got to go out on a big deal.
Okay. You know something? I was looking for you today. Yeah, I wanted to congratulate you and Fat on your 20th wedding anniversary.
Yeah, well, you see, 20th wedding anniversary today. That's right. January the 12th. Oh, me, I done clean forgot about it, Shorty.
Yeah, well, congratulations anyway, Kingfish. I want to tell you, how happy you must. Married life must be one of the fun. Must be wonderful being married to all that. Marriage must be a beautiful. How do you stand it?
You know, I just thinking here, Shorty, Sapphire must be crying her eyes out, of course. I didn't say nothing about it this morning. Maybe I better take a nice present when I goes home tonight for our 20th anniversary.
You better if you expects to have a 21st.
Yeah, well, now, oh, me, here goes my $25 and the big deal. I wonder what I can get her for a present. Oh, that fur store down the street got a muskrat fur coat in the window for $25.
Yeah, I see that.
Wait a minute. Maybe I might get a better idea. Let me see. The 50th anniversary is gold. The 25th is silver. The 15th is crystal. I wonder what the 20th is.
Well, I know it ain't muskrat.
Yeah, well, I think I'll get her that coat anyway. Oh, yeah, I know she's been looking at it.
Yeah, I was looking at it, too. It's nice, Kingfish, but is you sure it's brand new?
Oh, of course it's brand new, Shorty. Ain't no person ever wore it before.
Well, then all I got to say is that muskrat must have led a hard life.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't talk silly, Shorty. Now, the next thing I got to do is to write Sapphire a sweet, loving note that I can put in with the coat. You got any ideas on what I can write her, Shorty?
Oh, why, sure. Just say, to the prettiest girl in the world, to the most gorgeous, to the lovely, to the shapely, I'd like to meet her.
Now, wait a minute. I know exactly what to do. I was going to copy one of the love letters I done found in the desk. Put that in the fur coat and bring it right home to Sapphire. Here, listen to this letter here. Here's what. Yeah, listen. To the most wonderful woman that ever drew the breath of life, I love you. How did that sound?
Oh no, that's too short. It don't express the real thing. It ain't got enough sentiment. It's beautiful.
Sapphire, honey, you is just the prettiest woman I done ever seen in that new fur coat.
Oh, George, I've wanted a fur coat like this for 10 years. But that ain't what means the most to me. When you come down to breakfast this morning, darling, you looked at me as if this day was no different to no other day. You can laugh now, but honest, I could have cried, George. Then after you left, I did cry. But now, sweetheart, now I know that you didn't forget.
Honey, if you'll just reach in the pocket of the fur coat there, you'll see just how much you means to me.
The pocket? Why, George, it's a note to the most wonderful woman who ever drew the breath of life. I love you. Oh, George, this note means more to me than anything.
Yeah, I thought you'd like it, honey. That's why when I was overcome with the original idea a while ago. The note, just come to me a little while ago. I just couldn't wait to sit down and write it.
Wait a minute, George. You didn't just write that note.
I didn't?
No. That was written many years ago by a much younger man than you.
It was?
Yes. And I'm in love with the man that first wrote the note.
You what? That was a fine thing to tell me on our anniversary. Now, how long has this been going on, and who is the big bum? That's what I want to know. Now, wait a minute, sir.
Well, George, I've been in love with that man for 20 years.
20 years? Right from the kickoff, huh? Does you mean to tell me that our whole married life has been nothing but an infernal triangle?
Oh, darling, don't be silly. What's happened to your memory?
My memory?
Why, that's the first letter you ever wrote to me, the first love letter when you was courting me 20 years ago.
I wrote that letter?
Why, yes, dear. I had Amos put it and a few of the others in your desk drawer today.
Where's my hat?
George, where are you going?
I go into night school with lightning.
Amos and Andy will be back in just a moment. You can't blame us for puffing out our chest a little over the fact that the makers of 33 leading washing machines recommend Rinso for top results. Take a tip from the experts, and next wash day, team Rinso with your washer. As little as a 5-minute run per load will get you a wash that's Rinso bright and Rinso white. Yes, you'll whistle while you wash, like this.
Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, birdies sing it all day long. Your clothes are so white and the color so bright, you'll sing as you work along. Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
And now, here are Amos and Andy.
Kingfish, how did you come out with your memory course at night school?
Not so good. Sorry I went.
Why?
When I left there, I forgot my overcoat.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. This program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. Before we say goodnight, is there a lady in the audience who could use a couple of extra red ration points? Well, you don't have to answer that question. But it's easy enough to get those extra points, ladies. Just save all your used kitchen fats, and whenever you get a pound, rush it right down to your butcher. He'll pay you 4 cents plus 2 red ration points for every pound you turn in. This is Harlow Wilcox saying goodnight to all of you from all of us.
It's only human to perspire. Everybody does. Smart people know that no one is safe from BO. That's why they use Lifebuoy in their daily bath. It gives all-over, head-to-toe protection. And it's lasting protection. Remember, Lifebuoy is the only soap that's especially made to stop
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Andy, did you hear that? Come on, will you?
Did I hear what?
That whistle. That's the Rinso white whistle.
And Rinso means us.
That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso white, and Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show. From coast to coast, women are whistling their way through wash day, and no wonder. Rinso in the tub or washer makes clothes washing quick and easy. As little as a 5-minute run per load in your washing machine, and clothes come not just white, but Rinso white. You see, ladies, the secret is in Rinso's soapy rich suds. They actually get out more dirt. And thorough as they are, they're easy on your clothes. Your washable colors come sparkling Rinso bright safely, even after dozens of washings. So, tomorrow, first thing, get a package of Rinso and put those Rinso suds to work next wash day. You'll whistle while you wash. And now our stars, Amos and Andy. The constant failures Andy and the Kingfish have had in their business deals have suddenly brought Andy to the realization that his security for the future is not very bright. The Kingfish is agreeing with this thought as the two of them sit in Andy's office.
What is I got to look forward to in my life from now on?
Well, take your life up to now. You can look in either direction, you won't see much.
Yeah, but I is worried. My life has been a failure. And as I gets older, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Oh, I agrees with you, yeah. What you need is security.
Yeah, that's even better than work, ain't it?
Didn't you have an insurance policy once that you paid so much on once a year?
Yeah, but the day I took it out, I couldn't pay the premium, and then the next year it lapsed up on me, and it's been relapsing on me every year since then.
Well, I wouldn't count too much on that.
Yeah, well, I was worried, though, Kingfish. The future. You know, I'm going to give this some thought.
Where are you going?
I'm going in the back room and really think this thing out. This is serious, and I'm going to do some serious thinking. And by the way, don't wake me up, neither. I'll see you later, Kingfish.
Boy is right. He ain't got half the future that I got. And I ain't got nothing. Let me get my feet up on the desk here, close my eyes, and do some thinking myself. Yes, ma'am. Something you want?
Excuse me, but I wonder if you could tell me where the Harlem orphanage is. I had the address, but I lost it. But it's somewhere here in this neighborhood.
The Harlem orphanage. Let me see. Where is that now? Sit down, madam. I'll look in the phone book here for you. Let me get to the H's here. I know that Harlem, that orphanage might throw me, though. Let me see. That's the orphanage where they got the babies, ain't it?
Yes, I'm going to talk to him about adopting a boy. You see, all my life I've wanted a son.
Yeah, well, that's sure nice thing to have, all right.
Yeah, you see, a few years after I was married, my husband passed away. Mm-hmm. Ever since then, I've been sort of a lonely woman. Now, if we'd have had a son, he'd be close to 40 now. He's old enough to take care of my big house and all the money, and most important, to bring some happiness into the life of his mother.
Wait a minute. You say you got a big house and a lot of money and stuff like that?
Well, yes, I have.
Madam, something just done clicked me into mind here. You know, the ideas come in my head, get in my head, go right up to my brain. I think you got a good idea. But I think you're going to the wrong place.
Oh, do you think I ought to go to some other orphanage?
Oh, no, not for a 40-year-old son. Oh, they don't keep him at the orphanage that long, no. No, I mean that you ought to adopt a son as old as your son would be now. See what I mean?
Oh, I see. Well, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, and it just so happens that I got just a son for you to adopt. 40 years old, a perfect type for looking after your big house and all your money, and the more responsibilities he gets, why, the less he worried. Yeah, he look after you, he's sweet, affectionate, and you can look at him and tell that if he had a mama, he'd love her.
Oh, it would be a great comfort to me just to hear the patter of little feet around the house.
Well, the only thing is, though, madam, little feet don't come on the 40-year-old model, you see. Fool, there's one good thing about having a son with the size feet this fella's got, because when he patters, he really gonna make some noise around there.
Adopting a son the same age as mine would have been. Mm-hmm. You know that's not a bad idea. When can I meet this fella?
Well, I'll go wake him up. I'll go see him now and put the proposition up to him. Tell him about taking care of your house and your money and all that stuff.
Well, here's my card with my name and address and phone number.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Well, you think he'll like the idea?
Leave it to me. I'll deliver the new arrival right to your door.
Oh, this sounds wonderful.
You know, madam, I've done a lot of things in my life, but this is the first time I've never been a stork.
But, Kingfish, I tell you, you was out of your head. As old as I is, I don't need no mama. What you talking about, me getting adopted?
Yeah, but this woman is serious, Andy, and you needs a mama. After all, who loves a fellow when he's rich or poor? His mama. Who comforts him when things go bad? His mama. And in this fast-moving world today, who wants him even when he's all tired and broke down?
You mean his draft board?
Look here, Andy, I ain't fooling about this thing. Now, look here. Look at it this way. When you gets up in the morning hungry for breakfast, don't you ever get the longing for a mess of corn fritters the way only your mama can make 'em?
Yeah, I sure is crazy about corn fritters.
Then why don't you let yourself get adopted?
Kingfish, ain't that going a long way around for corn fritters?
Brother Andy, look here. I'm going to stop beating around the bush here and come right out with it. Now, look here. Open your ears up and listen.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Now, when you left me in the front office, an old lady by the name of Mrs. Bedella Foster dropped into office to ask how to find a place here in town. Now, she told me that she wanted to adopt a son. Now, you see, if she had a son before her husband died, the son would have been exactly your age.
Well, Kingfish, I done told you before, I ain't being adopted by nobody.
But the woman is lonesome and she needs a son.
Oh, don't make me laugh. I ain't getting myself a new mama, and that ends it.
Yeah, but you got a big house and a lot of money.
It's a deal.
Now, Brother Andy, now that sounds great. Now, look here. I know you'd feel sorry for this poor old lady. Now, the next thing we got to do is to make the thing legal so there won't be no slip-up when we start splitting the allowance that she's going to give you.
Yeah, well, how are we going to make it legal?
Let's go over and see Gabby Gibson. Get him to draw up the regular adoption papers with no loopholes in it so your new mama can't wiggle out of the deal later on.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, right. Now, put on your hat and shoes. We're off.
Yeah, you know, Kingfish, I was just thinking, sure seemed funny being somebody's son at my age.
Mm-hmm.
I can see the announcement now.
Yeah.
Mrs. Bedella Foster wishes to announce the arrival of her son Andrew, 220 pounds, 1 ounce.
Yeah, well, Gabby, you understand now what we want, don't you? Papers drawn up showing that Mrs. Bedella Foster is legally adopting Andrew Hogg Brown as her only son and heir.
All right, boys, I'll draw up the papers, draw 'em up. But I tell you one thing. Getting an old lady to adopt you just so you can spend the money is more than just an adoption. Much more. Yes, indeed, it's grand larceny.
Grand larceny? How you figure that?
Well, getting adopted just for the old lady's money is larceny, and you certainly going to have a grand time with that money. That's grand larceny if I ever had it.
Yeah, well, now, listen here. We don't want no legal opinion from you. All we want is them adoption papers by tomorrow morning. Now, I done already phoned Mrs. Foster, and I is introducing Andy to her in an hour.
Yeah, and if she likes me, we wants to get her tied up legal at our next meeting tomorrow.
All right, I'll draw up the papers. Yes, indeed, I'll draw 'em up. Now, the first thing, got to get all the facts. Now, let me see your birth certificate. Let me see it.
Oh, yeah, show it to him, birth certificate.
Birth certificate? Oh, listen, I done lost that a long time ago.
Lost it? Oh, that's bad, awful bad. Without the birth certificate, how's we going to prove that you was born?
Well, look, Gabby, I must have been born. I was here, ain't I?
Oh, yes, you was here, all right. Yes, indeed, you was here. But that is purely circumstantial evidence.
Now, look, Gabby, all we want you to do is to get the regular adoption form and fill it out in the right places.
Boys, I get the regular adoption form, fill it out. I'll have it for you this afternoon.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
great.
Oh, Gabby, this is a wonderful thing, Andy, getting adopted.
So little Andy Brown, little baby Brown is being adopted. Come here a minute, will you, Andy? Come here just a minute. I'm crazy about new babies.
Yeah, well, what you want?
Baby Brown, hold up your chin, will you?
There it is.
Cooch.
Oh, get away. Get away.
Well, Andy, Mrs. Foster is coming here to meet you now, and the one thing you must remember, and that is to be bashful.
Yeah,
And be shy, too.
Yeah, okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, now, this is going to be a great thing for you, Andy.
Oh, sure. I can almost taste them corn fritters now.
Wait a minute, Andy. There's more to having a mama than just plain corn fritters, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot all about the maple syrup and the butter.
No, that ain't what I mean. What I was getting at is this. Mrs. Foster ain't never had a son before. You know, she's going to want to mother you. She's going to want to treat you like a brand new son.
Well, I ain't got to sit in her lap and drink milk out of a bottle with one of them rubber stoppers on it, is I?
No, and you see, wait a minute. Here she come now. Oh, yeah. Come in, Miss Foster. Come right in. Got your new son right here for you to meet you. I say, here he is. This is Andy.
Well. And so this is Andy.
Hello, Mama.
Well, there he is, Miss Foster. Healthy looking, strong. I guarantee you that he ain't one of them big fronts where he looks good now and then he gonna fold up on you a year from now, you know. Or this boy really gonna give you service.
Yes. He certainly is big and healthy looking.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Fine specimen of sonhood. Andy, open your mouth and show your teeth. See there? Ain't a filling in there. Look in there, will you?
Listen, Kingfish, you was talking about me like I was a horse.
Oh, no, Andy, this is just that Mrs. Foster ain't never had a son, and now that she's getting one, why, we want her to be sure that she's getting a good one.
Oh, yeah. Well, I didn't look at it that way.
Well, Andy, I'm certainly satisfied with you physically. Now, tell me about your habits.
My habits?
Miss Foster, the boy ain't got no habits. No, not a single habit, no. He's one of the cleanest examples of manhood in all Harlem. He don't stay up late. He don't go out with gals. He don't shoot pool. He even resists the great temptation of smoking.
Yeah? He don't smoke. Well, why does he have that cigar in his mouth?
Cigar? Oh, I didn't see that. Well, now, you notice it ain't lit, don't you?
Yes.
Well, there he is. Now, what he do is put temptation right under his nose, and then he got the courage to ignore it. That's what he do.
Yeah, and I was out of matches besides.
Well, now, what do you say, Miss Foster? What do you think of the boy here, there, you?
I think he's the one. In fact, I know he is.
Oh, fine. Now, as soon as you sign the adoption papers tomorrow morning that our lawyer's drawing up, the whole thing will be legal. Well, Andy, you've certainly been quiet. Ain't you got something to say to your new mama?
Yes, Andy. Say something to your new mother.
Yeah, Mom. How about a corn fritter?
Well, it looks like Andy will have to change his ways if he expects to get along with his new mama. We'll hear more about his adoption in just a moment. Meanwhile, friends, you know how it is with big families. There's something going on every minute. First, it's...
Marion, watch Betty, dear. She's getting oatmeal all over the front of her dress.
And maybe a little later...
Johnny, were you playing in the coal bin again?
Yes, something's always going on. And that something has a way of adding to the family wash.
I'll say, it's a good thing for me I know about Rinso. You can bet it saves me plenty of elbow grease.
Sure. Rinso's soapy-rich suds make wash day lots easier. As little as a 10-minute soaking, a few quick finger rubs on stubborn places, and clothes are ready to rinse. You see, those peppy Rinso suds get out more dirt. So without hard rubbing or scrubbing, every piece in your wash comes Rinso white and Rinso bright.
The boys' overalls and the girls' colored school clothes come fresh and bright as can be.
Yes, Rinso's safe for washable colors.
And you should see my whitewash. Pillow slips, sheets, shirts, everything comes...
I know.
That's it. Rinso white.
Ladies, why don't you get Rinso tomorrow? And now, back to Amos and Andy. Well, it's the morning of the following day, the morning that the Kingfish and Andy are to bring to Mrs. Foster the adoption papers which will legally make Andy her son. At the moment, we find the Kingfish telling Amos and Andy about it.
Well, you all has done a lot of things together, but this is certainly different than anything you done before.
Well, this is security for the future. I is all set.
Now, and about these adoption papers I has done got from Gabby, it seems that he couldn't get no regular adoption papers. All he could find was automobile bill of sale.
Automobile bill of sale?
Yeah, well, how can you use that for adoption papers?
Yeah.
Well, me and Gabby done changed the word around so the thing really look legal. Now, I'll read it to you, and you see for yourself. If I hadn't told you that this was automobile bill of sale, you would think it was regular adoption paper.
Yeah, well, go ahead and read it.
Yeah, I want to hear this myself.
Well, to see here, this is to certify that Mrs. Bedella Foster has this day purchased and adopted the vehicle known as the Deluxe 1905 Andrew Hogg Brown. Let's say here, body type normal. Furthermore, it is warranted that said Andrew Hogg Brown is mechanically perfect, and all parts is guaranteed for 60 days. The
your dealer, George Kingfish Stevens, agrees to repair any part that breaks down except what is the result of ordinary wear and tear. Now, there you go. Well, now, Andy, here it is there, and here's the place where she signed, and here's the place where you signed.
Yeah, well, wait a minute, Kingfish. According to this, I is supposed to be automobile. You ain't ever heard no Buick signing its own bill of sale, is you?
Well, fellas, this is really something. Here is Andy getting herself adopted by a rich old lady. You know, I never thought it would come to that. Well, I'll see you fellas later.
Well, you better be good to me, Amos, or I won't let you come over and play with me.
Well, good luck to you, fellas. So long.
Yeah, don't pay no attention to Amos, Andy. Yeah, we're going to make that old lady very happy. I'm going to call her up now and tell her that we is coming over with adoption papers. Hand me the phone there.
Yeah, here you is.
Yeah, you see, Andy, as soon as we get her to sign adoption papers, we can ask her for your first week's allowance, and then after that, we get that, you see. Then we sit down with the money, then we start... Wait, hold it. Hello? Hello, Miss Foster? This is Mr. Stevens. How is the little mother today? Oh, well, that's fine, because we got the adoption papers all drawn up to bring over, and, what's that? Hold the phone a second. Andy.
What's the matter, Kingfish?
Is you got any kin folks here in town?
No, I ain't got no kin folks up here. Why?
Miss Forza wants to be sure that if she adopts you, nobody going to be able to take you away, so she wants some relation of yours to authorize your adoption in person. She said if we don't do that, the deal is off.
But I ain't got no relations to authorize nothing.
Yeah, huh?
No.
Hello, Miss Forza. This is Mr. Stevens, the stalk again. Yeah, it just so happens that Andy's got a relation in town, uncle.
But I ain't got no uncle.
Yes, Miss Forza. We'll bring him right over to authorize adoption. Yes, ma'am. All right. Goodbye.
Listen, Kingfish, I just got through telling you I ain't got no kin folks. How can you tell her that we is bringing over my uncle?
Of course, I was going to find somebody that is willing to be your uncle, and I got just a fellow in mind. Come on. Now, before knocks on Mrs. Foster's door here, let's go over it once more. You is supposed to be Andy's uncle, and you is authorizing adoption.
Yeah, you sure you got that straight?
Yeah, I know just what to do. I was Andy's Uncle Shorty, and I was okay in the adoption,
Yeah, that's it, Shorty. Now, you ain't nervous, is you?
Me nervous? I'm as calm as I'm just as cool as a cucumber. My nerves is just as steady as I ain't the least bit upset. What's my name again?
Now look here, Shorty. Get a hold of yourself now. I'm knocking on the door right now. Now look here. Now before Miss Foster open the door, Shorty, there's one more thing I just thought of. To make a good imprint on her, don't tell her that you was a barber. Tell her that you was a big businessman.
Now, hold it, Kingfish. I hears her coming.
Well, hello, Mr. Stevens. Andy, come right in.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Foster, this is a relative of Andy's here, Shorty Brown. He's here to authorize adoption like you wanted.
Oh, that's fine. Well, Mr. Brown, before we go ahead, would you mind telling me just what your relationship to Andy is?
My relationship to Andy? Well, you see, Andy's sister was my wife's uncle. I mean, her father's mother was my brother's sister. His mother's father was my daughter's. I give him all his haircuts.
Now, don't mind Shorty, Miss Foster. He's the excitable type. What he's trying to say is that he's Andy's uncle.
Yeah, that's right. His father was my sister. Ain't that right, Uncle Shorty?
Yeah, I think that's how it was. Either that or his father was my sister's.
Don't you know?
Well, you understand how it is. When you got a nephew that you was fond of, you don't go checking up on him.
Yeah, and Shorty is certainly fond of Andy. Now, that's why he's so glad Andy's getting such a nice mama.
Yeah, Uncle Shorty certainly is happy about it, all right.
Yeah, now, Shorty, let's get on this thing here. Here's the authorization all drawn up. Now, just sign there. And the President, Miss Forster here. Here's a pen.
Yeah, the Kingfish.
That's it.
There you is.
Yeah, well, here's the authorization, Miss Forster. Do that meet with your approval?
Oh, yes. Now Andy's really my son, and I'm his mama. This beautiful big house is now his home. Do you like it, Uncle Shorty?
Oh, I don't think this house is so beautiful. Ain't he going to have a better place to stay? This ain't as pretty as I thought it. This place ain't good enough. Ain't good enough for no. Can I move in too?
Well, Andy, you've been living in this big, beautiful house now for 3 days, and I figured it was time to drop by and see how you're doing. Is she give you your allowance yet?
Listen, Kingfish, so far, all the money Mama give me was a nickel yesterday for a popsicle.
A nickel for a popsicle? Boy, she really treating you like a baby, ain't she?
Yeah, and not only that, but tomorrow I'm getting vaccinated for whooping cough.
What I was interested in is how is this adoption, is it going to pay off? I've been spending all my time on this thing with you, and I is broke.
Well, so was I. But I don't think it's going to pay off, Kingfish. She got a big house, all right, but she ain't got no help in the house. I begin to think the reason she adopted me was to get all the housework done for nothing. I is wore out, you know it?
Oh, no servants around, huh?
No.
She really working you, too, huh?
And how?
Yeah, that do sound like she broke, all right, but wait a minute, Andy. Look here, no use flying off the handle too quick here. We got too much invested. Maybe she just can't get servants.
No, I don't think that's it. I'm beginning to think that she ain't got no money.
Yeah, that must be it. She certainly don't look like the kind of person, though, would say that she got money when she ain't, though. And besides that, you see...
Andrew?
Oh.
Oh, Andrew, you didn't do what Mama told you. It's still on the table.
Yes, Mama. Excuse me, Kingfish. I gotta go drink my milk. Coming, Mama. Just been talking to a friend here.
Oh, who is that with you?
Oh, it's just me, Mrs. Foster, the stock.
That's the doorbell, Andrew. Answer it. And if it's anything important, I'll be in the parlor.
All right, Mama. I'll open the door.
Yeah, I'll go with you, yeah.
What can we do for you, mister?
I'm Mr. Barstow from the Harlem Mortgage Company. Would you tell Mrs. Foster I'd like to see her?
Oh, the Harlem Mortgage Company, huh? What do you want to see about, mister?
A past due mortgage. She's expecting me.
Yeah, well, in that case, go right in. She's in the parlor there, sir. Kingfish, did you hear what he say? Harlem Mortgage Company?
Yeah, past due mortgage. Andy, you was right. She ain't got no money or she wouldn't have a past due mortgage on this house.
Yeah.
Adopting you was just a trick to get you to support her for the rest of her life and pay off the mortgage.
Yeah, come on, Kingfish. I'm leaving Mama a note saying that her son, Andrew H. Brown, is going back to being an orphan.
Well, Andy, it's been a week now since you walked out on your adopted mother. And she certainly ain't come around here to bother you none.
Oh, no. She knowed that we was wise to her, all right.
Yeah, we're back where we was, too. Broke.
Sure is.
Yeah, but that's better than having to pay for that past due mortgage of hers with the Harlem Mortgage Company.
Yeah, the nerve of that old lady, thinking she was going to rope me in. Wait a minute. Here comes Lightning. What you want, Lightning?
Mr. Amos just asked me to show you this thing in the day's newspaper. He'll be here in a second.
Oh, yeah. What is it, Kingfish?
Well, listen to this. Mrs. Burdella Foster, prominent Harlem widow, adopted James Fulton yesterday as her son. Mrs. Foster said that she had originally tried out another man as her son, but he failed to work out. However, James Fulton proved to be just the sort of son she was looking for. And after adopting him yesterday, gave him an adoption present of $20,000.
Well, that is crazy. How can she do that? She can't even pay off the past due mortgage on her house.
Oh, wait a minute. It's in to say here, Mrs. Foster is the widow of the former president of the Harlem Mortgage Company, in which she still holds the controlling interest.
Oh, me, that past... How'd you like that? That past due mortgage. It wasn't on her house. She held it on somebody else's house.
Brother Andy, we has just done lost $20,000.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Well, fellas, did you read it in the newspaper?
Yeah, Amos, it done made me sick.
I can hardly believe it, Amos.
There was a rich woman who wanted to adopt the boy, and I didn't go through with it.
You know, Andy had success, future, security, everything right in the palm of his hand there, and we muffed it.
There was a rich woman that wanted a boy.
Oh, me, if ever I get a hold of somebody else that wants a boy, I'm really going to stick with it and never walk out on her.
Do you really mean that, Andy?
Oh, I give you my word of honor.
Well, now, if you mean that, I happen to know somebody right now that wants a boy very badly.
Oh, no fooling, sure enough?
Will you go through with it this time, Andy?
I promise you, Amos, I will. Shake hands.
Great. It's a deal. Come on, let's go.
Right. Who is it?
It's the grocery store down the street that's got a sign out saying boy wanted.
Amos and Andy will be back in just a moment. Ladies, your stickiest, greasiest skillets, your stubbornest pots and pans get shiny bright in half the usual time if you'd first give them a short soak in Rinso's Soapy Rich Suds. Use Rinso for all your soap and water jobs, and, of course, for clothes washing. You'll whistle while you wash.
Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, dirty sing it all day long.
Your clothes is so white and the color so bright.
You'll sing as you work along.
Rinso white.
Happy little wash day song.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. This program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox saying goodnight to all of you from all of us and reminding you that 10,000 registered nurses are urgently needed by the United States Army. From every theater of the war, wounded are being sent home to Army hospitals in the United States. These men need the best of care. So if you're a registered nurse, this is your opportunity to serve with the United States Army. On acceptance by the Army Nurse Corps, you'll become a second lieutenant with full privileges, benefits, and pay, including an allowance for $250 for uniforms. If you're a registered nurse, write immediately to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington 25, D.C., or call at your local Red Cross chapter tomorrow.
Say, try Lifebuoy in your next tub or shower. You'll go for that swell Lifebuoy lather. It's mild, efficient, and refreshing. But Lifebuoy's more than a great bath soap. It's the soap that's made especially to give all-over lasting protection against VO. Don't take chances. Use Lifebuoy. It's the only soap that's especially made to stop VO.
Andy, did you hear that? Come on.
Did I hear what?
That whistle. That's the Rinso White whistle.
And Rinso means us.
That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso White, and Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show. A young bride I knew took to cooking just like a shot. Her first lamb stew turned out
sensational.
Her cherry pies were
Delicious.
But more and more, her husband wanted to eat out. Why?
We had a pact. I dried the dishes and put them away, but he did the dishwashing.
Oh, and no Rinso?
No Rinso. We were using a slow-poke bar soap. That is at first.
But then you found out about Rinso, eh?
Mm-hmm. Now we eat home every night. Gosh, the biggest pile of dishes is done in way less time, with Rinso suds in the dishpan.
Yes, stubborn pots and greasy pans come shining clean in far less time. Rinso's Soapy Rich Suds are easy on your hands, too. Try Rinso tomorrow. And now, our stars, Amos and Andy. Whenever Andy and the Kingfish go broke, which is most of the time, they manage to place the blame for their failures upon anything but themselves. But when the truth comes out, it's a bitter pill to swallow. And that's what they're swallowing right now, because they have asked Amos for an honest opinion of themselves.
Fellas, you asked for it, and I'm going to tell you. First of all, both of you is two of the laziest people I know. Look at you, Andy. Right now, you ought to be thinking of a way out of your mess. Instead of that, you just sitting there with your feet up on the desk.
Well, that ain't being lazy. I was thinking. I remember once I read in some medicine book that the best way to think is with your feet up in front of you, gazing into space.
That might be the truth, Anna, but when you got your big feet up there in front of you, there ain't much space left for gazing there.
Yeah, well, go ahead, Amos. Tell us what else is wrong with us.
Number 2 is neither one of you has got no backbone. You don't stick to nothing. I bet you that last year you was in 40 different businesses, and every one of them went bankrupt. You never sees nothing through to a finish.
Well, how much more of a finish can you have than bankrupt?
Well, that ain't what I mean. I mean that neither one of you work hard enough to make a success of nothing. Remember this, fellas. Hard work never kills nobody.
Yeah, Amos, but sleeping ain't ever caused many casualties neither, you know.
Why don't you fellas face it? Both of you is lazy. You don't want to work, and you was chiselers. You was always trying to make big money out of some scheme instead of finding out what you was fitted for and working at it. That's my advice, and I hope you takes it. So long, bums.
Goodbye, Amos. Fine friend he is. Accusing us of being lazy, no good chiselers and bums. How can he have the nerve to say them awful lies about us, even if they is true?
And I hate to admit it, but I think Amos has got something there about finding what we is fitted for and working at it. Now, what training has we done had? Let's figure. Let's start with school. Did you graduate from college?
Well, no. I was going to go to college, but something got in my way.
Oh, what was that?
High school. Seems that they had a rule about first having to go to high school before you could go to college.
Yeah.
How about you, Kingfish? Did you graduate from college?
Well, tell you the truth, Brother Henry, I had the same trouble you did about having to finish grammar school and high school, so I jumped over college.
Jumped over into what?
I took a postgraduate course.
Oh. Well, what did you jump over from?
Well, the first time I jumped all the way over from the 5th grade into the postgraduate. Then I found out what it was a little tough there, so I jumped right back again, too. That's what
I see.
So you see, and so far as our training, that ain't fitting us so much, is it?
Well, I spent 3 years in kindergarten. Don't tell me it was all a waste of time.
Brother Andrew, I've been thinking. I knows one thing. I knows that I is fitted for being a promoter.
Yeah?
Now, the thing for you to do is to concentrate on what you fitted for. Yeah, get you started on the road to success, and then I promote you see?
Oh, yeah, but that leaves you sitting down with your feet on the desk and me doing all the work.
Andy, you looking at that the wrong way. Let's look at it from the abstract.
From the what?
From the abstract. Now, I know you ain't gonna be ignorant enough to ask me what abstract is.
I ain't, huh? What is abstract?
There you go. I knew you was going to be that ignorant. Now, open your ears and listen to me. Now, I'm going to explain it to you. What the abstract is, it's, you got your ears open there now?
Yeah, but there ain't nothing coming out your mouth.
The abstract means, well, let's put it another way.
Well, you ain't put it no way yet.
Yeah, well, let's forget the abstract. Let's look at it from the subjective.
From the what?
I knowed it was coming. I knowed it. I could tell by the expression on your face that little word throwed you.
Yeah, well, explain that last word, will you?
The word subjective. That's the word.
Yeah.
Now, you ain't going to ask me what the subjective is you?
Yes, I is.
Let's go back to the abstract.
Well, what is abstract?
Abstract is, well, now, let me put it another way. You was here of abstract of vanilla, ain't you?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Well, it ain't nothing like that, no. Yeah.
Well, now we're getting someplace. Why didn't you tell me that in the first place?
Yeah, well, it just takes time to explain these things.
Wait a minute, hello, Henry. Come in.
Yeah, maybe you can help us here, Henry.
Hello, boys. I thought I would drop in for just a chat. I just sold a large insurance policy, and I'm feeling very good.
Oh, just sold a big policy, huh? Henry, would you mind telling me and Andy what you owe your big success to in the insurance business?
Why, no, I would be glad to. I feel that I can honestly say, with all honesty, that my success begun when I met and married the woman I now call Mrs. Van Porter.
You ain't very familiar with your wife, is you?
Kingfish, don't bust in there. This is reporting.
Yeah.
So you feel that you owe your success to your wife, eh, Henry?
Yes, I owes it all to my dear, sweet wife. If her disposition hadn't driven me out the house, I never would have went to work.
Henry, the thing that me and Anna wants to find out the most is what made you pick out the insurance business?
Well, it all started during a particularly trying period of my married life.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that my wife, who has never been very strong-willed, had fallen into a rather annoying habit.
Well, what was that, Henry?
Well, every time that I argued with her, she would break a vase over my head.
Yeah, a habit like that would get kind of annoying, yeah.
And to continue, the repeated blows upon my head was beginning to cause some damage.
Yeah, she must have put some bumps on you, all right.
I'll say she put some bumps on me. In fact, it got to the point where I wasn't worried so much about the injuries to my head. I was worried about the injuries to my bumps.
Had bumps on bumps there, huh?
Yeah, so natural, I came to the conclusion that I would take out some insurance in case my head became disabled.
Yeah.
So while looking over the various types of insurance, I became so interested that right then and there I decided to make it my life's work.
Yeah, so that's how you got into it, huh, Henry?
Yes, that's right. Well, thanks for the chat, boys. It's been very informative and coeducational. Goodbye.
So long, Henry.
Goodbye, Henry.
Yeah, well, we didn't learn much from Henry about how to decide what we fitted for. Yeah, let's do some more thinking.
Well, now, wait a minute. I ain't got no more time now. I got a date to meet a new gal at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, what about the gal you were supposed to meet at 2 o'clock?
Well, I was too busy to meet her.
How come?
My 1 o'clock gal wouldn't let me go.
Son, when it comes to women, you really know your... Say, wait a minute. Wait, I got it. Andy, I got it.
Got what?
What you was fitted for. Andy, if there's any training you was done had, it's been with women and romance. If anybody could give tips to lovesick gals and fellas, you is the one. Andy, look here, we is opening up a clinic. $2 a visit. Just like a doctor, only you give advice to the lovesick. We'll put up a sign saying, Advice to the Lovesick by Andrew H. Brown, B.S.
Well, what is that BS for?
Bachelor of Smooching. Andy, look here. I'm going right over and see Gwendell at the newspaper and put an ad in, and we'll start the clinic.
Great, Kingfish. I'll go and call on Shorty and make him my first customer.
The Mystic Knights of the Sea Quartet singing Don't Fence Me In.
Oh, give me land, lots of land under starry skies above. Don't fence me in. Let me ride through the wide open country that I love. Don't fence me in. Let me be by myself in the evening breeze. Listen to the murmur of the cottonwood trees. Send me off forever, but I ask you, please, don't fence me in. Just turn me loose. Oh, turn me loose. Underneath the western sky. Gotta go. On my Cayuse. Let me ride. Till I see the mountains rise. Ride to the ridge where the west commences. Gaze at the moon until I lose my senses. Can't look at hovels and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in. Don't fence me
Shorty, before I tell you the reason I dropped over to see you, do you mind if I ask you a personal question?
Well, no, Andy. Go right ahead.
Yeah, well... Shorty, tell me this. Has you ever been snuggled up to a gal, your arms around each other, your faces snuggled up close to each other, and then all of a sudden you say the wrong thing?
Let me see, Andy. The last time I was with a girl, we were snuggling on the back porch. No, we were snuggling in the front step. No, we were snuggling in the porch. We were snuggling on the sofa. I've never snuggled.
Well, look here. In that case, Shorty, I is just the fellow you need. Now, look, for $2, I can get you on the road to happiness, romance, and better snuggling. Shorty, I has just become a love doctor.
Excuse me, Andy. Did you say love doctor?
Yeah, that's right.
You mean that there's a cure now for that stuff?
Listen, you don't get it, Shorty. I mean, for a $2 fee, like a doctor, I learned you how to handle women and what to say so they'll fall in love with you, maybe even marry you.
Marry me?
Yeah, that's where my service comes in handy, Shorty. Without me helping you, you might get a wife that'll talk your head off and nag at you all the time instead of getting the other kind.
And Andy, you mean there really is another kind?
Oh, listen. Show day is, Shorty. Listen here. You know that courting a woman is just like training a dog. You got to know more than the dog.
Yeah, you was right about that, Andy. Yeah, I know because I came to Airedale once.
You did, huh? How did it work out?
Oh, fine. Yeah, inside of a week, all that dog had to do was just bark once, and I'd sit right up.
Shorty, I can see where you were certainly the type that would let a woman wrap you around her little finger. You needs my service more than I thought you did.
Yeah, I guess I does.
Listen, Shorty, you become a customer, and I guarantee you that in no time you'll be taking out gals as pretty as that Lucy Green that I was trying to get a date with. She is really hard to date up, boy. Every guy in town has been trying to get a date with her and can't do it.
Yeah, Lucy Green is awful pretty.
Yeah, well, how about starting that service with me tonight, Shorty?
No, I can't tonight, Andy, no. But tonight I got to visit my aunt. I got to meet my brother. I'm taking my sister out. My uncle is coming to my place, and I got a date with Lucy Green.
Brother Andy, me and Fred Gwendell here has got a great idea.
Yeah, well, sit down.
Yeah, we sure is, Andy. Now, wait till we tell you about it.
Yeah, what is the idea?
Well, now, look here, Andy. Instead of you giving hints to the lovesick people in person, why can't you do it through the newspaper where I work? Write a column.
You mean me write a love column?
That's right, Andy. Now, look here. This column is going to be called Love Hints to the Lovesick. But you ain't going to write it under your own name.
Wow.
Yeah, you see, Andy, you was going to write it under what we calls in the writing profession a nominal diploma.
I is, huh?
Yeah, Andy, now, look here. You're going to write the column under the name of Juliet Hart.
Yeah, and the reason for that is, Andy, because most of the people that write columns like that is women, so we got to make you a woman, too.
Oh, I'm going to be Juliet Hart, huh?
Yeah, now, look here. Let's go over and see the editor at Fred's newspaper. Fred done arranged for the meeting. All we got to do is to convince him that you knows the subject of love from one end to the other. Yeah. Now, we got to convince him that up till the time that you become Juliet, you was Harlem's biggest Romeo.
You say that Mr. Brown here is familiar with all the phases of love and romance?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Henderson. This boy really knows his love stuff all right. His experience dates way back, too.
Yeah, they sure do.
Yeah, why, even as a mere child, Mr. Henderson, 8 years old, the gals was mad about him. You know that kissing game post office where a gal asks a fella to deliver 2 letters in a package, which means 2 kisses and a hug?
Yes.
Well, Andy was known as the Christmas rush.
Yeah, after the first 2 post office parties I done went to, my mama marked me handled with care.
Well, you certainly started in young, Mr. Brown.
Oh, yeah, and not only that, Mr. Henderson, the boy has kept up studying about women's right through the years. Oh, he a great lover. Yeah, they call him Casablanca Brown. That's what they call him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I has done made it my life's work. If you could call it work.
All right, boys, it's a deal.
Good.
The column will start in the newspaper tomorrow, and as you say, it will be written as a woman, under the name of Julie Hart.
Yeah, but please make out my paychecks in the name of Andrew H. Brown. I want to wear pants when I goes to the bank.
Say, folks, remember that bride I was telling you about a while back? Well, you know, when she got married, she loved everything about her home. Loved taking care of it. Remember I told you how she loved to...
Cook? That's fun.
And she loved to...
I've made a lot of things.
The only thing about the whole setup that she didn't like...
Absolutely hated.
Yes, wash day. That is, until she found out about Rinso.
What a discovery.
First thing she found out was how easy Rinso makes wash day. As little as a 10-minute soaking in those soapy rich suds, plus a few light rubs on extra soiled places, and they're ready to rinse. No trick at all.
Easy as a breeze.
And then there were the results. In a word...
Wonderful.
Her trousseau linens, towels, sheets, and tablecloths.
And my husband's shirts.
Of course. All her whitewash came out of that Rinso washing dazzling Rinso white. And every pretty printed apron, all her gay colored cottons, finest washable colors came out of that Rinso washing sparkling Rinso bright. Stayed that way, too, safely, through dozens of Rinso washings. No wonder our bride spends wash day singing
Happy Little Wash Day song.
Ladies, why don't you change to Rinso now?
Come in, Kingfish, come in.
Yeah, well, how's my cute little Juliet this morning?
Oh, cut it out, will you, Kingfish?
Yes, I see you got a big stack of mail of letters there. Column going great, ain't it?
Yeah, the only thing is all the readers thinks I is a gal.
Mm-hmm, yeah, that's what they're supposed to think. Love Hints to the Lovesick by Juliet Hart. Sweet name you got there.
Oh, Kingfish. But look here, what one gal done sent me in appreciation for the advice I give her. A pair of silk stockings.
Give you a pair of silk stockings, huh?
Yeah.
If you wants to put them on, honey, I'll be glad to turn my back here. Yeah.
Oh, cut out that talk, will you, Kingfish?
Okay, Anna, just kidding, just kidding.
Well, look, I got to get down to work here. Let me see what this next letter is.
Yeah, read a letter here.
Say, Dear Juliet Hart, I would like to get a steady boyfriend. My mother thinks I'm very attractive. But I've heard through another party that the boys say I am not attractive. What do you think? I am enclosing a full-length snapshot of myself, signed Hopeful.
Yeah, let me see the picture, Andy.
Here it is.
Yeah. Sure is a funny pose for a picture. Yeah, what you doing there, standing in them two satchels there?
Them is her feet.
Let me look again here. I thought them was satchels.
No, they is feet, all right.
Well, if she ever go in a hotel lobby, she better keep walking, because somebody liable to slap some labels on them.
Tell me, Kingfish, what you think of her figure?
Well, it's certainly different, all right, ain't it?
Yeah, she on the heavy side, ain't she? I'd say she weighed 20 more pounds than Madam Queen. What would that make her weigh, Kingfish?
Well, let's figure it out with simple arithmetic. 20 pounds more than Madam Queen, and Madam Queen weigh, And I think we're getting up into trigonometry here, son.
Yeah, forget it.
Yeah.
The important thing is her face, anyhow.
Yeah, that's where romance pays off. Let's analyze the face.
Yeah, let me get a picture in the light here and get a good look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the light don't help it none.
Yeah, just look at them eyebrows you got there. Yeah, them is the bushiest eyebrows I done ever see.
Yeah, they is kind of thick, ain't they?
Yeah, I guess every time she kisses a fella, he gets dusted off at the same time.
Yeah, well, I'm going to write this gal and tell her that I didn't get her letter.
Yeah, that's the way to handle it, Andy. Well, I got to get on over to the lodge hall. I'll see you later. So long.
Yeah, so long, so long. Now, let me see this letter here. Hello?
Could I speak to Mr. Brown that writes the Juliet Hart column?
I'm speaking. This is Juliet Hart.
Oh, fine. Mr. Brown, I'm the fashion editor of the newspaper, and I thought it would be a good idea to give Juliet Hart's advice on fashions and dress in my column.
Yeah, be glad to. You got a pad and pencil there?
Oh, I can take it in shorthand. You go right ahead.
Yeah, well, start off by saying... wait a minute.
Oh, hello, Andy. How is you? I've been out of town for a week.
Yeah, well, sit down, Gabby. Sit down. I'm talking. Hello?
Go ahead. Anything about clothes or dresses?
Okay, let's see now. We has got to be up to date and everything. For instance, I personally won't wear nothing but the kind of shoes with the toes sticking out in the front.
Open-toed shoes? You sure getting fancy there, Andy. You sure getting fancy.
Go right ahead. I'm getting it.
Yeah, and on account of only wearing open-toed shoes, I always have my pedicure gal put red polish on my toenails. I feel it makes them much more attractive.
Certainly been a lot of changes around here in the last week, ain't there?
Just a minute, Gabby, will you?
Go right ahead.
We must also pay a lot of attention to our hairdos. Now, to give you an idea of what the latest thing is, I was going to the beauty shop today.
I never thought that of you, Andy.
And I'm going to have my hair fixed in a beautiful upsweep with roses pinned on one side and a big rhinestone ornament pinned on the other.
This I gotta see.
Oh, that's fine, Mr. Brown.
Yeah.
Is you gonna wear that stuff over or under your derby?
You think that's enough?
Oh, that'll be just about right. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And you're gonna be the sweetest man in town.
Listen, Gabby, since you've been gone, I was writing a love column for the newspaper. And I was supposed to be Juliet Hart.
Oh, I see. That really explains a few things that had me puzzled.
Yeah, well, I'm answering my mail now. Look here, I'll show you. Here's a letter. Let's see what this one is. Signed Brokenhearted. It's a Dear Juliet, I haven't seen my sweetheart for over 2 weeks. He promised to marry me and then never came back to see me again. I'm all broken up about it and haven't been able to sleep, eat, or work. What shall I do? Brokenhearted. Boy, that's a tough one. What would you do, Gabby?
Well, as a lawyer, I would advise her to sue the man for breach of promise, yes, indeed.
Breach of promise. Yeah, breach of promise. That's what I'll do.
After all, that's a very serious thing. Very serious thing. That's a violation of the banking commission.
The banking commission? How you figure?
Very simple, Andy, very simple. He refused to marry her when she was banking on it. That put her out of commission. That's banking commission if I ever had
Well, Andy, I'm sure happy you're making a success out of this column you got in the newspaper.
Oh, yeah, Amos. The thing been going over 2 weeks now, and it's a big success. I was making $35 a week.
Oh, that's great, Andy.
Yeah, well, I better get back to this stack of letters here. They're coming in like wildfire.
Oh, yeah, you got a lot of them there, all right. You better get busy and answer them, son.
Yeah, let me look through them here.
Yeah, let's hear them.
You know, Amos, this is the first time in my life I done ever had a job that I liked. It's the first time I ever been out of trouble, making good money, and I ain't got nothing to worry about.
Oh, I'm sure glad to hear that, Andy. I'm proud of you, son.
Oh, yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Here's another letter from that Miss Brokenhearted.
Huh?
Yeah, Gabby helped me answer the first one.
Yeah.
I think I told her to sue for breach of promise or something like that.
Yeah, what does it say, Andy? What'd she say?
Say here, Dear Juliet, you will never know how much I appreciate you writing me about my boyfriend who promised to marry me and walked out. I have talked it over with my family, and they agree with you.
Yeah, you sure know your stuff all right, ain't you?
Oh, yeah. Then she go on to say here, Juliet, dear, thank you again, and I am taking your advice. Today, I am starting the breach of promise suit against Andrew H. Brown.
Amos and Andy will be back in just a moment. What a combination, your washing machine and Soapy Rich Rinso. With as little as a 5-minute run per load, they'll get your clothes Rinso white and Rinso bright. Next time, make it a Rinso wash day and whistle while you wash.
Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, birdie sing it all day long. Your clothes are so white and the color so bright, you sing as you work along. Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
And here are Amos and Andy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the horrible disease of infantile paralysis must be stamped out.
It can strike anywhere, the rich and the poor alike.
Join the March of Dimes. Help the fight against this dread disease by sending as much money as you can to the White House, Washington, D.C.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show, and you'll hear more about Andy's breach of promise suit. This program is broadcast to our armed forces all over the world. This is Harlow Wilcox saying goodnight to all of you from all of us, and reminding you, ladies, that the used fats you save in your kitchens are helping to shorten the war. They go into vitally needed ammunition, essential military medicines, important military supplies. So keep saving waste fats. Strain them and turn them in to your butcher regularly. You'll get 2 red points and 4 cents for every pound you turn in.